Chapter 2558. No matter how the goddess of beauty and fire yelled, Gushi ignored it, and fought at his own pace. After this period of confrontation, Gushi had already seen that the goddess of beauty and fire had no combat experience, or not much combat experience on the front battlefield. It was just a means of saving life one after another. To deal with such a person, either one strike kills, or delays for a little longer, it is not difficult to deal with. Besides, the goddess of beauty and fire obviously focuses more on the white gauze skirt. All her routes are placed on the white gauze skirt, and the peacock feather fan is really impossible to take down by force. It can be seen that she has not learned to strengthen the road and power of fire at all. Even with the red suit, she stumbles and stumbles. It doesn't look like the red suit has been in her hands for many years. The most important thing is that the gods have gone through countless rounds of war here, and the great goddesses can really die. At least Gushi and the goddess of beauty and fire do not think that the great goddess cannot be killed or cannot be killed with the red suit. Based on the current performance of the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi has every reason to believe that whenever the war between gods begins, the goddess of beauty and fire is always the first to lie on the ground and wait for death. How could Gushi not have confidence in such an enemy whose important means are suppressed, whose remaining red clothes are unfamiliar, whose combat awareness is not there, and whose lying speed is super fast? What Gushi has to do now is to control the rhythm in his own hands, and not let the goddess of beauty and fire take the rhythm. So no matter how the goddess of beauty and fire yells, Gushi will do what he wants. At this time, the curse hunting ground that Gushi had set up in advance also began to work. The traces of the curses began to appear on the body of the goddess of beauty and fire. The reaction of the goddess of beauty and fire at this time was quite confusing. There were some curses that she didn't notice at all, and even ignored them when she found them. For example, she didn't take the weakness curse and the chaos curse to heart. In her opinion, are these curses useful to her? Make her unsure of the east, south, west, and north? She doesn't know these things. But curses like aging curses are like encountering natural disasters. The curse only touched the edge, and the goddess of beauty and fire jumped up as if she was burned by fire. The scale of the action was so large that Gushi's eyes were straight. Fortunately, Gushi did not change his mind, and was not attracted by such actions. After confirming that the goddess of beauty and fire had been covered with 10 different curses, Gushi started a new round of attacks. This time, the attack was launched from the side of the ghost flower. Because the fire magic of the goddess of beauty and fire was suppressed by the ghost dragon's mighty hand, there was no more fire on her body. Without the red level flame protection, the ghost flower had no natural enemy, and now it was attached to the goddess of beauty and fire. Gushi had never used the attack effect of the ghost flower, in order to kill with one blow. At present, the goddess of beauty and fire focused on the curse, which gave Gushi a chance. Ghost flower attraction. The power of the early moves of the ghost flower C is different from that of the ghost flower C. The C of ghost flowers is no matter what, it is all about extracting vitality. The ghost flower guide is a guide, and the route behind depends on Gushi's own arrangement. Like flying flowers to guide souls, flower road to guide souls, and flowers to destroy the world are all possible. Gushi is now targeting a single person with relatively strong strength, so the flower road to guide souls similar to the finger of death is the best idea. As the ghost flower triggers are activated, the goddess of beauty and fire is a flower in front of her. She saw that she seemed to have come to another place, and the ground was full of blue and white flowers. Under the influence of these flowers, she had an idea that I want to stay here forever. Fortunately, the goddess of beauty and fire is a master of mind spells. Although her mind red dress is sealed, some of her abilities are still there. She felt something was wrong at the first time. She wanted to cut a wound on herself, but she hesitated for a long time, and couldn't bear to do it. She could only wake herself up by biting her tongue. But such stimulation is not painful at all. The goddess of beauty and fire bit for a long time, but there was no reaction. Instead, her body began to become uncontrollable, and she was slowly moving towards the center of the sea of flowers. The goddess of beauty and fire felt that something was wrong, and she became anxious. When she could no longer control her legs, she reached down with her left hand, which was not holding anything, and poked hard. The strange pain made the goddess of beauty and fire wake up instantly. At this time, the goddess of beauty and fire found that she was still standing in the same place, but her body was covered with blue and white petals, making her look like a large flower ball. Seeing the goddess of beauty and fire open her eyes, although Gushi did not speak, an idea flashed through his mind. What the goddess of beauty and fire said was right. No matter whether it was the current one or the past one, all goddesses of beauty and fire would lie. He thought that the goddess of beauty and fire was dead at first. He did not expect that she could react in the end. But why was her body shaking and her face red? Did she use some means to escape from the Flower Road Soul Guide? It's a pity that my Huangquan Road is not there. Otherwise this Flower Road Soul Guide can send people directly to Huangquan Road. Although Gushi muttered in his heart, his hands were not slow at all. After discovering that the goddess of beauty and fire escaped from the attack of the dark spirit flower, Gushi immediately let the dark spirit flower entangle the goddess of beauty and fire. After that, the wind-breaking hand and the molten crushing hand guided the black feather arrow there, one fast attack and the other full-strength attack. Under their guidance, the black feather arrow really pierced the goddess of beauty and fire. When the black feather arrow pierced the goddess of beauty and fire, she couldn't help but scream. That scream didn't sound beautiful at all. Gushi understood that the goddess of beauty and fire felt that she was about to die, so she screamed. However, Gushi always had a feeling that in every battle between gods, the goddess of beauty and fire was always the first to die. Maybe it wasn't that the other great goddesses wanted to stop the goddess of beauty and fire from growing up. Instead, they wanted to destroy the beauty of the goddess of beauty and fire through death, so that she would never grow up. While secretly sighing at the difficulty of the goddess of beauty and fire, he didn't stop attacking. Instead, because of his sigh for the goddess of beauty and fire, he accelerated the attack. When the third black feather arrow pierced the goddess of beauty and fire, a petal of the ghost flower just happened to stick to the center of the eyebrows of the goddess of beauty and fire. Chapter 2559. Flying flowers attract souls. Black feather arrows. Gushi's two attacks hit the forehead of the goddess of beauty and fire one after another. At this time, no matter how hard the goddess of beauty and fire tried, she would die if she was hit in the vitals, and the two red clothes hit her at the same time. Not to mention that the goddess of beauty and fire was a scumbag, or her power was not focused on the key points. No matter how they fought, the goddess of beauty and fire had no chance. Under this attack, the brain of the goddess of beauty and fire was directly pierced. After completing this attack, Gushi did not stop his hand, and the ghost flower quickly pressed up and covered the body of the goddess of beauty and fire. Afterwards, Gushi did not step forward, but stared at the face and arms of the goddess of beauty and fire seriously. This was the first time that Gushi saw the full appearance of the goddess of beauty and fire. The current goddess of beauty and fire was full of pride between her eyebrows and eyes, and her lips were a little thin, but she could handle the color of Death Barbie pink. The most important thing is that this face looks quite young. Once the face is exposed, the feeling of aura more than 10 meters before is gone. Just as Gushi was observing the goddess of beauty and fire, her hand suddenly moved slightly. Gushi was shocked, and he knew that this matter was not that simple. So with a swoosh, a black feather arrow fell from the sky and pierced the arm of the goddess of beauty and fire. However, after this attack, Gushi found that the situation was not the case. The peacock feather fan that had been held in the hands of the goddess of beauty and fire actually flew out of her hand and went into the secret realm. When the peacock feather fan flew away, the black smoke that had originally enveloped the area also dispersed a lot. Gushi could clearly see that there was a white marble palace deep in the secret realm. On the platform in front of the palace, there were two open white shells. The peacock feather fan flew into one of the shells. Before Gushi could see what was going on, the shell closed directly, and then the originally white shell quickly turned into the grayish white of marble. It was obvious that this red dress was sealed up and could not be opened in this god war. Only when the next god war started and the new goddess of beauty and fire appeared, could the shell in front of him be opened again and the two red dresses belonging to the goddess of beauty and fire be taken out from it. After the peacock feather fan was sealed, Gushi realized that the goddess of beauty and fire was really dead. However, Gushi did not go to check the body of the goddess of beauty and fire. He promised the goddess of beauty and fire, who was possessed by Afro, that everything was waiting for her to deal with. After taking a look at the scene, Gushi waved his hand and asked his men to disperse. At this point, Gushi certainly didn't want anything to happen again. In order to prevent people from coming to check, Gushi even released the Black Blood Knight. Of course, as the Knight's blood road was opened, the undead laborers inside also rushed out. Their target was not the battlefield here, but the scrap metal scattered on the ground. This is the secret realm of the great goddess. And it is also the most important weapons and equipment processing point for the god war. The metals here must all be good goods, even if they are scrap metal, they can be used. Now that I have time, if I don't pick up something here and take it back, I will really let down Gushi's title of being a lofty person. When releasing these men, Afro, who had been standing on the shell, had a noticeable change in expression. Her face became lively, and she was full of a kind of spirituality that made people love her. "You are here." As soon as he saw Afro's change, Gushi knew that the real goddess of beauty and fire had come. He greeted her, and made way for Afro to see the body of the current goddess of beauty and fire. "Well done, I didn't expect you to handle everything so quickly," the goddess of beauty and fire said as she jumped down from the shell. She did not deal with the body immediately, but opened the shell in front of her. As the shell opened, the white gauze skirt sealed inside the shell automatically flew out and flew towards the marble palace in the distance. Gushi looked at the goddess of beauty and fire with some confusion. "Don't you understand? These two red equipments are too deeply bound to the God War. Every time the God War cycle is restarted, the first thing is to pass on the red equipment. You can't touch this thing. You can't leave it once you touch it." Gushi nodded and said nothing. If he really wanted the red equipment, he would have had a chance to stop it when the peacock feather fan was used just now. The reason why he didn't stop it was that on the one hand, he was not sure whether these great goddesses had left any tricks, and on the other hand, Gushi really couldn't use this kind of red equipment. Gloves like the ghost flower are okay. Gushi can also change it from a Death Knight exclusive to a Necromancer exclusive. What do you think Gushi wants to do with this white gauze skirt or a peacock feather fan? Can he turn himself into a woman? Of course, there are some reasons that Gushi is not sure about. Gushi also sees that it seems that the red suit is not controlled by the great goddess, but the red suit controls the great goddess. There may be a chance to take the red suit here. But Gushi always feels that something is wrong. Now that the goddess of beauty and fire said this, Gushi understands why he doesn't want the red suit. If he wants to take these two red suits, he will probably be trapped in the cycle of God War for a lifetime, or even for generations. Gushi is not the kind of person without a future, so he won't think of staying here forever. Seeing that Gushi was not moved by the red suit, the goddess of beauty and fire was somewhat surprised. But she immediately reacted. Gushi obviously had red equipment in his hand, and what they put together here might not be worthy of Gushi. So the goddess of beauty and fire didn't say much. She quickly walked to the current goddess of beauty and fire, and picked up the body. While holding it, she also looked at the current body, and finally nodded with satisfaction. The body is well preserved, and the soul and everything are also there. I will deal with it now. By the way, my soul and this body will be locked in the shell later. After the shell is locked, please be sure to protect it. Take the shell out of the God War. Don't worry, I will. Gushi promised the goddess of beauty and fire before, so he will definitely do this. Okay, then my fate is in your hands. Oh, take this. Looking at the piece of bone said by the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi asked with some doubts. What is this? Chapter 2560. This is a bone with my aura. After every God War, my body will be taken away, but some aura will be left. If there is no aura left, someone will definitely be suspicious. This bone can last at least 30 days. As long as the God War standard is met within 30 days, you can leave with the shell, and no one will notice my situation. The goddess of beauty and fire explained to Gushi immediately. Gushi knew who was on guard against as soon as he heard it, but the method in front of him was too childish. A normal person can see that there is something wrong with it at a glance. If you really do it according to the method said by the goddess of beauty and fire, it will not last for 30 days. You take it for granted. Don't you really know how capable you are? Do you know how to play with undead things? Take this out. I can find a few necromancers to tell whether it's real or fake. I've already thought about this for you. Look at that. Gushi pointed to the side, and an undead laborer stepped out of the Knight's Blood Road. The goddess of beauty and fire glanced at the undead laborer, then blinked, and said nothing more. This undead laborer was transformed by the death of the current goddess of beauty and fire. If Gushi hadn't met the goddess of beauty and fire, and was going to take him out, this undead laborer could have been directly used to merge with Afro. Even if this person didn't have the aura of the goddess of beauty and fire, as long as he stood there, the goddesses would understand that this was definitely the current goddess of beauty and fire. Gushi raised his eyes to the goddess of beauty and fire, with a helpless look on his face. That means, see, it's that simple, don't take up those things. Once you come out, at least the goddess of death and life, and the goddess of earth will definitely see it. It's not certain whether the goddess of wisdom and war can see it, but one thing is that the goddess of wisdom and war has a brain. This kind of brainless arrangement may be seen by people at a glance. Well, I just don't know these. The goddess of beauty and fire responded in a coquettish way again, and Gushi pressed her nose to suppress the blood that was about to flow out. You do your thing, and leave the rest to me. With Gushi's assurance, the goddess of beauty and fire finally felt relieved. She put the body of the current husband away, and then looked at Gushi again. You must take the shell out. Don't worry, I will take it out. You have to handle everything yourself, and don't leave any mess behind. Otherwise, after you go out, the roots are not cut off. Gushi is still not very confident about this goddess, who plays with the heart. After all, this guy has many tricks, and poor fighting ability. He is a typical person, who has high expectations, but low skills, and thinks that everything must develop according to her ideas. What if the goddess of beauty and fire wants to be on guard against Gushi, and leave a backup in this battle of gods? In the end, if Gushi is taken out, and the roots cannot be cut off here, the situation will be unclear. Gushi made the things here clear. It is to prevent the goddess of beauty and fire from acting on her own. Don't worry, this opportunity only comes once in many years. I'll take a chance no matter what. The goddess of beauty and fire spoke with a serious face, but that expression made people want to poke her face with something. Gushi turned his head away and stopped looking, lest he be accidentally caught by the shell next time. At this time, the goddess of beauty and fire also put the body away. She glanced at Gushi, didn't say anything more, just raised her hand and closed the shell. Hearing the sound of the shell closing, Gushi also sighed. It seems that although the goddess of beauty and fire is a little unclear in her mind, she is still quite decisive in such a big thing. She knows what she wants, and knows to work hard in this direction. Even if the idea is not in line with reality, she at least tries hard. It's good enough to do this step. After the shell is completely closed, Gushi turned around. Gushi raised his hand, and the seeds of the nearby ghost flower floated over. Yin and Yang conversion. The underworld space. Gushi activated the effect of the underworld flower. With the help of the secret realm and the underworld flower, a temporary underworld was established. This underworld is temporary, and cannot be connected to Gushi's Huangquan Road or the underworld. It can only be attached to Gushi. If you insist, this is actually a small space that follows Gushi, and can be used to put some undead spirits in it. After Gushi understood it, he didn't use it much. If he used it, he could use the power of the underworld flower to smuggle some undead troops in this time. But there is no early knowledge in the world, and Gushi has no way to go back to the past now. What he can do is to operate another underworld space now, to store the shell that must be taken out. Gushi had a feeling that as long as the shell was taken out, even if the unsealing of the head of the goddesses failed, and the head of the goddesses left, Gushi would still make a profit this time. As for why he had such a feeling, Gushi didn't know yet, but just this feeling was enough to make Gushi go all out. After putting the shell away, Gushi turned his hand, and all the ghost flowers here sealed the space where the shell was. As long as Gushi was not dead, and the ghost flowers were not taken away, no one else could open this space. After doing all this, Gushi nodded to the undead laborer. You can go, you just need to do your own thing, you don't need to imitate anyone you are yourself. Gushi knew that no matter how the undead laborer imitated, the beauty and the demeanor of the goddess of fire could not be imitated. So he simply let the undead laborer do whatever he wanted, and there was no need to imitate anything. As long as people know that the goddess of beauty and fire has been killed, her soul is still in the battlefield of the God War, waiting for the start of the next God War cycle. The undead laborer nodded affirmatively when he heard it. Then he went to the direction of the marble palace in the distance. There are things that attract undead laborers there. Before Gushi gave the order, he didn't dare to leave. It's different now. The undead laborers can do whatever they want freely. Gushi will not only not stop them, but will fully support them. After throwing a petal of the ghost flower on the undead laborer as a contact method, Gushi turned around and looked at the remaining 3 undead around him. The big one has been dealt with, and we have to clear the field next. Chapter 2561. More than an hour later, Gushi led his men out of the secret realm of the goddess of beauty and fire. During this hour, Gushi arranged for his men to clean up everything in the secret realm and kill the little goddess of love, who could not be distinguished between men and women. As for the goddess of melting furnace, who had always maintained neutrality, she did not appear in the secret realm this time, and no one knew where she ran away. Gushi was also confused about this situation. He wanted to stay and look for the goddess of melting furnace again, but Gushi always had a feeling that the goddess of melting furnace was hiding from him. If Gushi really looked for her seriously, he might still find her. But it would take a lot of time. Gushi came here this time. In addition to dealing with the goddess of beauty and fire, he also wanted to speed up the opening of the War of Gods. After all, when one of the 5 great goddesses died, the balance of the War of Gods would be broken. No matter which one of the 2 camps, they would make the most correct choice. After all, The current situation has given the goddess of death and life hope of victory. No matter what happens, the earth goddess will stand by the side of the death and life goddess. As the host of this god war, the hunting and moonlight goddess cannot participate in the god war. Gushi killed the beauty and fire goddess, proving that he has the strength to kill the great goddess. 3 against 1, how can you let the death and life goddess lose? The death and life goddess is very happy with such a sure win in the god war. She is thinking about how to expand the victory in this god war. For example, give the wisdom and war goddess a hard blow, cutting off her chance of winning the next 10 rounds. It's not like they haven't done this before. The goddess of death and life still remembers that when the god war just started, the strength of the 5 great goddesses was almost the same. As for the current situation, let's not talk about it. The goddess of beauty and fire was killed by an outsider. Just like what the goddess of death and life thought, the goddess of wisdom and war also understood that after the death of the goddess of beauty and fire, the god war, which had not yet started, had reached a dead end. If she didn't think of a way, she would lose not only this time, but also the next 10 rounds. So if she wanted to turn the tables, there was only one chance now. That was to take a gamble, betting that after knowing the current situation, the goddess of death and life would start the god war in advance, and would march in a large army to actively surround the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war. If she could set a trap in her own secret realm, and then lead the goddess of death and life into the secret realm and seal it, she might still have a chance to win. But the goddess of death and life had a most troublesome place, a mother who dared to go to war with everything. It's okay for ordinary battles between gods, but in this situation where victory is inevitable, the earth goddess will definitely join the camp of the death and life goddess. Even if she can seal the death and life goddess, the earth goddess will still take action. The death and life goddess will be released at that time. And there is also a cub of a 100-armed giant. At first, everyone thought he was an outsider who could only beat the little goddess, a mercenary. In the end, it was this outsider who destroyed everything and changed the situation. The goddess of wisdom and war estimated that even if she defeated the death and life goddess and sealed the earth goddess, this outsider would still be her enemy. Because this outsider has only one goal, that is to win the war of gods. At the same time, this outsider is too deeply bound to the goddess of death and life. This round of the war of gods was almost driven by him. It is almost impossible to guide it into the camp of the goddess of wisdom and war. So when taking action now, we must take this cub into consideration. However, as for the 100-armed giant, the goddess of wisdom and war has an idea. Perhaps it is possible to use the existence of the 100-armed giant cub to introduce another force on Earth to join the war. Thinking of this, the goddess of wisdom and war quickly went down to make arrangements. After all, her 2 exclusive subordinate gods and the 2 little goddesses who will definitely join her have been killed. And with the words of the goddess of death and life, the number of little goddesses willing to join the goddess of wisdom and war this time has rapidly decreased. Now the goddess of wisdom and war has no suitable manpower to use, and many things have to be handed over to the gods under her, or handled by herself. At present, such an important matter must be handled by the goddess of wisdom and war herself. Moreover, the goddess of wisdom and war also needs to handle everything in the shortest possible time. Because the goddess of death and life will definitely not delay the clearing time. Because of the death of the goddess of beauty and fire, the original 7-day clearing time may now be less than 3 days. If there is no way to arrange everything within 3 days, the goddess of wisdom and war can only deal with 3 opponents who are almost as powerful as her alone. In this regard, the goddess of wisdom and war really didn't care about anything this time. She directly used her divine power and tried to contact her cousins wandering on this land, the giants and titans. At this time, Gushi also received a message from the goddess of death and life. I heard that you want to see me. Are you free now? Looking at the invitation letter specially sent by a god warrior, Gushi carefully confirmed it. Is this for me? Is it sent by the goddess? Yes. The god warrior didn't quite understand why Gushi had such a reaction. You know, people in the death camp, no matter what level, will be as happy as Chinese New Year as long as they receive the summons of the goddess of death and life. Just throw away the things in your hands and rush to see the goddess as soon as possible. What kind of attitude is Gushi? At this time, Gushi also smiled and said, I just want to ask, is our goddess usually so down to earth when she speaks? Are you going or not? The god warrior asked impatiently. Go, of course I will go. Can I go there now? Gushi has his own palace in Mount Spellino, and he can teleport there now. Unexpectedly, the god warrior stopped Gushi directly. Her Highness the goddess is not at Mount Spirano. The invitation sent here can send you directly to Her Highness the Goddess. Gushi, who was about to start the teleport back to the city, paused. What? Not at Mount Spironeo? Yes, Her Highness the Goddess has left Mount Spironeo and entered the battlefield of the God War. Except for her personal guards, no one knows where Her Highness the Goddess is. I know. Hearing this, Gushi activated the invitation in his hand with a serious face. I'll go there now. Chapter 2562. The invitation letter emitted a white light, which directly swept Gushi in. The next moment, Gushi felt as if he was dragged in by a powerful force, and turned around and appeared in a cave. The cave in front of him was obviously just dug out, and there were obvious traces of excavation around the cave. The two great goddesses did not despise it, and just stood in the cave, followed by many god warriors in different costumes. Although he had never seen these two great goddesses, as soon as he entered here, Gushi knew who they were. At the same time, Gushi also knew that these two had completed reincarnation, not like the current goddess of beauty and fire, who was just a shell for the time being. The black-haired woman in front of him looked young, about 18 years old, but she had the breath of an old grandmother. She looked at him as if she was looking at her grandson. This was obviously the goddess of the earth, who had always been low-key, but silently paid for the goddess of death and life behind the scenes. The one standing next to her, who had a spring-like breath and no trace of death, must be the goddess of death and life. Gushi stood in front of the two great goddesses and bowed his head politely. Meet the two goddesses. Breath of the dead, right? We already know that you killed the goddess of beauty and fire. You did a great job, not only proving your strength, but also promoting our strategic goals. This time the battle situation became so smooth, all thanks to you. In fact, when you killed the goddess of the jungle and the goddess of the stream, I wanted to see you. But you never brought it up, and I didn't know what you wanted to do, so I never saw you. I didn't expect you to do such a big thing without saying anything. Apella said at the beginning that you came for me, and I don't know what I have to attract you. Can you tell me why you are so anxious to start the War of Gods? Nothing, I just want to win the War of Gods and leave here. As for wanting to see you, I want to see how you merge death and life together. The goddess of death and life was stunned for a moment. She understood the first statement. After all, she knew at a glance that Gushi was an outsider. He couldn't stay in this god war for too long. Some of the outsiders who came here before left after experiencing 1 or 2 cycles of god war, while others felt that this place was interesting and would stay for a long time. There are also people like Gushi who want to leave as soon as they come. For such purposeful outsiders, the attitude of the goddess of death and life is neither support nor stop. So the goddess of death and life agrees with the first statement. But what is the situation of the second statement? How did death and life merge together? How did she know? At this time, it was still the goddess of the earth who spoke. So you came here for this? Why didn't you say it earlier? If you said it earlier, there would be no need for so much trouble. You must be trying to merge the power of death and life somewhere, right? Gushi nodded, but he didn't say that he thought of this situation inadvertently. Then you must have reached the stage of merging death and life. Have you ever thought about what the basis of your fusion is? Gushi thought about this question and finally shook his head. It seems that you still don't understand something. If two irreconcilable forces want to merge, there must be a force that can accommodate everything to blend as the basis of this force. You see, she is an example of this. On the surface, she seems to have successfully merged death and life. But do you know what her essence is? The earth goddess pointed to the goddess of death and life standing beside her. Gushi shook his head. She is my daughter. I originally wanted her to walk the path of the earth, but she was taken away by Hades, and was infected with the power of death. Even I can't stop the erosion of the power of death. I can only take her to the ground in spring, summer, and autumn to strengthen her with vitality. Over time, she became the goddess of death and life. Try to understand what this means. With 3 seasons of vitality to strengthen her, death still comes first. Can the power of death erosion be so strong? It's not that the power of death is strong, but the part of the power of death that she is infected with is stronger than her. And the fusion you want should be done in this aspect. No matter how you merge, you have to distinguish the primary from the secondary. You can't be neither alive nor dead. If this is the case, then what comes out in the end is life or death. You know, the closer it gets to this time, the clearer those people will be. Although the goddess of the earth didn't say too much in detail at the end, Gushi understood who the goddess of the earth was talking about. Gushi also understood that at this time, if he was really vague like he had been before, it would instead cause dissatisfaction from the death boss. Death can be combined with hell and other aspects. The matter of the underworld Huazhang at the beginning represents the attitude of the death boss towards the affairs of the underworld. But if you want to merge with life, you will not be able to make a priority, and the death boss will definitely not agree. However, Gu Shi also understood that if he wanted to merge, he must focus on death and add some life systems, at least to give players who will belong to Gu Shi in the future a place to live. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's eyes lit up, and he understood where he went wrong. The natural disaster city is not as complicated as imagined. A real natural disaster will only destroy the city, not preserve it. Gu Shi's previous thinking has always been to complete his graduation thesis, and he has never considered the cause and effect of this. Naturally, he has never thought about the relationship between death and life. Now that the goddess of the earth has reminded him, Gu Shi reacted instead. He suddenly had a feeling in his heart that the natural disaster city should not be the kind of fusion model he had thought of before. Instead, it is a tree-like model with a death city as the base and ordinary cities as branches. Everyone's natural disaster city design has gone the wrong way. But now is not the time to study this. Gu Shi's eyes just flashed, and then he said to the earth goddess, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance. It's good to understand. I like good children like you. Come here and let me see. How come this child is so strong? Don't be afraid, we won't eat you. This time we asked you to come here. In fact, there is a task for you." Chapter 2563. Please speak, both of you. When Gu Shi heard that there was a task assigned to him, he knew that this time's God War was a sure thing. It was clear that the two of them had already made up their minds, and were ready to start and end this God War in advance. That is to say, as long as Gu Shi didn't waste time, even if he did nothing next, he could still get through this God War without any trouble. This was a great thing for Gu Shi. You have also seen the situation this time. The advantage is in my hands. So I plan to set up a plan to lay a foundation for at least 10 rounds of God War in the future. As for what plan to set up, I am not afraid to tell you, that is, after killing the goddess of wisdom and war, seal her soul. After that, in each cycle of God War, I can let her out when I want to. In this way, in each cycle of God War, I can concentrate on dealing with the goddess of hunting and moonlight, or let them fight each other. The goddess of death and life spoke of her plan indifferently. From Gu Shi's current perspective, this strategy is actually quite easy to understand. If Gu Shi hadn't intervened, judging from the current situation, the goddess of death and life would definitely win this time. Then in the next War of Gods, she would be the key chess player, in charge of the golden apple. If she could really seal the goddess of wisdom and war as she said, she could release the goddess of wisdom and war after the strength of the hunting and moonlight goddesses had recovered. By then, the goddess of wisdom and war, who had nothing to develop, would definitely be dead. After that, it would be even easier for the goddess of death and life to face the goddess of wisdom and war. After the goddess of death and life had made all preparations, she would release them, and the goddess of wisdom and war would have no chance of winning. It can be said that as long as the opportunity is seized, it is normal for one company to dominate for more than 10 rounds. Whether the goddess of death and life will eat dry or liquid food in the future depends on this. The goddess of death and life attach great importance to the current battle situation, fearing that there will be any problems. Seeing Gu Shi nodded in understanding, the goddess of death and life said again, "In order to prevent any problems from happening at the end of the God War, I must deal with it here in an all-round way, and the goddess of earth will stay to deal with the one in the heavenly palace. Now I hope you can help me lead the troops and kill into the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war. Let me lead the team. That's exactly what I want." Gu Shi's eyes lit up when he heard this request. This is to let him lead the team to kill the main attack. This is really a good thing. It's not all about leading the team. I hope you can rush in as the main force. That's no problem. I came here for this battle. Where is the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war? When will we set out? Wait for half a day. My weapons and equipment are ready, and we can set out. After entering the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war this time, you just need to hold the goddess of wisdom and war. You don't need to care about the battle between the gods. The goddess of death and life was giving instructions there. Gu Shi listened carefully, and then Gu Shi found that this time, the task was really to lead the team. Because the battles behind were soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. I don't know how many rounds they had fought. Most of the gods knew who they were going to fight against. Gu Shi really just had to lead them in. The goddess of death and life, who was supposed to fight the goddess of wisdom and war, was not available now, so this task would be handed over to Gu Shi. The goddess of death and life was willing to believe in Gu Shi's fighting power. Even if there was no way to kill the goddess of wisdom and war, it was possible to delay her for a while. After the goddess of death and life arranged everything, she could come to help Gushi. Okay, by the way, I have another troop, and its strength is pretty good. The undead you made, right? Follow the necromancer, and you can also deal with the miscellaneous soldiers on the periphery. The rest of the matter will be handed over to the 3 giants of the underworld. Okay. Seeing the goddess of death and life say this, Gushi had no objection, but he turned his head and thought about it, and then said, by the way, is there anything else in the secret realm? Gushi thought of the situation in the secret realm of the goddess of beauty and fire. In the hour after killing the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi could be said to have earned quite a lot of good things in that secret realm. The goddess of beauty and fire, who is not valued by the gods, can have so many good things. Would the goddess of wisdom and war, who is always victorious, have more things in her hands? After hearing Gushi's question, not only the goddess of death and life was stunned, but even the goddess of earth paused. Gushi was a little surprised by their obvious rebellion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yes, it's so right, you think so right? The goddess of death and life said excitedly, this time the goddess of wisdom and war is dead. The earth goddess beside him also explained to Gushi. The goddess of wisdom and war usually needs to fight constantly. In fact, fighting and winning are the key to her growth. Before the god war started, she would also take her subordinates to fight monsters and the like outside the creeping. Some weak ones were directly killed and turned into materials. But there are always some whose strength is beyond the imagination of normal people. Those high-level monsters and water monsters are either too strong or have someone behind them, so they can't be killed directly. So the goddess of wisdom and war sealed them in her secret realm. After so many rounds, she didn't know how many monsters were sealed in her secret realm. There are some things missing. Some of these old guys even scare me. If they are released, the goddess of wisdom and war will probably cry. Old guys? Yes, there should be those of my generation, and those of the generation before me. There are also some cousins in there, such as titans and giants. Some of those old guys have no brains. If you release them, don't go over and communicate with them. Titans may be better, and can be communicated with, but those giants really can't be communicated with. Gushi actually wanted to ask about the relationship between the goddess and titans and giants. After all, they have been talking about cousins. But Gushi couldn't ask what the situation was. He could only nod there to show that he understood, and when he really encountered such a situation, he would release those giants and titans. No, it was to release all the guys locked up by the goddess of wisdom and war. As for what will happen after they are released, that is not Gushi's business. After discussing everything, the goddess of death and life brought Gushi to her troops. Wait for my signal. I will attack as soon as I say start. Chapter 2564. The goddess of death and life said it was fast, and it was really fast. In less than half a day, the goddess of death and life sent a message that the attack could begin. As soon as they got the message, before Gushi gave the order to attack, the 3 giants of the underworld under the goddess of death and life led all 3 troops of god warriors to attack, not giving Gushi any face at all. In the eyes of the 3 giants of the underworld, Gushi came to steal their credit. Gushi had been in the limelight so much before, and now he couldn't let him go on like this. After all, the god war is a battle between 2 camps. If Gushi continues like this, they will lose face. When the next cycle starts, they will be embarrassed to recall this god war. Later generations will definitely call them lying dogs. They don't want such a reputation to be passed down, nor do they want to be called the worst by future generations. Looking at the troops rushing out directly, Gushi didn't know what to say. Obviously, according to the plan, he should be the one rushing outside. Fortunately, the necromancers who came to participate in the battle saw Gushi's embarrassment, and several necromancers ran over to Gushi and said, "Are you okay? Don't worry about them. Those god warriors always think they are so great. In fact, they are useless. The real battle still depends on us. It's okay, I just don't like them. They are all trash this time, lying dogs." Lying dogs, what a good name. Yes, let's help promote them. That's right, it's obviously us who are fighting normally, but in the end all the honors go to them. The necromancer spoke indignantly. Gushi noticed that some giants were standing awkwardly not far from the necromancers. They were the Cyclops and the 100-armed giants, who wanted Gushi to come over and pay respect to them. However, after Gushi killed more and more little goddesses, and the goddess of beauty and fire, they no longer had the courage to stand in front of Gushi. Now they looked like they wanted to come over and join him, but they didn't know how to start. "Okay, gather together, come here." Gushi waved to the Cyclops and the 100-armed giants. Those giants thought Gushi wanted to cause trouble for them, and hesitated on the side. Okay, come here, I won't cause trouble for you. Seeing them like this, Gushi became more and more unhappy. Finally, these giants came to Gushi. I see you are alive. Can you tell me what's going on? As soon as Gushi asked the question, the necromancer looked at Gushi with curiosity. Brother, those lying winners have already run far away. Shouldn't we catch up with them? Don't worry, let them run first. Gushi said calmly, Tell me, you are all alive, right? Yes, we are alive. We are the descendants of the giants imprisoned in the underworld, and we are considered living people. A giant explained the situation to Gushi. Gushi then understood what the old guy that the earth goddess was talking about was, and also understood why the god warrior and the goddess called themselves cousins. It turns out that in the original world of the god war, gods, titans, and giants actually came from the same ancestor. It's just that those who look normal are called titans, and those who look sloppy are called giants. The titans who mastered the power of God finally became gods. So in the cognition of these people, gods, titans, and giants actually have the same origin, and it is reasonable for them to call each other cousins. As for the old guys who were sealed in their own secret realm by the goddess of wisdom and war, they should be giants, who looked quite abstract in the previous generations. Because all their nutrients were used to grow their bodies, their brains were not very good. Later, they were suppressed by gods and titans, and some were imprisoned in the underworld hell, which are the ancestors of these giants. Some were thrown into the crater, which are the ancestors of the workers under the goddess of beauty and fire. Another part entered the sea or the earth and became wild monsters. If Gushi released the giants sealed in the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war this time, I am afraid that they would eat the goddess of wisdom and war alive. After understanding the situation, Gushi asked the giants again, If your ancestors are released, can you communicate with them? All the giants shook their heads. Communicating with ancestors? What nonsense, they really can't do it. Gushi didn't force it. After watching the god warrior walk away, Gushi raised his hand, and the nether spirit flower floated out. That's it. I think you should know where there are enemies to fight. Don't worry, we are familiar with this. The god warriors have time to reincarnate, but we necromancers don't have such problems. We know exactly where there are enemies. The necromancer said proudly. Then take my troops to attack. We can't let all the achievements be taken away by those god warriors. Giants, follow me. I will take you to the secret realm for a tour. When Gushi was speaking, the Night Blood Road was opened, and countless Black Blood Knights rushed out of the Night Blood Road with their undead servants. Gushi had only one order for them, to follow this group of necromancers and grab the achievements. The Black Blood Knights and the undead servant had no objection to Gushi's request. This time, they took advantage of Gushi. Gushi could only rely on them to take action along the way. All the robbed and killed were received in the Night Blood Road. Now the combat effectiveness of the knights in the Night Blood Road has increased by many times. They want to continue like this. You know, they didn't have such a good time in the outside world. After releasing his men, Gushi led Vesta and the other two to the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war. As they rushed forward, the giants following Gushi would explain the situation here to him. It's this road, right? We are familiar with these roads. We often came here when we fought the goddess of wisdom and war before. There should have been a lot of fortresses and castles along the way. We had to smash each fortress and castle with stones, or use earthquake magic together, and we fought our way through. It's so good this time, there are no fortresses at all. By the way, did you see that it was one of the most difficult fortress locations to fight before, but nothing was built this time? It's so cool. Chapter 2565. The secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war is a cliff by the sea. There is only one way up the mountain. The goddess of wisdom and war usually lives on the top of the cliff. And behind the palace of the goddess of wisdom and war is a seal point on the cliff. From a distance, the cliff looks like a honeycomb with dense holes. There are rusty iron chains in front of the cave, and there are large and small urns in the cave. Gushi only took a look at the cliff on the sea, and he could feel the strong resentment coming from the cave. With this resentment, Gushi doesn't need to do anything. As long as the sealed person dies, he will immediately become a powerful resentful ghost. At this time, on the front mountain road, the two great goddesses warriors were already fighting each other. Gushi, who came in with the giants, saw this situation and set his sights on the cave behind the cliff. Stand farther away to avoid hurting you. Gushi just finished speaking, and felt that something was wrong. It seems that he didn't bring so many giants. And what was the origin of that giant, who was obviously over 20 meters tall. Gushi only took a look and realized that the extra giants were not right. They were not giants under the goddess of death and life. Seeing Gushi looking over, the leading giant grinned. The goddess of wisdom and war is talking about you. You are really a little brat. Come to your ancestors. Hearing this, Gushi's face turned green. Ancestors. Swish. A black feather arrow pierced the giant's eyes. Gushi could see that the giant was above level 40, which was considered a relatively powerful existence in this world of war between gods. It can be said that the great goddesses, who had not yet recovered their original levels, could not compare to him in terms of level. But this giant had a biggest weakness, which was that he had no red equipment. Not to mention red equipment, he didn't even have orange equipment with red equipment. A little goddess could suppress him. The only thing that could make him awesome was that he had a piece of blood essence from the earth in his hand, which was a prop to rule all the giants on the entire earth. All giants, whether adults or minors, whether they had 100 arms or 1 eye, all had to obey the orders of this piece of blood essence. It can be said that this was a fundamental restraint. The goddess of wisdom and war understood this, so she found this giant to let him take down Gushi. In all the rumors, Gushi's identity was a 100-armed giant cub who took the route of a necromancer. As long as Gushi is still alive, as long as he is still in this world of god war, he will be affected by the earth's spirit blood. This giant was also quite confident when he came. When he appeared, all the giants around Gushi bowed their heads to him, which also proved the strength of the earth's spirit blood. So this giant was quite confident and thought that Gushi would be the same. But he never thought that Gushi was not a giant. He didn't care about the earth's spirit blood at all. After he couldn't fight the giant head-on, he attacked directly. Gushi's black feather arrows can kill enemies around level 40 instantly. The giant never thought that Gushi was not afraid of him. After a whoosh, the giant fell to the ground, deader than dead. The earth blood that the giant had been holding also rolled to the ground. All the giants present focused their attention on the earth blood. However, they only looked at the earth blood, then looked at Gushi, hesitating whether to go over and pick up the earth blood. This is a good thing. No matter who gets it, they will be the giant king. Moreover, if the giant holds it for a long time, their size, physique and strength will be greatly improved. It can be said that this is the treasure of the giants. If the giant in front of him is not killed by Gushi, if Gushi's hand is not still raised, all the giants here will rush up to grab it. Gushi took 2 steps forward and reached out to pick up the earth blood. At this time, a ding sound came from his ears. You get earth spirit blood, orange, blood, one of the source bases of a certain world giant blood. With earth spirit blood, you can raise a group of special giant races. Seeing Gushi pick up the earth spirit blood, all the giants lowered their heads. They were thinking in their hearts, that's it. This cub in front of them is obviously a 100-armed giant. How could he not be tempted by the earth spirit blood? It's normal to pick it up now. However, they never expected that Gushi was also curious at this time. What does it mean to raise a group of special giant races here? Why did Gushi see the shadow of the player race here? Although he was full of doubts, Gushi still collected this piece of earth spirit blood. He also saw how attractive this piece of earth spirit blood was to the giants in front of him. However, Gushi had no intention of handing over this piece of earth spirit blood. After all, he could take the earth spirit blood away, but Gushi couldn't take these giants away. Gushi didn't need to consider whether these giants would live well in the future. After putting away the things, Gushi said to the extra giants, "You are here, so let's go together. Do you see the cliff over there? You can throw stones there later." All the giants looked in the direction Gushi pointed. Some of them had been to the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war, and some had not, but when they saw so many caves on the edge of the cliff, they understood what Gushi wanted to do. Several Cyclops took the lead, pulled out a large piece of stone from the ground, gestured there, and then threw the stone heavily. After throwing it, the stone hit the cliff with a bang. However, Gushi clearly saw a flash of red fluctuations on the cliff. Gushi was somewhat familiar with this kind of fluctuation. He had seen it before in the battle with the goddess of protection. That was the power of the round shield in the hands of the goddess of wisdom and war. This layer of defense was much stronger than that of the giant king before. All the stones thrown by these giants were ineffective. Seeing this scene, Gushi just smiled, raised his hand, and the nether spirit flower fell to the ground. "Come, extract the earth element from here, grab the stone, and throw it to me." Gushi pointed to the place where the nether spirit flower grew on the ground and said. Although they didn't know why Gushi did this, they still pulled out the soil from the ground here according to Gushi's request, made stone bullets, and threw them towards the cliff with force. Chapter 2566. Boom, boom, boom. Although the giants didn't understand Gushi's idea, they still launched attacks according to Gushi's request. It's just that every time a stone was thrown onto the cliff, it would only cause a red light. But Gushi didn't care at all, just stared at it, and kept dropping the ghost flowers in his hand, covering the land in front of him. As long as Gushi's orders didn't stop, the giants didn't dare to stop. They kept using their own strength and kept smashing. No giant dared to say that it was useless. In fact, Gushi also knew that it was impossible to break the defense of the red suit with just the stones thrown by ordinary giants. This is not what Gushi wanted. What he wanted was to use the giants to attract firepower, so that he could have other opportunities to operate. After all, the red suit is not omnipotent. When facing other red suits, the red suit will always have various restrictions. Just like when fighting the goddess of beauty and fire, Gushi's ghost petals couldn't pass the flames of the peacock feather fan and stick to the goddess of beauty and fire. This time was the same. Neither the ghost flower nor the griffin black throne could break the round shield of the goddess of wisdom and war. For this defense, that was harder than a tortoise shell, Gushi had only one idea: to break it from the inside. Now this was what Gushi was doing. Anyway, each of these giants had enough strength, so let them keep throwing stones. The giants didn't know that they had become Gushi's experimental subjects. In front of Gushi, they kept throwing stones. Boom, 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 boom. Various stones kept hitting the cliff, but there was no reaction from the cliff. Only Gushi seemed to have attracted all his attention and kept staring at the cliff. In fact, Gushi was constantly activating the effect of destiny selection. In front of him, various pictures kept appearing. These pictures were some of the pictures when the cliff was originally arranged. Each picture represents some key nodes in the cliff or cave. Destiny selection squeezed in with such means. After all, the red light on the cliff was not so smart. It was now defending against long-range attacks, and did not notice some scattered nether spirit petals in the attack. Gushi used this method to affect the internal structure of the cliff bit by bit. This was a huge project. Only about 30 stone bullets could drive a piece of nether spirit petal in. And not every nether spirit petal had a chance to play a role. So until now, Gushi had only affected 4 node positions. Gushi always had a feeling that the most critical node had not been affected yet, and now was not the time to take action. He wanted to affect it a little more, so Gushi opened his eyes and said to the giants, "Continue." At this time, in the palace on the top of the cliff, the goddess of wisdom and war was standing in front of her huge statue in full armor. She took out both of her red equipment. One was a round shield of the style that Gushi had seen before, and the other was a spear. But this spear was different from the normal spear. This spear had a round head. The goddess of wisdom and war, holding red equipment, stood in front of the statue, staring at the battle below. Because the 12 palaces in the secret passage have been in operation for a long time, the defense line is quite solid. Even the army of the goddess of death and life can't take down these 12 palaces in a short time. Not to mention that she is in charge here personally. The goddess of wisdom and war thought calmly. At this moment, there was a bang behind her. A boulder that was accidentally smashed happened to hit the ground nearby. Hearing this sound, a trace of anger flashed across the face of the goddess of wisdom and war. She knew the situation of the cliff behind her a long time ago. If it wasn't inconvenient now, she wanted to go down and drag the body of the giant king back and whip the corpse 300 times. That guy is really a waste, causing her to run so far and bring him to her secret realm. It was clearly agreed that he only had to deal with a cub of a 100-armed giant, but in the end, not only did he fail to kill Gushi, but he also lost himself. What a useless waste. Now, the blood of the earth spirit that represents the identity of the giant king has probably fallen into Gushi's hands. Otherwise, those giants would not be throwing stones there so desperately. Fortunately, Gushi is just a cub who has never commanded a battle. If he had commanded a battle, he would not have set his target on the cliff behind. If so many giants were placed on the front mountain road, they would have broken through the front defense lines long ago. As a result, he just smashed around on the cliff behind, and no one knew what they could do. Forget it, let's focus on the front first, and wait until the battle in front is dealt with, and then come back to deal with the cub behind. Just as the goddess of wisdom and war was thinking this, the ground suddenly shook. The goddess of wisdom and war did not take this kind of shaking seriously. In her eyes, this was because Gushi had asked the giants to use earthquake magic after using stones to smash the ground failed. She had been prepared for this kind of thing. Her sacred mountain had various defense methods. Not to mention earthquake magic, Even if a spell like moving mountains came, there was no way to move her sacred mountain. She did not believe that she could come up with something different in the current situation. But the goddess of wisdom and war did not understand at all that she really came up with something different at this time. The destiny choice he used this time actually saw the scene that the goddess of wisdom and war had moved the mountain to a range. This was a good opportunity for Gushi, and he secretly made a move at the foundation. It was not visible in normal times. But now was not an abnormal time. Gushi seized this opportunity and arranged a key thing here. Then he launched all the choices made by destiny at the same time. Gushi arranged 7 nodes in total. In addition to the one just now, there are 6 nodes, 3 of which are for seals and 3 for cliff structures. Each one will have a certain impact on the cliff or the powerful existence sealed in the cliff. Now Gushi has released all of them. A large number of cracks appeared inside the cliff on the spot, and some of the cracks even extended to the palace at the top of the mountain. At this time, the goddess of wisdom and war also clearly felt something was wrong. She could immediately feel the extremely strong resentment coming from behind her. The goddess of wisdom and war turned her head with disbelief, and just saw an arm full of black air tearing the ground and climbing up from the ground with a scream. Chapter 2567. Look over there. When the top of the mountain changed, the giants around Gushi also noticed the situation above. The red light curtain was still there, but the cliff by the sea had obviously cracked a big crack, and many twisted and weird giants were climbing up along the crack. All the giants looked over there. They all thought of the stones that had been thrown over before. Could it be that the stones they threw were so powerful? When the giants looked over, Gushi did not explain to them the ability of his red suit. He just said, "That's where the goddess of wisdom and war seals the foreign enemies. If there are too many foreign enemies, the foundation must be unstable. I asked you to throw stones to shake the foundation more. When shaking, there will always be some places that will loosen and the seal will be opened." Gushi lied to these giants casually, but he didn't expect that these giants really believed it. After that, as long as the giants could enter the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war, they would always come here to shake the stones as soon as possible. After a long time, some of the sealed bosses were released. Of course, this is all for the future. Gushi didn't think so far now. He was watching the sealed old guys crawling out one by one. Each of these old guys has the strength of the previous giant king, but they don't have any equipment in their hands. Gushi believes that they can't beat the goddess of wisdom and war. Sure enough, as soon as the seal over there was opened, a golden light came out from the palace on the top of the mountain. Gushi saw a huge stone statue standing there for a while. The original marble color of the stone statue turned directly into golden yellow. After that, the seal that was about to be broken was suppressed. Seeing this, Gushi laughed. He noticed that the marble statue was holding a pure gold spear. The spear was emitting a vermilion light. It seems that in order to deal with the old guys who escaped from the seal, the goddess of wisdom and war has used her other red dress. Gushi had considered when he came here that there were only 2 possibilities for the goddess of wisdom and war to seal people instead of killing them directly. One is that these old guys are too strong to be killed. Judging from the current situation, this is unlikely. The highest level that has crawled out here is only level 40, and he has not seen any 3 Halo level 60. Moreover, they don't have red clothes in their hands, and they don't even have any equipment. There is no such thing as being unable to beat or kill. The situation here is another. There is a deep background behind them. Behind every sealed person is a backer that the goddess of wisdom and war cannot afford to offend. Only for this reason would the goddess of wisdom and war seal them here. Now that the seal has been lifted, the goddess of wisdom and war dare not release them, nor is it convenient to kill them. In the end, they can only use the power of the red suit to seal them again. This is the best situation that Gushi guessed. The power of the red suit representing attack has been called. That is when Gushi discovered the situation here, he flew up immediately. Although the connection with the Griffin Black Throne is still intermittent, it can still be borrowed to some extent. As soon as the effect of the Sky King was activated, Gushi's chi spells were online again, and the mana was fully activated. Under Gushi's control, a strong wind quickly rose in the sky, and the clouds gathered at the first time. The goddess of wisdom and war, who was using the spears in her hands to seal the old guys who wanted to escape, was also stunned. This is not the power of the god warriors under her command, who borrowed the red road. This is clearly the power of mastering red equipment. How did those people get the information? No one said that the other party had red equipment. If she knew that the other party had red equipment, she would not be so careless. This is also the fault of the goddess of wisdom and war. Usually, she always regards the goddess of death and life, hunting and moonlight as opponents of the same level. She didn't even take the goddess of beauty and fire, who had 2 red clothes, into consideration. She didn't even think that a cub of a 100-armed giant would have any good equipment. She specifically asked about it. When Gushi appeared, he was wearing nothing but a pair of gloves. Now it seems that the pair of gloves is likely to be his red equipment. If I had known that she was wearing the red suit, I wouldn't have thought about anything, and would have just brought her in. The goddess of wisdom and war had some brains, and she immediately understood what was going on. She was somewhat angry at this time. After all, the opportunity to change the future battle situation was missed. If she lost this battle, she wouldn't have any good results in the next 10 rounds. However, even though she was angry, the goddess of wisdom and war also understood that she couldn't let Gushi activate the power of the red suit. No matter what Gushi wanted to do, she would destroy it all. So the stone sculpture behind the goddess of wisdom and war also raised the spear in his hand and hit the sky. As the spear pointed at the sky, Gushi felt that his control over the wind had stopped. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gushi guessed that this was the method of the goddess of wisdom and war. In fact, this is the spear called victory in the hands of the goddess of wisdom and war. This spear also has 4 paths. For example, the defeated will be suppressed and sealed, which is the method used by the goddess of wisdom and war to solve the problem of the seal being broken and the old guys coming out. And the attack just now is another path, a field-type path that prohibits magic or amplifies certain magic effects. This can keep the troops under the goddess of wisdom and war in an advantageous position in the battle. It's no big deal to directly clear the environment where Gushi's air magic is used. This thing can even directly move the woods or hills to allow the cavalry to charge, separate the seawater to pave a road, and gather a large amount of floods in a short time, etc. It can be said that just like that, the effect of Gushi's Sky King was reduced by half. As for the long-range attack of the black feather arrow, Gushi had thought about it, but the flashing red light on the cliff made Gushi understand that the opponent's other red suit was still running, and the black feather arrow could not kill the opponent. So Gushi did not stupidly crash into it. It's just that the opponent suppressed the effect of the air magic, right? Then just change it. Cursed Hunting Ground. Gushi once again activated the power of the Griffin Black Throne. Chapter 2568. The Curse Hunting Ground is an attack method that requires waiting time. After all, the curse itself takes time. However, as long as it is not activated actively, ordinary enemies will not find that they are cursed. Sometimes this curse hunting ground can last for 6 to 7 days, and the target prey will have 700 or 800 curses of different powers and effects before it is activated. It is a kind of red dress method used to trick people. At present, Gushi released the curse hunting ground but did not intend to fight a protracted war, just to find something for the goddess of wisdom and war to do, so that she would not use the effect of the red dress for no reason. As soon as the curse hunting ground was released, the goddess of wisdom and war felt that something was wrong at the first time. This is the fighting instinct she has gained from millions of battles. She can feel what is wrong with her body at the first time. This situation is something she has never experienced before. You must know that most of the time, the round shield in her hand can block more than 80% of the damage for her. The only thing that can't be blocked is poison gas or curse. Thinking of this, the goddess of wisdom and war immediately began to experiment. As expected, she was cursed. The goddess of wisdom and war could not help but curse in her heart. Those who played with the undead were dirty. Using whatever means they had, they were really a bunch of scum. The heart of the goddess of wisdom and war was lifted up all of a sudden. Her eyes kept scanning the surroundings, trying to find out where the curse came from. At this time, the goddess of death and life had also completed her arrangements and walked in from the main entrance of the secret realm. At this time, the goddess of death and life was holding a flower urn made of soul and flowers in her hands. There was a long sword hanging beside her, and a cloak on her back. If you look carefully, you will find that the long sword on her waist and the cloak on her back are emitting red light. It is obvious that these two things are the red clothes unique to the goddess of death and life. And the flower urn made of mud and flowers is a seal specially designed for the goddess of wisdom and war. In order to make this, the goddess of death and life can be said to have used all her abilities. As soon as she entered the secret realm, the goddess of death and life was stunned at first, and then shook her head. The current situation is not the best for the goddess of death and life. In her plan, her god warrior should have reached the bedroom of the goddess of wisdom and war at this time. But the current situation is clearly not the case. They have only reached the 6th palace, and it is unknown how long it will take if they continue to fight like this. Gushi, who was arranged to deal with the goddess of wisdom and war at the beginning, did not disappoint her. The stone statue that appeared on the top of the mountain shows that the goddess of wisdom and war has taken out her red clothes. The strong resentment behind the mountain means that Gushi really released those old guys. In the case that Hongzhuang did not support the front line and release the sealed old guys, Gushi can be said to have completed his task perfectly. Even the goddess of death and life cannot say that Gushi did not do a good job. At this time, the goddess of death and life thought about it, handed the flower urn held in both hands to her left hand, drew out the long sword with her right hand, and slashed it towards the position of the goddess of wisdom and war. Then Gushi, who was far away at the seaside, felt that the air around him became much darker, and the wailing of the banshee came to his ears. All the living people in this secret realm will feel that their lives have been taken away. Even the necromancer like Gushi has the same feeling. Before Gushi could react, he saw many flowers blooming in the sky. This kind of flowers is not quite like Gushi's ghost flower. Ghost flowers look like flowers, but they are actually things from the underworld. The flowers in front of him clearly look like the underworld, but they are full of vitality. This is clearly introducing to Gushi how to connect death and life. Everyone go out. The goddess of death and life said lightly. As soon as she said this, Gushi felt a force that repelled him nearby, and this force seemed to want to push him out. Gushi was a little puzzled at this time. No way, the advantage is so obvious. Why is it still a king-to-king duel in the end? What kind of situation is this? Could it be that these great goddesses still need to save face? In fact, Gushi didn't know that this was not a reason to save face. This is the tacit understanding between the great goddesses. After all, the great goddesses all think that they have to keep fighting here, and keep on fighting. Except for the goddesses of beauty and fire, who were suppressed by them, the other great goddesses don't want the red clothes, they have to be exposed. After all, if the properties of the red clothes are exposed, others can find ways to deal with their red clothes. Then the great goddesses will also be in danger. So the great goddesses all have an idea that they can die. After all, someone has to lose in every cycle. But they can't die at the hands of others. The final battle must be a king-to-king battle. And the field must be cleared during the battle, and no one should see it if possible. As for why no one only improves their own combat effectiveness, does not consider strategy, and only waits for the final king-to-king stage, this is actually a problem of the mechanism for determining the winner of the God War. The God War is not about who you kill. You can be sure that you have one. You need to get the judgment of the golden apple. If you don't have any subordinates, even if you kill someone, the opponent's subordinates can still rescue their own goddess. There was a time before, when the head was clearly chopped off, and the body had been sent to the underworld, but it was snatched back by the god warrior. After that, there was no more comprehensive strengthening of their own combat effectiveness, and the kind of fighting method of 1 against 1,000. This time is the same. The goddess of death and life has seen the hope of her victory. At the same time, everything had been arranged, so she dared to take the initiative to stand up and challenge the goddess of wisdom and war. As for why it was so fast, it was because she didn't want to give the goddess of wisdom and war a chance to turn the tables. Gushi certainly didn't know all this. Now he just felt that this secret realm was rejecting him. If he stayed here any longer, he would either be killed directly, or be sealed, or join the hands of the goddess of death and life, or the goddess of wisdom and war, and be sent directly to the next cycle. There would be no fourth possibility. Gushi came here to win, and go back to unseal the head of the goddesses. He didn't have the idea of staying here and participating in the cycle of god wars again and again. After understanding what he would encounter, Gushi made a choice at the first time, and withdrew from the secret realm in front of him with all the giants. Chapter 2569. Okay, you guys want to play like this, okay? When exiting the secret realm, Gushi still said something harsh. After all, it was too much to drive people out at the last moment of the battle. This is equivalent to not counting military merits after the war, and not giving soldiers food before the war, which is very damaging to morale. Although Gushi didn't need these morale, it was like giving Gushi a slap in the face. The current behavior of the goddess of death and life really angered Gushi. Originally, Gushi wanted to kill the goddess of wisdom and war, win this battle of gods and leave. Now Gushi is not willing to do this. After leaving the secret realm of the goddess of wisdom and war, Gushi turned his head and looked at the giants, who were still following him. Why are you following me? If you don't go and rob now, what will you eat and drink in the future? Go and rob. Didn't the goddess of wisdom and war say to rob whatever you see? Hearing Gushi's words, all the giants, no matter what type, patted their chests heavily and went in other directions. It turned out that Gushi took away the earth essence blood of the giants. He was nominally the leader of the giants, the giant king. The giants might not listen to Gushi at ordinary times. But in the current situation, they would still consider the opinion of the giant king. Now Gushi asked them to rob on their own, which made the giants who originally liked to rob very happy, and they were more identified with Gushi's identity. After the giants went down, Gushi also activated the effect of the ghost flower. The Knight's Blood Road was paved at the first time, and the Black Blood Knights, undead servants, and undead laborers rushed out of the Knight's Blood Road in batches. To outsiders, Gushi wanted to grab the battle record. This kind of thing is actually very normal. Everyone can see that the goddess of death and life has won before this battle of gods has even started. If he doesn't grab the battle record at this time, the battle of gods will end when the goddess of death and life comes out with the head of the goddess of wisdom and war. By that time, there will be nothing to grab. So no one paid any attention to Gushi's behavior. Even the god warriors, who had just withdrawn from the goddess of wisdom and war, went to grab the battle record themselves. Gushi even saw some old guys who were accidentally released, and they also joined the melee at this time, grabbing and grabbing. However, no one noticed that Gushi's ghost flower was not only blooming nearby. At the location where Gushi had been before, the ghost flower seeds left by Gushi also bloomed quickly under his influence, releasing the Knight's Blood Path. At the location where Gushi had traded with the water monsters before, a team of Black Blood Knights were carrying some ghost flower seeds in one direction. This team of Black Blood Knights has only one mission, which is to rush to the foot of the mountain where the Heavenly Palace is located and deliver the Nether Spirit Flower to the location of the Heavenly Palace. Gushi plans to give the untrustworthy and immoral goddess of death and life a big blow after the victory of the god war. Didn't you clear the field and prevent me from killing the goddess of wisdom and war? Then I will send you to the Heavenly Palace. Gushi knew very well that someone in the Heavenly Palace had been monitoring the god war. If Gushi wanted to take away the goddess of beauty and fire, it would definitely attract the attention of the Heavenly Palace. Originally, Gushi and the goddess of beauty and fire had discussed how to deceive the attention of the Heavenly Palace. But at that time, Gushi's thoughts were all about deception and time. He lied to the person in the Heavenly Palace that the soul of the goddess of beauty and fire was still on the earth. As long as he was given a chance to leave, he could take the goddess of beauty and fire away. But at the time of his departure, Gushi was not sure whether he would be discovered by the person in the Heavenly Palace. If someone took the initiative to attack the Heavenly Palace when Gushi left, it would definitely attract the attention of the person in the Heavenly Palace. At this time, Gushi would be much safer. However, at the beginning, Gushi considered that he belonged to the death and life camp, and some things were not easy to do. But now it is different. The goddess of death and life directly turned the table over and drove people away from the final battlefield. Such a slap in the face made Gushi very unhappy. Now Gushi is thinking about bringing this disaster to the goddess of death and life. Of course, Gushi does not need to worry about whether the goddess of death and life will get into trouble. Just think about the arrangements of the goddess of death and life before. She arranged her mother, the earth goddess, to go to the Heavenly Palace. The purpose was to stay on the spot and deal with the Heavenly Palace boss, who might come out to kill her. This shows that she has enough strength to deal with the Heavenly Palace boss. So even if it was just a small revenge by Gushi this time, it was to make Gushi feel relieved. After arranging everything, Gushi stood there with his hands behind his back and waited. Gushi had to wait for the goddess of death and life to come out and wait for the end of this god war. Before this god war was won, no matter how many ideas Gushi had in his mind, he would not take action. Fortunately, the goddess of death and life did not let Gushi wait any longer. About 4 hours later, the goddess of death and life walked out of the gate of the secret realm. When she walked out, it was clearly seen that there was a wound on her face that was still bleeding. But at this time, the goddess of death and life was smiling very happily. It looked as if she had picked up a priceless treasure. Gushi noticed that the goddess of death and life was holding a bloody sword in one hand, and the flower urn made of mud and flowers in the other hand. On the flower urn was the head of the goddess of wisdom and war. A kind of golden blood was dripping down from under the flower urn. From the actions of the goddess of death and life, it can be seen that the goddess of death and life won a great victory this time. The most important point is that the goddess of death and life successfully sealed the goddess of wisdom and war as she had planned. In the next at least 10 rounds of circular god battles, the goddess of death and life will take the lead. We won. The flower urn with the human head was raised high, and the goddess of death and life said loudly. After this sentence, all the battle stopped, and the warriors looked at the direction of the goddess of death and life and half knelt excitedly. The necromancer, giant, and other troops raised their weapons and shouted loudly. We won. At this time, a voice came to Gushi's ears. When the battle between goddesses. The head of the goddesses, the third seal, has reached the standard for unsealing, and the seal is officially lifted. The seal lifting battle is over. Please exit the world of God War. The third seal of the head of the goddesses is unsealed, and the fourth of the 5 seals begins to be processed. Chapter 2570. You can leave, and you can start. Looking at the head held in the hands of the goddess of death and life, and listening to the voice in his ears, Gushi showed a smile on his face. He raised his right hand and took back the nether spirit flower and the night blood road he had released. The Black Blood Knight also took this opportunity to withdraw all of them back to the Night Blood Road. Only a team of inconspicuous undead laborers took this opportunity to secretly go up to Tianlong Mountain. After closing his eyes and feeling that all his men had been withdrawn, Gushi nodded to the goddess of death and life, took a step back, and disappeared in the flying flowers. When he withdrew, Gushi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the current picture was automatically disappearing. In the end, the only thing that left a deep memory for Gushi was the flower jar held in the hands of the goddess of death and life, and the head on the flower jar. When Gushi came to his senses again, he had returned to the city of Aridov. He was standing in front of the head of the goddesses. However, the head of the goddesses, which had just undergone a change, had undergone a new change at this time. The original silver head of the goddesses had completely changed at this time, and turned into the scene that Gushi saw last, the flower urn held in the hands of the goddess of death and life. Oh no, the flower urn is the flower urn of the nether spirit flower, and the head of the goddesses is the human head placed on it. The whole head is disheveled and golden. Upon closer inspection, it will be found that in addition to the various characteristics of the original head of the goddesses, this head looks more and more like the killed goddess of wisdom and war. At this time, the human head is placed on the flower urn, and it does not have the self-concealing effect of the artifact of the head of the goddesses before. At this moment, this thing is radiating thousands of feet of light, telling everyone that it is a treasure. But Gushi didn't care about these things at all. When he withdrew from the God War, Gushi already understood one thing. He had completed the binding of the head of the goddesses. Although the head of the goddesses is still sealed, it has been bound to him. After the red suit is bound, no one can snatch it from him unless Gushi voluntarily gives it up. Now Gushi finally doesn't have to hide the head of the goddesses anymore. At this moment, the mirror beside Gushi flashed, and Luna and the town incarnation guarding the city of Eladovi appeared beside him at the same time. When she saw Gushi, Luna showed a trace of joy in her eyes. My lord, you are back. Yes, I am back. This time is really an accident. How is the situation during this period? Gushi asked while accepting Luna's help and put on the equipment that was scattered nearby before. It was fine during this period. At first, everyone was very nervous when they found out that the master was missing, thinking that something had happened to the master. Later, we found equipment scattered nearby, and we guessed that the master might have gone to bind the red suit. Because he left in a hurry, he couldn't contact us. Later, some new undead appeared in the city of Aridov. We were more certain of this guess. Luna talked about the situation during this period, while contacting the contracted undead under Gushi's subordinates to inform them of Gushi's return. This was an accident. I didn't expect that the third seal of the head of the goddesses would start so suddenly. It was so fast that I didn't even have time to notify you. Gushi was somewhat helpless about the previous situation. After all, he really didn't expect that the third seal would be unlocked so suddenly. Fortunately, the contracted undead under Gushi are quite capable. Even if Gushi is not here, they can still handle everything. If they meet other people, I really don't know what will happen. And now Luna and the others are very happy to see Gushi come back safely. Luna wants to tell Gushi about what happened during this period. Of course, it would be better if Gushi could tell where he went. However, Gushi doesn't think it's the right time to talk about these things. This time, the Battle of Gods is not only about combat power, but also about command ability. There are Gushi who are calculating others, and there are others who are calculating Gushi. Although the final outcome is good, Gushi is still very tired. He wants to find a place to sleep well, at least to let Gushi have a good rest. Of course, before resting, Gushi still has to take a look at the conditions for unlocking the fourth seal of the head of the goddesses. Luna naturally had no opinion on Gushi's choice. She just asked, is it okay for the head of goddesses to be so gorgeous? It's okay. It's already bound. No one can take it away. Gushi said while checking the way to unlock the fourth seal of the Head of Goddesses. Head of Goddesses. Fourth seal, please find enough blood of gods and soak the Head of Goddesses until the blood washes away the golden brilliance of the Head of Goddesses. Note, not all blood of gods is suitable. You must understand what the Head of Goddesses needs. Note, do not touch the queen, do not touch the queen blood? Gushi muttered, is this another blood eater? He hasn't dealt with his dead hair yet, and now there's the Head of Goddesses. How much do you believe in your ability to find the blood of so many gods? Wait, gods. Gushi suddenly realized that he only cared about looking at the Head of Goddesses and communicating with Luna when he came back, and he seemed to have forgotten something. He quickly raised his hand and released the shell that enclosed the goddess of beauty and fire from the underworld space transformed by the netherworld flower. After releasing the shell, Luna also looked at everything in front of her with some confusion. Is this the red outfit that Gushi brought out from the game? Gushi didn't explain, and opened the shell directly. As soon as the shell was opened, Gushi took a step back, because the shell was filled with a salty smell and a sweet and warm breath. After this smell, a voice sounded. It's out, so good. While speaking, Gushi saw a pink breath rising from the shell, and a white jade-like hand stretched out and grabbed in front of Gushi, and a small golden apple appeared in his hand. This golden apple in front of him looked like a stunted apple, except that it was golden all over. But this hand held the golden apple tightly, and at the same time, a strange laugh came from the pink breath. The reason why this laugh is strange is that this laugh itself should be the kind of laugh of a minister who succeeded in doing evil. But for some reason, Gushi and the others sounded as if someone was covering their mouth and smiling shyly to act coquettishly with you. Chapter 2571. In this laughter, the orange guard new nine-tailed fox immediately appeared in front of Gushi. She did not look at Gushi behind her, but stared at the pink breath rising from the shell. It looked like she had met a natural enemy. Hey, a very interesting little guy. The voice in the pink breath was obviously stunned for a moment. Your body is very interesting. This body is not your own, but it is beyond the scope of the undead. It can still grow, which is really interesting. Goddess of beauty and fire you. Gushi just opened his mouth, and the voice in the pink breath stopped Gushi. Don't call me the goddess of beauty and fire. You can call me the goddess of beauty or the goddess of love, flame. What is that? The arm retracted, while receiving the golden apple in the pink breath, and tearing something out of the pink breath. Gushi was stunned, and a ball of flame-like thing was thrown out from the pink breath. This is for you. Find someone like her to place it there. That person will be the god of fire in the future. Ha ha ha. Looking at the things thrown out, Gushi was also a little surprised. He knew how much the goddess of beauty and fire disliked the power of fire. But is it really okay to just throw this thing around? Take it. I don't plan to take it away. If you don't take it, no one will want it in the end. Perhaps seeing Gushi's hesitation, such a soothing voice came from the pink atmosphere. Gushi thought about it, and finally did not reach out to pick up the flame. Gushi just said one sentence. Blacksmith. The orange guard, blacksmith, appeared in front of Gushi at the first moment. He glanced at the flames on the ground. Flame, casting, strength, passion, so many skills are suitable. No, this is not a skill, this is already a path. Is it a red suit? But how did a red suit become like this? Sir, this is a red suit, right? This? Gushi was not sure whether this could be considered a red suit. After all, in the God War, this was really a red suit, but after the God War, this thing might not be a red suit. It's not a red suit, it's a path condensed in me. How can I say this thing? Under the power of the golden apple, it is a red suit. But I have taken back the golden apple. If you don't want this thing, just leave it here. It will dissipate in a short time. If you take it now, you may be able to save it. Hearing this, the orange guard, blacksmith, turned to look at Gushi at the first moment. Sir, take it. Whether you can become a red guard or not depends on your own fate. Gushi saw at a glance what the orange guard blacksmith wanted to do. He wanted to overtake on the curve. But this was also an opportunity for him. If he could really merge the four roads in front of him, he might really be able to impact himself from an orange guard to a red guard. But this opportunity is a little slim. Gushi looked up at the pink breath floating on the shell, and found that the golden apple had disappeared in the pink breath. Okay, I'm leaving. At this time, the voice of the goddess of beauty came from the pink breath again. Minor, remember what I promised you. If you are bored, come and play with me. This is my address. After saying this, a small pink breath turned into a cloud and flew into Gushi's nose. Gushi only felt a sweet and slightly salty taste coming, and then Gushi knew an address in his mind. However, this address is quite strange. It is not in the real world, nor in the game, nor in the depths of the game. It is like the territory of death, a separate space. It can only be entered through special means. As for the means of entry, it is as troublesome as when Gushi went to the secret realm of the goddess of beauty and fire. It seems that even if they are dragged into the war of gods, some people's personalities will not change even if they experience countless cycles. Gushi must go to this place. But when he goes, Gushi is afraid that he will spend more time. After giving the address to Gushi, the pink breath disappeared on the shell, leaving only a corpse in the shell and Afro, who was looking up. Gushi glanced at Afro, raised his hand, and the ghost flower dropped a petal. However, the undead laborer did not come out from inside. It seems that all the arrangements that Gushi made with the ghost flower in the God War world are now disconnected. I don't know if this world can continue without the golden apple. If not, will that world just fall apart? However, this thought only flashed through Gushi's mind. Soon Gushi ignored these thoughts and asked his men to start arranging other things. The undead that Gushi sent back to Aridity City through double death when he killed the current goddess of beauty and fire last time has been arranged to be searched. The body of the current goddess of beauty and fire was also taken away for disposal. During the time when Gushi was away, reports on various situations in the territory were also being collected and summarized. The most important thing was how the fusion results of the natural disaster city were. Gushi finally found out a method to merge the dead city with the ordinary city. He didn't want to turn around and find that the city that could be used for experiments was gone. Okay, sir, your eyes are bloodshot. There is no need to arrange so much. We are all veterans. We can handle some things without you telling us. Yes, sir, nothing happened during your absence during this period, and there will be no big things now. You should go and rest. After you wake up, we will sort out other things. Princess Anna and others who came later were also there to persuade Gushi. Gushi thought about it, and that was exactly the case. During the days when he was away, nothing big happened in his territory. It wouldn't be a problem if he slept a little longer. So Gushi nodded and prepared to find a place to have a good sleep. But just when Gushi was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something. Oh, this. Gushi took out the Earth Spirit blood. Eve, take it and study it to see what it is useful for. I know, sir, you should go and have a rest. We will take care of the things here. Gushi was about to leave, and seemed to have remembered something. He was about to say something, but Shaya was already pushing Gushi aside. Sir, you are so tired, go and have a rest. Until Gushi really disappeared in front of them. Several contracted undeads under Gushi and several orange-clad guards quickly gathered together, gossiping about the things between Gushi and the goddess, who could throw a red-clad road at will. You say, does our sir understand the flower language of steel wool? Chapter 2572. Gushi slept for 2 days and 1 night. Gushi himself did not expect that he could sleep so long. After waking up, Gushi tidied his clothes and walked out of the bedroom on the second floor of the tavern, moving his body while walking outside. At this time, the city of Aridov was still as busy as before, but when Gushi came out, he saw that in the main city area, a golden light with a red dot had turned into a pillar that went straight to the sky. There was no need to say anything this time. Everyone knew that there was a red equipment at this location. But no one knew that the red equipment was still sealed, and it could only be regarded as a red equipment, but it could not be used. At most, it was bound in advance. But it was quite encouraging to see it this way. Gushi did not even need the sight of the Huangquan dragon robe to see that there must be a lot of morale gathering in that direction. Just like the Corpse Mountain War God statue and apple tree built by Gushi, this can become a landmark in the city of Aridov. After a satisfied look, Gushi found Luna. During the 2 days and 1 night when Gushi was asleep, Luna and the others not only gossiped about some things, but also sorted out Gushi's gains this time. For example, the undead transformed by the current goddess of beauty and fire that Gushi requested were found, and the undead transformed by the 3 little goddesses were also found. All of them are waiting for Gushi to deal with. In addition, the various intelligence and information collected by Gushi have been sorted out by Eve. The most special information about various giants, sea monsters and water monsters is quite useful for Eve. You should know that Eve is currently working on the undeadization of the tower, and this information comes at the right time. The situation in Jungle Harbor has also been summarized. Now we are waiting for Gushi to wake up. This is also because Lingxi is not in Aladovi City. If Lingxi is here, when Gushi just wakes up, all kinds of food and information will be set up together. However, Luna and the others are also paying attention to Gushi. When they heard that Gushi woke up, they immediately sent the things in their hands to Gushi. 2 days ago, they could still say that Gushi was tired and let Gushi rest. Now that Gushi has rested enough, if they don't send things over, it would be really unreasonable. Luna, who got the news first, rushed over as soon as possible. My lord, you are awake. Well, the latest information has been sorted out. Bring it over for me to see. Gushi nodded to Luna, waved to her, and found a place to sit down. After all, after sleeping for 2 days, Gushi also needs to find a place to eat something. It just so happened that the tavern here had new dishes. No longer the dark dishes, like roasted owls, that they had eaten before, and Gushi didn't mind eating some of the special foods here. As soon as Gushi sat down, the white bone wine lady took the initiative to offer good things. The way Gushi staggered in 2 days ago scared the white bone wine lady. She thought something was wrong with Gushi. After helping Gushi to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, she also took special care of Gushi for several hours. Now that Gushi came down, the white bone wine lady knew that Gushi must be hungry, and quickly brought up her own sign. Gushi glanced at the bloody porridge and the strange side dishes in front of him, and said nothing. He picked up the information Luna sent over with one hand, and started drinking. Gushi flipped through the information in his hand very quickly. After all, many things have already increased in numerical terms in the later stage. Gushi just needs to see that the fluctuation of this numerical growth is normal. There is no need to consider too much about other aspects. Of course, Luna's work scope is still on the construction of Yaladowai City, and there are some new information about resources in the city. The only thing that attracted Gushi's attention was that a small piece of full-energy ethereal crystal was accidentally swiped out in the witch hut in Yaladowai City. This is equivalent to the amount of quasi-red equipment being nurtured for a year and a half. This is the biggest gain of Gushi during his absence. When Gushi was reading Luna's information, other contracted undeads also rushed over as if they smelled something. The fastest one to come was Shea. As the most important intelligence chief under Gushi, Shea has more comprehensive information. It contains all the information about the plateau territory, the latest information about all the dead cities of Gushi, some information about the real world and the depths of the game, etc. Gushi squinted as he flipped through the pages. Is this information reliable? Reliable, I have confirmed with Yoei. It was the work of the octopus head of the Joshu tribe. Gushi's face became solemn after hearing what Shaya said. It turned out that the information Shaya gave recorded the latest news from Changzi City. On the day when Gushi was brought to the God War world, Changzi City was attacked. The attackers broke into Changzi City, killed half of the guards of Changzi City, and destroyed a quarter of Changzi City. And after the war, they took away 1/3 of the residents of Changzi City. According to the intelligence at that time, those residents obviously took the initiative to follow them. This is quite strange. Afterwards, some residents returned, but Changzi City believed that these residents were affected by mental spells, so they were prohibited from re-entering. Now these residents have nowhere to go, and are heading towards several cities near Changzi City. At the same time, the latest news came from Yuanzhou City. Genesis has started again. The war situation in the new world seems to be extremely unstable. The last 2 game worlds have never been able to be connected. Now Genesis is stuck in the last 2 worlds. If this step cannot be taken, the Genesis bridge will never be completed. Under the baptism of Genesis, more and more players have broken through the threshold of level 40. At this point, they will naturally have some ambitions. It can be said that Yuanzhou City is extremely short of people. Before, only players above level 10 were needed, and various political reviews were required. Now it is completely unnecessary. As long as you are a player, you can come here. I heard that they have begun to accept wild players to join. As long as they can prove that they are human players, it will be fine. Such requirements are already quite low. It can be said that they have completely given up on the newly developed cities, except for the 4 main cities of Yuanzhou City, Changzi City, Peixin City and Mawan City, and fully promoted the construction of the Genesis Bridge. It can be said that the plan of Genesis this time is completely inconsistent with the original idea. However, the humans in the depths of the game are already in a difficult situation. No matter how difficult it is, they have to finish it. At this time, Changzi City has such an incident, which directly lost 1/3 of the population. This must be investigated. Chapter 2573. There is no need to investigate the matter of Changzi City. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that a force that controls the power of the mind has intervened. But how can we not investigate this? There are 1 or 2 wild players in the Genesis. That's nothing. At most it will corrupt the atmosphere among the players. In the past, when there was a shortage of troops during the war, prisoners were used to form an army. But the joining of such a mind controller with ulterior motives is not a good thing. If they are not careful, all the players, even the Genesis Bridge, will become theirs. The Genesis Bridge has been the wish of mankind for so many years. Now it is in such a dilemma. Gu Shi feels embarrassed for them. How did the human side deal with it? After knowing the situation in Chengzi City and Yuanzhou City, Gu Shi immediately thought of the octopus heads of the Zhoushu tribe. It's no wonder that Shea said it was the Zhoushu tribe who did it. Mobilize all city lords and clan leaders to Yuanzhou City to discuss solutions, and distribute the latest mind control device from Chengzi City. This matter has caused a big stir, but I asked Jiawei, and the so-called mind control device is useless. Jiawei and I have seen that thing. It is a small thing of blue to purple quality. It can be placed in the street lamp at ordinary times. It does not require any operation. It can be seen at a glance whether it is under mind control. But the problem is that this can only find out whether these people are under mind control. There is no way to find out whether they have betrayed humanity. Yes, mind magic is easy to test, but human hearts are hard to test. After hearing what Shea said, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh. After understanding the situation, Gu Shi couldn't help but tap the table with his hand. If it was something else, Gu Shi might not pay so much attention. Even if it was the matter of the creation bridge, it would not have much impact on Gu Shi. At most, the passage from the real world to the depths of the game was opened, and more players could enter the depths of the game. With Gu Shi's current status, he didn't have to worry about his identity being born in the depths of the game being discovered. To put it bluntly, Gu Shi now has 2 red suits and several spare red suits in his hands. It's not impossible for him to say that he has left humans and established a new player race. The reason why he didn't jump out was entirely because he still thought he was a human being. But Gu Shi had to pay attention to the matter of the octopus head. Between him and the octopus head, it was a situation of life and death. Let's not talk about the fox's divination for Gu Shi. Just the fact that Gu Shi had sabotaged Octopus Head's actions several times, and even let Octopus Head take the blame for him, has already proved the relationship between them. The Octopus Heads are getting more and more jumpy now. Gu Shi also has to consider killing all the Octopus Heads. Gu Shi is not worried at all about the fact that Octopus Head may have several red suits. This time, the God War gave Gu Shi the experience of fighting against 2 red suits. For Gu Shi, red suits against red suits, or even fighting against 2 red suits, is no longer a problem. Even if Octopus Head has multiple red suits, so what? Gu Shi can still deal with it. Shea, did you check Octopus Head's clan land last time I asked you to check it? We have checked, but their tribes are not easy to find. We only found a few cities, where the Octopus Heads often gather. But those cities are owned by people. Not all of them belong to the Octopus Heads. Cities deep in the game? Which race? One belongs to the Nanhua Star clan. They are said to have mastered the positioning of the stars. It is a relatively large neutral city deep in the game. The Octopus Heads have an exclusive urban area there. I don't know how they did it. The other one belongs to the Ghostblade clan. This Ghostblade clan looks like a human, but has external bones. Arms can automatically turn into bone knives. I heard that it is a subordinate clan of Octopus Head. They have 3 cities in total, and Octopus Head can be seen in these 3 cities. In addition, Octopus Head can be seen in several wild villages. We have been calculating the location of their tribe based on the city where Octopus Head appeared. But this matter has never been completed. The spies and scouts we sent out have never been able to find the other party's tribe. Is the news that the Ghost Knife clan is a subordinate clan of Octopus Head reliable? Reliable, Xiaoye said seriously. Well, I'll give you a few days to check the strength of the Ghost Knife clan. We'll find time to destroy the Ghost Knife clan, Gu Shi said, tapping the table lightly. Destroy a race? Don't worry, sir. I'll go out and check now. Looking at Xiaoye's excited face, Gu Shi couldn't help but smile. It seems that this time we have to draw some troops to settle with Octopus Head. At this time, Gu Shi looked up at Princess Anna. When Shea finished speaking, Princess Anna was about to speak, but she had been holding back. Princess Anna, what's the matter? Oh, it's like this. 2 days ago, the troops guarding the apple forest reported that during the time when the adults returned, the quality of all the apple trees on our plateau was upgraded by 1 level. Hearing this, Gu Shi's eyes condensed. Does it include the golden apple tree? Yes, at the same time, the apple forest in the wild began to attract the arrival of various dragons. I have notified more to come and deal with it. But as you know, my lord, Moore has been brushing data at the Poison Peach Mountain and can't come for the time being. Send the Death Titan troops over and kill all the dragons. Gushi said decisively when he heard this. He asked Moore to brush data with the undead dragon troops outside because Gushi knew that as long as Moore killed enough dragons, the dragon blood bottle in her hand could complete the upgrade from quasi-red equipment to red equipment. In addition, Moore went to the battle, and was also Gushi's subordinate. The effect of double death could always work. The undead dragons, and the corpses of the dragons would continue to appear in Dragon City, and replenish Gushi's troops. But Gushi would naturally not ignore the current situation. Although the apple forest in the outside world is the golden apple tree of who knows how many generations later, it is equally important to Gushi. If it was that kind of ordinary garbage, the Star Giant would not send a great lord here to watch it specifically. Now because of the influence of the powerful golden apple, the apple forest has been upgraded. Then Gushi would naturally not let the apple forest be occupied by the dragon. If Moore can't come back, let the Titan troops go. Anyway, no matter which unit deals with the dragon, it is quite beneficial to Gushi. Okay, and climbers are beginning to appear on the border of the plateau. Chapter 2574. After Princess Anna, the other contracted undead also brought the things in their hands to Gushi to explain one by one. In these things, Gushi also knew the various situations during this period. During this period, his plateau territory was actually running like a machine running at full power. Various constructions inside the plateau have never stopped. The Corpse Witch troops have also begun to control the entire plateau. And the outside of the plateau has also begun to explore. This was forced by the newly arrived contracted undead Sylvia. Because Sylvia found that only by constantly expanding various roads can she get more room for growth. So after sorting out all the roads on the plateau, she proposed a 2-month plan. Strengthen the roads on the plateau. No matter where you are on the plateau, you can reach another location on the plateau within 1 month through the slowest means of transportation. Expand the roads under the plateau and turn all the places under the plateau that are 1 month away into your own territory. Even if there are no cities and no energy, you have to do this. The contracted undeads headed by Mary only agreed to half of Sylvia's proposal. That is, the half about strengthening the road on the plateau. As for the plan to expand the road under the plateau, it was not passed. It was all up to Sylvia to push it, but the progress was relatively slow. After all, the mobilization of materials and manpower was not something Sylvia could handle alone. The reason was simple. Gushi did not have enough troops. Things on the plateau were gradually reduced, but other places needed troops. For example, Moore directly transferred half of the undead dragons, and the remaining undead dragons, except for those guarding Dragon City, were scattered in various corners of the plateau. It was a troublesome thing to gather them. The same is true for other troops. Now every hero and leader under Gushi is looking for opportunities to participate in the battle. They all want to improve themselves. They have been involved, and there is no place to cause trouble in the plateau. Otherwise, why would Sylvia think of paving the road outside the plateau? This time Sylvia took the initiative to talk about this matter, probably to get Gushi's authorization. After all, in this territory, Gushi's orders are the most important. Even if other contracted undead collectively oppose, as long as Gushi agrees, the order can be executed. Gushi shook his head. We don't have that many troops now. You can mobilize the troops and resources I assign to you before you do your own thing. But if you want to increase it, you need to show me a satisfactory plan or a feasible possibility. Just this sentence made Sylvia lower his head. I understand. Then can I apply for another plan? Oh, tell me about it. After hearing what Sylvia said, Gushi was somewhat curious. It's like this. Miss Shea's expedition team discovered an abandoned city of unknown age about 30,000 kilometers away from our plateau. Do you want to develop that city? In the depths of the game, there are many abandoned cities, which Gushi is very clear about. Gushi had thought about these cities at the beginning. But not all cities can be made into dead cities. When some cities were destroyed, all spirituality was gone, and some were left with only the foundation. So when Sylvia mentioned a city 30,000 kilometers away, Gushi immediately thought that Sylvia wanted to develop that city. Although developing a city does not require much manpower and resources. But, before Gushi finished thinking, Sylvia shook his head. No, sir, I sent people to check it out. It may not be a big deal for you, but it is a treasure for me. I want to apply for a group of necromancers to go there and help me summon the soul. Gushi was also a little surprised when he heard Sylvia say this. What's in that city that makes you so serious? Sir, you may not believe it, there are many scrapped vehicles in that city. Gushi blinked. Transportation? Yes, sir, you may not pay attention to the transportation. After all, you have many ways to mobilize troops across time and space. The gates of the Death City, the Tribulation Road, and even the Yellow Spring Road, the mud trucks can quickly mobilize troops. But the real territory transportation is not like this. We lack suitable transportation, air transportation, water transportation, land transportation, and rail transportation. We lack everything now. And even if you encountered various cities before, or encountered various good things in the wild, you only transformed corpses, just like revitalizing the sinkhole undead in the giant rock city. But when encountering the transportation of these corpses, the adults just asked people to dismantle them and make various materials. In fact, the adults have never seen the transportation situation in our territory. In our territory, many movements rely on dump trucks, or the undead move on foot. The undead will not get tired, but it takes time to move. If I really rely on the undead to walk, how long will it take to get there? Even if I build the road well, it will be useless without transportation, so I need transportation. If there is no transportation, please let me handle it myself. Okay, how do you plan to deal with it? Rely on the transportation in that city? Yes, and I also want some supplies and souls. Seeing Gushi's excitement, Sylvia immediately put forward his own request. By the way, give me some heroes who master the necromancy. I want to go to that city now. I can give you people and resources, but I want to know how you plan to do it. Gushi looked at the confident Sylvia, somewhat curious. I plan to build a road from that city to the plateau, and then summon the souls in the city, assign each of them a broken car, and let them bind to the car. Scare them with danger, and let them move forward. And put various supplies and treasure chests along the way. Through challenges and enhancements along the way, the undead will upgrade their levels, and the vehicles will be repaired and strengthened. A distance of 30,000 kilometers, as long as you can drive over, even if the transportation is broken and rotten at the beginning, it will eventually become a useful transportation. Those undead and those transportation tools, if you don't force them, they don't know how far they can go. Gushi nodded after listening. It's a good plan, but why do I always feel familiar when I hear it? Chapter 2575. With the matter of Sylvia, Gushi was willing to listen to the opinions of other contracted undead. In this way, time passed in a flash. After all the things were arranged, Gushi took people to deal with the unfinished things in the God War world. The matter of strengthening the undead transformed by the 3 little goddesses and a big goddess. In 2 days, several undead transformed by double death were found. Luna and Princess Anna were most concerned about Gushi's operation this time. When the other contracted undead left, the 2 of them stayed behind to see how much stronger the strengthened undead would be than ordinary undead. After all, the characteristics of Gushi's double death made many undead of the same origin in the city of Aridov. Whether it was Luna or Princess Anna, they all wanted to know the results of this evaluation. They wanted to know which was more suitable for the current situation, double or strong. Gushi naturally dealt with the 3 little goddesses first. These 3 little goddesses had experienced a fusion of undeads in the God War, and this time was the second fusion. Of course, it could also be their last fusion. After all, Gushi could not return to the battlefield of the God War, and it was impossible to find corpses and undeads of the same origin again. There was nothing to say about the fusion of the little goddesses. Gushi had merged once, and there was nothing to emphasize. Just find the right undeads, and merge the 2 undeads into it. This kind of undead swallowing was naturally the undead transformed by the undeads merging the double death of the little goddess undead. Luna and Princess Anna, who had been watching from the side, nodded as soon as they saw it. They also saw that this time, the combat potential of the little goddess undead was at least increased by 3 times, and the direct combat power was more than doubled. And according to Princess Anna's evaluation, although the fusion effect is not infinite, it is also extremely strong. The more times the fusion is performed, the slower the potential will be. After about 7 times, the increased potential will be stuck at about 7 times the original potential. The combat power can be increased, but it will not increase exponentially. In other words, this fusion is best 10 times. The increase will not be too much if it exceeds 10 times. Gushi thought that this situation was similar to what he had seen. He had seen several undead, who were obviously the same under the necromancers in the God War. It is obvious that these necromancers, who have experienced countless battles, also know the upper limit of fusion of undead. They will not merge desperately. And this upper limit of fusion is even more useless to Gushi. Gushi tried his best, and 2 fusions were already the limit. There was basically no suitable material for the 3rd fusion. Gushi turned to look at Luna and Princess Anna. What do you think? There is no need to fuse on a large scale. We can fuse some on a small scale to use as an elite combat team. Princess Anna said immediately. I looked at these undead and estimated the situation. If they are fused twice, ordinary undead will be equivalent to the level of a hero. Training a small-scale elite combat team can not only improve our combat effectiveness, but also will not have much impact on our military strength. Okay, then you can select a group of undead that are suitable for fusion. Choose from those undead with low levels. After fusion, they will grow naturally, and the level can be ignored. In addition, the number of this army is temporarily set at 50,000, and 10,000 will be left in the city of Aridov. The 10,000 troops will be mobile, and the remaining troops will be distributed to serve as backup troops for the leaders and heroes. Princess Anna, you will arrange this matter. Okay. Princess Anna agreed immediately. After that, Gushi began to deal with the fusion of Afro. Because the undead laborer in the Knight's Blood Road was left by Gushi on the battlefield of the God War. So the one that can be used for fusion this time is the one transformed by Double Death. In addition, the body of the current goddess of beauty and fire brought back by Gushi. Gushi first called out the undead transformed by Double Death. Unlike Afro, this undead is a real undead. The original goddess of beauty and fire had no fighting power. When thrown into the Knight's Blood Road, she was directly an undead laborer. After the Double Death, she was transformed into a vampire. The kind of vampire that has no fighting power, but is very beautiful. Although Gushi did not expect Afro to have any improvement in fighting power, he did not want her to be such a waste. However, since everyone is here, Gushi will not forget to merge. After all, Afro is the most rare material. She is a divine undead, which is a relatively rare situation. Moreover, when the goddess of beauty and fire was hiding, she hid her soul in her shell for a while. Now her expression is obviously stronger. It is the divinity that strengthens Afro's body, and now the fusion should have a better effect. Fuse it. Gushi glanced at Afro, and then melted the vampire into Afro's body. As soon as the fusion was over, Gushi saw a circle of blood-colored battle aura under Afro's feet. That is the common blood-sucking aura after the vampire clan reaches level 20. Originally, vampires still need to attack the enemy to suck blood. With the blood-sucking aura, the range of blood-sucking has expanded many times. This is relatively good news. Gushi was very happy, so he immediately dealt with the body of the current goddess of beauty and fire that he brought back. Because there are obvious changes when fusing vampires. So when Gushi dealt with the body of the goddess of beauty and fire, he also used some good materials in the city of Aridov. Finally, with Gushi's high experience, he managed to create a translucent ghost. Gushi couldn't say anything about this situation. After all, creating a ghost depends partly on luck and the choice of the deceased. The body of the goddess of beauty and fire just didn't want to become a mummy or a skeleton, so Gushi had no way to change it. Fortunately, this ghost was created just to merge with Afro. It didn't matter what kind of ghost he created. He didn't think much about it. After the ghost was created, he was taken to Afro and started this fusion. Luna and Princess Anna had almost understood the matter of the fusion of the undead, so they didn't plan to watch it here any longer. Just as they were about to leave, a strange red light suddenly appeared on Afro, who was merging. Chapter 2576. This red light was so strong and dazzling that it seemed to melt everything nearby that saw the red light. So strong. Princess Anna rushed to Afro immediately, wanting to check on Afro's condition. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, it was bounced back. How is it? Gushi also came to Afro's side at this time, and asked solemnly. My lord, we seem to have encountered an extraordinary situation. Princess Anna said solemnly, this feeling is like a god. Afro, level 28, summoned creature, mythical undead. Gushi also saw Afro's situation at this time. The original divine summoned creature directly turned into a mythical undead. Mythical undead? Gushi felt that this term was familiar, as if it was an epic undead. Mythical undead? Is this a mythical troop above the demigod? Princess Anna shook her head obviously at Gushi's words. It's not a military unit, nor is it epic. Princess Anna said with certainty, this is a god, not the only god, but a god with his own path. The two of them studied it for a long time, but they couldn't figure it out. As for asking a Fulyo, it was useless. Although she was already a mythical undead, she really didn't know how she got to this point, nor did she know how she was different from others. In the end, Princess Anna could only say to Gushi, my lord, we have to do some experiments. If possible, it would be best to let the origin of the undead come over, or let Yenryu go to your teacher and ask her if she knows about mythical undead. Okay. Looking for experts when you know nothing is the experience that Gushi has learned. The Orange Guard, origin of the undead, was called over at the first time. His eyes lit up when he saw Afro's situation. So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of it? After saying that, he stood in front of Afro and observed, but no one responded no matter how he called. In the end, Yen Ryu contacted teacher Gongling Yu, who had packed up, and was about to leave Hades University. After hearing about this, teacher Gongling Yu hesitated for a moment. Tell him to wait for me on my planet. This matter must be explained in person. When the news came, Gushi glanced at Afro, who was still standing there, hesitated for a moment, and pointed at Afro and said, Afro, you come with me. Before Afro nodded, the Orange Guard, undead origin, said, Sir, can I come with you? I'm just one last bit of inspiration now. Okay. You come with me, and when you get there, you come back directly. Gushi hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to the request of the Orange Guard, undead origin, and said hello to Princess Anna and the others. I'll go out for a while, and we'll be back soon. After that, Gushi took Afro and the Orange Guard, undead origin, out. Afro was fine, but the Orange Guard, undead origin, seemed to have lost his soul, staring at the changes in Afro's aura, and seemed to be calculating something in his eyes. When Gushi walked to the city gate that could be teleported to the death planet of Gongling Yu, the Orange Guard, undead origin, suddenly said something. So that's how it is, sir? I won't go with you. I have something else to do. Please don't look for me during this period. Gushi wanted to say something, but he found that the Orange Guard, the origin of the dead, disappeared in front of him with an excited look on his face. Gushi almost asked the Orange Guard, the origin of the dead, what the mythical dead was, but he found that he seemed to have temporarily lost contact with the Orange Guard, the origin of the dead. What is this all about? Gushi was speechless. Finally, he took Afro out of the city gate. On the back of the planet belonging to Gongling Yu, this place has become the real base of Gongling Yu. Some of the undead belonging to Gongling Yu are busy building various cities here. Each city has a different function. When Gushi stepped out of the city gate, an undead immediately came to greet him and took him to a palace that had just been built near the top of the mountain. This palace was obviously built according to Gushi's preferences. There were several undead spirits in the palace. As soon as Gushi entered, they quickly brought all kinds of fruits and snacks to Gushi, and then stayed by Gushi's side. As long as Gushi expressed anything, they would automatically bring all kinds of things to meet all of Gushi's requests. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Gongling Yu hurried in. She saw Afro following Gushi at a glance. Afro's special style, standing there, was attractive enough even without the body of a mythical undead spirit. Teacher Gongling Yu came over and first looked at Afro, then asked, This is your new mythical undead spirit. It doesn't seem like she has the power of the nether spirit flower? Yes, she doesn't have any power of the ghost flower. Teacher, do you know what the myth undead is? I have seen it with Teacher June. After that meeting, Teacher June told me in detail about the situation. I thought it would take you a long time to encounter such a thing, so there was no detailed explanation. I didn't expect you to encounter such a thing so soon. In fact, the myth undead is a mythical existence or mythical soldier of the undead type. You also got the demigod soldier before. Do you remember what the conditions of the demigod soldier are? Champion troops above level 45, master at least 2 orange equipment, and have a training manual for the demigod soldier or other methods to train the demigod soldier. Is it the same for the myth undead? Almost the same. The situation of the myth soldier is similar, but there are no requirements for level and orange equipment. There is only one requirement here, mastering the path of red equipment. When Gushi heard it, he thought of the little goddess and the god warrior in the god war. They mastered the path of red equipment in the hands of the upper goddess. Just like the goddess of protection, mastering the path of the round shield in the hands of the goddess of wisdom and war. According to this statement, they are also considered a mythical army. But Gushi thought about it again, and it was true. If they didn't have a little confidence, how could they call themselves goddesses and god warriors? Seeing Gushi's reaction, Teacher Gongling Yu said, The mythical undead in your hand is also in the same situation. When I heard it at first, I thought you had divided the power of the nether spirit flower, which made me anxious for a while. Chapter 2577. Seeing Gushi's confused look, Teacher Gongling Yu explained it to Gushi in detail. The red suit road assigned to the mythical soldiers is different from the number of times we usually lend it out. This is the completed road projected on the mythical soldiers. The red suit is still yours, but they can directly call on the power of this road of the red suit. To do this, it consumes the energy of the red suit. Even if you want to develop the Red Suit Road, you can't use the energy here. Teacher June told me at the beginning that many people lost their red suits because they wanted to train mythical soldiers, and finally the red suits were downgraded. No wonder. Gushi couldn't help but muttered, and at this time, Gushi could also figure out how the red suit roads in the hands of those great goddesses were lent out. It's no wonder that in the territory of the Golden Apple, these great goddesses have fought countless cycles, and each of them only has 2 red suits. It turns out that it's not that they don't want more, but the power they get in each battle can't support too many red suits. The power of the Golden Apple is limited. The winner gets some, and the rest gets less. The power must be divided again to support the little goddess and the god warrior. The fact that the Golden Apple can last for such a long time has forced Gushi to admit the power of the previous generations of Golden Apples. He still wants more red equipment. What a dream. No wonder. Hearing Gushi's words, Yu became curious. She saw that Afro was not following any route of the Nether Spirit Flower, nor any of the existing red equipment of humans, so she was also a little curious about where Gushi got such a mythical soldier. Gushi thought about it, and finally told the story of the God War. Of course, Gushi did not talk about the head of the goddesses, but about the Golden Apple and the cycle of the God War. So that's it, you are right, those God Warriors are the lowest level of mythical soldiers. They can't even be considered, they can only be said to be close to them. The little goddesses are formal mythical soldiers. But you also saw that with the support of the Golden Apple, each of the big goddesses only raised 2 little goddesses. Do you understand the meaning of this? I understand. In front of Yu, Gushi was as honest as a child. But teacher, I just heard you say that there are levels of mythical soldiers? At this time, Gushi remembered the reaction of the Orange Guard, the origin of the undead, and he always felt that there was more information behind it. Yes, but there is no detailed classification. After all, you know that mythical soldiers are like this. If there is not one red suit among hundreds of pieces, then all of them are considered mythical soldiers. Why do we need such detailed classification? Teacher June did say that if mythical soldiers are to be divided, they may be divided into levels according to the number of red suit roads they have mastered. Those who are only close to the edge are level 0, one road is level 1, and the highest is level 3. Why only level 3? Are you stupid? If there are 4 roads, they will form red suits. If they become red suits, they can form their own energy cycle. What kind of mythical soldiers are they? A tethered dog can be called uncle. But now no one really considers these. There are very few mythical soldiers, and their fighting methods are completely different from the 2 routes of the soldiers. Their fighting style should be like a weakened version of the red suit boss. They are mainly focused on developing the red suit road, but they don't have the self-binding protection of the red suit, nor do they have some features such as energy recovery. They can only be regarded as the monkey version of the monkey version. But no matter how monkey version, they should be much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Listening to teacher Yu's half-joking words, Gushi also reacted. It's true. If you have 4 red equipment paths, what's the difference between directly equipping 1 red equipment? Could it be that the red equipment is divided into soldiers and players, so when it comes to mythical troops, you only have 3 paths? Although 3 paths are not as good as red equipment, if the paths cooperate with each other, there will be many options. At the same time, Gushi also understood what the Orange Guard undead origin saw. At the same time, Gushi thought of more than that. There was also the part of the divine power that was torn off by the goddess of beauty and fire. Gushi stood up straight at the first time. The Orange Guard blacksmith didn't know this news yet. It would be a waste to put so much divine power on him. At least 4 mythical troops can be made by splitting them up. When Gushi moved like this, Yu knew what Gushi thought of. What? Do you have other heritages of the Golden Apple? Yes, I'm afraid there are still a few possibilities for making mythical troops. Teacher, I think I may have to go back and check. Wait a minute. Yu smiled when she heard that Gushi had such an opportunity. She turned around and took out some information. When I heard you asking about the mythical undead, I knew you must have encountered something. If you are in a hurry to go back now, I will not stop you. This is some intelligence and information about the mythical troops that I can collect in a short time. Because there is not much information, there may not be more than 3 people in the entire human race who have mythical troops, so there is not much that can be found out. I will contact the Wanling tribe and ask if they have any information about mythical troops. Of course, if you want, you can also report the information about mythical troops to humans. You don't need to report where the mythical troops come from, just report the situation of the mythical troops. I will go back and take a look first. If possible, I can report it. Gushi glanced at the information in teacher Gonglingyu's hand and finally thanked him. He knew that it was not easy to collect all this information in a short time, especially since Gushi's matter came suddenly, and Gonglingyu had only heard teacher June talk about a few things about mythical arms. If she wants to get this information, she will probably have to spend a lot of favors. Faced with such help from the teacher, Gushi only reported some superficial information about mythical arms. How could Gushi not do such a small thing? Okay, you have some ideas in your mind. You should have a bottom line on what can be reported and what cannot be reported. Don't be too honest. Go quickly, don't miss your opportunity. Gushi still thanked teacher Gonglingyu, and then took a folio to the direction they came from. When Gushi walked away, Gonglingyu also looked at Gushi's background, and a smile flashed in his eyes. It seems that you are growing much faster than I thought. After you graduate, you should also face a larger battlefield. Chapter 2578. In the Magic Mirror Victoria City, Gushi came to the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses as soon as possible. Blacksmith, come out for a moment. Under Gushi's command, the Orange Guard Blacksmith appeared beside him. At this time, the aura of the Orange Guard Blacksmith changed significantly. Gushi had seen this change in aura several times on the Orange Guard New Nine-Tailed Fox before, but it was the first time he had seen it as obvious as the Orange Guard Blacksmith. Gushi just glanced sideways, and saw the hammer in the hand of the Orange Guard Blacksmith. At this time, Gushi noticed that the aura came from the hammer, and then entered the body of the Orange Guard Blacksmith. How many of the red rods have been fused? 1. It was cast and fused in, the flame and hot blood are merging, and the power is repelled. Although the Orange Guard Blacksmith didn't understand why Gushi came here, he still told him everything. All used? Gushi was somewhat helpless. He had been trying so hard but still couldn't catch up. Ah, what do you mean by all used? Now it was the turn of the Orange Guard, the blacksmith, who didn't understand what was going on. Yes, all used, but the amount used was not large. What do you want to make, sir? Hearing this, Gushi's heart was relieved a little. I ask you, after you have completed the fusion of flame and blood, how many pieces of equipment with the red road can you make? Gushi was now making a concession. He only hoped to make a few pieces of orange equipment with the red road. He didn't want any mythical soldiers now. He just wanted to have a little bit of it. It seems that the adults also know the function of this thing. I analyzed it before. If there is no mistake, the casting road can forge 3 more equipment. The flame road will be more, and 5 more equipment can be forged, and the hot-blooded road can only forge 2 more equipment. As for the power road, because it was rejected, not much was consumed, and the energy inside was preserved quite intact. After I fully understand the casting road here, I should be able to forge 7 pieces of equipment with the red road. That's 17 pieces. Gushi immediately calculated the final total amount. How long will it take for you to be ready? My fusion will take about 3 days. The Orange Guard Blacksmith estimated the current situation and finally gave a number. Okay, then I will give you 3 days. You fuse what you want first, and save what you can't fuse first. Don't do it after 3 days. There is a mythical undead plan here. I also need time to study how to deal with it. Okay. The Orange Guard Blacksmith agreed immediately. With the guarantee of the Orange Guard Blacksmith, Gushi was relieved. Fortunately, he came back in time, otherwise this thing would really be gone. Gushi didn't know how many special orange equipment these red roads could produce, and how many mythical soldiers they could bring. But Gushi knew one thing, that is, every additional mythical soldier now is a great thing for Gushi. After leaving the Orange Guard Blacksmith, Gushi returned to the city of Aridov. He came to the magic area as soon as possible, found a library there, and sat down. Because of the habits of bookworms, like Eve and Yenryu, there are many libraries with different styles and different books in the magic area. It can be said that as long as there is a new research direction, or a new learning direction or discovery, regardless of whether it is useful or not, the corresponding library will be built as soon as possible. A library will be built for a place with more content. It can be said that now in the magic area, libraries are everywhere. If you want to find any information, you don't need to find someone specifically to find it. Just take a look at the name of the library, and you can know whether there is what you want in this library. Gushi is sitting in one of the 3 oldest libraries at this time. It is also a library built with the magazines that Gushi got from the Bailian Festival. Although the output of this library is not as good as that of the Fairy Tale Library, it is the most attractive library. The most important thing is that there are quiet and private single rooms here. Gushi now needs a quiet place to check the information given by teacher Gonglingyu and judge how to proceed with his next mythology army plan. After flipping through the data, Gushi discovered that the data contained examples of mythical soldiers that had been successfully completed by humans. From this number, it can be seen that among so many red-clad bosses, humans only produce 3 mythical soldiers, which shows how precious this thing is. However, what Gushi saw in the data was not all bragging, but also complaining. The sources of the 3 mythical soldiers were not actively produced, but various accidents. The first mythical soldier that humans came into contact with was the battle between the red-clad boss and the red-clad boss of another race. When the battle failed, he found that all the heirs of the red suit he had chosen had also died in the battle. In order to prevent the red suit from being lost in his hands, when he and the enemy perished together, he dispersed the power of the red suit into the bodies of several nearby NPCs and subordinates, and asked them to send the red suit to the Human Power Council. The humans reassembled the red suit and selected a new heir. This escort mission was also a big battle. In the escort team of more than 10 people, only one person escaped to the scope of the Human Power Council. After this battle, the red suit was reassembled, but the soldier who escaped to the scope of the Human Power Council was also deeply bound to the red suit road that was injected into his body. Because of his achievements, the human side did not extract his red suit road, but just wanted to wait for him to die of old age, and the red suit road to return on its own. But he did not expect that he actually merged the red suit road and became a mythical soldier that could stand alone. From this time on, humans also knew about the mythical soldiers. At the same time, many red suit bosses also fought about the mythical soldiers. After all, there is a ban on the expansion of red suits on the human side, and the red suit boss can only control one red suit. They all want to get more red suits. This is an opportunity now. As long as you control 4 mythical soldiers, it is equivalent to controlling one more red suit. So during that period, a large number of red suit bosses kept trying to make mythical soldiers. Teacher June participated in the research of mythical soldiers at that time. But until the red suit downgrade incident occurred, no new mythical soldiers were produced. In order to prevent red suits from being wasted on meaningless things, humans finally decided to suspend the research of mythical soldiers, which suppressed everything. Chapter 2579. After that, humans did not study the production of mythical soldiers, but they still conducted in-depth research on the combat effectiveness of mythical soldiers. After all, with one mythical soldier, there are more places where they can play a role. As for the other 2 mythical soldiers, the situation is similar to that of the first mythical soldier. They were all accidentally produced, and there is no way to replicate them. Gushi did not think that Afro in his hand could provide any different ideas. Even if it was Gushi's mythical soldier plan, there were only 17 chances. Not everyone can get a first-generation golden apple. Even if someone gets such a thing, they will not use it to make mythical soldiers. Wouldn't it be better to use it directly to make red clothes? A first-generation golden apple can make at least 12 pieces of red clothes. Using 12 pieces of red clothes to exchange for an uncertain number of mythical soldiers, humans are not stupid. Gushi believes that by handing over the information and sources of the mythical soldiers, at most he can give humans more reminders. Let them not miss the opportunity to transform when they encounter such a situation. Of course, these materials also brought a lot of inspiration to Gushi. Apart from other things, at least Gushi would not walk on some wrong paths again and finally waste such a good opportunity. After reading all the materials, Gushi took out some papers and waved to the outside. Afu Luo walked in from the outside at the first time. My lord. It's okay, I just want to ask about your situation after becoming a mythical undead. Because your situation is special. I mean that person's personality. I'm afraid it will affect you. Oh, I understand. When we stayed in the shell, I also felt that person's personality. But please rest assured, sir. As a necromancer, you should understand that the living are the living, and the dead are the dead. Even if they are of the same origin, they have taken a different path, and can no longer be regarded as living people. That's good. So which path do you have now? Do you have the ability to fight? Afro was a little embarrassed when asked this question. Because the path she inherited was the path of the goddess of beauty and fire. No, it was the path on the dress of the goddess of beauty. Gushi knew about the situation of the white gauze skirt of the goddess of beauty. After all, it was Gushi who stole the white gauze skirt directly from the water. What did Gushi feel at that time? He just couldn't control himself holding the clothes. Later, the goddess of beauty and fire introduced that one's clothes are the key, and there is a heart inside. There are 4 paths: spirit magic, charm, skin beautification and strengthening. It is reasonable and natural for the goddess of beauty to use this. But if other people use this, I really don't know what to say. This route really has no combat power. But you said it is not the red equipment road, then it is true. Is it useful? It depends on the situation. After all, you can say there is a garbage orange equipment, but you can never say there is a garbage red equipment. Looking at a full Yuo's embarrassed look, Gushi also understood the situation. But there are some things that should be asked. Did you choose some paths of that dress? Psychic magic or charm? It's skin beautification. Afro finally said the red dress path on her body. When Gushi heard it, he felt his head swelling. Such a good opportunity. What's the use of skin beautification? But Gushi finally suppressed his anger and asked, skin beautification, that's also very good, at least it's a red dress path. What's the use, beauty, and, no, how does the goddess of beauty deal with it? Oh, this skin beautification is the path of the goddess of beauty to bind and protect herself. When Afro said this, Gushi's heart raised some hope. The path used to bind and protect herself means that this trick has great lethality. What is the situation of skin beautification? Can you explain it in detail? Skin beautification is the ability to paint the skin of yourself and your subordinates. Afro thought about it, and finally explained it. Gushi's interest faded after hearing this. Draw skin? Is it the skin he wanted? Just like Gushi's current outfit, he looks like an elf shooter, but these skins are really useless. For example, the Black Gun Battalion is still wearing the broken skin of the Tin Soldier. Their combat effectiveness has not improved much. Meishin is good at using this ability. She can do some costs or something. But for Gushi, this path is really useless. He doesn't want to take Afro to some masquerade party, or something like that. Anything else? Yes, that is. Afro didn't know how to explain for a moment, and finally used this skin beautification technique. Afro pointed in the direction of Gushi. Then Gushi felt his body lighten, as if he was blown up by the wind. What was going on? Gushi quickly let himself fall to the ground, and before he could ask, Afro had already taken out a mirror for Gushi. Gushi took the mirror and found that there was a green feather painted on the center of his eyebrows. When he saw this feather, Gushi suddenly felt that he seemed to have turned into a feather that could be blown away by the wind. Strong auxiliary type of road? The situation that was difficult to explain. Now that he felt it, Gushi understood it. Yes, this is just the most basic thing. Later on, you can turn people into different creatures, and you can turn different objects into humans. It is the kind of road that can change anything as long as you have an idea. Oh, what else can be changed? Just like the secret place of the goddess of beauty and fire, the goddess always felt uncomfortable living there. Why is there green mountains and clear waters in the place where she lives in the end, and at least there is a marble palace or something? That is all drawn by the goddess using this ability. If my road is strong, I can draw a rich planet into a planet of yellow sand. If you look at it from a distance, no one will want to approach this planet. Is that true? That sounds good. Then is the painting true or false? It doesn't matter if it's true or false. It all depends on how I deal with it. Afro said seriously. Gushi also nodded at this time. I understand. Your ability sounds pretty good. I'll have someone take you for a while to see the actual effect of this road. Chapter 2580. After taking Afro out of the library, Gushi dragged him directly to the Yellow Spring Road. Let's test your ability. I said you do it. See the swamp road in front of you? Turn it into an ordinary forest maze. Are you going to change it for real or fake? Fake. Let people think it's a forest maze and walk in, but it's still a swamp road in essence. Okay. Afro quickly changed the situation in front of her according to Gushi's request. Under Afro's operation, the swamp road in front of her, which was a dead end, became much more dangerous. After 2 or 3 such experiments, Gushi had roughly understood Afro's ability and ideas. With her current strength, she can change new skins for individuals, troops, and cities. The skin can have attributes or not have attributes, but just look good. As for the duration, this is not mentioned at all. I have never heard of skins having time issues. Unless the person who wears the skin takes it off himself, there will be no day when the skin will become ineffective. Just like Gushi, after so many years, he is still regarded as an elf archer every day. The current situation of Afro made Gushi think of the battle strategy of the Black Gun Battalion. He pinched his chin. Very good ability, very useful. I will contact Princess Anna later. You follow her for a while. We will change the equipment for all the troops. If it were a normal person, he might have jumped up long ago. But Afro is an undead. Even if it is a mythical undead, she will not get tired at all. Whatever Gushi ordered, she would do it. After handing Afro over to Princess Anna and telling her his thoughts, Gushi came to the statue of the god of war in the mountain of corpses in the city of Aridov. At this time, the 3 sacrifices of the orange-clad guards, and the new nine-tailed beast were waiting outside. Has he not come out yet? The 3 sacrifices of the orange-clad guards, and the new nine-tailed beast shook their heads. It has been a long time since Gushi discovered the situation of the mythical undead, and there is still no result for the orange-clad guards, the origin of the undead. This orange-clad guard, the origin of the undead, is good in other aspects, but some things are too slow. Gushi also wanted to discuss with him how to use the 17 opportunities to create more mythical undead after the orange-clad guard, the origin of the undead, came out. After all, relying on Gushi's own knowledge, he would definitely waste the opportunity in front of him. But if you force it to be dragged, the longer the golden apple is gone, the weaker the power of this part will be. If you force it to be dragged on, you may not get any mythical undead in the end. But now the orange guard, the origin of the undead, has dragged on for too long. Gushi shook his head helplessly, and was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, Gushi's heart moved, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the Corpse Mountain War God statue. Gushi noticed that in the Corpse Mountain under the War God statue, countless arms seemed to be raised high, as if welcoming something. On top of these arms, a skeleton mage walked out. He still wore a black iron crown, a skeleton staff in his hand, and a human head in a bottle in his left hand, but the skull, dagger, long sword, short staff, and a small sickle originally hanging on his waist were all gone. Instead, there was a scroll with countless words written on it. These scrolls were not rolled up, but were wrapped around his waist like a mummy's bandage. When he walked out, Gushi clearly saw a flash of red on his body. My lord! How is it? Gushi glanced at the orange-clad guard, the origin of the dead. Now he no longer felt the fatigue and confusion he had felt before when he felt the death words. Instead, he became quite energetic and confident. Sir, I have completed the analysis of all the dead characters. I have recorded the process of these characters from death to rebirth. It is precisely because of the record of these characters that the book Origin of the Undead was stimulated. Now this book has been upgraded to red quality. In addition to recording everything in the original Origin of the Undead, it also records the various uses of the 3 skills of the God of Death. The most important thing is that I just recorded that the process of the characters from death to rebirth also generated a new skill called Death Characters. This skill may not be taught to you now, because you need to see the process of the characters from death to rebirth with your own eyes to understand it, but I think as long as this skill appears, it can be added to the scope of the 3 skills of death and become one of the 4 skills of death. 4 is not very stable. Gushi muttered this sentence, but he still asked, what is the function of the death character? Now there are 3 functions developed. Record death, and record everything about death. Everything about death? Gushi was directly shocked. It would not be about recording everything about that big guy. Yes, as long as a corpse is sent, a work can be written on the corpse to record the life of the corpse, because only after death, everything in its life can be considered dead and recorded. After hearing this, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this was a way to record everything about death. Gushi thought that this could record everything about the death boss. The second function is to write death as life. Words can directly write a dead thing back to life. It is not the kind of transformation of the dead by summoning spirits, nor the resurrection of resurrection, but a real life. It is the same for people and cities. Wait a minute, this skill is not right. Writing things back to life directly is not an ability on the side of death. It is either related to time or life, or it is the power of fate. The function of the death text is not right. As soon as this second skill was spoken, Gushi felt something was wrong. No, there is no problem with the effect of this skill. In fact, this is a reward given by death because it is interesting. The 3 skills of death all have rewards given by death, but not everyone knows this. Reward? Gushi looked puzzled. It seems that it is said that the creator will be rewarded. Okay, what about the final effect? I believe this should be the key to the death text. Yes, the third one is that you can write the living as the undead directly. Use the power of words. Write the undead? Yes, write the undead. This is a very strange power. As long as it is written, it is the undead. Hearing this, Gushi's face became quite solemn, and he asked seriously, are there any restrictions? Chapter 2581. There are almost no restrictions. Let's put it this way. My lord, if you come across a city, as long as you know the name of the city, you can write that the city is full of undead. Hearing this, Gushi's eyes flashed with surprise. How is this possible? This is the power of words. At this moment, a bright plan flashed through Gushi's mind. Do you think it's possible for us to use the death text to kill the octopus head? It should be possible, but there are two conditions: the text carrier and the enemy's red suit. To kill a tribe, either high-level paper and pen records are needed, or the language of hundreds of millions of people is needed. This should not be too difficult. If the other party has red suits, corresponding red suits are needed to suppress each other. This is not a big deal. Then there is no need to do this to write a person to death with this death text. No, as long as there is no red suit, just find a place to write the text, or find 3 or 5 people to spread the news that someone is dead. That's good. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. He was still worried that if he wrote a person directly as a dead spirit, it would take a lot of energy, so he really didn't plan to learn the death text. After half of his heart was relieved, Gushi asked again, "Origin of the Undead, how are you now? I feel that your strength has been improved. Have you made a breakthrough?" Yes, the book Origin of the Undead has reached the red level. Although it is only material level red, it is still red. I can now be called the Red Guard. The Red Guard Origin of the Undead said with great pride. For this step, he seized the opportunity that finally appeared and put all his time and energy into research. For these studies, his body almost fell apart. Now everything is worth it. He can now be regarded as a Red Guard, no longer the Orange Guard before. Very good, as long as the strength breaks through, we will talk about the death text later. Now there is something that I have been waiting for you to come out. After knowing what the death text is, Gushi felt relieved. However, he still has several things to deal with now. He will learn the death text later, and do more urgent things now. Gushi quickly told about the mythical undead and mythical arms. Red Guard Undead Origin thought for a while. Is it the undead that followed the adults before? Can the production method of mythical arms be determined now? The blacksmith is dealing with himself. After he takes care of himself, he will come to study this matter. This is the information I got, take a look. Red Guard Undead Origin took the information in Gushi's hand, and quickly flipped through it. After becoming a Red Guard, the Red Guard Undead Origin's abilities and knowledge were significantly enhanced. He just flipped through the information, and knew what the Mythology Army was like. Sir, after reading this, I also feel that Mythology Army is wasting energy. How many opportunities do we have now? Forging 3 times, Flame 5 times, Hot Blood 2 times, plus Strength 7 times. Gushi remembered this data very clearly. That means there are at least 2 chances to combine the 4 roads into one. Sir, have you ever thought about putting your efforts together to make 2 red suits? Red suits are not that easy. Gushi paused when he said this. For others, making red suits may not be easy, but Gushi is different. He knows how to piece together red suits. Is this kind of thing with red suit roads also considered a fragment of red suits? Thinking of this, Gushi's eyes lit up at the first time. Who needs mythical troops when there are red suits? Even if red suits are pieced together, they are better than mythical troops. The proposal of the Red Guard Origin of the Undead is completely maximizing benefits. It is also the most appropriate idea. After all, the Orange Guard blacksmith can only make equipment, and there is no way to make undead. Okay, this should work, but we can't just waste the remaining roads. We still have to make mythical undead in the end. Then put the roads into the materials for making undead. Whether it's changing the materials on the existing undead, or using these materials to make new undead, our success rate will be improved. Red Guard Origin of the Undead thought of a new method at the first time. And it's the most suitable method for the necromancer's thinking. Gushi's various skills of the necromancer have reached a relatively high level. You can tell how high the success rate of this matter is as soon as you hear it. Let's go now. Gushi calculated that there was indeed an opportunity in front of him. He immediately prepared to go to the Orange Guard blacksmith and ask the Orange Guard blacksmith to change the plan. At this time, the Red Guard Undead Origin persuaded him. Sir, the blacksmith is not that fast either. Didn't you say before that he was fusing 3 roads? He is also taking a key step from Orange Guard to Red Guard. If we disturb him at this time, if he fails, the materials will be wasted. That's right, it's not long now. Then you can study this matter, I just have other things to deal with. What Gushi said was about Jungle Port. The fusion time of the Scourge City must have passed. Gushi is not sure what Jungle Port and the ordinary city above have become now. Although the fusion of the Scourge City must have failed, Gushi does not want to lose such a good Death City. He also does not want to lose the right to enter the Hell battlefield. Gushi knows very well where his biggest problem is now. Insufficient population and insufficient troops are Gushi's biggest problem. And the Hell battlefield is a new big battlefield for Gushi. There can be constant spawning of troops there. When Gushi got the ordinary city, He had already thought about how to deal with this kind of good place. Gushi was also afraid that the fusion of his natural disaster city would destroy the two cities. Before, the matter of the mythical troops was more important. Now the matter of the mythical troops still needs some time to be settled, so Gushi naturally made time to go to Jungle Harbor to take a look. Okay, sir, don't worry, I may not be able to participate in general research, but there are really few people who can be better than me in the research on the undead. The Red Guard, the origin of the undead, said confidently. Chapter 2582. When he came to Jungle Harbor again, Gushi saw the hero guarding Jungle Harbor. As soon as he saw Gushi, the hero knew that his chance had come. He immediately stepped forward to report, Sir, about 2.5 days ago, Jungle Harbor and the upper city announced that the fusion had failed. Yesterday, Jungle Harbor returned to its original position and is now counting the losses. Based on the current situation, the loss is no more than 30%. It will only take about 5 days to restore to the original level. As the hero spoke, he also collected a lot of data. After saying this, he explained the situation in the Hell Channel during this period. After Supra stayed in Jungle Harbor for a while, he took all the repaired ghost ships and went against the Styx to the Hell Channel. In Supra's view, this was his best opportunity to take a natural risk. In addition to his position in Gushi's system, he really didn't think much about anything. When the troops were sufficient, he took the troops away. Until now, he has not sent back any news. This point is quite worrying for the hero. After all, the number of troops Supra took away was quite large. Apart from other things, the number of ghost ships taken away exceeded the level that Jungle Port could supply. All this scared the hero, fearing that Gushi would blame him for this. But Gushi didn't care about these. He just walked around here and asked, since the last war, no demons have come out from the Styx. Not yet. For now? Yes. The hero said with certainty, they just haven't come here yet. During this period, I have been receiving reports that some stone fragments are washed down from the upper reaches of the Styx from time to time. These should be the demon ships. They should have encountered Lord Supra's fleet and were directly defeated. But this also shows that the demons have been looking for opportunities to come here. But this place is too far from the Hell Channel, and the demon sailors are not as good as Lord Supra, so they have never come to kill. But sir, when Lord Supra enters the depths of the Hell battlefield, this line of defense will be gone. This is exactly why I came here this time. Do you want to expand the Jungle Port? The hero's eyes lit up when he heard it. He was waiting for such an opportunity. If the Jungle Port is expanded, as the first manager of the Jungle Port, his status in the Jungle Port must be not low, and he may even take the opportunity to directly ascend to the position and become a leader. That's right, all heroes aim to become leaders. Only when they become leaders can their voice become greater. But it is more difficult for a hero to become a leader than for a leader to be promoted to a hero. To become a leader requires great achievements and one's own concept and understanding of combat. It does not mean that if Gushi says you are a leader, you are a leader. If the leader level is really that easy to appear, Gushi would not have less than 30 leaders under his command over the years, which makes it impossible for Gushi to have 3 leaders guarding all the Death Cities. Now that Gushi has come to Jungle Port specifically, it means that the status of Jungle Port will be improved. If he can seize the opportunity in this promotion, it is not impossible for him to become the leader. Yes, I learned some things when I went out this time, and I can use them. I want to go to the upper city to take a look, you come with me. Hero put down all the work in his hands, and quickly followed Gushi. As for the Jungle Port that he had been thinking about, he put it aside for the time being. If this opportunity is not seized, it will be a shame if his former companions in Aladovi City know about it. Following Gushi to the lake channel in the middle of Jungle Port, Hero introduced it to Gushi there. Now the water source of Jungle Port has completely integrated the characteristics of the Styx and the Forgotten River. The water flow and water quality have become unpredictable. The undead troops trained in Jungle Port can also fight underwater. Others really can't stand such water quality. Gushi nodded. Gushi knew the conditions of the water of the Styx and the Forgotten River very well, not to mention that when Gushi arranged it, he opened many Forgotten Rivers. Although some of them were interrupted later. But the foundation is still there, plus the continuous flow of Styx water, even the undead will be afraid. At present, this hero can build the city into what it is now, and can also train some sailors to operate underwater, which is quite good. When Gushi nodded, the hero was also very happy, and he introduced it there again. Sir, look over there, that's the garrison of the corpse witches who stayed behind. I was already building a magic turret before. But later, due to the fusion with the upper city, the progress slowed down. But the failure of this fusion did not affect the magic turret. On the contrary, because of the failure of the fusion, there are many more open spaces in the jungle port. Now these open spaces are quite beneficial to our jungle port. Sir, look over there. Gushi looked in the direction pointed by the hero, and found that there were actually several small islands floating on the surface of the Styx. What is that? It was made from the collected ship fragments. Demons are not good at water, but they are good at one thing. That is the ship they are attached to. They can make stone ships sail on the water. From this point of view, the quality of these stones is good. I collected them and found that after piling them together, this thing can float in the water. The most important thing is that after floating in the water, this thing can protect against the water of the Styx. So I built some of them. Aren't the corpse witches unable to go into the water? They can fight as long as they stand here. As a result, do you know what I found? When the fusion failed, these floating islands were not affected at all. It was the Styx that protected them. Gushi said lightly. It seems that the river god really helped a lot. If the Styx was not here, I am afraid that the two cities that were fused before would be directly destroyed. With this idea, Gushi also came to the upper city. Compared to the jungle flood below, the situation in the upper city will be worse. Because of the fusion and the failure of fusion, more than half of the high-rise buildings on the upper floor have collapsed, and the remaining foundations have been soaked beyond recognition. There are also some corpses soaking in the water. It is obvious that this is the result of the failure of fusion. Chapter 2583. Compared with Jungle Harbor, Gushi did not arrange any personnel to manage the upper city. He only left 2 troops to watch. After the fusion failed, no one was assigned to sort it out. Now the upper city is shrouded in a thick aura of death. With Gushi's current ability, he scanned the entire city at a glance. Gushi noticed that there was still some vitality under some collapsed buildings, but those vitality were a little weak and might not last long. On the contrary, most of the buildings located in the suburbs had relatively strong vitality. It can be seen that most of the residents fled there. Judging from the number of residents who can survive this time should be around 10,000. That's enough. Gushi was about to go over to see those residents, and at this moment, Gushi suddenly saw someone on the water riding a black warhorse rushing towards this side. This situation surprised Gushi a little. He felt the breath of the Death Knight from the person rushing over. It seems that the residents of this city have also embarked on the path of transcendence. Sir, why are you here? When the resident rode his horse to the location where Gushi appeared, he saw Gushi with the hero at a glance. He stopped his horse and asked in surprise. This is my city. Such a big thing happened. Naturally, I have to come and see it. You have successfully completed the inauguration of the Death Knight. Yes, sir, this natural disaster suddenly appeared, and many people died, but many people also fell into a semi-death state because of this natural disaster. In this state, those who couldn't wake up were floating in the water. But as long as they woke up, they would either become a necromancer or a Death Knight. We didn't know what was going on. Because we couldn't contact the city below, we didn't know what was happening below. We didn't know what to do, so we could only gather together and prepare to establish a temporary autonomous committee. But now that the adults are back, let the adults handle this matter. Have all the people taken office? Those who woke up have taken office successfully, and we feel that there are still some who haven't woken up underwater. But now we dare not touch them. We wanted to rescue people before, but they died as soon as they came out of the water. On the contrary, those who were soaked in water and pressed underground, as long as they woke up, they would take office successfully, so we just wandered around the city. As long as someone woke up, we would go over to help and tell them the current situation. I didn't expect to see the adults when I was patrolling. This is really a good luck. The resident looked excited. In fact, he was just an ordinary resident in the city before. When the city was in chaos, he couldn't even grab the equality device for all beings, and he didn't dare to go out. As a result, Gushi not only brought him a new life, but also led him to the extraordinary path. It can be said that when he saw Gushi, his morale and loyalty reached the peak. Sir, I will take you there now. Wait a minute, I have some things to deal with now. You follow me too. Gushi did not go with the Death Knight. He came here this time to deal with the city next. This city is an ordinary city, and it cannot be handled the same way as a dead city. And Gushi has learned something from the goddess of death and life. Gushi needs to draw up the spirit of the dead in the jungle port. Turn the city in front of him into the state he wants. Before, Gushi was worried that the city was damaged, and it would be difficult to deal with it. Now it seems to be okay. The dead bodies that have not been dealt with, and the collapsed houses just gave Gushi an opportunity. transform the city in front of him with the yin chi generated locally. Gushi clearly remembers that he asked the goddess of the earth and the goddess of death and life about the connection between death and life. At that time, Gushi understood where he should stand between death and life. Gushi is not the kind of person who flips the table directly after dinner. He knows very well where he should stand along the way. If it was before, Gushi would definitely consider preserving the vitality of the city in front of him. But now it is different. Gushi's thinking has changed. The power of death is the future of this city. When Gushi came here before, he was still thinking about how to operate the transformation of the city in front of him. Unexpectedly, this time when he came back, the city gave him a surprise. The natural disaster city did not merge successfully, but instead changed the residents of the city and successfully took up undead professions. This also gave Gushi an opportunity. Because this ordinary city in front of him already has the breath of death. Even if it is just a little breath, it is enough. This means that Gushi does not need to start from scratch, nor does he need to bring in too much yin chi to destroy the situation in the city. He only needs to concentrate the death breath in the city, and rebuild a city with this place as the core. What Gushi has to do now is to concentrate the death breath. After experiencing the world of God War, Gushi's understanding of the nether spirit flower has obviously improved a lot. After all, after seeing how the great goddesses deal with those roads, Gushi has learned a little bit. Gushi stretched out his hand, and a nether spirit flower petal appeared in Gushi's hand. Without any movement, the nether spirit flower petal turned into a seed, and was thrown into the water in the city center. Yin and Yang conversion. Gushi pointed at the water. This time the range of Yin and Yang conversion was not large, just the range of a nether spirit flower. But it was this range that began to attract all the death breath in the city. The resident following behind Gushi also widened his eyes when he saw this situation. "Sir, what is this?" "Mark a coordinate for your city." Gushi said calmly, "From now on, you have only one task, that is to live well, work hard to improve yourself, and cultivate this ghost flower. When the ghost flower is planted all over the city will have its own name." "Me, we?" "Yes, you, and all the people who survived this time. They are living people, and I will not change this. After all, I also need living residents. But whether they and you can grow up depends on how far you can go. Plant this kind of flower? Use the breath of death in your body, so you must work hard to grow, necromancers and death knights." Chapter 2584. After the resident got the news, his expression was quite rich. He thought that after becoming a death knight, he could go out for adventure. At least, he could go to the battlefield and kill people. How did he become planting flowers in the city? And is it reasonable for a death knight to plant flowers? Gushi stood in front of the ghost flower, but didn't care what the residents thought. This time, Gushi planned to influence the city in front of him in his own way. The direction of the city's development must be in accordance with Gushi's thinking. As for what the residents, who have become necromancers and death knights think, it doesn't really matter. After arranging the arrangements here, Gushi went around several other locations in the city. Many of the forgotten river that Gushi arranged at the beginning can still be used, and a large amount of forgotten river water still flows along the river channel designated by Gushi to the designated direction. The loss during the fusion did not have much impact on the river channel. This also facilitated Gushi's next actions. After all, some of the original arrangements were still there. When Gushi wanted to arrange the magic circle, he just had to follow the original route. No major adjustments were needed. At the same time, Gushi had enough materials in his hands, so he operated very quickly. It took less than 4 or 5 hours for Gushi to adjust the direction of the magic power in the city in front of him. The death breath generated by the necromancer and the death knight would be injected into the ghost flower against the direction of the magic power arranged by Gushi. The ghost flower would also draw the water of the river of Styx transmitted from the jungle port below, and transform it into the effect of Yin Chi and Death Chi. Finally, it will be dispersed in the city along the direction of the magic power, affecting the properties of the city. It can be said that as long as the residents in the city work hard, it won't take long for the city to be full of ghost flowers. Because this ghost flower grows by the breath of death they carry. The harder they work, the faster the ghost flower grows. Gushi specifically explained this when he saw the necromancers and death knights gathered together. As for whether they can understand, it depends on their own understanding ability. Anyway, this is all Gushi can do. If they can understand and work hard to improve themselves, they will eventually have the opportunity to enter other cities of Gushi. If they just drag it on, they may have to wait until they die and walk the Yellow Spring Road, or until their descendants complete this task before they can enter other cities of Gushi. Hearing these words and looking at Gushi's serious eyes, the necromancers and death knights also became nervous. After they got extraordinary power, they all thought about how to go out and kill people everywhere. They didn't want to be trapped in this small city full of water. So after Gushi finished speaking, a death knight and a necromancer stood up. The death knight who stood up was fat, and the necromancer looked more like a priest. Gushi was a little surprised to see these two people coming over. He remembered that the two people who often followed him before were not these two people. Who is that? The two people knew who Gushi was talking about as soon as they heard it. The necromancer who looked like a priest said quickly, he couldn't resist the coming of the natural disaster and died in the river. After that, all the residents were organized by the two of us. I am in charge of the necromancers, and Alao is in charge of the death knights. Gushi glanced at the two of them. Gushi couldn't tell their loyalty. Gushi was quite familiar with the phrase the human heart is unpredictable. He never considered the ambitions of humans. Gushi glanced at the two of them. What do you want? It's like this, sir. We plan to establish an autonomous committee, with me as the president, him as the vice president, and... No need, I will arrange a leader to manage the city. You just need to listen to the orders of the leader I arrange. Autonomous committee? As a necromancer, you should understand that for necromancers, only the dead are the most reliable. Gushi could tell at a glance what these two wanted to do. There are less than 10,000 people alive, and there are such diverse races. There are really ambitious people everywhere. While speaking, Gushi snapped his fingers, and countless inchi and souls gathered in Gushi's hands. Then these inchi turned into soul fragments in Gushi's hands. Gushi glanced at the two, pointed his finger, and these soul fragments fell into the water. After a while, some corpse witches crawled out of the water. As soon as the corpse witches appeared, they quickly stood behind Gushi. They all looked exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell who was who. But Gushi didn't care about these. Isn't that what the undead are like? Seeing the corpse witches crawling out of the water one by one, the two guys who wanted to govern themselves turned pale. Although they have mastered extraordinary powers, their thinking has not yet shifted from humans. They thought they had killed someone, and just threw the body into the water. They didn't think about it. As a necromancer, how could he not have the means to communicate with the undead? Gushi looked at them again, and found that the two were just pale, but they didn't show any remorse. He knew that the two guys had nothing to say. So Gushi waved his hand helplessly, and the nearby corpse wizards rushed up. At this time, the two reacted, and the Death Knight shouted loudly. This is our city. Our city requires autonomy. We have extraordinary abilities. Before he finished speaking, he was killed by the hero behind Gushi. The situation just now, the hero was also stunned. He never thought that the upper city would be like this. Even if they have ambitions, they must have a certain combat effectiveness. It's okay to be so weak, but they are still shouting slogans there. Can slogans be eaten? If it were other troops, it might be able to boost morale or something. But the undead don't want morale. If they have that time, they might as well attack Gushi directly. If they have that courage, Gushi will look up to them. Gushi will not take them seriously at all for just shouting slogans and letting others attack. He watched his corpse wizard rush out with his staff raised, not even intending to use spells, and directly hit some of the necromancers and death knights in the group. The necromancers and death knights they selected were quite accurate, and not all necromancers and death knights were attacked. It can be seen that they are seeking revenge, not venting their dissatisfaction with the living. Chapter 2585. The battle ended quickly. There were nearly 10,000 residents originally, but the number was reduced again in this battle. In the end, there were less than 7,000 people left. However, these 7,000 residents were already defeated by Gushi. They are all honest now, and no one mentions anything like autonomy. Gushi will not hand over the control of a city. For the city in front of him, Gushi still used the original plan to arrange heroes to suppress it, let the heroes keep an eye on the development of the city, and arrange some undead to settle in. As for the 7,000 residents here, Gushi still has only one requirement, that is, to improve themselves with all their strength and develop the Nether Spirit Flower. When the Nether Spirit Flower is all over the city, Gushi will come to carry out the next plan. None of the more than 7,000 people opposed Gushi's request. Now they no longer want autonomy. They just want to live well now. At this time, Gushi discovered that the desire to survive of these more than 7,000 people is quite strong. Although they have already taken up the post of Necromancer and Death Knight, they are full of vitality. That's right. Gushi quickly transferred heroes and undead troops, and then assign some tasks to the newly transferred heroes. Among them is the task of calling books such as Necromancer and Death Knight Training Manual from Arida's city. After all, these residents firmly support Gushi, and Gushi must give them some feedback. Gushi is not the kind of person who can only shout slogans. All the feedback he gives is direct benefits. In addition to these, there are also a large number of equipment used by Necromancers and Death Knights. Although the levels of these equipment are only green and blue quality. But for the newly appointed Necromancers and Death Knights, it is enough. Gushi also promised them that as long as one of them reaches level 5, Gushi will open the purchase rights of purple equipment to them. As for orange equipment, Gushi will definitely not put it here. But one thing is certain, when the ghost flower is fully bloomed, there will be a passage to enter the Yellow Spring Road. Everyone can enter Gushi's territory through the Yellow Spring Road. All of this, Gushi arranged in front of all the residents. And Gushi's men will also explain the situation here to the residents. For example, what kind of changes will Gushi bring to Gushi after arranging these? For these residents, this is not a pie in the sky, it is something real and visible. Every time the undead under Gushi explained one, the residents jumped and laughed happily. It was as if he had already taken the red suit and became the strongest Necromancer or Death Knight. Gushi looked at their excitement, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Having said so much, in fact, none of these residents can finally achieve anything. They can only reach level 5 at most. As for becoming a player, it may take 3 or 4 generations. But Gushi didn't care about all this. For Gushi, he had enough time. He could wait. It's just that the residents didn't know anything about all this. They may only be able to see things that are a few decades old. After arranging all these people, Gushi walked around the city again. After seeing that there were no omissions, Gushi returned to the city of Aridov. After returning to the city, Gushi found Mary as soon as possible. He told her about the arrangements for Jungle Port and the upper city. After listening to the situation here, Mary nodded seriously. "Sir, don't worry, I will transfer the resources here. In addition to resources, pay more attention to the situation in the upper city. The 7,000 residents there are our seeds. My plan is to develop at least 100,000 people there. Sir, please rest assured, I will handle this matter." Mary understood Gushi's needs as soon as she heard it. Compared with Luna, who was only responsible for managing the construction of Arida's city, Mary, who was responsible for the administrative system under Gushi, understood the role of each city under Gushi better. Mary knew the arrangements for each city clearly. Gushi's request was actually not a difficult task. At most, it would be to change the allocation of resources behind the city. This kind of thing has been done before. The contracted undead under Gushi have to make a half-year summary, and adjust resources every 6 months. At most, it would be to add some temporary allocations. Mary can handle these by herself. Gushi is the kind of person who lets go directly. After Mary took over the matter, Gushi no longer cared about it. This time, Gushi only spent a little more than a day to go to Jungle Port. At this time, the orange-clad guard, the blacksmith, should have completed his evolution. Gushi could go over and take a look. Mary also knew that Gushi still had things to do. After making sure that there was nothing else, Mary left quickly. Gushi looked at the time, and finally did not release the evil coffin to hurry there, but walked slowly over. In the Magic Mirror Victoria City, the population here has gradually increased. Although various buildings were initially built in comparison with the Aridas city. But after years of adjustment, there are obvious differences. The current Magic Mirror Victoria City is no longer a proportional copy of the Aridas city as it was before. The Magic Mirror Victoria City in front of him also has its own style. Gushi did not feel anything before, but now when Gushi walks here, he can clearly see that the undead in the Magic Mirror Victoria City are obviously more flexible. When they walk through an alley, they sometimes disappear directly, but appear in another location after a while. Gushi understood that this was a strange effect of mirror refraction, reflection, or scattering. It was also for this reason that the roads in the Magic Mirror Victoria City became more complicated. Gushi usually moved directly by teleportation or flying. This time, Gushi saw that there was still a lot of time, and was not in a hurry to go, so he walked slowly in the Magic Mirror Victoria City. While walking in the Magic Mirror Victoria City, Gushi suddenly had a feeling. His original arrangement for the Magic Mirror Victoria City was somewhat wrong. He should not regard the Magic Mirror Victoria City as a backup of the Aridas city. This city also has its own life brilliance. Instead of not matching the dead city pillars, and the town incarnation belonging to the Magic Mirror Victoria City, as Gushi did when he handled it. Chapter 2586. It seems that some things need to be rearranged, not only the Magic Mirror Victoria City, but also the Flame Victoria City over there, the Twin King City guarding outside the Netherworld battlefield, the Jungle Port that I just visited, and the North Wind City that I haven't visited yet, all need to be rearranged. Gushi didn't pay much attention to it before, but now that he has discovered it, he naturally has to remember some things in his heart. After all, the Death City is the key to Gushi's growth. Guarding every Death City is the key to Gushi. With this idea in mind, Gushi slowly came to the Corpse Mountain War God statue. At this time, Gushi noticed that the face of the Corpse Mountain War God statue in front of him was obviously different from the Corpse Mountain War God statue outside. In the pile of corpses of the Corpse Mountain War God statue, a vermilion flame light was coming out. The Red Guard Undead Origin was standing outside waiting. Beside him followed the Orange Guard New Ninetales, who was watching the excitement, and the Orange Guard Destiny Compass, who originally belonged to this Corpse Mountain War God statue. Seeing Gushi coming, the Orange Guard New Ninetailed Fox came to greet him immediately. "Sir, you are still a little early. The blacksmith hasn't come out yet." "It's okay. I just came here to take a look. I have some new insights." "But why are you here?" "Because I am the closest to the Red Guards now. The others still need opportunities to reach the red level, and some don't even have a chance. Only me, as long as I have a full set of Ninetailed Fox, I will be a standard Red Guard. It is natural for me to come and take a look." As the Orange Guard New Ninetailed Fox said, he raised his head. That means let Gushi understand it himself. Gushi thought about it, and didn't say much, and his eyes turned to the Corpse Mountain War God statue. At this time, the red light that originally enveloped the Corpse Mountain War God statue was all retracted, and the orange-clad guard blacksmith walked out from inside. Gushi only took a look at the orange-clad guard blacksmith, and knew that he could be called a red-clad guard. Although he only had 3 red-clad roads, all 3 of them could be used. In other words, he was called a red-clad guard, which was more legitimate than the origin of the undead. At least the red-clad guard blacksmith could use 3 red-clad roads, and his combat power was directly compared to the regular red-clad. The red-clad guard undead origin had no way to do this. He could only provide Gushi with various information and technical support. The difference between the 2 routes is quite far. Walking in front of Gushi, the red-clad guard blacksmith also lowered his head. "Sir." Then the red-clad guard blacksmith took another look at the surrounding situation. "What are they doing?" "Oh, they are here to discuss the mythical army. In addition, we originally had a technology called patchwork red suits. Do you remember?" Gushi explained. "Of course. The origin of the undead, and I have an idea. We will use the red suit road and orange equipment to make red suit fragments, and then make patchwork red suits by patchwork red suits. I personally think that because the red suit road comes from the same origin, as long as it succeeds, a piece of red suit can be made." The red suit guard blacksmith nodded seriously when he heard it. "That's true. We now have 17 red paths. The least of them is the power path, which has only 2 materials. That means we only have 1 chance to try and fail. If we fail the second time, we will never have a chance to put together a red path again." The red guard blacksmith is quite familiar with the amount of materials in his hands. Gushi just mentioned it, and he immediately understood Gushi's idea. At this time, the Red Guard Undead Origin also stepped forward and said, "You are right, and our success rate may be lower than you think." "Why?" The Red Guard blacksmith looked puzzled. "The success rate is lower than expected. Isn't this looking down on himself? We need to add some more things to it. Take a look at this." As the Red Guard Undead Origin said this, he took out a scroll-like thing, and handed it to the Red Guard blacksmith. Gushi watched from the side. He thought that the Red Guard Undead Origin took out the death text. Unexpectedly, the Red Guard blacksmith opened it, and then looked at the Red Guard Origin of the undead. "Your idea is more troublesome. Just tell me if you can do it." "It can be done, but the result will be as you think, and the success rate is not high." "What are you talking about? Bring it here for me to see." Gushi, who was standing by, also heard something wrong. He couldn't help but step forward and stretched out his hand to the Red Guard Origin of the undead. The Red Guard Origin of the undead handed the scroll in his hand to Gushi. Gushi opened the scroll, and his eyes lit up. "Origin of the undead, you are really a genius. This way the success rate will be greatly improved." It turned out that the requirement of the Red Guard Undead Origin was to let the Red Guard blacksmith make a 4-piece suit. Each suit has its own red suit path. Through the combination of suits, and the method of piecing together red suits, the final suit will definitely be a red equipment. Gushi was sure of this after just one look. But the problem is that suits are not that easy to make. The Red Guard blacksmith said on the side. Are there any problems with the suit production? Yes, there are not only problems, but also very big problems. If you want to make a suit, either it is a suit with a formula like the Ghost King cloak that adults wear, or it is like the Nine Tails, which is itself decomposed from a super strong equipment. The worst is to be like the Black Throne of the Griffin, with a main force as the core, and other equipment is strengthened around it. The current situation is that we have to use these red clothes roads to design a suit, and the success rate is quite touching. No matter how low the success rate is, we have to experiment. In my opinion, this is a very good opportunity. Suit combination, red clothes patchwork, these two roads have successful experience, and the success rate of the two roads combined is no matter what. It's just that our thinking needs to be further adjusted in this regard. Gushi has said this, and the Red Guard blacksmith will naturally not refuse. Okay, I know how to do it. Wait for me to check the information. Is it the information about the suit combination? What do you want to know? I have most of it here. The Red Guard Undead Origin spoke up at the first time. We need a set that can take advantage of both strength and passion. Strength is the most critical because there are only two ways to achieve strength, and we don't have many opportunities to make mistakes. Chapter 2587. Titan's Arrow, Harvest Horn, Cursed Armor and Barbarian Lord's Axe. The four-piece suit combination design we have recorded here. I personally think that Cursed Armor and Barbarian Lord's Axe are our best choices. Red Guard Blacksmith's request. Red Guard Undead Origin said directly. Gushi has heard of the four-piece suit mentioned by Red Guard Undead Origin. Titan's Arrow is a very basic tower suit, consisting of Titan's Sword, Guardian Shield, Thor's Helmet, and Titan Armor. Gushi's Purple Lightning Spear, Wind and Thunder Chariot, Transformation of Thunder God Armor, and Thunder Helmet Soldier Orange Suit are made based on the idea of Titan's Arrow. As long as this suit is successfully combined, a special attack called Titan's Arrow can be used, which is as powerful as the 80-level air spell that concentrates the strongest lightning attack in a lightning bolt. The most important thing is that such an attack does not consume any mana, and it can be released whenever you want, without CD. Even if there is no other arrangement, this thing is still orange quality, and it will not be worse than Gushi's Black Feather Arrow. But the question is, what are the four routes in Gushi's hand now? Flame, Forging, Strength and Blood have nothing to do with Titan's Arrow. The Horn of Harvest, also known as the Horn of Harvest, is a resource-based suit, composed of a crystal cloak, a gem ring, a mercury bottle, and a sulfur ring. It can produce 3 units of crystal, gem, mercury, and sulfur of purple quality or above every day. For this, neither Gushi nor the two Red Guards look down on it. They all know that Gushi has a space dedicated to producing orange quality resources. Even if the Harvest Horn in front of us succeeds, it is impossible to produce 3 units of red quality rare materials every day. So this is also abandoned. In this way, there are only 2 sets of Cursed Armor and Barbarian Lord Axe to choose from. Cursed Armor is the closest to the undead, consisting of Black Magic Sword, Undead Shield, Skull Crown, and Bone Breastplate. Speaking of which, this thing looks like it is used by the Death Knight. The main effect is to directly set 4 large-scale auras when it appears, adding 4 negative effects of slowing down, evil curse possession, weakness, and disaster to the enemy, which cannot be removed before death. It can be said that if this set is placed on the battlefield, it will definitely be super strong. As for the Barbarian Lord Axe, it is composed of the Demon Rod, Mad Demon Shield, Wisdom Crown, and Giant Armor. The effect is that all the troops under the command will have a normal attack after attacking once. The reason why the Red Guard Undead Origin said that this would be suitable is that this thing really takes the route of strength and passion. Gushi discussed with his men whether to choose the Cursed Armor or the Barbarian Lord's Axe for this experiment. The Red Guard blacksmith meant that the Barbarian Lord's Axe had a higher success rate, and the strength and blood paths did not need to be changed at all. The flame and forging paths might not need to be adjusted, but the changes would not be too much. There was a 70% chance that the path would be preserved, and then through the combination of suits and the patchwork of red suits, the possibility of finally forming a red suit would be more than 40%. Although it would only be a red suit of the level of the Griffin Black Throne, but the red suit was the red suit, and no one could deny that. The Cursed Armor is different. Among the 4 pieces of equipment, none of them is suitable for the 4 paths in Gushi's hands. The success rate of making each piece separately is about 50%, and the possibility of combining them to become red equipment is about 25% to 30%. It can be said that the success rate of the Barbarian Lord's Axe will be higher. But when Gushi and others discussed this matter, They certainly couldn't look at it based on the success rate. Instead, they had to consider the role of the red equipment. If they just made a hammer and put it in the hands of the red guard blacksmith to make new equipment, Gushi and others didn't need to consider so much. Now Gushi is using the trial and error opportunity of two pieces of equipment to gamble on the possibility of directly getting red. Is it more successful or more suitable for the undead? Anyway, the overall success rate is less than half, and it all depends on luck. But it is impossible to split it into two, so you can only gamble on one idea. For this matter, Gushi watched the two red guards arguing there for a long time. Finally, Gushi said directly, "Stop arguing, listen to me, I want the cursed armor." After hearing what Gushi said, everyone quieted down. Red Guard Origin of the Undead was talking about the materials and craftsmanship required to make the cursed armor, while Red Guard Blacksmith was confirming whether he could do it. The most important thing is how to arrange and adjust the four paths. Cursed armor definitely does not need the characteristics of fire and casting, and the power path is useless. As for the blood path, it has nothing to do with the undead. Originally, in the mind of Red Guard Blacksmith, the route of the Barbarian Lord's axe was the best. At least the path of flame, power and passion can be left. But Gushi made the decision, so the Red Guard Blacksmith will deal with it. Anyway, Gushi just needs to see the result in the end. For Gushi's request, the Red Guard Blacksmith had to accept it. When Gushi arranged for people to deliver the materials, the Red Guard Blacksmith had already had several ideas. But he always felt that these ideas were not suitable. Now the situation is that the Red Guard Blacksmith has to find the Red Guard Undead Origin, and want to ask him how to change the path of flame, casting, power and passion. For this problem, the Red Guard Undead Origin can come up with many different things. After all, in the Red Guard Undead Origin, everything can be undead. Even casting can be undead. However, he still said seriously, "It is natural for me to turn these into undead. I have ideas to deal with them, especially for the big item of fire, and I even have several ideas. But what we are going to do now is the cursed armor. Shouldn't we follow the attributes of the cursed armor equipment? Shouldn't we add the road to the four pieces of equipment, the black magic sword, the undead shield, the skull crown, and the bone breastplate? You are right, but the road must be adjusted. If it is not adjusted, the final route will still go to my current situation. The road problem must be adjusted in advance. I know, but the road is the road, and the equipment is the equipment. How can I make you understand? It has not been a while since the two red guards quarreled again. The two orange guards and Gushi were watching the excitement there, and they would occasionally interrupt and say a few words. Chapter 2588. In the midst of such a commotion, the equipment forging plan was quickly finalized. With a suitable plan and sufficient materials, the forging began quickly. Just as the Red Guard Undead Origin said, the cursed armor, whether it is the material or the forging method, is suitable for the undead style. Not to mention the black magic sword for the time being, which of the other three sets of equipment has nothing to do with the undead. When the Red Guard Blacksmith really did not consider the road, nor did he consider other things, and only considered the materials and production techniques, the Red Guard Blacksmith found that it was really easy to make. After a while, the embryos of the four pieces of equipment were forged. At this time, the Red Guard Undead Origin also stepped forward. Gushi thought for a while, raised his hand, and the nether spirit flower fell down, which was considered a certain blessing. The Red Guard Blacksmith took out a small piece of empty spirit crystal, and a small piece of crystal with flames. This is the red road nurtured by the empty spirit crystal. Only under the nurturing of the void crystal, the red road without a carrier will not dissipate. Now what is taken out is the hot blood road. Speaking of which, among these red roads, only the hot blood road has the largest number, and at the same time, only the hot blood road is unclear, because the Red Guard Blacksmith himself has not integrated this road into his body. The idea of the Red Guard Blacksmith is that there are so many materials for this road, so he can try it out first. So with the help of the Red Guard Undead Origin, the two put the road materials in the equipment embryo. Then the Red Guard Blacksmith took out his sledgehammer, and smashed it hard on the equipment embryo. When the sledgehammer was taken out, Gushi only felt the temperature around him rise rapidly. This is the power of the flame road. At the same time, every time the sledgehammer hit down, Gushi could find a red light spot injected into the equipment embryo, slowly affecting the appearance of the equipment embryo. This is the power of the casting road. As for the muscles in the hands of the Red Guard Blacksmith that became stronger, that was the effect of the power road. These three roads have a great strengthening effect on blacksmithing. Now, every time the equipment embryo in front of the ground is strengthened and shaped. And every time, the ethereal crystal and the red road that were just taken out will be beaten in. Soon the equipment embryo slowly changed from the original raw iron bar to the appearance of a long sword. On the blade of the long sword, there was still a vermilion light flowing. Gushi and the others, who were watching on the side, were all staring at the current situation. They all knew that if this little bit of red light could be retained, then they would be considered successful this time. The Red Guard, the blacksmith, became more and more cautious, fearing that he would destroy the equipment embryo in front of him with a strong force. If only the equipment embryo was lost, it would be fine. If the red road was gone, it would be a real waste. Fortunately, this time it was quite smooth. With the last blow, the vermilion light stabilized in the equipment, and then an orange light radiated, just blocking the vermilion light completely. If Gushi and the others hadn't been watching, they might have thought that this time it was a mistake. After quenching the equipment in water, the Red Guard blacksmith looked up at Gushi. "Sir, the plan is feasible. As long as you are careful, the success rate will be improved. Let me see." Gushi stretched out his hand to the Red Guard blacksmith. The Red Guard blacksmith quickly handed the long sword he had just made to Gushi. Although this long sword has not yet been decorated, its attributes have been determined. Hot-blooded black magic sword, orange, main weapon, unbound. After equipping, all troops under the player, attack +3. Equipment requirements, strength 10. Special 1, hot-blooded, consumes 300 mana. After activating the hot-blooded effect, the combat effectiveness of all troops within 10 kilometers nearby is tripled, and the life is tripled, which lasts for 30 minutes. Special 2, Boiling Blood, consumes 300 mana, activates a hot-blooded blood rain, washes away the positive effects of all purple equipment within a 10-kilometer range. Purple equipment only has negative effects. Special 3, Black Magic Slash, consumes 500 mana, directly hits an enemy. The attack has a 50% chance of directly killing the opponent, and has a 50% chance of cutting off 3/5 of the opponent's life limit. Special 4, Black Magic Kill, consumes 500 mana and a purple equipment, can destroy an enemy's orange equipment. After the orange equipment is destroyed, it cannot be recovered, untied, or repaired. Explanation 1, Black Magic Sword, Undead Shield, Skull Crown, Bone Breastplate can form cursed armor, which is something everyone knows. Explanation 2, the hot-blooded road is not suitable for the Black Magic Sword, but this is the road of red equipment. It is better to have it than not. Looking at the current attributes, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the instructions say, although the hot-blooded road is not suitable for the Black Magic Sword, with the red equipment in hand, it is always the user who adapts to the red equipment. No one can choose the red equipment they want. What's wrong with the hot-blooded Black Magic Sword? No one said that the Black Magic Sword can be not hot-blooded. And now the two effects of hot-blooded are obviously good. But Gushi was somewhat worried, and he looked up at the Red Armed Guard blacksmith. At this time, the Red Armed Guard blacksmith said seriously, "Sir, please rest assured that the Red Armed Road has been successfully entered, but there is only one road, which is not red equipment, so it cannot be displayed like red equipment. After the other preparations are made, all the preparations can be activated one by one." Gushi is still willing to believe in the Red Armed Guard blacksmith. Next one. Under Gushi's order, the Red Armed Guard blacksmith took out new materials. At this time, all the contracted undead under Gushi's command who could come came over. After all, the red suit is such a big deal, they should know a little bit about it. And Luna also raised a question at this time. "My lord, are you going to use this equipment for yourself?" Hearing this, Gushi remembered this question. The question of who this equipment is for. It is true that the cursed armor is combined with the undead, but Gushi is very clear about the final attributes of this red suit. On the surface, it looks like a cursed armor for combat, but in the end, I am afraid that many of them will go for the logistics route. At most, it will strengthen the combat effect of the red suit route. If it was before getting the head of the ancient god, Gushi might have bound it to himself first, and then consider other things after getting other equipment. But now Gushi needs to consider who is suitable to wear this set of red suit. Chapter 2589. This is really a problem. Gushi was silent immediately when asked about Luna's question. The red suit in front of him has not been made yet, but Gushi already knows what it will look like. This red suit will occupy at least 4 equipment slots: the main hand weapon, the offhand shield, the helmet, and the breastplate. Gushi's main hand must be reserved for the magic wand that is being nurtured. The hand of death behind him can be used, but Gushi has no intention of monopolizing it. On the one hand, the red suit's path is not the best. On the other hand, Gushi knows very well that what he needs now is not to turn himself from a hidden double red suit into a triple red suit, but to add another red suit holder who can help him in battle. It would be best if it can play a role on the battlefield, because he will definitely face the octopus head next. When he faces the octopus head with 2 red suits, there will definitely be some omissions. But it will be different if there are 2 red suit holders. They can fight together or fight independently. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately wanted a subordinate who could always stay by his side, or at least follow him directly when Gushi needed to fight. At this time, Gushi immediately thought of a person. Contract Puppet U. Gushi has always kept this contract puppet in the copy of Lingyu Industrial Zone, brushing it from Monday to Wednesday every week, and all the various materials obtained from it are used to strengthen himself. Over the years, the level and strength of this contract puppet have actually been improving. The last time Gushi saw him, he was already level 25. Although this level is nothing in Inji, it can be regarded as high combat power. Moreover, he has been filling himself with various materials over the years, and various combat methods are emerging one after another. If one is not careful, even high-level players above level 45 may be eaten by him. The most important thing is that he is not like the contracted undead under Gushi, each of whom has his own things to do. Only the contracted undead Yushin has nothing to do. If there is a set of red clothes on him, Gushi can really be called whenever he needs it. Seeing Gushi frown and stretch his brows, Luna knew that Gushi had an idea. It seems that the red clothes have nothing to do with them, the contracted undead. But it's good this way. At this time, we should first stack the combat power of Gushi's subordinates. The subsequent battles will become much smoother. The other contracted undead have similar ideas. In their eyes, red clothes are not something they will never have a chance to get in their lifetime. Now is not a good time for them to take the red suit. After all, they all have their own tasks. The only one who can really participate in the battle is probably Princess Anna. And this red suit is not suitable for them. So they didn't think much about it. At this time, Gushi had an idea, and his mentality towards these things changed. When Gushi was in a good mood, his men worked very smoothly. After wasting 4 sets of red suit road materials, the red suit guard blacksmith finally completed the forging of 4 pieces of equipment. Now in front of Gushi is a dark red one-handed sword, a black eagle-shaped shield engraved with a skull and flame pattern, a metal helmet in the shape of a golden skull, and a breastplate made of bones. The one-handed sword is naturally the first hot-blooded black magic sword, which has the hot-blooded road added to it. The black eagle-shaped shield is the Yin Fire Undead shield with a flame road added to it. In order to make this equipment, the red guard blacksmith failed once. The metal helmet is the soul casting skull helmet, which has the casting road added to it. This equipment failed twice, and almost wasted all the casting roads in Gushi's hand. But this is understandable. After all, casting and undead are really difficult to integrate, and no matter how you deal with it, it will fail. The last giant bone breastplate is an equipment with the power road added. This equipment has only failed once, which can be said to be a good ending for Gushi. It's just that because only the last casting road succeeded, Gushi's red suit plan will only have this set. The remaining hot blood, power and flame roads will be arranged by Gushi to make mythical soldiers. But now Gushi is more focused on the combination he is preparing. Finally it's done. Now let's combine them. Origin of the undead, you combine them, and blacksmith you help. Whether the combination is successful or not, you need to add the things to assemble the red suit. Gushi knew very well what the 4 pieces of equipment in front of him were. To put it nicely, these 4 pieces of equipment are combination kits that have a chance to impact the red suit, and to put it bluntly, they are orange equipment that are close to the red suit. Don't look at Gushi's confidence here. In fact, at this most critical moment, Gushi really doesn't have much confidence. The most important thing is that there is only one set of materials, and the success rate is only about 30%. Gushi doesn't want any problems to happen at the last minute, which will make his layout of the red suit fail. Didn't you see that Gushi has taken out all the empty spirit crystals in his hand now, in order to prevent any problems from running out of energy during the combination? Of course, 2 rarely used death incarnations appeared behind Gushi. If there is a problem here, Gushi will immediately transform the rarely used death incarnation into a city guarding incarnation, like the Griffin Black Throne, and then transform another city guarding incarnation. After everything is ready, Gushi asked them to combine. At the beginning of the combination, Gushi has been staring at the situation here. During the combination of the Red Guard Undead Origin, the Red Guard Blacksmith has been holding the hammer and staring there. As long as there is any abnormality in the combined kit, he can take action immediately. Even if the combination is successful, the routine of patching the red suit must be applied in the end, and the final patch must be made. Anyway, the Red Guard blacksmith is now in a highly nervous state. And all the contracted undead under Gushi have retreated to a farther position. They can all see the current situation, but will not disrupt the current action. This time, the suit combination will change into red equipment, so the combination is particularly slow. So slow that Gushi and the others can see the pieces flying off the equipment, circling in front of Gushi, and finally reassembling. So slow that Gushi thought he was in a slow-motion script. But the more this happened, the more Gushi dared not take it lightly. He knew that he was not 100% sure yet, and any mistake now might affect the combination of this suit. But the more you guard against something, the more it will happen. Just when the 4 pieces of equipment were completely scattered, and the red road was guided out, an accident happened. Chapter 2590. Boom! Just when the parts of the suit were put together, an explosion suddenly sounded. Gushi and the others immediately realized that something was wrong. A little red light was gathering at the place where the parts of the suit were put together, and the explosion sounded from there. At the same time, they found that all the parts that flew over were twisted because of the red light, and then expanded and exploded. Although some parts will eventually turn red and stabilize, there will not be too many such parts. If this continues, more than 80% of the parts will be blown up, and finally all the materials will be blown into powder. Gushi and the others certainly can't let this happen. Although the situation in front of them was not in their plan, they still acted quickly. Gushi threw out the energy-filled ethereal crystal at the first time, and the red-clad guard blacksmith immediately smashed it down with a hammer. The red-clad guard blacksmith used the method of making and piecing together red suits to guide all the energy in the ethereal crystal into the parts in front of him. Under the control of the red guard blacksmith, other parts also quickly began to glow red, and everything was transforming towards stability. Just when Gushi and the others thought that the situation had stabilized, all the parts actually vibrated, as if they wanted to eject outward at a very high speed. Not good. Gushi immediately activated the effect of the Nether Spirit Flower, and a large number of Nether Spirit petals flew out, entangling all the parts and preventing them from flying outward. The Red Guard blacksmith also quickly rushed to the core of the chaos and reached out to drag the flying objects back. Red Guard Undead Origin also took action. He took out some scrolls and checked the information he could find. It can be said that Red Guard blacksmith used the route of piecing together red suits, and Red Guard Undead Origin is now looking for a way to resolve it fundamentally. This kind of thing has never happened before, but judging from the information recorded by Red Guard Undead Origin, Red Guard Undead Origin can see what the situation is at a glance. My lord, the situation is not right. We made a mistake in our calculation. There is no problem with our idea of normal suit combination. But now the suit combination process needs to be upgraded to red suit. The 4 suit components have all developed intelligence, and they want to grab the control of the main body. Gushi knew what was going on when he heard this. It was all because everything he did before was too smooth. Let the 4 sets of suits take the road of red suits. Now when 4 are combined into one, there must always be one thing used as the main body. But now these 4 pieces are of equal level, and they will naturally fight to grab the main body. Gushi didn't expect that the problem would appear here. But at this time, Gushi couldn't drag this thing away. Because once the red equipment combination starts, there is no possibility of stopping. The only chance to stop is that the combination fails. Think of a way. Sir, find red equipment to suppress it, and guide it through our means. The first realm of the Red Guardian Undead Origin said the method that can be used at the moment. But only Gushi can do this, after all. Gushi is the only one who has red equipment. Okay, Nether Flower, Fate's choice. Gushi immediately released the Nether Flower to deal with the situation. However, this time Gushi was relatively restrained. He did not use the power of the Nether Flower to suppress it, but wanted to prevent these parts from flying around through the means of Fate's choice. Under Gushi's operation, everything finally stabilized. Just when Gushi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the face of the Red Guard blacksmith changed. Not good. At this time, Gushi raised his head and found that the equipment that had originally calmed down in front of him was shrinking rapidly, and it was clear that it wanted to have a big explosion. Gushi hurriedly operated the Nether Flower to wrap up these equipment. After that, Gushi began to increase the injection of mana in the Nether Flower. In order to protect all of this, at least this thing must not be allowed to explode here. Gushi was very clear about how powerful the red explosion was. If it really exploded like this, not to mention other places, the magic mirror Victoria City in front of him would definitely not be saved. At this time, the Red Guard, the blacksmith, reacted quickly. You can't suppress it so hard. If you do, the explosion will only be more powerful. The origin of the undead. Gushi also felt that he was a little out of control. He could feel that if he continued to suppress it like this, it would really explode in the end. Even if he used the power of the nether spirit flower to suppress the explosion, such a big explosion would damage his nether spirit flower. You know, although the red suit has not succeeded yet, the power is equivalent to the red suit's full self-destruction. Gushi must find a way to deal with everything before the explosion occurs. Origin of the undead, open the ghost gate, I want to send this thing out. Gushi immediately thought of the idea of diverting the trouble. Use the ghost gate to send out the red suit that was about to explode. As for what those people behind the ghost gate would think, Gushi could not care. Luckily, at this moment, the red suit guard, origin of the undead, suddenly said, "Sir, throw the thing into the Corpse Mountain War God statue." Corpse Mountain War God statue. Yes, there are 2 red suit equipment slots in the Corpse Mountain War God statue. If we abandon all the red suit equipment slots now, we can still suppress this thing. Waste. Gushi muttered, but the action of his hand did not stop at all. He turned his hand, and threw the red suit that was about to explode near the Corpse Mountain War God statue. As Gushi threw it, the red guard blacksmith also understood what he had to do. He mobilized all his strength, and hit the various parts thrown out with a hammer. Under this hammer, all the parts were forcibly combined together. It looked like a piece of chocolate that melted, and then weakly solidified again. In that state, it seemed that there was no hope of fusion. After throwing the things out, Gushi sighed. His accumulation was still a little less. If he had 5 or 6 pieces of red clothes that had been equipped, he would not gamble on such a low success rate in order to force a piece of red clothes. Fortunately, this incident has accumulated some experience for Gushi. The next time he encounters such a thing, Gushi will know how to deal with it. Just when Gushi had given up, the mass of melted materials happened to hit the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses. At this time, a red light came out from the statue of the God of War on the Mountain of Corpses. Chapter 2591. No, there seems to be hope. As the War God statue on the Corpse Mountain moved, Gushi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that there would be hope at this time. At this time, the War God statue standing on the Corpse Mountain actually moved by itself. The action seemed not to suppress the group of unsuccessful materials, but to grab all of them. Faced with such a situation, Gushi was surprised and confused. The surprise was that this time it might be possible. But he didn't know why. At this time, the Red Guard, the origin of the undead, suddenly said something. I understand. Did you see something? Sir, we have always regarded this Corpse Mountain War God statue as a normal Corpse Mountain War God statue. We have never thought that this Magic Mirror Victoria City is just a copy made by Lady Luna through the skills of the Magic Mirror City. We always thought that this copy was to copy everything except the red suit. But we never thought that a spectacle like the Corpse Mountain War God statue could nurture the red suit. The one in the Magic Mirror Victoria City has not actually reached that level. It's just that we have always only had one quasi-red suit to nurture the Corpse Mountain War God statue in the Aladovi City. We have never paid much attention to the one in the Magic Mirror Victoria City. As the orange-clad guard produced by the Corpse Mountain War God statue, the red-clad guard, the origin of the undead, usually does not come here. After all, the relationship between the 2 Corpse Mountain War God statues is not that good. The Corpse Mountain War God statue in the Aladovi City thinks that it is the orthodox one, and the one in the Magic Mirror Victoria City is just a copy. So over the years, no one has noticed any difference between the 2 Corpse Mountain God of War statues. This time is different. This time, Gushi assembled the equipment here because the Red Guard blacksmith was here. So he came here. Gushi really didn't expect to encounter such a situation here. At the same time, Gushi also understood that the Corpse Mountain God of War statue also had its own ideas. It wanted to take this opportunity to make up for the gap with the original version. Of course, the Corpse Mountain God of War statue would make such a choice, and it was also confident that it could handle everything. Gushi thought about it, and figured out the situation here. So he took a step back at the first time. And the Red Guard Undead Origin, who discovered this situation early, retreated to the back. When the Red Guard blacksmith saw it, he also understood what Gushi and the others were thinking, so he rushed into the Corpse Mountain with a hammer. After the Red Guard blacksmith entered the Corpse Mountain, the War God statue on the Corpse Mountain also swallowed the half-assembled parts into its mouth. After that, Gushi and the others saw that the Corpse Mountain God of War statue seemed to melt and kept changing. Gushi was also a little helpless at this time. He just wanted to make a red outfit, But he never thought that such a thing would happen. Now Gushi had no way to change anything, so he could only watch here. Fortunately, the Corpse Mountain God of War statue finally had some ability. After a while, a dark red long sword appeared in the left hand of the Corpse Mountain God of War statue. That was exactly the appearance of the hot-blooded black demon sword. Such changes made Gushi and the others happy. It seems that it has finally stabilized. Then a ball of fire appeared in the right hand of the Corpse Mountain God of War, and finally turned into an enlarged fire undead shield. At the same time, the armor on the original God of War statue also changed. The Roman-style helmet turned into a golden skull crown, and the leather armor on the body turned into bone armor. From this scene, Gushi knew that the 4 pieces of equipment that were about to explode were stabilized. Although it didn't succeed in the end this time, the current situation was already a good thing for Gushi. At this time, the sky above the God of War statue began to condense red light. A black breastplate like a ghost appeared in the sky. This breastplate slowly turned from virtual to real, and then from real to virtual. After 4 times of this, all the virtualization disappeared. Gushi could understand the previous changes. But Gushi didn't understand the changes after that. He didn't know whether the last red outfit was successfully integrated. Gushi in front of him could only look at the God of War statue, who had put on armor, replaced with a long sword and shield, and waited for the final outcome there. At this moment, the pile of corpses under the statue of the God of War suddenly moved, and the red-clad guard blacksmith, who had just rushed in with a hammer, came out dragging the hammer. How is the situation? The red-clad guard blacksmith raised his head. Sir, it's only half successful. Half is half. It doesn't matter if there is no red suit, as long as the equipment is left. When Gushi heard it, he thought that only the possible explosion before was suppressed, but the final red suit fusion was not successful. Gushi said without much concern. In Gushi's view, as long as his city is still there, it doesn't matter. There is no rush for the red suit. There are still many red suits that have not been born in the head of the ancient gods. Gushi does not need to think so much about this failed red suit. It's okay, let's deal with the mythical troops. Sir, this is a well-assembled red suit, but the problem now is that this red suit is bound to the Corpse Mountain War God statue, and can only be regarded as a subordinate controlled by the Corpse Mountain War God statue. At this time, the red suit guard blacksmith spoke. Gushi was about to focus on the mythical troops, and after hearing this, Gushi couldn't help asking, "What did you say?" "Sir, I brought out the assembled red suit." As the red suit guard blacksmith spoke, he took out a set of black armor that looked like a ghost face. Done? Gushi didn't expect to encounter the current situation. He had already given up, but the red suit was already done. Yes, it was done, but it was only half done. In the end, this set of red suit can only be bound to the Corpse Mountain War God statue. What does it matter? As long as the equipment is done, it's fine. Binding it to the Corpse Mountain War God statue means that you are ready to produce red-clad guards? No, people like us who came out of the corpses in the Corpse Mountain are called guards. This time, we directly contacted the War God statue. If you insist, you can call it the Corpse Mountain War God, or the Red-clad War God, or something like that. The red-clad guard blacksmith also pointed at the War God statue standing on the Corpse Mountain. Gushi was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that the situation would be like this in the end, but he still looked at the black armor in the hands of the red-clad guard blacksmith. What is this armor? For the controller of the Corpse Mountain God, as long as you wear this breastplate, the Corpse Mountain God will appear beside you at any time and provide you with red-level combat support. Chapter 2592. The red-clad guard, the blacksmith, quickly explained the situation. Gushi also slowly understood. The red suit that Gushi needed this time was successfully integrated. But it was only half successful. The red suit assembled by integration could not be equipped to players or subordinates. The situation was somewhat similar to the similarity between the Griffin Black Throne and the incarnation of the town. However, the Griffin Black Throne was not equipped on Gushi. Gushi could call on the power of the Griffin Black Throne at any time. Even if he entered the world bound to the red suit and was affected, he might get help intermittently. The red suit in front of him was just the opposite. Gushi needed to wear a breastplate, but he could not use the power of the red equipment. This breastplate was only equivalent to a positioning function. The Corpse Mountain War God statue that was truly bound to the red suit could use the positioning of this breastplate to appear behind Gushi at any time to protect Gushi's safety. Of course, Gushi could also communicate with the Corpse Mountain War God statue through the breastplate and issue different orders. It can be said that this red suit and the Griffin Black Throne are two completely opposite situations. Gushi didn't know whether he had a red suit or not. He just looked at the black breastplate in the hands of the Red Guard blacksmith and asked the Red Guard blacksmith, "Is there only one piece of this breastplate, or can you make more?" "There is only one breastplate. After all, there are only so many materials." Gu Shi was speechless after hearing this. He thought about it. Then why did you choose the breastplate as a way of contact? Why not make it into a tiger talisman or a token? Hearing this, the Red Guard blacksmith could not help but be silent for a while. In the end, he said nothing. He couldn't say that he was worried that Gu Shi didn't get the equipment and was in a bad mood, so he made such a thing in the shape of the final cursed armor. "Okay, you have nothing to do here. You melt this thing, and see how many tokens you can make. I will carry a token with me later, and the rest will be with Princess Anna. When the army attacks, a token will be allocated to the commander of the army. This is also the last guarantee." Gu Shi would think further. After all, the red-clad holder who can attack freely is very important to Gu Shi. He hopes that the other party can follow him and appear in the position where Gu Shi needs the most in battle. Hearing this, the Red Guard blacksmith also nodded quickly, turned around and retreated. At this time, Gu Shi realized that he didn't seem to have time to check the properties of the red equipment. But now, he called back the Red Guard blacksmith. Gu Shi was not so stupid. Anyway, the Red Guard was already there, and could not run away. Gu Shi did not say much, but discussed with the Red Guard undead origin about the mythical soldiers. This time, there were not many materials left. There were only 9 pieces left, 1 for hot blood, 3 for flame, and 5 for strength. The number was relatively large, and there were also ideas for conversion. Flame was the best, and there were also ghost fires in the underworld. Strength was second, and there were powerful ghost kings in the underworld. But the hot blood situation was really hard to integrate into the undead. Vampires did not use any means such as hot blood. Gu Shi and the Red Guard origin of the undead need to discuss more. About 20 minutes later, the Red Guard blacksmith came out again. At this time, he was holding 12 ghost face tokens in his hands. The colors of these 12 ghost face tokens were different. 6 of them were pure black, 3 were silver, and 3 were pure gold. When Gu Shi looked over, the Red Guard blacksmith immediately handed the colored face tokens to Gu Shi. As soon as Gu Shi took it, the corresponding prompt popped up in front of him. Corpse Mountain Dispatch Order, read no matter where you are. As long as you use the Corpse Mountain Dispatch Order, you can call the Corpse Mountain God of War to fight for you in a short time. This is a very simple thing, which is used by the Corpse Mountain God of War for positioning. As for whether the Corpse Mountain God of War will help you after he goes there, and how long he will help you, it depends on the Corpse Mountain God of War's own ideas. Anyway, except for Gu Shi, everyone else should be polite to the Corpse Mountain God of War. Of course, these 12 Corpse Mountain dispatch orders also have different levels. The black one is a temporary dispatch order. Each time it is issued, one can only call the Corpse Mountain God of War once. After it is used up, it must be taken to the Corpse Mountain God of War statue to recharge and reposition. The silver one is a semi-long-term one, which can be used for 10-digit positioning. In other words, the person holding this token outside can call the Corpse Mountain God of War for support 10 times. The gold one is a permanent token. As long as you hold it in your hand, you can always locate it. Moreover, the red quality can be bound as red equipment. Even if you encounter some places where you cannot use equipment skills, the bound Corpse Mountain dispatch order can be easily brought in. After delivering the 12 Corpse Mountain dispatch orders, the Red Guard blacksmith carefully introduced the function of this thing. Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. That's right, you can make so many, you must make a set of breastplates, this is just asking for trouble. Gu Shi said, while picking up a pure gold Corpse Mountain dispatch order, and bound it according to the method mentioned by the Red Guard blacksmith. The Corpse Mountain dispatch order immediately turned into a golden light, and fell into the back of Gu Shi's hand. After doing all this, Gu Shi put the 2 golden Corpse Mountain dispatch orders to Luna and Princess Anna. You keep these 2 for me first. Princess Anna, you take the rest. The black one can be used by ordinary heroes and leaders in a big battle or a key battle. The silver epic expedition can be issued with a mission, and it will be taken back when they return. Gu Shi directly arranged the destination of these Corpse Mountain dispatch orders. Princess Anna also understood what the Corpse Mountain dispatch order represented. She nodded affirmatively and said, "Don't worry, my lord. I will arrange everything." Then Gu Shi turned his head and looked at the Red Guard blacksmith. "I haven't seen the attributes of the combined red equipment yet. Is it possible that the Corpse Mountain God of War can't come out to see me? My lord, please come this way." The Red Guard blacksmith also understood that Gu Shi must meet the Corpse Mountain God of War. After all, It would be strange if Gushi didn't care about such an important matter as the red suit. So the Red Guard blacksmith led the way in front, and took Gushi to the corpse-mounting god of war statue. When Gushi approached, Gushi noticed that the corpse-mounting corpses under the god of war statue seemed quite enthusiastic, and seemed to want to reach out and shake hands with Gushi. "My lord, there is a position for an orange guard here. They want to ask you when to choose a new orange guard." Chapter 2593. This is the first time that Gushi has entered the interior of the corpse-mountain war god statue. Gushi had thought about the situation inside the corpse-mountain war god statue before, and he thought it would be a pile of corpses. But after entering the corpse-mountain war god statue, Gushi found that this was not the case. Behind the corpses was actually a very thick foundation and underground base. In addition to a relatively large public space, there were 3 small spaces and 2 medium-sized spaces in this underground base. When Gushi came in, he could clearly see that in addition to the 3 small spaces, 2 had been marked, and it was obvious that these 2 spaces had already been owned. They have always wanted to come in. No matter who they are, as long as they come in, they can get a new life. There is only one position left now, and the war god statue has been strengthened, so they are even crazier now. If the attributes of the next orange-clad guard are not suitable, my lord, don't be surprised. Because they were all robbed. As they spoke, Gushi and his team came to the last medium-sized space, and the red-clad guard, the blacksmith, took the initiative to push open the door of this space. As the door was opened, a large amount of red light rushed in. Through the red light, Gushi could see a breastplate that looked like a ghost face floating in the middle of the space. This was the assembled cursed armor. No wonder the Red Guard blacksmith used the last bit of material to make a breastplate. I guess this is what the corpse-mounting god of war looks like now. When Gushi looked at the cursed armor, all the red light shrank back into the cursed armor, and finally turned into a bright red ghost body. This ghost body looks very much like the war god statue above, and he is wearing this cursed armor with a black ghost face. My lord. The corpse-mountain war god glanced at Gushi, and finally lowered his head and spoke. Let me see your attributes. Gushi did not bother to be polite with the corpse-mountain war god, and directly checked the corpse-mountain war god's attributes. The corpse-mountain war god's own situation is fine, and his attributes are the same as those of an orange-clad guard, and there is nothing unusual. At most, he is equipped with a cursed armor, and he can leave the corpse-mountain war god statue freely, can equip weapons and equipment normally, and can actively enter the game to complete tasks or upgrade. It can be said that except for his roots in the corpse-mountain war god statue, he can be regarded as a player with his own consciousness and wisdom. Of course, because the corpse-mountain war god statue is in Gushi's Death City, the corpse-mountain war god's loyalty to Gushi does not need to be doubted, and because he is bound to the corpse-mountain war god statue, he does not need to consider issues such as death. It is a relatively alternative undead existence. Gushi was a little surprised by the properties of the cursed armor. Although the cursed armor is obviously composed of 4 pieces of equipment, the cursed armor in front of him does not have the properties of these 4 pieces of equipment. Instead, it is a new road formed by directly integrating the cursed armor, changing the 4 red roads, piecing together the red roads, and finally strengthening the statue of the god of war of the Mountain of Corpses. These 4 roads can be said to be completely different from the 4 roads that Gushi got, but they have an obvious continuity relationship. Distorted cursed armor, red, combined equipment, occupying the helmet, chest armor, main hand weapon, and offhand armor positions, bound to the statue of the god of war of the Mountain of Corpses in the Magic Mirror Victoria City. The user is the god of war of the Mountain of Corpses, and the owner is Gushi. After equipping, space distortion positioning can automatically appear about 5 meters behind the person holding the space coordinates through space positioning. Equipment requirements: statue of the god of war of the Mountain of Corpses. Special Route 1. All things are broken. Active attack skills. This route can attack enemy equipment, city walls, and even opponent skills. Everything can be broken by this attack. Route Skills 1. Armor breaking, gate crushing, earth crushing, corpse crush. Special Route 2. Infinite strength. Passive skill. This route has an infinite strength enhancement effect. As long as the body can bear it, the strength can be continuously enhanced. In the battle, the strength can always be stronger than the enemy, just enough to crush the enemy. Route Skills 2. Strength multiplication, King of Wrestling, Gravity Field, moving mountains and filling the sea. Special Route 3. Earth Melting Furnace, Fire Attribute, Undead Attribute and Earth Attribute route. This route can use 3 series of spells of fire, earth, and undead to attack, which can melt all enemies and turn the earth into undead attributes. Route Skills 3. Death Volcano, Earthquake, Melt of the Dead, Death Earth. Special Route 4, Blood Mist Curse, Field Route. This route can generate a blood mist. All enemies entering the blood mist range will be immediately affected by the slow spell, evil curse, weakness and impending curse effects, which can never be removed. Route Skills 4, Blood Mist Force Field, Blood Sea Curse, Curse Blood Rain, Curse Blood Blade. Special 1, after binding the equipment, the Earth Melting Furnace has been selected as the binding protection. All those who want to break the binding effect of the distorted curse armor will be attacked by the Earth Melting Furnace. If the distorted curse armor is forcibly broken, all life in the entire world, planet or game world, will be melted by endless flames and finally swallowed into the earth. Special 2, after binding the equipment, choose All Things Shattered as the main battle route. The power of All Things Shattered can be increased by 150% more than the power of other routes. Special 3, after binding the equipment, the infinite power will be the battle aura. The other 3 battle auras will be opened after the user's level is increased. Special 4, after binding the equipment, you can lend the red power to others. Explanation 1. This is a red equipment composed of cursed armor, red road, patchwork red technology, and special wonders. Explanation 2. As long as you hold the coordinate props used for positioning, the user of the cursed armor will appear behind you at any time. Explanation 3. Curse is just the beginning, destroying everything is the root. Looking at the third red attribute belonging to him appearing in front of him, Gushi's eyes flashed with excitement. The combat power is enough, and you can start to consider getting rid of the trouble of the octopus head. You must get rid of the octopus head first, and then consider other things. Gushi nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head and looked at the red guard blacksmith. Okay, we'll test the strength of the corpse mounting god of war when we go out. Now let's deal with the mythical troops first. Seeing Gushi like this, the red guard blacksmith understood that Gushi was very satisfied with the corpse mounting god of war and the red suit in front of him. So he also laughed. He put a lot of effort into the red suit forging this time and gained enough experience. This success means that he has an indelible position in Gushi's system. The next time Gushi wants to forge a red suit, he will definitely think of him first. Chapter 2594. The red suits were all done, and Gushi and his men naturally gained confidence. In their eyes, there was nothing they couldn't handle. Now everyone was excited, thinking about how to transform all the remaining red suits into usable combat power in a short time. Even Luna and the others had already considered the whereabouts of these mythical soldiers. It can be said that everyone now thought that there would be no problems. As a result, at this time, Gushi and his men were directly slapped in the face. For the 9 red suits, Gushi and his men handled them excitedly, but only 2 mythical undead were produced, and they were both power routes. As for the flame route that Gushi was most optimistic about, not a single mythical undead was produced. This situation directly poured a basin of cold water on Gushi, and he calmed down all of a sudden. Only then did he react that his level was not high, he still had weaknesses, and he was not the kind of existence that could cover the sky with one hand. There were also enemies stronger than himself. Just because he has 3 red suits in his hand now, he can't ignore the strength of others. The most important thing is that Gushi's 3 red suits are not systematic at all. You guys arrange the next things, copy the new mythical troops, and send them to Yen Ryu. I want to find a place to think about it. Just seeing Hope, he was hit like this, and Gushi was a little unresponsive for a while. He really wants to slow down now. As for the mythical troops, Gushi had made it clear with Princess Anna in the morning. Originally, Gushi thought that at least 9 mythical soldiers could be deployed, and 1 soldier would be placed in each of the key positions. Now there are only 3, so there is nothing to say. At the beginning, Afro was still dealing with the replacement of Gushi's undead troops, and with her little combat power, it was still okay. As for the remaining 2 mythical soldiers, Princess Anna thought about it for a while, and then compared it with Gushi's previous ideas, and sent one of them to the jungle port. There will be an attack from the Hell Passage there, and it is most important to arrange one to guard it. The other Princess Anna was sent to the underworld battlefield on the other side of the Twin King City. Now the underworld battlefield is another major source of Gushi's troops. Arranging the mythical soldiers, there is a kind of suppression and protection for the Twin King City. Originally, they planned to use mythical soldiers in many places, such as the Yellow Spring Road, the game portal, etc. It was planned well before. After all, Gushi and his team thought it was not difficult to make mythical soldiers, and at least 5 mythical undead could be produced from the 9 roads. But they never expected that their luck would be so bad. The production of mythical soldiers was almost destroyed. Now, of course, we can only focus on the places where the fighting is more intense. There are battles every day in the underworld battlefield, so it is definitely no problem to arrange people there. The jungle port has been connected to the Hell Channel, and Hell demons may attack at any time, not to mention that there are 7,000 ordinary residents on the upper level. This is the seat of Gushi's family in the future. If these people are gone, Gushi can only collect 7,000 or 8,000 undead at most, which is really useless. Only by keeping them alive can we slowly and steadily make progress. Gushi and his men know how to choose between having enough food every day and having enough every day. After arranging the mythical troops, Princess Anna and the others went to do their own things. Gushi, who was in a bad mood, calmed down and regained his spirits, ready to start his next work. Is Shea back? After sorting out his mood, Gushi asked Shea as soon as possible. My lord, Shea went out and hasn't come back yet. Gushi understood that Shea went to inquire about the news of Octopus Head. This matter really can't be rushed. And Gushi didn't think that he could send troops immediately after getting the news. After all, the preparation time for such a big event of sending troops is calculated on a monthly basis. Okay, I know, if she has any news, let her come to me directly. After giving the order, Gushi got up and went out. There is no clue about the Octopus Head for the time being, and Gushi can't keep dragging it here. He still has graduation topics to deal with. The last fusion of the natural disaster city has been reported as failed. The reimbursement process has also been completed. In fact, from that day on, Gushi has already started his second graduation project. The fusion of the underworld and the underworld. This topic was chosen by Gushi based on his own situation. There is no need to think too much about samples. He can easily raise his hand, and there are enough materials to deal with. If you want to do this, it is quite simple. Just as Gushi was preparing to sort out the materials from the beginning to see which place is suitable for fusion. There must be a reason why Gushi chose this as a topic. Because Gushi's current territory, the plateau, is a fusion of the underworld and the netherworld. However, this fusion is not particularly successful. It can only be said that the underworld and the netherworld are both there. But they are not really fused together. If you don't look closely, you won't notice it, but as long as you look closely, you will notice that in Gushi's territory, the underworld is the underworld and the netherworld is the netherworld. The two completely different concepts here are now clearly separated. Gushi doesn't want his territory to be split into two parts at all. He studies this just to find a way to merge. Even if it fails, Gushi wants to know the reason for the failure. While Shea hasn't come back from asking for information about the Octopus Head, Gushi picked up the various materials sent by Yen Ryu. All of them are ideas for the fusion of the underworld and the netherworld. The University of the Underworld is a relatively high-end university for the dead. There are people who take the underworld route, and there are also people who take the netherworld route. There are many people who take this route, and of course there are also those who want to merge the two routes together. But most people have not been very successful. After all, the concepts of the underworld and the underworld are different. There are many things that cannot be found in common. The most important thing is that the people recorded in these materials are very ambitious, thinking about completely integrating and controlling the two styles of the underworld and the underworld. As a result, without exception, all of them turned over. But their turns over always turn over to Gushi's point, letting Gushi know which things cannot be done. For example, the Yellow Spring Road, as the most important level in the underworld, must absolutely not be merged with the Dead Road in the underworld. Chapter 2595. Sir, you are here. Something has happened. Just when Gushi was studying the materials in his hand carefully and preparing his graduation thesis, a dead spirit suddenly rushed in. The dead spirit was followed by a green owl. Gushi recognized it for a long time before he remembered that the dead spirit was the messenger in charge of the owl building. But Gushi remembered that his territory seemed to have been equipped with beacon towers and spiritual instruments, and he rarely used owls as a way of sending messages. This was obviously not sent from Gushi's territory, but from a friend Gushi knew. Who sent the letter? Gushi raised his head. If my old friend needs it, mobilize some troops over. After saying this, Gushi lowered his head again and focused on the materials in his hand. It was a letter sent by a person called Spy Master, and it said urgent. Spy Master? Gushi couldn't help but think of the wild player. When Gushi sneaked into the Eldest Sun City, he relied on the help of the Spy Master. Gushi is a person who will repay hatred and kindness. Gushi happened to be free now, so he stretched out his hand. Let me see. The undead messenger immediately handed the owl with the letter to Gushi. Gushi opened it, and found that the word urgent was written on the surface of the letter. However, The letter was not an encrypted letter, that is, it was an urgent matter, not a big deal. Gushi thought about it. If the spy master encountered trouble, he would send 1 or 2 leaders or epics to help, and the matter would be over. With this thought in mind, Gushi casually opened the letter in his hand. But the next moment, Gushi's face became solemn. He placed the letter on the table, and tapped it lightly with his fingers. I'm giving you face. It turned out that the letter sent by the spy master was to remind Gushi that his Luching had been too ostentatious recently, and several wild player races had set their sights on Luching, and wanted to seize Luching as their base. And some wild players, who did not benefit from Luching, actually became internal agents. The most important thing is that Gushi recently launched some portals of the game world to Luching, which are extremely attractive to wild players. Some wild players could not queue up, or wanted to monopolize the portals, and some resentment arose in their hearts. Of course, there is also a main reason for this, that Gushi only arranged 3 heroes to guard there. Although a leader was added later, the leader's main task was to guard the city, and rarely care about the player's mentality. Over time, some wild players became wild. They wanted to seize Luching. In their eyes, no matter how strong Gushi was, he was just a necromancer. He could have several cities, and several divisions. If they seized the city, they would not only get all the wealth in the city, but also 2 new game worlds would appear every week. They could completely improve themselves by charging for game worlds. But they really didn't think about where these game worlds came from. They also didn't think about why the races of those wild players were willing to cooperate with them. Seeing the letter sent by the spy master, Gushi also flashed a disdainful smile in his eyes. Corpse Mountain God of War. Gushi's voice fell, and the scarlet-red, ghost-like Corpse Mountain God of War appeared behind Gushi. But at this time, Gushi was not so anxious. No, now is not the time, you go back first. When he first heard the news, Gushi planned to send Corpse Mountain God of War directly to Luching. As long as a red-clad boss goes to battle, all the ambitious people inside and outside Luching can be cleared out directly. But after the appearance of Corpse Mountain God of War, Gushi was not so anxious. He suddenly thought of something. So many wild player races have set their sights on Luching. Does it mean that the other side's territory has no manpower? Does it mean that they can attack, and Gushi can also attack? The fact that someone is attacking Luching is actually not a big deal. Otherwise, it would not be that only the spy master sent the news, and Shea's intelligence organization did not find out anything. If Gushi sent people to deal with these ambitious people directly, not many people would know in the end. In this way, this kind of thing will continue to happen in the future. Gushi does not want to stop his work again, and again to deal with such things. In Gushi's mind, if he wants to fight, he must show his momentum, and let all the wild people in the depths of the game understand what kind of existence is behind the city. Don't jump out and die for no reason. Gushi has heard of this kind of thing many times when he was in school. When every human city is built, it must experience at least 3 or 4 monster sieges before it can be truly stable. Each human city has an external cleanup range. In this range, no other players are allowed to appear except human players. Even if there are cities built by other player races, they will be directly cleaned up. It can be said that the human race can stand firm in the depths of the game, all by fighting. Now Gushi has red suits and troops. Why should he be timid? This battle should be fought openly, and all enemies should be destroyed. The origin of the undead. As soon as Gushi finished speaking, the Red Guard, the origin of the undead, appeared behind Gushi. Sir, please give me your orders. It's like this, I will have a big battle. The enemy may not be very strong. It won't last too long. But I personally hate trouble. When I finish the battle, I need you to use the death text to clean up all the enemy races. I think it shouldn't be too troublesome to kill the main force and destroy the races in the city. No, it will only take tens of thousands of people to spread this message, or to have orange quality paper to record it. Tens of thousands of people, that's not a lot. But the origin of the undead, I have never understood the way the death text is handled. How could this person be recorded to death in the text? After the response of the Red Guard, the origin of the undead, Gushi nodded with satisfaction, and he was also somewhat curious. How does the death text work? It can directly write people to death, and how many people are needed to spread it? In response to Gushi's question, the Red Guardian, origin of the undead, explained, this is the power of words. The fewer words, the bigger the matter. My lord, please believe me, the power of the death words will exceed the other 3 death skills. You should master it in advance, and don't let others snatch this opportunity away from you. Chapter 2596. This opportunity, listening to the words of the Red Guard undead origin, Gushi was obviously stunned for a moment. What does this mean? But Gushi reacted immediately. Did you get the news, or did you guess it? I didn't get the news, but I feel it shouldn't be like this. Listening to the words of the Red Guard Undead Origin, Gushi actually reacted immediately. The Red Guard Undead Origin actually wanted to say that now, except for him, no one has mastered the skill of Death Text. And the Red Guard Undead Origin is the undead under Gushi's command. Gushi can actually gamble that when Gushi upgrades, the option of Death Text will appear in his options. In this way, Gushi does not need to cooperate with the Red Guard Undead Origin, and he can use this death skill that is beyond the imagination of normal people. But Gushi hesitated because of this. This is just the guess of the Red Guard Undead Origin. What if it doesn't work? Gushi is now at level 18, and there is only one level difference between him and the challenge of the King of the Underworld at level 20. When he levels up, he will face the challenge of the King of the Underworld. If something happens to Gushi at this time, he needs to upgrade to recover blood or upgrade to save his life, but he can't do it. Not to mention that the words of the Red Guardian Undead Origin are just his guesses, without any real evidence. According to common sense, Gushi should not believe it, and should do whatever he thinks. But at this time, Gushi felt that the underworld flower was floating in front of him. This seemed to remind him that this was the influence of fate. Take the gamble. Gushi did not hesitate too much. He knew very well that the note of fate was only a moment away. When he understood the situation, Gushi made a choice at the first time. Upgrade. Gushi's words just came out, and the Red Guard Undead Origin's movements paused obviously, and there was a clear dull feeling between his eyes, as if something had escaped from his body. But Gushi didn't know this at all, and at this time his eyes were focused on the prompts and choices. Your level is upgraded to level 19, which will replenish life and magic, clear all unfavorable conditions, physical fitness +1, and choose 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Death Text, new death skill, non-upgrade optional skill. This is the first time that Death Text appears as a reward. Starting from consuming 3,000 mana points, write the enemy to death through text. The enemy can be an individual, a city, or a race. The stronger the enemy, the more mana it needs to consume, and no corresponding rituals or carriers are required. Sunluo Hall, exclusive skill of the Lord of the Underworld, domain combination skill. Consume 1,000 mana points to place a Sunluo Temple, Undead Fortress, at the designated location, which can be used as a domain and fortress. After placement, it can affect the surrounding 3 kilometers, turning the surrounding 3 kilometers into the undead domain. Hometown Watching Platform, the exclusive skill of the Lord of the Underworld, a domain combination skill. Consume 500 mana points to place a hometown watching platform at the designated location, which can be used as a summoning tower. After placement, it can summon the souls of all corpses within a 3-kilometer range. Death Scythe, special death skill, upgradable. Consume 500 mana points to summon a sickle, and consume 1 mana point per second to maintain it. It can bless the undead under the opponent with an instant death effect. After killing the enemy, the effect will automatically return to 0. Dead Witch Returns, exclusive skill of the Dead Witch Lord, can be upgraded. Consume 200 mana points to summon the dead necromancer back again, which is a battlefield resurrection skill. It's true. Gushi saw the option of Death Text after just a glance. Gushi could even feel that the options appeared strange this time. This is already pretending. Those skills that are known not to be chosen are even perfunctory in the introduction. Look at what the introduction is. What does it mean to summon the dead necromancer back again, which is a battlefield resurrection skill? Do you really think I won't choose the dead witch to return? Well, you are really good at judging people. What is the death sickle and the dead witch to return? Gushi didn't even look at it anymore. This time, the choice is ostensibly 5 choices, but it is actually 2 choices. The death words were sent to him by others. As long as Gushi was not stupid, he would not give up. The real choice was here in Sunluo Palace and Wang Xiangtai. Gushi understood these two at a glance. They were clearly skills separated from the Death City. Sunluo Palace was equivalent to an enhanced version of castle deployment, and Wang Xiangtai was equivalent to an enhanced version of summoning tower deployment. But no matter which enhanced version, it was actually unnecessary. Gushi saw at a glance that the most important thing about castle deployment and summoning tower deployment was actually the field combination. How to turn this field into a combat field, and how to combine it with Huangquan Road and other skills is the key. This is why these 2 skills are written as letter combination skills. In this case, the choice is very important. Gushi just thought about it, and understood some of the ideas here. The 2 different fields have different focuses. One focuses on battlefield enhancement, and the other focuses on battlefield resurrection. If it were normal, Gushi might still have a headache because of the two weight issues. But now it is different. Gushi doesn't need to choose at all. Battlefield resurrection is of no use to Gushi. He is wearing the Ghost King cloak now. What he wants is to summon the soul after the war, and to turn all the corpses into corpse witches. So for Gushi, the 5 choices in front of him are actually 2 choices. Gushi didn't even look at the details behind, and made a choice directly. Choose the death text and Sunluo Temple. As Gushi made this choice, a flower suddenly appeared in front of him. The ghost flower floated up automatically. Gushi understood that this was the influence of fate. Although he didn't know what was going on, Gushi still calmed himself down and looked at the picture in front of him seriously. In the picture was a Tianren player whom Gushi did not recognize. He had golden hair. Although he was a Tianren player, he had many skulls and text tattoos on his body. At the same time, there were many pieces of paper next to him that looked like they had just been dug out. There were some strange words written on these pieces of paper. Just when Gushi was puzzled, the Tianren player accidentally knocked over the water cup at hand, and many of the papers piled on the table were soaked by water and could no longer be used. At this time, the picture in front of Gushi disappeared, and when he finally exited, the picture just froze on one of the papers. There was a word written on the paper. Death. Chapter 2597. So that's it. When the scene faded, Gushi also sighed deeply. Although he didn't know whether the incident this time was caused by the ghost flower or the death boss. But Gushi already understood why the Red Guard Undead Origin was so anxious to let him upgrade. It turned out that the death boss had buried the biggest Easter egg of the death word in Gushi. As long as no one else completes the research on the death word and masters the skill of the death word, as long as Gushi upgrades, the death word option will appear in the options. If Gushi missed it, he would have to follow the Red Guard Undead Origin to learn and research new death words by himself. It's just that Gushi is the kind of procrastinator. He has enough experience, but he keeps procrastinating and unwilling to upgrade his level. He said it was to deal with various problems that may arise at any time. After all, from level 19 to level 20, you can't just say I want to upgrade and you can upgrade. You need to complete the promotion task to upgrade. But after all, it was actually Gushi who forgot. Otherwise, why would it take so long, if it weren't for the fact that someone in the Celestial Tribe was also studying the death text, and it was obviously almost complete, and if Gushi was talking about this with the Red Guardian, the origin of the undead, activating the effect of fate, and letting him accidentally discover this Easter egg, he might have to learn how to study the dead text in the end. Anyway, this time Gushi was lucky. No matter what, he easily skipped some troubles, and directly intercepted the opportunity of a Celestial. Gushi, who understood this, had a special look in his eyes. Should we use this celestial being to test the power of the death text? Gushi's mind suddenly moved. Now there are 2 people who control the power of the death text. If they unite and act with intention, and the celestial being doesn't know what the death text is, it shouldn't be a problem to kill this celestial being directly. Kill him, I believe the matter of the death text can be delayed for at least another 3 to 5 years. But when Gushi had this idea in his mind, he had a feeling. If he took action, the celestial being would definitely die, and he would definitely be targeted by the death boss. The reason was not because Gushi killed a certain player with the death text, but because Gushi made the death boss less fun. In a word, this celestial player can be killed, or he can be killed with the death text, but not now. As for when, Gushi had a feeling that he had established a connection with this celestial player. As long as he met this celestial player again next time, Gushi would know how this player died. Now, Gushi is not sure what this person is like. Forget it. Gushi sighed. Where were we talking about before? Red Guard Undead Origin was also speechless. When Gushi first called him over, he asked whether the death text could kill the remnants of the player race who escaped. As a result, Gushi sent a beam of light down and upgraded directly. He didn't know what was going on. Now he turned around and asked himself where he was talking about just now. What kind of words are these? He complained in his heart, but he still talked about the previous topic. Oh, by the way, I called you here to talk about this. My Luching has been targeted by a group of wild player races. I don't intend to let go of any enemy who dares to attack my territory. I won't do anything higher than the wheel. Use the death text to exterminate the clan directly. You go and prepare for this. Prepare the carriers I need. I want none of them to escape. The Red Guard, the origin of the undead, looked at Gushi with some surprise. He was a little unsure whether he had missed something. How come Gushi seemed to have become quite familiar with the skill of death text when he turned around? He remembered that he did not teach Gushi the skill of death text, nor did he take Gushi to learn the skill of death text. Gushi did not say the situation here. You go and make the arrangements. I'll go find Princess Anna. We'll definitely have to send troops to this matter. We need to start preparing for the mobilization of some troops now. Although I'm not afraid, I still need to be prepared for the battle. After all, it's not like Gushi before. When people get there, the city gate opens, and the troops are waiting at the main city gate or the garrison city gate. In the current battle of Gushi, we need to consider which troops to mobilize, when to attack, and from which city gate to fight. After all, each city gate is only so big. Even Gushi can't gather millions of troops under one city gate at once and let them pass. This is already a version with a mud truck. If there were no dump trucks, Gushi would have to prepare more gates and consider more things. Red Guard Origin of the Undead heard this, and knew that he could not participate in this matter, so he went down to prepare the carrier of the death text. There are 2 carriers of the death text. One is to spread it by word of mouth among the crowd. Now there is only Gushi in the entire territory, and there are many dead people, but it is useless for them to spread it by word of mouth. The only thing that can be used is the more than 7,000 residents of the upper city of Jungleport. However, he still needs to think seriously about how to pass on the things recorded this time. After all, he has never done this before, and he is not sure whether it is enough to spread it by word of mouth, or everyone must believe it. The other is to record it with high-quality paper and pen. However, these papers and pens are still being made, and it is a bit troublesome for Red Guard Origin of the Undead to mobilize them. If it is not dealt with quickly, I am afraid that the paper and pen will not be ready when the battle is over. So when Gushi is busy, Red Guard Origin of the Undead also has to be busy. At this time, Gushi had already arrived at Eredavida. Princess Anna was meeting with Afro one leader after another in Heroes. After all, Afro had no say in skin change. The leaders and heroes had to put forward their own needs, and Princess Anna had to consider it seriously before it could be decided. This matter really couldn't be done quickly. When Gushi came over, only the change of clothes for all the leaders and their troops had been completed. The epic and some special heroes were only half completed, and the ordinary heroes had not started yet. Seeing Gushi coming over, Princess Anna was also a little confused. My lord, what happened? Someone is planning to attack Lucheng. Prepare to mobilize the troops. Chapter 2598. Really? Hearing that there was a war to be fought, Princess Anna stood up immediately. The excited look on her face clearly showed that she hoped that the war would start soon. Without waiting for Gushi to ask in detail, Princess Anna immediately took out something similar to an atlas. This is the army that has been reorganized and changed its skin. Because most of the epics have their own things to do, I just told them about the skin change. As for when they will come, it depends on their own choice. Most of the idol leaders have already completed the skin change. Now the main heroes are queuing up, and the ordinary heroes are waiting behind. After the ordinary heroes have finished changing their clothes, the skin of the mud truck will be changed. How is the effect of the skin change? Has anyone made some weird requests? Although she came here to ask for the preparation of the troops, after hearing the progress of the skin change, Gushi still asked a question. When she heard Gushi's question, Princess Anna looked helpless. My lord, if it weren't for this skin change, I really wouldn't have thought that these guys would be so creative. Gushi hadn't looked at the skin change in front of him yet. Hearing what Princess Anna said, Gushi just smiled. This is normal. All heroes have their own ideals. In fact, not only heroes, but even leaders have their own ideas. My lord, if you look at these, you will think these people are really abnormal. After hearing what Princess Anna said, Gushi also became curious. He took the album and opened it to take a look. At this glance, Gushi understood why Grand Princess Anna had prepared such an atlas. If there was no atlas in her hand, Grand Princess Anna would be dazzled and forget what these troops were originally for. I don't know if the brains of these heroes have been rotten. They can actually come up with such a fancy idea. It's like the ghost troops that will experience a skin change next. These ghost heroes are the kind of ghosts in black robes and skeletons. They are more old-fashioned ghosts. But his suggestion was to turn everyone into owls. At least they should look like owls, and they don't have to be spirit owls, they must be large entities. Gushi didn't know why they thought so. Are they trying to steal the jobs of Gushi's flying troops? Gushi really couldn't imagine what the outcome would be when someone really treated these ghosts as intelligent, but not very strong beast troops like owls. And this is still a relatively rational idea. There are still a lot of irrational ideas in these skin changes. Anyway, Every hero has a variety of ideas. But in summary, there are only 4 ideas for their skins. The first is to hide their original attributes, such as ghosts turning themselves into entities to deceive the enemy's physical attacks. Or skeleton soldiers turn themselves into humans, making it difficult for people to see that they are undead, and even raise a shield to show that they are afraid of archers, to deceive the enemy's bow and arrow attacks. However, these heroes are often those who are mediocre, because their combat effectiveness and abilities are not too outstanding, so they make such choices. I hope that this method can influence the enemy's judgment in the battle. The second is to highlight your original attributes and use skins to strengthen yourself. For example, there is a skeleton spearman hero, and his most prominent feature is his spearman attack. However, under Gushi, the main force of the spearmen is still the Black Spear Battalion, and this hero has no competitiveness at all. When changing the skin this time, he strengthened and highlighted the characteristics of his spearmen, making himself look more like a main spearman than the Black Spear Battalion. In the hero's mind, it doesn't matter if he is not the main force now, but on the battlefield, whoever the enemy thinks is the main force will be the main force. When both sides rush out together, he will be more cool and more attractive to the enemy, and that will be enough. There are also some shield guards, or other melee troops, with the same idea. After all, they all want to attack more and shine more on the battlefield. The third is personalized skin. This skin is mainly for leader level or high level heroes, or special heroes. They no longer need to prove their identity or influence themselves on the battlefield. So their idea of changing skins is to change as much as possible. Just like Amilcar among the leaders, he was the first leader to change skins. Gushi did not make things difficult for him in these years, and handed over most of the Generation Death Knights except the Black Blood Knights to him. And he always remembered what Gushi promised him, saying that he would establish Aurora Knights. Now he has almost done it, and many generations of Death Knights are in his hands, cooperating very well, and he also has many subordinates and peripheral troops. This time there was an opportunity to change skins, and Amilcar ran over with his men at the first opportunity. He asked that the skins of the knights should be unified and gorgeous. At his request, all his knights changed into a colorful black armor, which looked like a gorgeous version of the Death Knight. At the same time, no matter which knight unit they were, the weapons in their hands looked like machetes. That really took the routine of pretending to be a Death Knight to the limit. The only difference might be that they had feathers of different colors on their heads, representing their original identities. It is said that because the skins are quite gorgeous, when they charge, they will leave traces of the charge on the road, which looks like the Aurora in the Dark Knight. Now the Aurora Knights under Amilcar are worthy of the name. Similar to Amilcar are the undead dragons left in Dragon City. Mor is on his way back, and has not returned yet, but the heroes who could manage the undead dragons before have already arrived here early. Some of them chose skins that made the undead dragon look more gorgeous, such as turning an ordinary undead dragon into a 3-headed golden dragon. Some of them strengthened the undead part, including themselves in the dark wind and black air, and some even added background music to themselves, trying to make themselves the most gorgeous cubs in the sky. For their choices, both Gushi and Princess Anna agreed. Only the fourth type of skin selection was really incomprehensible to Gushi. This type of skin has nothing to do with hiding or highlighting anything, nor is it to make oneself more personalized. Even Gushi can't keep up with their imagination. That's right, this fourth type belongs to the type of imagination. If there was no album in front of him, Gushi would not know what these troops looked like at the beginning. Chapter 2599. All the subordinates were shrunk 100 times, and they were invisible, if not pointed out. They turned themselves and their subordinates into black mist, making it difficult for people to see their movements. They drew many false shadows, separated their heads into two, and made themselves look like plants. Anyway, after seeing these skins, Gushi really didn't know what these heroes were thinking. He looked at Princess Anna helplessly, and finally said, "You let them go like this?" Princess Anna shrugged. "What if I don't let them go? Their request is quite reasonable, and I can't find any objection." "Okay, your idea is right." Gushi thought about it, and didn't say anything. After all, what Princess Anna said was reasonable. As long as it doesn't affect the battle, it's up to each hero to draw their troops in any way they want. At most, some people seize this opportunity to make their troops stronger in battle, while some people miss this opportunity and fail to strengthen their troops again. Gushi really didn't plan to care about the skin problem. Because of this, Gushi discovered that the Gushi troops, which originally looked like regular troops, have now become like a ragtag army because each hero has different ideas. Forget it, let's just do it. Pick out the troops that can be mobilized now, and have them prepare for battle. Those with dump trucks can use them. Those without dump trucks can wait at the designated city gate. And where is the command center? It is located outside the main city gate. Why is there a big battle this time? Yes, this time, in addition to killing all the enemies, we will also launch a counterattack. I won't let anyone show off in front of me. Princess Anna, lend me the Lord of Magic Mirror when the time comes. It seems that the Lord intends to take the field personally this time? Of course, if I don't teach those people a lesson, they don't know how powerful I am. You let the troops prepare for battle, and let Catherine take care of logistics. No problem. When will the troops be dispatched? Wait for Shea to come back. I need her information. Okay, I'll go down and arrange it now. After confirming the time for Gushi to dispatch troops, Princess Anna acted quickly. After a while, the sound of bells and horns rang in the Aradavida. This was the sound of recruiting troops in Gushi's territory. The news that the war was about to begin soon spread. All the heroes and leaders were so excited that they seemed to be flying. They counted their troops, organized their weapons, and some even started to tidy up their dump trucks in order to find an opportunity to attack in the battle that was about to begin. You know, something that can make the bells and horns of Aradavida ring at the same time must be a big deal. When the whole city was boiling, Gushi also saw Shaya, who rushed back. My lord, the matter of Luching was my mistake. As the leader of the intelligence organization, such a thing actually required an outsider to remind her, and most importantly, she knew about it later than Gushi. No matter what Shaya's reason was, this should not have happened. So when Shaya came over, she bowed her head and admitted her mistake. It's okay, tell me what you found out. Gushi waved his hand. This was not the time to talk about this. Gushi needed to know what the enemy was like now. After hearing Gushi's words, Shaya immediately said, it has been checked. This time, there are 3 savage player races that are officially marching in, plus 2 races deep in the game. They have gathered a force of 70,000 people, and are heading towards Luching. But we can find out that there are a total of 7 savage player races, and 2 savage player forces behind the scenes, plus a large force deep in the game. As long as the battle starts, they can mobilize about 150,000 troops at the first time. In addition, there are about 300 ambitious savage players in the city. Less than 200,000 people in total? That's it? No sir, just to attack a city, how many troops are needed? Besides, these forces cannot have no city defense to deal with, and it is impossible that there are no other places that need troops. The 5 main attacking forces, 70,000 troops, are about 1/10 of their troops. Those behind them can only take out 1/20 of their troops at most. That's 2 or 3 million enemies, not too many. Gushi listened and agreed with Shaya's statement. But sir, have you ever thought that not everyone is like us, where all the undead are soldiers? The ones who can be trained as troops by them must be the strong among them. There are also civilians and savages who cannot become players. According to the intelligence we have, the total number of enemies should be around 17 million. As Shaya spoke, she also took out various intelligence. Gushi nodded involuntarily. 17 million, that's enough to make up for the shortage of population on the plateau. Gushi didn't take this number of enemies seriously at all. Now the initiative is in his hands. In Gushi's current situation, if he kills 1 enemy, he will have 3 more men. In other words, as long as the war starts, Gushi's troops will really roll like a snowball. At that time, let alone 17 million enemies, even 1 or 200 million enemies will be useless. They will die if they are supposed to die, and in the end, they can only become nutrients for Gushi's men. Now the only thing Gushi has to consider is how to complete this battle in a short time. Gushi took the initiative to attack this time in order to open up the situation and scare those ambitious people. For this, Gushi can't drag it out for too long, and can't leave any tail. At least Gushi can't let people think that he grinds people to death by grinding. So Gushi needs to know the location of the enemy, and not give them any chance to react. It would be best if everything could be resolved within a week or 2. Shaya was very clear about Gushi's thoughts. Shaya, who rushed back this time, had already made up for a lot. All kinds of information had been checked. In addition to the data of the enemy's troops, there was also information about the enemy's strongest existence, the enemy's combat style, the enemy's marching route, the enemy's cities, garrisons, etc. Now that Gushi was in a good mood, Shaya took them out one by one and placed them in front of Gushi. Gushi took the information seriously, and compared it with the map deep in the game in his mind. He was thinking about the mobilization and arrangement of the troops in his mind. As for whether the information Shaya gave was reliable, Gushi really didn't think about it. After all, there were only a few enemies, What was there to be afraid of? Just fight them first. Chapter 2600. With the intelligent support of Shea, the troop mobilization of Princess Anna, and the logistical support from Catherine, everything Gu Shi needed was quickly prepared. After confirming the detailed information several times, Gu Shi drove the evil coffin and went directly to the front of Lucheng along the road of calamity. At this time, Lucheng had not received any news, and all the city gates were wide open. The wild players coming and going did not notice Gu Shi's arrival at all. Only the undead soldiers guarding the city found Gu Shi, and they quickly cleared a way to invite Gu Shi in. However, Gu Shi shook his head and stood directly in front of the city gate of Lucheng. Go and call the city lord. As soon as Gu Shi finished speaking, a leader and 2 heroes who were arranged here had rushed over from different locations. The leader guarding here was a leader level transferred from Shuangwang City. His loyalty has been proven through Huangquan Road, and his strength is also endorsed by Shuangwang City. After coming here, he managed Lucheng quite well. At least the development of Lucheng was quite stable. As for the 2 heroes following him, they were the heroes that Gu Shi arranged to guard here at the beginning. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many wild players. Some wild players, who had just arrived here, were very curious about Gu Shi's every move, and seemed to be curious about Gu Shi's identity. However, there were undead troops under Gu Shi here, and they quickly blocked the wild players. As long as the wild players did not get close, they would not take action in advance. Sir, why are you here? Lucheng is being targeted. Gu Shi did not hide anything and said it directly. Where are the enemies? I will send troops now. Hearing this, the leaders in the city stood up immediately. Gu Shi's subordinates are all warmongers. The fastest time is 6 hours, but before that, we have to clean up the insiders in the city. This is the list. You can inform the wild players in the city about this. Tell them that if they are not afraid, they can wait in Lucheng. If they are afraid that we will do something during the war, they can also withdraw first, but they must withdraw within 6 hours. After 6 hours, we will seal the city. By the way, this is the list. No one on the list is allowed to escape. Gu Shi said, as he handed the list that Sasha had found out to the leader. The leader took the list and saw that there were not many people, only about 600 or 700, and their strength was average. So he nodded to Gu Shi. Sir, I will take care of everything. After saying that, the leader turned around and walked towards the wild player. While walking towards that side, the leader said loudly, You all know me, I am the leader of this city, and all the orders in the city are issued by me. I am fair and just, and I have never owed anyone anything, right? Yes. That's right. If it weren't for the fairness here, we wouldn't come here. It has to be admitted that what the Lucheng officials have done during this period is quite good. At least the wild players are more in agreement with the official actions of Lucheng. At this time, the leader said, Now, someone wants to attack my Lucheng. It's okay if I don't know about this, but now that I know, I can't just let it go. So starting today, Lucheng will be temporarily closed, and the city gate will be opened after the enemy is completely wiped out. Players who don't want to waste time in Lucheng, please leave within 6 hours. After 6 hours, it will be considered that you agree with the wartime rules of Lucheng. Hearing this news, the wild players who were watching looked at each other. They didn't expect such a big thing to happen. And among these players, some of them looked even uglier. In their opinion, as long as there are 6 or 7 more hours, the troops will be here. The difficulty of fighting a prepared city is different from that of an unprepared city. And if the city gates are really closed, how can they spread the news? After thinking for a while, the wild player took a step forward and was about to say something to stir up the atmosphere on the scene. At this time, the leader said, Of course, not everyone can leave. I have a list here, which contains spies who have sneaked into the city. These people cannot leave. Now please make your choice. The leader raised the list in his hand. Hearing this, the wild player who took a step forward and was about to incite the crowd shrank back immediately. It's impossible. They hid so secretly. How could anyone know about it? It must be someone from Lucheng who wanted to trick people out. It must be fake. The wild player's head was already covered in cold sweat. Looking at the leader's serious face, no matter how he tried to convince himself in his heart, he couldn't believe that the list in the leader's hand was fake. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. He is lying to us. He just wants to kill us and take our things. Kill him and hang him on the street lamp. The wild player had been thinking about it. When stimulated by this voice, he actually drew his weapon and rushed towards the leader holding the list. The level of the wild players may not be high, and their profession may not be good, but their PvP ability is definitely not weak. He knew very well that he had to ignore everything after the attack and go all out. This time was the same. In his opinion, Gu Shi came here to deliver a message. And the leader was the key to this battle. As long as they killed the leader, they could at least seize the city gate in front of them, and ensure that the army behind them could enter Luqing continuously. But when he attacked, the nearby wild players believed the leader's words. After all, judging from the current situation, suddenly attacking the leader was clearly the spy's desperate move. So the wild players here drew their weapons at the same time and stopped the desperate spy. In this chaotic situation, the leader laughed. This is the effect he wants. The sentence just now was actually said by his subordinates to stimulate the spy in the crowd to take action. As long as the spy takes action, everything he does is reasonable. No matter how dissatisfied the wild players are, they will not jump out to oppose the leader's handling at this time. After everything is handled and Luqing is saved, even if the wild players react, they will not say much. At that time, Gu Shi has also demonstrated his combat effectiveness. Even if the wild players who jump again understand that there is someone behind Luqing. Gu Shi, who also understands all this, also smiled with satisfaction. At critical moments, leaders are more useful than heroes. Chapter 2601. Luqing has a leader who can handle everything, so Gu Shi didn't care too much. After watching the leader take control of the situation, Gu Shi drove the evil coffin out. However, since Gu Shi left, dump trucks have begun to appear outside Luqing. Before being released, the leaders on the dump trucks had already received orders, and they all knew what they had to do. After being put in the wild, they immediately moved their positions and set up around Luqing. When Gu Shi regarded Luqing as a gathering place for wild players, the number of troops stationed here was not very large. There were only ordinary city defense troops and defense troops in the city, with a total number of about 30,000. Usually, 10,000 guard the city gate, 10,000 patrol in the wild, 6,000 patrol in the city, and 4,000 follow the leader. In the absence of any major enemies, these 30,000 people are actually enough to guard Luqing. But if the number of enemies exceeds too much and there are spies in the city, then these 30,000 people may not be very useful. After all, the level of these 30,000 troops is about between level 14 and 17. Now it is not the main force under Gu Shi. The mud trucks that Gu Shi released now are prepared to protect Luqing from attack. This time Gu Shi released a total of 70 mud trucks. The total force is about 70,000. Adding the 30,000 people in the city, a total of 100,000 troops. Even if Gu Shi really did not stop the enemy, they can still defeat those enemies. After releasing enough mud trucks, Gu Shi's evil coffin quickly accelerated, and it took less than 10 minutes for Gu Shi to arrive at the battlefield he had inquired about. This is also the location that Shea found out. It is more than 400 kilometers away from Luqing. Based on the normal army's speed of 70 kilometers per hour, it takes about 6 hours to get from here to Luqing. Of course, if the flying troops or cavalry troops move at a speed of 1 to 2 hours, it will be enough. This is a fairly large plain. When Gu Shi arrived here, some troops had already arrived in advance. These wild players are obviously not human. There are about 12,000 of them. They have goat heads, fly wings, and a total of 6 arms. 2 of the arms have shrunk to the point where they are almost invisible. They can only hang down at the chest, and both hands hold something like an oil lamp. The remaining 2 pairs of arms correspond to their professions, holding different weapons. Because they can fly, their weapons and equipment are mostly light weapons or long-range weapons. But some of them are holding equipment such as staffs or books. Judging from the situation on the field in front of them, it is obvious that their magic system is mainly based on summoning. As soon as he saw these players, Gu Shi remembered the situation described in the intelligence that Shea brought over. On the surface, there were 3 wild player races, plus 2 races from deep in the game. These weird-looking guys in front of him were the troops of the wild player race, the Bielmu tribe, because they were directly defined as enemies. So Shea would inquire about the intelligence in more detail. The Bielmu tribe was not a race that had been rich before. They were a vassal race that followed some big guys. However, after the boss died, they were no longer useful, abandoned by the real world, and finally drifted to the depths of the game. Because they were vassals following the boss, they did not have their own civilization, and the player's route was also determined according to the boss's requirements. After entering the depths of the game, they did not even have the ability to build a city, and directly became wild players wandering in the depths of the game. Fortunately, they learned something when they followed the boss. In terms of professional inheritance and equipment inheritance, it is quite powerful. Among the 230,000 people in the tribe, 60,000 have become formal players, mainly in the four professions of flying shooters, flying gunners, insect swarm priests, and flying insect summoners. At the same time, because of the flying insect summoner, they can usually summon auxiliary troops such as dragonflies, wind elements, and thunder elements to support the battle. In their troops, the highest level is about level 25, and they have an orange equipment. At the same time, there is an elite force with a level close to level 20, with a number of about 700 people. This elite force also appeared on the battlefield this time, and the remaining levels were mostly between level 5 and level 13. This time they followed the idea of an allied player race, and came to grab a wave of game world portals. Because they have no game world, they have not trained new players for a long time. In order to ensure the inheritance of their own race, they need a game world. Because they are all flying troops, they move faster and wait here early. When Gushi saw the other party, the flying troops of the other tribe had also noticed Gushi's arrival. Because Gushi only had one person driving the evil coffin, in their eyes, this was just a passing wild player. Their attack on Lucheng this time was a confidential matter. Before the war, they didn't want the information to be spread out. So the great commander of the Baima tribe immediately pointed in the direction of Gushi. The third eye sends a combat team to deal with it. Kill him, and throw the body directly behind the hill. The people of the Nyan tribe will arrive soon. They will like such flesh and blood. After hearing the order of the great commander, a group of about 300 Baimu players quickly flew up and flew directly towards Gushi. Looking at their flying method, Gushi knew that their previous inheritance should have been left behind. When these guys flew out of the army, they immediately separated to both sides. It was obvious that they mastered tactics such as encirclement. They are now directly encircling Gushi, and they didn't give Gushi any retreat at all. Seeing this situation, Gushi smiled instead. Air Force, then use the Air Force to deal with it. Gushi didn't even think about it, he just waved his hand, and an aerial city gate appeared in the sky. This is a city gate built on the aerial flight platform of Aridity City, mainly used by Gushi's flying troops. As the city gate opened, the fear bats, gargoyles, and wyverns that were waiting in Aridity City flew out immediately. Following behind were the white bone locusts, and evil bone locust troops under Gushi. In addition, troops such as corpse poison flies, and other flying troops also flew out quickly. The total number exceeded 30,000, occupying the entire sky in an instant. Chapter 2602. When the flying troops were deployed, the players of the Bemu tribe not far away were stunned for the first time. They really didn't expect that so many enemies would appear in the sky at once. However, the great commander of the Bemu tribe was quite capable. He reacted immediately and ordered decisively. Enemy attack, use the swarm battle formation. Under his order, all the wild players of the Bemu tribe took off together. This time they did not gather together, but automatically dispersed. But if you look carefully, you will find that there is a certain connection between each player of the Bemu tribe. Although they flew separately, the cooperation between them was not less. On the contrary, the flying troops under Gushi were fighting on their own, and they did not look like the overlord of the sky at all. Gushi saw this situation at a glance. However, the air battle is not just about these. The combat effectiveness and combat style of the flying troops, as well as the number of air force, are all in the competition of the air force. Gushi certainly knows that compared with his own army, his own air force has no advantage. After all, the most powerful undead dragon troops did not appear on the battlefield now. There were not many heroes who could lead the flying troops. The current air force was an unfinished version. They could only win by numbers. However, Gushi believed that after this battle, the leaders and heroes of the flying troops would not have to worry about it. There were so many good materials here, and it would be easy to make up for the shortcomings of the flying troops. As for the current battle situation, Gushi did not intend to intervene. These 30,000 fought against 12,000, and they could not win. Then Gushi really had nothing to say. He just stood there and watched the battle in the sky. With Gushi's vision, he could clearly see every change in the sky and on the battlefield. At this time, Gushi noticed that the fighting styles and fighting concepts of his air force and the air force of the other tribe were completely different. His air force focused on concentrated attacks, with about 1,000 people in a group, led by a small leader-level flying unit, unified attack and movement, and even sieges were coordinated by a large force of thousands of people. Especially for troops like fear bats and gargoyles, their attack methods are relatively special, and one or two of them will not have any effect. Such large-scale combat is most suitable for them. The guys of the other tribe are different. They move flexibly in the air and look like headless flies, but they can always find gaps in the attack of Gushi's flying unit to flash in. If Gushi's flying unit pursues, they can turn back and counterattack. For a while, the two sides fought hard in the sky. The Air Force is still a little weak. Gushi shook his head. He had discovered the situation during the last air battle. However, Gushi mobilized the undead dragon troops at that time, and the problem of insufficient Air Force strength was temporarily suppressed. This time was obviously different. Now it was almost a 3-on-1 situation, but it was still a tie. Gushi was somewhat unhappy. However, Gushi was not the kind of person who blamed his subordinates when encountering problems. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi did not participate in the command. He noticed that the small leaders in the flying unit were adjusting their fighting methods. They also saw that the players of the Bilmu tribe had a strong heritage in air combat. All the movement and attack methods were all the experience gained by their ancestors at the cost of their lives. And the flying troops under Gushi relied on numbers and instincts to fight. The gap here is not ordinary. For a while, the flying troops under Gushi were actually a little confused. When Gushi saw this situation, he knew that it would not work. Although they had tied with the opponent before, the confidence of Gushi's troops was still there. Now their confidence was obviously shaken. If this goes on, these flying troops will be useless. What are you doing? No matter whether they are experienced or not, fight at your own pace. With so many of us, we are afraid that we can't beat such a small force. What did I teach you before? Concentrate, concentrate. If you can't beat 3 against 1, can't you beat 30 against 1, or 300 against 1? Hearing Gushi's words, the flying troops in the sky reacted. The small leaders automatically assigned themselves and quickly took action. Some of the gargoyles took the initiative to disperse and stop some of the flying troops of the Bilmu tribe. The remaining flying troops surrounded a small part of the Bilmu tribe and beat them to death. Just as Gushi said, if 3 against 1 can't win, what about hundreds against 1? Even if the flying troops of the Bilmu tribe fly faster, it doesn't matter. They turn around and attack from all directions. This time, Gushi's flying troops took the initiative. They controlled the rhythm, and in one wave of attacks, they took away 7 or 800 to 1 or 2,000 Bilmu tribe troops. After 3 or 5 times, the Grand Commander of the Bilmu tribe also felt that this was not going to work. He decisively ordered, retreat and prepare for a high-altitude attack. After hearing this order, the remaining flying troops of the Bilmu tribe quickly gathered together. However, the number of Bilmu players at this time was only more than 6,000. Now all the Bilmu players, regardless of their professions, gathered together and wanted to fly high. It was obvious that this was their ultimate move to kill people. Gushi's men did not intend to let them use their ultimate moves like this. So the flying troops, who had mastered the rhythm, rushed into the Bilmu team, first bumping and tearing them up and down, separating them again, and then launching various attacks against the Bilmu tribe with fewer people. When the Bilmu tribe really flew to the sky, they had less than 800 players left. This situation hit the Grand Commander of the Bilmu tribe. He didn't expect that they had been suppressing Gushi's flying troops before, but how come their army was gone just like that? It's only been a short time. But Gushi didn't give him a chance to think. The remaining flying troops quickly went up and chased the flying troops of the other eyes, and attacked them continuously. Although the flying troops under Gushi were not as fast as the players of the other eyes, they could surround them in advance, so the other eyes had made all preparations for the final high-altitude attack. As a result, they were all killed before they could release their ultimate moves, and in the end, there was no shadow of their ultimate moves. After watching the last member of the other eyes turn into a corpse and fall from the sky, Gushi, who had not spoken much, quickly issued a new order. The undead transport troops clean up the battlefield, and the flying troops review the previous battle. Chapter 2603. Compared to fighting, cleaning up the battlefield later would be more troublesome. Because it was an air battle, most of the battles took place in the sky. The soldiers who died in the battle, whether they were Gushi's men or the enemies of the Bilmu tribe, fell directly from 1 or 2,000 meters in the air. Without any protection, most of the bodies were smashed into meat paste. The transport troops under Gushi shoveled a layer of soil on the ground before transporting these bodies that had turned into blood mud back. This took a long time. The most important thing is that because a layer of soil was shoveled away, the weeds on the ground were also cleared. At present, this place is bare and quite conspicuous. But Gushi can't take care of these now. Looking at the current situation, Gushi immediately issued a new order. You spread out and explore in all directions. I need to know the location of the remaining 4 troops. Under Gushi's command, the flying troops that had just absorbed the combat experience of this time immediately went in all directions. At this time, Gushi also began to arrange a new battlefield. This time, there are about 70,000 enemies in the open. 12,000 of the other tribe players were killed, and the rest are land combat troops, which is relatively simple. Gu Shi arranged the battlefield here just to prevent them from running around. After all, having a fixed point to kill is much better than searching all over the map. If those enemies really run away, it will be too troublesome for Gu Shi to kill them again. Gu Shi doesn't want to spend a lot of time running around the world. He would rather spend a little time to lure people to kill all the enemies at once. This time, Gu Shi used this method to set up a new battlefield here. He first released 3 Saluo halls that he had just learned, forming a ghost area. Then, Huaquan Road and Naiha Bridge were released first, followed by the city gate, the city wall, and the soul-calling tower. At the same time, 3 strange dark weather types under Gu Shi were also released. He was released with only one mission, which was to turn the surrounding area into darkness when Gu Shi needed it. Gu Shi's goal was to kill all enemies comprehensively. Gu Shi didn't want the enemy to find out about the situation here at all, so he turned around and ran away. Soon, the flying troops sent by Gu Shi also brought back the latest news. The remaining 4 troops did not receive the news that the other tribe was destroyed, and they were still rushing here. It's good that they came. Gu Shi breathed a sigh of relief and recalled the information of these 4 troops in his heart. Among these 4 troops, 2 are native indigenous troops deep in the game. 2 are wild player forces that fell into the depths of the game. The intention to attack Luching this time actually has their own needs. Just like 2 local indigenous forces, one is the indigenous force closest to Luching, which is a comprehensive force with all kinds of races, but most of them are NPCs who escaped from abandoned games, not wild player forces. Because they are not considered players, the development of Luching does not bring them much benefit. On the contrary, the nearby wild forces rarely run to them because of the existence of Luching, which affects their business. After a long time, this force also reacted and thought that Luching affected their business, so when they heard that someone wanted to deal with Luching, they sent troops out. This time they sent 15,000 soldiers, but the types of soldiers were more diverse, ranging from ordinary spearmen to behemoths, from goblins to heavy cavalry. There were only some problems with the number, which was more or less. In the eyes of some people, they were just miscellaneous soldiers. Another local indigenous force was a relatively powerful bandit group nearby. Bandit groups were also quite famous in the depths of the game. They usually did not have a suitable gathering place, and they came and went like the wind in the depths of the game. They would not only rob cities, but sometimes even wild players or big forces in the wild would rob them. However, everyone understood that the so-called bandit groups were actually the white gloves raised by some big forces. They were usually responsible for doing things that they were not convenient to do. Only a small number of them were forced to become bandits. According to Shea's situation, there must be someone behind the bandit group that came this time. They came to target Luching. In order to take Luching in one fell swoop, they also temporarily engulfed many small bandit groups and launched a large army to suppress the border. As for their goal, it is very simple, to take away everything in Luching. The situation of the other 2 wild player forces is somewhat similar. They came here not because Luching did something to them, but because they all have their own demands. One of the wild player forces is called the Nyan tribe. It is a player force with a pig head and a human body. Compared with the other I tribe, they are the kind of people whose ancestors were rich. They have reached the level of red suits before, and through red suits, they turn their tribe members from the game world into players, and drag them into the real world. But in the end, the red suit was taken away, and their race was thrown into the depths of the game. After so many years of changes, the Mud Speakers have their own characteristics in the depths of the game. Their biggest advantage is that as long as there is enough food, their bodies can continue to grow, and they will also apply mud on their bodies to strengthen their defense. It can be said that they are the kind of chosen melee race, but their weaknesses are also quite obvious. If they don't eat, they will be hungry, and they also need blood food. In other words, they will eat people. This also makes them always looking for food. For them, Luching is a good opportunity to eat a buffet. So this time they sent out enough troops, a full 14,000 troops, which is considered to be all the elite of their tribe. You must know that the entire Mud tribe has only about 100,000 people in total, and just over 20,000 people have become players. If the troops are destroyed this time, there will be no troops in their tribe that can be used. The other wild player race sent out relatively fewer troops, with a number of more than 9,000 but not yet 10,000. This race is 80% human, but they are all elemental creatures, belonging to the kind of race that is small but elite. Their situation is a little different. They came out of the game first, and then prepared to make red clothes. However, the red clothes were not made, and they lost contact with the original game, and their roots were gone. In the end, they had to wander deep in the game, looking for elemental energy to replenish themselves. The reason why they attacked Luchin was that they found that there seemed to be something in Luchin that attracted Chuyi. In order to continue the race, they took the initiative to join the team attacking Luchin. Chapter 2604. The enemy is coming. As the flying troops sent back the latest news, Gushi also heard the vibrations coming from the ground. Gushi, who had the ability to hear the ground, could already tell where the enemy came from and how many people there were. The fastest rushing troops were the Mud Speech clan. In the minds of the Mud Speech clan, they were not active in eating and had problems with their brains. In their minds, there was no need to gather here at all, and they should have headed directly to Luchin. How much time would it take to gather here? With this time, they could have had a good meal. However, they also understood that they were not the main force this time. They were just here to be cannon fodder and clean up the garbage. So they were still obedient and gathered at the designated location first. Maybe there would be a delicious meal waiting for them in this place. With this idea in mind, the players of the Mud Speech clan obviously quickened their pace. Soon Gushi saw some pig-headed people of different sizes rushing in from outside. The largest of these pig-headed people was 15 meters tall, and their bodies were as huge as a small mountain, with a lot of black or blue mud on their skin. There were also many wood chips and wooden boards stuck in the mud. The main occupations of these pig-headed people were warriors or berserkers, but there were also some archers holding many wooden sticks. Gushi also saw a magic pig-headed person who put a skull in the mud at the back of their team. At this time, they were like college students who just finished class and rushed to the cafeteria. They didn't think about anything at all and rushed directly into this area. It's the Mud Speaker clan. Use plan number 3. When arranging the battlefield, Gushi had already released the command hall. At this time, he immediately locked the location where the pig-headed man appeared, and various orders were quickly conveyed. Under Gushi's command, various troops quickly stood at the designated positions. Because Shea had a comprehensive understanding of the enemy's various information, Gushi had targeted some battle plans for all enemies. Each hostile force has a corresponding plan. Just like the pig-headed man's melee ability is very strong, and the speed when charging is no worse than that of the cavalry, Gushi naturally will not use cavalry to fight them. At the same time, the opponent's defense is super thick, and Gushi will not use the shooter to do some ineffective shooting to waste time. Gushi used the ghost troops and targeted attacks with ghosts, but before that, Gushi's men still needed to use battle spells to slow down the movement speed of the pig-headed man. Ice and Snow. After a magic ritual group similar to the one in the Yongdo released a large-scale magic, a large number of ghost troops rushed out. The reason why the Ice and Snow deceleration spell was used was entirely because there was a small record in the intelligence provided by Shea. These pig-headed people usually move in the swamp, so the deceleration magic, such as mud and swamp, has little effect on them. On the contrary, the Ice and Snow deceleration magic is quite useful against them. In addition to slowing them down, the Ice and Snow can also make them slip and cause other pig-headed people to fall. With the weight of the pig-headed people, if they press each other together, it will be a disaster. As soon as the Ice and Snow trick was released, the pig-headed people who were rushing forward were thrown to the ground. Gushi's ghost seized this opportunity and rushed out from all directions at the first time. Ghosts are the most sudden superposition troops among the undead. A small place can gather thousands or tens of thousands of ghosts. Gushi's combat concept has always been saturation attack. If he can send 10,000 people, he will not send only 9,999 people. This time the ghosts can be squeezed together, so Gushi will naturally not send a small number of troops. At this time, 30,000 ghosts flew out from all directions and rushed into the bodies of these pig-headed people. The pig heads themselves slipped on the ice and are now struggling to get up. Unexpectedly, the ghosts rushed and took away a lot of their flesh and blood. And Gushi's ghosts are not just like this. After they rushed to the pig-headed people, they continued to attack, and each attack would break the defense of the pig-headed people. Even though the pig-headed people have super strong defense, they can't defend against the ghost's attack method at all. Every attack will take away the lives of many pig-headed people. Even those pig-headed people with higher levels and stronger strength can't withstand 3 waves of attacks. In just a blink of an eye, the faces of the pig-headed people on the ground began to turn blue, and their bodies shrank rapidly, as if they were about to become mummies. At this time, someone among the pig-headed people just happened to roar. "Let's not sleep anymore, get up and eat." With his roar, A large amount of red blood was injected into the bodies of other pig-headed people. It can be seen that this move is the method of the pig-headed people. It should be able to activate the blood and chi of all the pig-headed people, make them crazy, and turn them into the strongest berserkers. But it is useless to use it now. Most of the pig-headed people have died in the waves of attacks from the ghosts. There are really not many left who can withstand such attacks. Under this wave of stimulation, less than 20 pig-headed people stood up again. They raised weapons such as wooden sticks, shouted slogans about eating, and rushed forward a few steps. But they were immediately thrown to the ground by the ghosts again, and their lives were drained away as soon as they turned their heads. It can be said that it took less than 7 or 8 minutes for the pig-headed people to enter this area and be killed. This is also the reason why Gushi's land forces are strong and well planned at the beginning. If there is no detailed plan, Gushi will not seize the enemy's weakness in one fell swoop and give the opponent a ruthless blow directly. Without the strong attack power of the land forces, even if the pig-headed men were knocked down, there would be no way to kill them all directly. After the pig-headed men got up again, the battle would still become a hard battle. When the enemies behind arrived, even if Gushi would win, the losses would be great. It would not be like now, where the pig-headed men were wiped out without any losses. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Gushi said decisively, "Ghosts return to their positions, transport troops clean up the battlefield, you guys should speed up. The enemies behind are almost here, we don't have much time." According to the intelligence, the Bloodwind bandits are about to arrive. The location is at 3 o'clock. Prepare to use plan number 2 to deal with it. All leaders who receive the order should lead their teams into their respective battle zones and prepare to meet the enemy. Chapter 2605. When Gushi ordered to engage the enemy, the troops of the bandit group had already arrived. Unlike the pig-headed people of the Nine tribe, the bandit group really has all kinds of people and all kinds of troops. At the same time, they are more sensitive to fighting. As soon as they arrived here, they immediately found that something was wrong. The body of the pig-headed man not far away had not been completely cleaned up, and this place was obviously occupied by someone. When the bandit group saw the current situation, they understood what was going on. It seems that the news that they came to attack Luching has been spread, and the big boss behind Luching has personally taken action. Although this is their most important task this time, the situation in front of them is not what they thought. In their minds, even if the big boss behind Luching dares to go out of the city for a field battle, it is impossible for him to kill them so quickly. Thinking of this, the face of the leader of the bandit group can't help but become ugly. It seems that they still underestimated the strength of Luching. Before the leader of the bandit group gave the order, the troops arranged by Gushi rushed out directly. Unlike fighting the pig-headed man, the bandit group had all kinds of main forces. Gushi did not use ghosts as the main force in this battle. He placed many different troops here, focusing on a coordinated battle. Of course, the most core troops were the 3 corps which troops under Gushi. Gushi directly brought out 3 corps which troops with a total of 30,000 people. Now they are forming 3 huge square formations, lined up at the back of the field. When the enemies of the bandit group appeared, they immediately threw a wave of spell attacks at the location where the bandit group appeared. Then the skeleton spearmen, zombie shield guards, and other troops arranged in the front began to charge and rush towards the thieves group quickly. The thieves attacked by the corpse, which seemed to be stimulated, and rushed out with weapons raised, without considering how many steps they could rush out. In the eyes of these thieves, they just killed whatever they didn't like. There was no need to think so much. The behavior of these thieves gave them a glimmer of hope. Some of the thieves actually rushed to the front of Gushi's troops before the corpse witch's attack fell on them. Their charge excited the skeleton spearmen and zombie shield guards under Gushi. This is all experience. Gushi's 30,000 corpse witch troops killed most of the thieves as soon as they took action. They didn't want to come in vain. They also wanted to kill the enemy and gain experience. So when these skeleton spearmen and other troops saw the thieves rushing in front of them, they didn't care about anything and just started to fight. Gushi had never seen his men fighting in such a mess. There was clearly a small leader commanding every 1,000 people, but the fight in front of him was like a street movie, without any aesthetic appeal. Gushi wanted to say something to them, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps coming from the ground. Another enemy is coming. Gushi no longer cared about the battle here. He turned his head, and quickly issued a new order through the command hall. At 9 o'clock, the enemy is Su Yeli's troops. Use the number 1 combat plan, and give priority to dealing with the enemy's giant beast troops. Under Gushi's order, the 30,000 corpse witch troops quickly dispatched 10,000 people to the 9 o'clock direction, and at the same time, about 30,000 miscellaneous troops had also moved out. Among these miscellaneous troops, there are also 5,000 Death Titans and 5,000 undead dragons. This City troop is the most complicated one among all the enemies. They don't have the largest number of people, but they have the most diverse types of troops. The most important thing is that such complex troops have cooperated with each other for many years. It's not like the thieves group that brought many small thieves groups to kill together. If you are careless for a moment, some of them may capsize in the ditch. Gushi never underestimates his enemies. In order to target the enemies of City, Gushi can be said to have made a lot of plans. But he didn't expect that the enemies of City would appear at this time. There is no way to transfer all 30,000 corpse wizards back to fight, so only 10,000 people can be transferred. However, there is no problem with other troops. In fact, the troops arranged by Gushi this time have obvious combat power overflow. According to Princess Anna, Gushi brought 5,000 Death Titans and 5,000 undead dragons, and any kind of enemy can be completely destroyed. But Gushi didn't want these. What he wanted was to counterattack after defeating these enemies. With this little force, they were just warming up. Then Gushi turned his head and looked at the thieves. Speed up the clearing of the thieves. The enemies of the Tika tribe are coming. I don't want anyone in the thieves group to be alive when they arrive. One order after another was quickly passed down, and the battle at 3 o'clock became much more intense. Gushi's undead troops accelerated their attack speed as soon as they heard it. They also knew about the scolding of the flying troops before. Knowing the advantages of the undead army, they still fought against themselves and did not make use of the advantages of the undead. In the end, they were almost suppressed by others. If this happened to the army, they would have been laughed to death. They would not make such a mistake. Aren't they just some enemies who are about to be killed? They will attack directly now, more than one, and will not divide the troops until the enemy is killed. With such thoughts, the thieves died very quickly. The remaining 20,000 corpse wizards were ready to attack again, and the thieves who rushed to the undead were almost dead. The undead kept rushing forward, not giving the corpse wizards any chance to grab experience. The thieves now realized that the situation was not right, and they all had the idea of escaping. But on the one hand, these thieves ran too fast, and had already rushed into the battle formation of the undead, so it was difficult to run away. On the other hand, their retreat was blocked by the undead under Gushi, and the main thieves were almost killed. The remaining thieves could not organize a large-scale counterattack, so all the thieves who wanted to escape were suppressed by the undead. They were almost all hacked to death in a short while. At this time, at 4 o'clock, the last combat unit also arrived. This unit was the race with a small number of people, the Tika tribe. When this unit saw the current situation on the battlefield, it prepared to escape without thinking. But Gushi would never let any enemy go. He immediately ordered, "Darkness, close the door, use plan number 4, and kill them all for me." Chapter 2606. Under Gushi's command, the battle started soon. Gushi's troops were divided into groups of 1,000 people led by a leader. In terms of command, the general direction was issued by Gushi, but all small-scale orders came from the command hall. So whether in the general direction or in precise micro-manipulation, Gushi was stronger than the races in front of him. It would be fine if these troops didn't rush out. Once they rushed out, no matter what they chose in the end, they would have only one way to die. The difference here is the time issue. Just like this time, Gushi's original plan was to clear out the bandit group first, which happened to connect with the Tika tribe's troops. However, because of some problems on the Tika tribe's side, the situation became what it is now. Although it took some time, the impact was not great. And the darkness had completed the action of closing the door, and the enemies who had entered this range could not escape. So after an hour of fierce fighting, all the invading enemies were cleared out. Facing the corpses on the ground, Gushi did not relax. He knew that the battle had just begun. While asking his men to clean up the battlefield, Gushi called all the heroes over. "We have seen the situation of the enemy you faced just now, and we have memorized their fighting styles." "I have memorized them," all the heroes said seriously. "Very good, then we will kill the enemy all the way back. My requirement is to completely destroy the enemy's living forces." Gushi said calmly, "I will arrange for the flying troops to follow you along the way, and there will also be mud trucks to follow. If you encounter any situation in the battle, the command hall will provide guidance as soon as possible. So there won't be any problems in terms of logistics or manpower. If you lose such a battle, don't come back." Gushi said the pre-war mobilization calmly. Of course, there is no need to mobilize for the undead. Gushi just told his men not to be too afraid, and everything was in Gushi's plan. These undead heroes didn't think about why Gushi had enough leaders now, but they still had the opportunity to get the command of such a big battle. In their minds, this is an opportunity for them. They have to perform well in front of Gushi. When Gushi gave the order, they were all very interested, and they didn't have the same rejection in their eyes for their companions, who cooperated with each other. They all understood that in the absence of the leader level, everyone is at the same level. Facing such a battle, everyone has to discuss it, and can't fight each other. After seeing that these heroes understood what they had to do, Gushi said to them, "Okay, the tasks have been arranged. After the darkness releases the battlefield, you will set off on your own. My request is very simple, we must show our style. All those who provoke us must die, alright, let's go." All the heroes heard this, and quickly went down to prepare the troops. The direction and force of this attack were not evenly distributed. Some places had 4 or 5 heroes with 50,000 or 60,000 soldiers, and some places had 7 or 8 heroes with nearly 100,000 soldiers. It can be said that all the troops are allocated according to Shea's intelligence. In terms of the data ratio of intelligence, Gushi's men will be between 1.5 and 2 times the enemy's troops. In addition, Gushi has given all the undead troops some resurrection effects, and the undead can use themselves as 4 times the troops. If such troops lose again, it will be just as Gushi said, and they might as well not come back. After all the heroes returned, they quickly organized their own troops. Several heroes gathered together, discussed the order and ideas of the advance, and then led their men out of the battlefield. After a while, all the soldiers on the battlefield set off, and the flying troops that had just returned also mixed with the undead dragon troops and reformed. Some will follow the troops that have already attacked and serve as air support. The other part will take the initiative to attack and go to the territory of the other tribe. After all, as an air combat force, the territory of the other tribe is located in the sky. As for the logistics troops that Gushi had just released, they were still cleaning up the battlefield in front of them. They would not release the dump trucks until the battlefield was cleaned up before they followed the direction of the troops. However, after all the heroes left with their troops, Gushi did not remove the influence of darkness on this place. Instead, he acted quickly and released multiple city gates. As the city gates were released, the leaders rushed out one by one with their men. Unlike heroes, the leaders under Gushi can bring 5 to 7 heroes with them. In other words, the troops under the leader start with about 100,000 people. Some powerful leaders can even have troops of up to 300,000. However, the leaders who came out this time were not the most important leaders under Gushi. Like Demi, Amilcar, etc., they have things to do now, and have not come. Among the leaders who came out this time, Dietrich was the main one, plus 2 werewolf leaders, 1 ordinary leader, and 3 leaders from the Twin Kings city. These leaders add up to a total of 7, which is the largest number that Gushi can mobilize. If Gushi's important positions are mobilized again, there will be little defense. After these 7 leaders were in place, their troops were still being quickly mobilized. However, these 7 did not pay attention to the matter of troop mobilization, and they immediately found Gushi. You all know the situation. The enemies that invaded from the front have been defeated, and those heroes have led their troops over. I believe that it won't be long before these invading enemies and their forces will be destroyed. At this time, the mastermind behind this war will appear, according to the information provided by Shea. This time, the enemies behind are 7 wild player races and 2 wild player forces. In addition, there is a large force deep in the game. The total number is about 17 million. But I believe they will definitely not act together because their location is too large. And they haven't discovered our actions yet. At most they just think that we have defeated the invading enemies. They didn't pay attention to the situation here at all. Now we are in an advantageous position. Your task is them, Dietrich. This matter is left to you. Kill them all for me, Gushi said, while taking out a black token and placing it in front of Dietrich. This token is the Corpse Mountain Dispatch Order that can be used to summon the Corpse Mountain God of War. Chapter 2607. Dietrich took the order to dispatch the Corpse Mountain and said seriously, "Don't worry, sir, I will take care of everything." Among the 7 leaders, only Dietrich met with Princess Anna when he was transferred back, knowing Gushi's plan this time. The other leaders really didn't know Gushi's plan at all. They only knew that this time Gushi asked them to come out. There must be a big battle. Gushi nodded. "You can set off. I will give you 12 hours. After 12 hours, the darkness here will dissipate, and everyone will focus on this place." "Don't worry, sir, I understand," Dietrich said, while raising the information in his hand. This is the latest information compiled by Shaya during this period, which records the situation of several forces behind this time. That's right, Gu Shi's target has never been the 5 small forces that invaded Luqing. His goal is to take them all. This time Gu Shi's arrangement is divided into 3 parts. The 5 forces that invaded Luqing were dealt with by Gu Shi's heroes. The forces behind them were dealt with by Dietrich and his 6 leaders. In order to deal with these forces, Gu Shi mobilized the most troops he could. Dietrich and the 6 leaders had a total of 67 heroes, and a total force of over 800,000. Of course, if Gu Shi wanted to brag, he could have called it a million-strong army. Among these troops, there were even powerful troops such as Death Titans and Undead Dragons. It can be said that these troops were the most core troops before the Corpse, which became the main force under Gu Shi. Even with the Corpse Witches, they are still Gu Shi's most powerful fighters. In addition, Gu Shi also gave the Corpse Mountain dispatch order, so no matter how big the force is, Gu Shi doesn't have to worry about the safety of these troops. As for Gu Shi himself, he will stay where he is. Gu Shi has a feeling that there should be more behind the attack and defense of Lu City this time than what Xia found out. There must be other people eyeing Gu Shi. But they don't know where Gu Shi's main city is. They can't go to Black Pole City, and they don't know where to activate Giant Rock City. In the end, they can only set their sights on Lu City, which is open to the outside world. They believe that as long as they attack Lu City, Gu Shi will definitely come to deal with it. At that time, Gu Shi will come out from his own territory. As long as the 5 forces they sent out at the beginning can hold back the troops brought by Gu Shi, the army of 10 forces can surround Gu Shi. At that time, even if Gu Shi wants to escape, he has no direction to escape. It can be said that those people really calculated everything about Gu Shi. But they didn't calculate how many troops they had. In their eyes, it was reasonable for Gu Shi, as a necromancer, to have some troops. But the total number of troops should not exceed 300,000. This was calculated from the city guards of Luqing. These 300,000 people also had to guard other cities of Gu Shi, and there were troops coming here to support Luqing, so 50,000 or 60,000 would be enough. The 70,000 troops they arranged at the beginning were arranged for the number of 50,000 or 60,000. In the minds of these people, 70,000 people pressed Gu Shi's 50,000 or 60,000 people. Even if they couldn't eliminate all of Gu Shi's troops, they could still guarantee to drag Gu Shi to the battlefield. After that, they arranged a force of 150,000, which was a killer move against Gu Shi. 150,000 plus 70,000, which was 4 times the force of Gu Shi. Although the command was a little chaotic, the number was enough to crush everything. How could they lose? But they didn't expect 2 things. One was that their plan was discovered by the spy master. After knowing that there was an enemy, Xia immediately put down everything in her hands and checked the situation behind it in a targeted manner, which allowed Xia to determine the number and origin of the enemy. It can be said that the enemy was no longer unintentional, but the offense and defense were reversed. Another point was that they did not calculate Gu Shi's force. They didn't expect Gu Shi to have so many adventurers, and the total force in his hands was not 300,000 as they thought, but nearly 10 million. Even if Gu Shi needed to defend more places, he could always mobilize 1 million troops to fight. What 70,000 against 50,000 or 60,000? What waiting for Gu Shi to mobilize troops, and then kill Gu Shi? Those were their own ideas. When Dietrich arrives at their doorstep, they will know how outrageous their ideas are. However, Gu Shi believes that those who plotted against Gu Shi behind the scenes will never admit their failure. He will only think that he made a small mistake in his calculation. As long as they can kill Gu Shi, they still have a chance to win this game. So Gu Shi is betting that those behind the scenes will take the initiative to kill Gu Shi when they find that their second wave of forces is attacked by Gu Shi's million-strong army. And this is also the only chance and method for Gu Shi to confirm the mastermind behind the scenes. So Gu Shi stayed alone after letting Dietrich attack. Of course, Gu Shi never worried about his own safety. Apart from the Night Blood Road of the Ghost Flower, the attention of the Griffin Black Throne and the Corpse Mountain God of War was focused here. If someone really dared to come and attack, they would understand the value of the 3 red suits. While Gu Shi was planning all this, Dietrich had already led all the troops to attack. Dietrich may not have such high talent in other aspects, but he is still a little capable in commanding a large army. The 6 leaders will also obey Dietrich's orders. They did not have too many objections to the order and direction of the troops. This also made them send troops much faster. It took less than 8 hours for Dietrich and all the troops under the 6 leaders to leave. Gu Shi, who took the opportunity to rest, also found that the battlefield here had been cleaned up. The entire battlefield became empty, there was not even a blade of grass on the ground, and only yellow-brown soil could be seen. Various information was constantly coming from the Sansheng stone mirror outside the command hall, and finally formed the latest news in the command hall. Through these messages, Gu Shi could clearly see that the heroic troops sent out to attack several forces attacking Luqing had already achieved results. The closest to here was the territory of the pig-headed people of the Mud Language clan. About 6 hours ago, the undead troops sent over discovered the location of the pig-headed people. After 4 hours of fighting, the pig-headed people were all killed, and no living pig could escape from their clan territory. Chapter 2608. Sitting in front of the map in the command hall, Gu Shi easily grasped the current situation. Everything was in Gu Shi's plan, and now the enemy was stunned. They didn't expect that Gu Shi would react so quickly. Not only did he kill the troops sent to attack Luqing, but he also sent a large army to counterattack along the way these troops came. The most important thing is that the number of troops sent by Gu Shi seemed to be beyond their imagination. Wasn't it agreed that Gu Shi's total force was 300,000? How come Gu Shi's total force is close to 300,000 now? Gu Shi couldn't have so many troops. He must have transferred all his troops here. He is just gambling on the fate of the country, and he must have taken out all his troops to gamble. As long as all his troops are destroyed, he will have nothing. The behind-the-scenes masterminds, who were slapped in the face, were furious and incompetent. When they received the news, they spent a full hour jumping up and down there, not believing the news. After that, they reacted and thought about how to deal with Gu Shi's counterattack. After all, they did not expect Gu Shi to react like this. But before they could think it through, the hidden base of the thieves was discovered by Gu Shi's troops, and now they were attacking this hidden base where there were not many people guarding it. The undead are too foul. They don't consume physical energy when they are on the road, and they can fight as soon as they arrive. Even if we send troops out now, it's too late, and there's no way to rescue people. Then let's not rescue them. Anyway, they are just a peripheral organization. They can attract all the troops of that guy, even if they can be of some use. That's right. We should take advantage of the fact that these troops are not around the guy and capture him. That is, consider what so many peripheral organizations are doing, and don't forget our purpose this time. Where Gu Shi can't see, letters are carrying messages back and forth between various forces. Those enemies who plotted against Gu Shi behind the scenes are slowly surfacing. Although they all transmit messages in a special encrypted way. But messages are always messages. As long as there is news, Shea and her men can always find out some information. In the 12th hour after killing the invaders, which was the time agreed by Gu Shi and Dietrich, Gu Shi withdrew the control of the darkness on the battlefield, and also received information from Shea. The one who sent the information was not Shea, but one of Shea's spies. He has a very ordinary face. He is obviously an undead, but he looks like an ordinary person. There is no trace of the undead on him. What made Gu Shi speechless was that even so, he didn't feel out of place standing among so many undead. This kind of person is the best candidate for a spy, and he won't attract attention no matter where he is. Sir, this is the latest intelligence. Sir Shea has already heard the latest news, and is now confirming the authenticity of the news. She can't come back for the time being. The spy said, as he took out the intelligence he had just received. Did she hear anything? She heard some news about the enemy. Just as you guessed, this attack on my Luqing is a means to lure you out. But the reason behind it is because the adults blocked their way. Blocked their way? Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Is it a game portal? Gu Shi has so many death cities deep in the game. In addition to those on the plateau, there are also quite a few scattered outside. But only Luqing was targeted, which can explain some situations. What is here in Luqing is not the shelter for wild players. The real attraction here is that every once in a while, Gu Shi will launch a new game world portal to Luqing. The new game world is placed here, and Gu Shi can occupy half of the output. This is better than leaving it on the plateau, where no one takes care of it. And during this period of time, Luqing has also attracted some wild player guilds and so on, is to get a batch of superior cattle and horses. It can be said that Luqing is not only self-sufficient, but also has the spare capacity to send the extra supplies back to Yaladui City for redistribution. It is the emergence of these game worlds that blocks the way for others. Wild players are not like normal players, with fixed cities and fixed sources of game worlds. Although they are very happy to kill in the wild, the level experience and various resources in terms of profession are not so rich, and even the living resources are pitifully few. If they want to encounter the game world, they either try their luck in the wild, or they borrow other people's game worlds at designated locations, and even form an organization called the Gate Organization, which means an organization that controls all the game portals in the wild. And the game worlds belonging to the Gate Organization all charge very high fees. The masters of the game world said that they collected protection fees to ensure the internal security of the game world, and to ensure that the wild players would not engage in real-life PK in the game world. But everyone understands that this is a monopoly market, and they just use the wild players as cattle and horses. In this way, looting, which only collects half of the output, has become a bright spot. More and more wild players know the existence of looting. The number of wild players going to the Gate Organization naturally decreases. It is not clear now, but if this continues, the Gate Organization will be at risk of collapse. In order to ensure its monopoly position on the game world portal in the depths of the game, the Gate Organization naturally wants to clean up Gushi. The reason why they not only target Luching, but also include Gushi in it, is because they see that Luching is the death city of the Necromancer. As long as the Necromancer is still alive, it is meaningless for Luching to be destroyed. Instead, it will anger Gushi behind Luching. That's why they came up with this method, to trick Gushi out and kill him. In their minds, as long as they killed Gushi and destroyed Luching, the wild players would have to go to their territory to play games, and their monopoly position would be restored. They could even find out the source of the game world from Gushi, and increase some of the foundation of the Gate Organization. As for Gushi's intelligence, they calculated it through divination and other means. After all, Gushi's background is quite clear. He was born and raised in Balian City, and participated in Genesis. These things can be calculated at once. They even calculated that Gushi mastered the 3 death skills, and that Gushi had 2 orange suits. But they couldn't calculate things like Gushi returning to the real world. So the Gate Organization's judgment on Gushi was based on the information from the divination. 300,000 troops is already a very generous number for the Gate Organization. Chapter 2609. Of course, the intelligence Shea could get at this time was not so clear. The news brought by the spy only said that Shea found some clues, and the final result has not been found out yet. But as long as the target is locked, it is enough for Gushi. Gushi is not a policeman, and he doesn't need evidence or anything. As long as there is a target, just kill them all. Even if you can't kill them now, you can kill them slowly later. Just like the octopus head, Gushi has not killed it before, but now he has already set his sights on the octopus head. Gushi has plenty of time and energy to deal with these things slowly. Even if Gushi forgets, the contracted undead under Gushi will not forget. Seeing Gushi's enlightened look, the spy quickly said to Gushi, "Your Excellency's guess is correct. They are here for the portal to the game world. Based on the intelligence we have collected, they already know that the initial plan did not take you into account, and are arranging follow-up troops. Don't worry, Dietrich and his men have only been on the road for 12 hours, and are still on their way." Gushi glanced at the map in front of him. It's good to have a command hall. Although it is far away, the information here is updated quite timely. Gushi can check the corresponding situation of his subordinates at any time. He can even see clearly what happened on the battlefield, and sometimes Gushi can personally command 1 or 2. It can be said that Gushi is very clear about the current situation of the Gubin battle. The battle of the hero troops sent out before is almost over. Dietrich's troops have also begun to split up, with one part heading towards the enemy's lair, and the other part heading to where the enemy gathered. The ability shown by Dietrich at this time opened Gushi's eyes. Obviously, the other few were also leaders, and 2 leaders from the Twin Kings city were higher than Dietrich, but they were willing to listen to Dietrich's command. And Dietrich's grasp of the battle situation was quite accurate. Without the command hall following and incomplete information, he could actually lock some of the enemy's positions, mobilize small troops to attack, and let the enemy act under his command. Often the enemy was led to a fork in the road before they found anything. Then they encountered an instant attack by 10 times their strength. The battle often ended in a few minutes. After the battle, the troops commanded by Dietrich would withdraw quickly. At the same time, he would send a message to let Gushi's transport troops go over to clean up the battlefield. It can be said that Dietrich has now taken over 80% of the battles outside. I don't know how he managed it. When Gushi was thinking about Dietrich's situation, Dietrich was quite happy. He had been responsible for defending the city for so many years, and he was defending the city every year. Every year, Gushi said that he should be transferred back, but he failed. In the end, he had to study there every day, thinking about how to deal with it if he encountered a battle. Gradually, Dietrich found that he still had some talents in some aspects. At least, he could quickly find the location of the enemy. It can determine the direction of the enemy's advance. In fact, having such ability is enough for some commanders. After all, Fighting means knowing where the enemy is, and when they will come. Ambush when there are many enemies, and ambush when there are few enemies. The main thing is to save yourself, and sneak attack the enemy. This is what Dietrich is doing now. He used his own record to convince the other leaders to follow him. Under Dietrich's guidance, their movement speed is not the fastest, but it is the most secretive. Because all the enemies who know their whereabouts have been killed. Those enemies don't even know who they have offended. They are still thinking about rushing to kill Gu Shi. As a result, they died while they were on the way. Where can they go to reason with this matter? They can't even pass on a message, so that the races and forces behind them don't know that the troops they sent out are gone. They also don't realize that their territory will be in danger. In this way, Dietrich moved forward and killed all the way. Although the moving speed was slow, it did not attract attention from all sides. If Gu Shi had not been using the command hall to collect information about Dietrich, he might not have known where Dietrich had gone. However, Dietrich had reached his limit at this time. After all the enemies were not in the same position, so Dietrich called all the leaders over. According to the map, we are about to split up now. You are willing to listen to me, and have cooperated well before. Naturally, I will not let you suffer any loss on the road ahead. I can't help you with the rest of the route, but I have already drawn a map. Look here, and here, these are the places I found to hide. When you pass by here, stop and wait. If you don't find any enemies passing by, go on. Dietrich, how long do you mean by wait? Wait for 4 hours when you get to the place I specify. Dietrich said decisively. He couldn't lead people forward on the next road, so he could only use this method to command these troops. Several leaders looked at each other, and nodded in the end. What Dietrich brought to them before made them willing to believe in Dietrich. Seeing that everyone was like this, Dietrich smiled and said, "Then I will go ahead. You all remember what the adults said before. Who to fight first, and who to fight later is not the key. We are here to destroy all the enemies this time. Killing all of them is what we have to do. Don't worry, we know what to do." A wolf leader grinned. Several other leaders also quickly confirmed their direction, and dispersed with their troops. All of this quickly appeared on the map in the command hall. Gu Shi also found that Dietrich's team was still moving at the original speed, but the movement speed of other leaders' troops acting separately was significantly improved. This situation made Gu Shi understand that the current situation was the key to the entire battle. It won't be long before the enemy will find out that they have taken action, and then they will turn their attention back to the battlefield here. And Gu Shi's presence will also attract their attention. Now is the time to prepare for battle. Chapter 26:10. To be honest, Gu Shi estimated the enemy's speed of sending troops based on his own reaction speed, which was really overestimating the opponent. Gu Shi waited for a whole day and a half. The heroes he sent out before had already taken down the first few invading forces. Dietrich and his team had also killed to the doorsteps of the forces behind, but there was no trace of anyone until now. If it weren't for the real-time changes in the map in the command hall, Gu Shi might have thought that he was here for vacation this time. This situation made Gu Shi somewhat depressed. That's it, didn't they say that the battle was aimed at him? Where are the people? He prepared for a long time. Where did everyone go? Just when Gu Shi was depressed, Shea rushed back with the latest news. This time, Shea can be said to have obtained relatively comprehensive intelligence, especially most of the information about the behind-the-scenes mastermind, the Gate organization. Shea got it. The Gate organization is not a single force, but is composed of multiple forces. Among these forces, there are wild player races, indigenous people deep in the game, and some existences that are related to the real world. It can be said that the strength of the Gate organization is higher than Gu Shi and his team estimated. They directly occupy more than 90% of the game world portals in the depths of the game. It is precisely because of this reason that the internal relationship of the Gate organization is actually quite complicated. There are many internal contradictions, and some people advocate monopolizing everything directly. After all, they have reached the depths of the game, which is equivalent to being abandoned by the real world. This can't be called cattle and horses, that can be called garbage people. What is there to consider? Just exploit directly. Some people advocate making friends with the various races in the depths of the game. After all, no one knows when some races can return to the real world. Although they control a large number of portals to the game world, they are all junk that the real world does not want. Only by investing in multiple parties and waiting for the game races to return to the real world, they will have more portals to the game world sent down. Some people also consider the large ethnic groups that have drifted to the depths of the game. For example, why can humans live so well in the depths of the game, building cities one by one? Do you really think that humans are united? No, it is entirely because humans have their roots in the real world. The most important thing is that humans in the real world rank third. As long as humans open up the channel to the real world, they can go back. The Gate organization does not want to offend the big tribes in the real world. No matter how powerful they are, no matter how many portals they occupy in the depths of the game, they are just abandoned. If they really have the ability, they will directly kill back to the real world. And how can they dominate in a place like the depths of the game? Looking at the mini-game worlds in human cities, we can see that the Gate organization can also be defeated. After reading the information sent by Shea, Gushi looked up at Shea. Is this what you mean? It's Mary's idea. She thinks that we can have a good talk with the Gate organization after we defeat them. Gushi's participation in the battle is a big deal for the contracted undead under Gushi. Almost all the contracted undead are paying attention to the situation here. If Gushi needs it, the strongest troops will arrive immediately. As for the enemy's intelligence, all the contracted undead have a copy. Each contracted undead reacts differently when they get the intelligence of the Gate organization. Eve and the others put it aside after reading it. However, Titanium Lion thought about it seriously and wanted to kill all the Gate organizations and snatch all the portals from the Gate organization. Even if the portals cannot be snatched, it is also good to snatch a group of Gate organization staff. After all, there are more and more game portals in Gushi's territory, and Titanium Lion is almost unable to manage them. As for Princess Anna and Luna, their ideas are even more direct. After killing the enemy, how many new undead can join, how many undead residents can join, and how many undead troops can join. After all, the plateau is so big, and Gushi is now extremely short of manpower. Only Mary thought differently. She thought that no one had developed the game portals in Gushi's hands, and it was a good time to need a large number of cattle and horses. Gushi is a person. Even if he destroys the Gate organization, his game portal business will not be able to radiate to the depths of the entire game. It is better to defeat the Gate organization, negotiate with them, and get more cattle and horses and benefits from them. As for whether the other party is willing to talk, Mary has never worried about this. If they are unwilling to talk, it means that they have not been defeated yet. If they are not defeated, they will be beaten again. But no matter what the contracted undead under Gushi think, there is a key point here. That is to defeat the Gate organization. Now Gushi has been waiting for a long time, but the Gate organization has not sent anyone over. If Gushi ends the battle first, the situation will be a bit embarrassing. The Gate organization will definitely retreat at the first time. They will not admit that they provoked the troops. Although Gushi can ignore other considerations and attack directly. But if they really fight, it will not be a battle to defeat the opponent, but a desperate battle to destroy the country. Gushi's strategic goal will still not be achieved at that time. They seem to have retreated now. From the intelligence you have provided, we don't know which ones in the Gate organization are enemies, and which ones are neutral. We will definitely have no problem fighting casually. But as Mary planned, it is difficult to defeat people and make them give up the market. Gushi just thought about what Shaya said and shook his head. We may have to take the initiative to attack next, and then we won't be able to consider which forces in the Gate organization are hostile and which forces are neutral. We can only attack whoever we see. There is no certainty whether we can defeat them in the end. But it is definitely possible to turn the neutral ones into the hostile ones. This plan may not work. Sir, have you ever thought that there may not be neutral forces in the Gate organization? Some of them raised objections. Is it possible that they don't want to cause trouble for themselves? Shea said at this time. Gushi curled his lips. It was really possible. Okay, take out the information, and when the battle over Dietrich is about to end, we will go to the Gate organization's portal concentration point. They can attack our Luchin, and we can also attack their core business district. Shea quickly took out new information when she heard it. At this time, the enemy that Gushi had been waiting for arrived. Chapter 26:11. Enemy attack. Just as Gushi was talking to Shaya, Shaya suddenly felt that the environment nearby had changed. Shaya didn't even think about it, and immediately drew her weapon and rushed in one direction. Gushi's reaction was even faster than Shaya's. He just raised his hand, and with a whoosh, a black feather arrow fell from the sky and pierced a player. This player had a bull head and a lion body and human hands. He stepped on two different colored halos, one yellow and one purple, and rushed to Shaya immediately after he appeared. But as soon as he rushed out, he was nailed to the ground by the black feather arrow and couldn't move at all. When this player was killed, many more players appeared nearby. Gushi just glanced and found that these players came from different races. The number was not large, only about 30 in total. But their levels were all relatively high, At least one of them had a combat halo under his feet, and at most there were even 2 combat halos. Some of them cooperated well, while others did not. But Gushi understood what was going on at a glance. It seems that the people in the sect are not completely stupid. They knew that if they redeployed their troops now, by the time Gushi got there, everything would be over. So they simply arranged for a small elite force to come and kill Gushi. Although the information from the divination was a little inaccurate. But one thing is certain, that is, Gushi himself is a necromancer from Balian City. All his combat power is in his necromancer troops. Every player has learned how to deal with necromancers. As long as the necromancer himself is killed, the remaining undead will not be a problem at all. Even if Gushi has many undeads under his command, he has not reached level 20, which has been confirmed by divination. As for the weapons and equipment in Gushi's hands, there are at most 2 orange equipment, and it is impossible to have more. The Gate organization has monopolized the game portal business for so many years. It is impossible to send out an elite team with full orange equipment, but it is still easy to arrange an elite team with all members wearing orange equipment. So when there is no army to attack, such a combat group of about 30 people appeared on Gushi's battlefield. Looking at the enemy coming out of the portal, Gushi's eyes flashed a smile. This is treating him as a boss. The group that came is not a 40-man group, which is a bit underestimated Gushi. Facing the enemy's encirclement, Gushi was not afraid at all, and he even took an interested look at the enemy's configuration. The Gate organization really did not regard Gushi as a big boss. There is no shield fighting here. Most of the melee fighters are warriors, swordsmen and assassins. There are obviously archers and musketeers on the long-range side, and some mages. As for the priests, they are not seen here. Maybe in the eyes of the sect, after they appear, they can take Gushi away with a wave of concentrated fire. This idea is actually correct. When encountering something, focus on a wave of fire first, and take away the troublemaker. This is the most reasonable idea. In their minds, what level is Gushi, even if he has orange equipment? So what, don't they have it? Use the portal to send people directly to Gushi, and then focus on him. Everything is solved. But they never expected it. Their sneak attack plan did not work. As soon as they came out, a powerful player was killed instantly. And Gushi looked at them as if they were garbage, without any fear. This situation is obviously wrong. And Gushi's eyes are not right. Why did he just glance at them, and then look at the portal behind? This is... Before these players could react, Gushi took the initiative to fly up. Originally, Gushi was wrapped in the Ghost King cloak, and looked like an ordinary necromancer. There was nothing different at all. But as soon as he took off, 2 pairs of arms appeared behind him. The Bone Lightning Hand and the Ghost Dragon Hand pressed down at the same time, and the 2 magics of Lightning Chain and Powerful Storm appeared at the same time. Under the operation of the Bone Lightning Hand and the Ghost Dragon Hand, these 2 magics actually combined into a more powerful combination magic, Lightning Storm. The tornado with lightning immediately headed for the location where the players gathered. In this wave of tornado, at least 10 players were swept into the air. These players were all long-range players. Their own lives were relatively weak. After being swept into the air, they were stunned at the first moment. It was not that they did not want to save themselves, but that they could not save themselves, because there was also the power of lightning in the tornado. After being swept into the sky, they were already dizzy. Not to mention that the lightning would paralyze them. The most important thing is that the lightning and the dragon blade in the tornado will cause great damage to them. 5 players died on the spot just by being caught in the tornado. After the tornado stopped, 4 more people fell from the sky and fell heavily to the ground and died. Among the 10 players, only 1 was seriously injured and managed to survive. But such a serious injury also made him lose his combat effectiveness, and could only lie on the ground motionless. Under this wave of attacks, Gushi did not stop his attack. He flew towards the enemy at the first time. The wind-breaking hand was in front, constantly grabbing any player who dared to approach Gushi, and the molten-crushing hand was behind, holding the harp and smashing it on the ground. Every time, a player would be smashed to death on the ground. At this time, the players realized that they had hit a wall this time. Gushi, who was less than level 20, was not a chicken at all, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex that could eat people. He didn't just have 2 orange equipment in his hands, he was wearing a full set of orange equipment. Not to mention the other things, there were at least 6 orange equipment on the 2 pairs of arms behind him. All of a sudden, these players collapsed. They immediately went back the way they came, trying to escape back to the portal. But how could Gushi let them escape like this? When these players started, the petals of the ghost flower floated out, and all the players encountered various troubles. These troubles were not big, just preventing them from escaping into the portal. Gushi also took this opportunity to release the purple flying sword, and then the evil slash of the secret realm sword staff was activated, using the negative effect of the purple flying sword to take away another wave of players. When the remaining players found that the situation was not right, and wanted to go back to deal with Gushi, it was too late. The team of 30 players now had less than 10 people left. They were surrounded by Gushi alone, and there was no possibility of escape. Chapter 26:12. Kill him! Finding their retreat blocked, the players got anxious. They raised their weapons, roared, and rushed towards Gushi. When they rushed forward, they also activated the effects of their orange gear. Normally, with such equipment and such attack power, 10 people would be enough to kill tens of thousands of enemies. But when the 10 of them rushed towards Gushi, they had no idea at all. After all, there were more than 20 players like them just now, but they just turned their heads and died. They were fighting desperately with no way out. Only if they could kill Gushi would they have a chance to survive. But when these players rushed up, Gushi raised his right hand, and a large number of nether spirit flower petals flew out and cut on the faces of these players. Faced with such an attack, the players were not afraid. They didn't use any attack methods such as electric petals. In their minds, petals were at most used in illusions. Then, there are some druids who use petals to attack, but few people use petals at other times. And Gushi in front of him is obviously a necromancer. What kind of petals can he use? But they felt something was wrong after just a few steps, because their body parts were falling down. In the end, they could only watch themselves move forward by inertia, and their bodies were cut into pieces under the effect of the ghost flower, and blood and flesh were spread all over the ground. After completing this attack, Gushi did not even look at these players. At this time, Gushi's attention was all on the portal in front of him. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Just by glancing at the portal, Gushi noticed that the enemies were coming from a different direction. They should have come from different locations. A closer look at the picture behind the portal showed that there were 3 different locations behind the portal. If it was before, Gushi might have only been able to take one chance. But now it was different. Gushi immediately called out the god of war of Corpse Mountain. You go to that portal. My requirements are not high. Kill all the enemies. After hearing Gushi's order, the god of war of Corpse Mountain looked at the portal that Gushi pointed to, and found that the picture behind the portal was a view from the woods to a white castle. It was obvious which force the castle in front of him was the main city of. The god of war of Corpse Mountain just took a look and grinned. This was a very simple matter. Don't worry, sir. Leave this to me. Gushi didn't say much. After all, the god of war of Corpse Mountain was a red dress holder. Even in the real world, he could fight against thousands of troops alone. Not to mention that in the depths of the game, there are almost no red suits. Unless he encounters some special existence, the Corpse Mountain god of war is almost invincible. It is not difficult for him to fight a city alone. After the Corpse Mountain god of war confirmed the target, he went to the portal. When the Corpse Mountain god of war statue began to move, Gushi also moved quickly. He also understood that the people of the gate organization did not know that the players they sent were all killed. But if the portal was used by someone, they would definitely know that something was wrong. Gushi must rush over before the other party closes the portal. So Gushi also went to a portal. The portal that Gushi chose came from another location. Through the screen of the portal, Gushi could clearly see that there was a place similar to a cemetery behind the portal. This means that there would be a necromancer or an undead force standing behind it. This is why the other party could recognize that Lucheng was a dead city at a glance and had targeted attacks. If they were not defeated, then some of Gushi's actions would be studied by them. Gushi didn't want to be watched by people every day. So this necromancer must die. When the god of war of Corpse Mountain stepped into the portal, Gushi also stepped into the portal. The moment he stepped into the portal, a rapid alarm sounded in Gushi's ears. Then a large number of different gargoyles appeared in the sky. These gargoyles are different from the tower gargoyles that Gushi is used to. Their bodies are ghostly gray and obviously lighter. When they fly, there are always ghostly blue souls hovering around them. It is obvious that they are gargoyles belonging to the undead class. And the route is clearer than Gushi's, and the idea is simpler. Gushi can see at a glance what style the necromancer in front of him is. They use the undead to raise non-undead. Gushi learned this routine when he was in school in Balian City. The so-called raising non-undead with the undead refers to concentrating the undead in a certain place, and finally forming a dark land for the undead, and then building land on the dark land to raise some non-undead, but powerful combat troops. It seems that this gargoyle is one of them. There are also wild dogs that eat corpses, and turn into semi-undead states. When Gushi was listening to the class, he didn't understand it. They are all necromancers. Why do they have to go around in a circle and let the undead raise others? Are the undead really not useful? But after coming to this cemetery, Gushi understood that he didn't understand it at the time, but he didn't sit in that position. Now seeing the scene in front of him, Gushi understood that if he hadn't mastered the skill of the Death City at the beginning, he would slowly embark on this path. In front of him is the undead to raise the entire city. Although this city is not a dead city, it is alive. All the undead in here is actually used to raise the city in front of him. The means of the city in front of him is the private monkey version of the Death City. However, in order to make his city comparable to the Death City, the owner of this city seems to have added something to it. There is a means to make the city move. However, Gushi did not consider this method at all. Because Gushi had obtained the Death City from the beginning. He could place the gate of the Death City at any time. Just like what was happening before his eyes. When he saw the gargoyles rushing over, Gushi immediately released the garrison gate. At the garrison gate, Princess Anna had already arranged enough troops to wait. As the garrison gate was released, these troops rushed out quickly. The leader was Demi, the first leader under Gushi. She appeared on the battlefield with her iron undead troops at the first time. After arriving here, she took the initiative to lead the troops forward without Gushi giving orders. Following the iron undead troops were some undead heroes, who were arranged here. When they saw a good opportunity, they also rushed out, wanting to kill a lot. Chapter 26:13. Gushi did not personally command the men who rushed out of the garrison gate. This time he came here, and he did not bring the command hall with him. Gushi was very clear about his command ability. When there was no other way to assist him, he could only conduct strategic command, and he could not do micromanagement. So Gushi immediately handed over the command to Demi. And he himself jumped on the evil coffin and rushed into the enemy's city. While Gushi rushed forward, he also threw the mud truck out. Gushi's idea was very simple and practical. He used his own men to deal with the city. Demi led the team to ensure that there would be no problems in the general direction, and throwing the mud truck out could ensure that the troops would attack in teams of thousands of people and clear all the enemies in the city in front of them. And Gushi himself went to find the owner of this city. This time Gushi came here to carry out a decapitation operation. The people on the side of the gate organization could decapitate Gushi, and Gushi could naturally decapitate them. This time Gushi came here to behead. As for the possibility of failure in beheading, Gushi had never considered it. With a red dress on, how could it fail? The only possibility of failure was that he did not find the location of the enemy. Gushi rushed in with the evil coffin, and at the same time attacked the white bone lightning hand and the ghost dragon power hand behind him. Various lightning and strong winds began to blow outward, looking for the possible location of the enemy leader. It was just that the enemy boss seemed a little difficult this time. Gushi had already rushed into the city, and he had no intention of coming out. I don't know if he is not here, or if he found himself exposed and just found a safe place to hide. Anyway, this person is quite suitable for the fighting style of the necromancer. No matter what, he will not take the initiative to stand out. It seems that Gushi's previous behavior is clearly a bait in the eyes of some people. Maybe it will feel strange in their eyes. After all, whose necromancer will stay in a place alone for a day or two without leaving? There is no defense force around. This is unreasonable no matter how you look at it. The necromancers in this city at present are the real reasonable means of fighting. Although he understands it, Gushi will never shrink back. With 2 red suits on his body, 1 red suit can appear at any time, and the Black Blood Knight can be released at any time. Why should he shrink back? When he rushed into the city behind the cemetery, he started a large-scale bombing mode. Lightning, strong wind, Gushi hits a building as soon as he sees it. Under Gushi's attack, these buildings were often broken in one wave, revealing the undead that had been buried for a long time under the buildings. Gushi's lightning was extremely harmful to the undead. After a while, Gushi turned the city upside down. The necromancer behind the scenes couldn't stand it anymore. He activated his ability at the first time. Oh, he didn't jump out and fight Gushi head-on. He always thought that he was a necromancer, not a death knight, and never appeared in front of others. Even if he appeared, he would use the method of soul projection to project it onto the undead under his control. If someone wants to assassinate him, he can just take back the soul and give up the undead. This time is the same, but this time he did not use the undead body, but directly activated the current city. As the city was activated, the earth shook rapidly, and arms stretched out from the ground. Gushi had mastered this method of stretching arms from the ground before. It's just not as huge as the one in front of him. That's right, the fingers of the arms that stretched out from the ground were at least as tall as a person, and the huge arms were all covered with rotten soil. When they stretched out from the ground, they were also carrying a kind of rotten liquid. It was obvious that this was a method strengthened by corpses and undead. When these arms stretched out from the ground, they hit Gushi in the direction of Gushi. Don't think about it. As long as you get hit once, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. And there is not just one arm here, but hundreds of arms, which looks like someone hitting a mosquito on his body, hitting it to death. Gushi saw it, and understood that the enemy was using the foundation of the city. The function of this arm is not actually to attack or defend. Judging from the shape of this arm, this thing is probably used to drag the city to crawl and move. Don't ask how Gushi knew it. He had made zombies crawling on the ground before, and Gushi knew very well what the hands used for crawling looked like. As a result, the big man behind the city just released these arms? Does he really think these arms can hurt Gushi? He didn't release all the effects of the evil coffin, right? Gushi snorted heavily, and all the evil coffin guards appeared. After that, all the orange and purple equipment in the evil coffin had full effects, and the color of the evil coffin changed for a while. But that was nothing. Gushi immediately increased the speed of the evil coffin to the highest level. Anything that collided with that speed would be destroyed. It was wishful thinking for these arms to catch Gushi. What was wrong with the evil coffin? It rushed to the speed of Mach 7 in the first place. At that time, the Double King City could not withstand such a collision. There was a bang, and a bloody road was knocked out by Gushi. A large number of arms were directly broken by Gushi, and even the city wall was knocked open by Gushi. But Gushi did not stop there. This time, the collision did not knock out the enemy. So Gushi prepared to do it again. So after rushing out of the city, Gushi first took a look at the surrounding situation, then let the evil coffin turn around, relocked the position of a building in the city, and activated the speed of the evil coffin to crash back again. This time, Gushi's target was quite clear, directly the city's council hall. This can be said to be the core of the city. Even if it is a special city, the importance of the council hall will not change. When the evil coffin rushed up, the necromancer in the city knew that the situation was not good. But even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't stop the evil coffin with a speed of 7 Mach. You know, even if a piece of iron reaches this speed, it can directly destroy a large building. Not to mention that there are 6 evil coffin guards in front of the evil coffin. They really used their bodies to clear the way for the coffin. Then a series of explosions were heard, and Gushi knocked out a bloody road inside the city again. And this time, the most critical council hall in the city was also destroyed by Gushi. Countless arms seemed to be stuck and stopped in the city. Chapter 26:14. You dare. When Gushi destroyed the city's council hall, a voice came from underground. Then many giant towers made of bones popped up from the underground, with a large number of undead arranged on them. As soon as they appeared, they locked Gushi's position, shooting and casting nets in his direction. If it were an ordinary person, facing such an attack, he would be a little flustered. But Gushi didn't care about these people. The situation of this giant tower of bones was no match for the undead arrow tower hunters under Gushi. These were just the most basic defense towers. Using them to deal with Gu, she was really underestimating Gushi. The necromancer of this city also understood this. He released this giant tower not to kill Gushi, but to delay Gushi and prevent him from destroying his city again. At the same time, he moved 2 castles to carry out targeted attacks on Gushi. One of these 2 castles fell from the sky, and the other came out from the ground. The main point is to prevent Gushi from knowing where he is hiding. But Gushi doesn't care about these. He has already seen that this necromancer has no intention of coming out directly. He just wants to hide deep in the city and fight guerrilla warfare with him. Then Gushi doesn't need to think about anything more, just overthrow the city directly. Anyway, Gushi is here, and the evil coffin is fully opened. Even if the opponent wants to stop Gushi, it depends on whether he has such speed. When the 2 castles were about to block Gushi, the evil coffin flashed and rushed out with Gushi. This time, Gushi did not rush out of the city again, he moved back and forth in the city. Move left, move right. Each time he moves, he will take away a large number of buildings. In order to attract the castle behind him, Gushi will even slow down and wait for the castle to fall from the sky and hit these buildings. With just one turn, the city in front of him was turned upside down by Gushi. And Gushi's men also took this opportunity to kill people in the city. It seems that they will not stop until the city is demolished. After running around the city for most of the time, Gushi also found some things that were not quite right. He thought about it seriously, and found that no matter how he provoked, the enemy's necromancer seemed to have no intention of coming out. Gushi thought about it, and understood the other party's thinking. He had never heard of Gushi's reputation. He thought that even if Gushi destroyed the city, as long as he was still alive, there was hope that the city would be saved in the end. Thinking of this, Gushi shook his head. Who told you about Gushi's personality? Didn't they ask about Gushi's nickname? The sky is 3 feet high? You know, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. After understanding the other party's thinking, Gushi showed a hint of disdain on his face. Send the undead transporters to tear down this city for me. These are all good things, they are really rich, but now they are all mine. Gushi gave the order immediately. Under Gushi's order, more and more city gates were opened, and dump trucks appeared one after another. This time, all the undead transport troops' dump trucks appeared. As soon as they appeared here, all the undead transport troops were stunned. This is a complete city. The level of this city is quite high, and the quality of materials is quite good. At present, the city has not been taken down, which really doesn't matter. Gushi's men will fight in the front, and they can just follow behind. Anyway, the final result is the same. Not to mention that Gushi has already handled everything for them. The city gates are all opened in the opponent's city, which saves effort when transporting. Now that they come out, they will directly start to dismantle and transport all the things that can be dismantled. Then consider whether to dig underground according to the situation on the scene. Anyway, a large number of corpses and undead have been buried underground before, and now all the soil is all stained with energy, which can be regarded as high-quality soil. Even if Gushi himself can't use these things, he can use them in his territory and city. If it doesn't work, he can sell them, and he won't lose money if he digs them all. So in less than an hour, the outermost areas of the city have been dug out. Gushi didn't even spare the mud on the ground, and even the water in the moat was pumped away by Gushi. At this time, the necromancer who had been hiding also found that something was wrong. If Gushi's previous behavior had caused losses to the city, now it was digging up the roots of the city. After being dug up by Gushi, I believe it won't be long before there is nothing left in the city. Even if the necromancer hides well, some of the things he has invested in the city over the years will all disappear. So when Gushi released another batch of mud trucks to let them participate in the robbery, the necromancer behind the city finally couldn't help it. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? As this voice rang out in the city, Gushi also laughed. He looked in one direction. Are you finally willing to come out? But that's right, if you don't come out, this city will be gone. Even if you hide underground, I can dig you out. It's better for you to jump out by yourself than to be dug out by me, Gushi said lightly. Before, the enemy's city was too big, and Gushi didn't know where the enemy was. But it's different now. The enemy's city has been reduced by 1/3. He can easily find the enemy's location by using this kind of sound transmission. As long as the enemy is found, everything will no longer be a problem. Gushi has plenty of strength and means to destroy the enemy. As soon as Gushi finished this sentence, he took a step forward and jumped onto the evil coffin. The evil coffin also quickly locked the location where the other party's voice came from and rushed over there. At this time, the effect of the orange earth fruit in the evil coffin was activated, and the evil coffin was taken underground. The earth no longer had any blocking effect on the evil coffin, but it moved freely underground like a fish in water. As Gushi entered the earth, the necromancer realized that Gushi's locking him was not just talk. He really found his location. So the necromancer immediately activated the means he arranged and prepared to leave quickly. As for the city, he no longer thought about it. After all, his life was almost gone, so why bother to consider whether it was a city or not? Let's escape first. Chapter 26:15. The escaping necromancer finally escaped through the tunnel that had been dug early in the morning. Before he could check the surroundings, he heard Gushi's voice. Run? Why don't you run? This road is not over yet. Hearing this voice, the necromancer who was relaxing was also startled. He looked up and found Gushi sitting on the evil coffin, looking at him with a smile on his face. The scrutinizing eyes seemed to see through his soul directly. In fact, this is not seeing through the soul, but Gushi is using the Huangquan dragon robe, the soul dark lamp, and the side of destiny to determine whether the other party is the person he is looking for. Gushi didn't want to fight for a long time, and finally hit the wrong enemy. Fortunately, when the man in front of him ran away, he didn't think of leaving his body behind. When he ran away, he chose to run away in his body. When Gushi came over, he caught the body of the necromancer. At this time, Gushi was sizing up the necromancer in front of him. His level was also over 40. If we had to talk about the level, this guy was not much different from teacher Gonglingyu. But his demeanor was far different from teacher Gonglingyu. The necromancer in front of him looked like a dried corpse that had just crawled out of the ground, with spider webs and earthworms hanging on his skin. With his appearance, people would believe that he was an undead. But Gu Shi didn't pay attention to these, but to the way he dressed. He was wearing a green robe, with his hands habitually pulling the collar of his clothes. There were some belts hanging outside the robe, and a helmet made of animal bones on his head. The treatment style of this helmet is a bit strange, which is obviously not a common method of necromancers. Gu Shi looked at the other party's dress while flashing through the necromancer routes he knew. After a moment, Gu Shi said, "No wonder you don't directly operate the undead, but use the undead to raise some non-undead things. So you are taking the undead force field route." Hearing Gu Shi's words, the necromancer instantly raised his head and looked at Gu Shi in disbelief. The undead force field route is a relatively rare route for necromancers to advance. Many forces don't know that such a route exists. This route has no combat power at all. They are not studying how to strengthen the undead, but how to turn a piece of land into a Een land. Only after turning this land into a Een land can this kind of necromancer get benefits, and use the Een energy of the Een land to raise themselves. This kind of necromancer is often called a dead house necromancer. Of course, the one in front of him is obviously a mutant. Even though he was a dead otaku, he still wanted to run around, so he turned his Een land into a mobile city. He himself hid at the bottom of the mobile city, making a living by absorbing Een energy and picking up garbage. As for his giant hands, gargoyles, etc., they were also means of the undead force field route. The situation is equivalent to the statues in front of some imperial tombs. However, Gu Shi remembered that this route seemed to have no direction to move forward after level 30. It was a profession that was stuck before level 35. The person in front of him looked obviously above level 40. Did he change his job? Gu Shi thought as he took a step forward. He stretched out his hand to the necromancer. The molten crushing hand lifted up the necromancer. "Hello, please introduce yourself first." Gu Shi lifted the necromancer in front of him with a smile on his face. However, the necromancer didn't know what to say at this time. He stared at Gu Shi fiercely and didn't speak. This really irritated Gu Shi. A bolt of lightning shot out from the hand of the white bone lightning and hit the necromancer. "I asked you to introduce yourself, not to ask you to wait for me to introduce myself." After being hit by the lightning, the necromancer also knew what the situation was. Gu Shi in front of him would really kill him. The necromancer knew very well that people of the same profession would not necessarily ask living people some questions. Sometimes, the dead would respond faster when asked questions. This necromancer had died once in the game, and he had turned himself into a corpse-like state. If he died again, he would be really hopeless. So after being hit by lightning, this necromancer was frightened and introduced himself immediately. "Please don't hit me anymore, I'll tell you. My name is Su Dafeng, I'm a member of the Lishuan tribe, I don't have any bad intentions, Before Su Dafeng finished speaking, another lightning bolt struck. Then Gu Shi said a little embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I was a little too quick to control myself. You said you were a member of the Lishuan tribe, but I don't think you are one. According to the information I have, the Lidi tribe seems to have 4 eyes and 4 legs, and they are born with the ability to find their way. You don't look like one." "Our Lishuan tribe doesn't like necromancers. After I became a necromancer, I left the Lishuan tribe." Su Dafeng also hurriedly explained at this time. He realized that Gu Shi really didn't care about the lives of others. "Oh, you mean, if I want to cause trouble, I must not find the Lishuan tribe, right?" No, that's not what I mean, I don't care what you mean, I just want to ask you one question. Did you open the portal voluntarily?" Su Dafeng didn't expect Gu Shi to change the subject directly, and he was stunned for a while. Gu Shi can wait, but the white bone lightning hand behind him can't wait. When Su Dafeng didn't answer, the white bone lightning hand struck with a bolt of lightning. After Su Dafeng was beaten, he said, "I volunteered to drive, but I didn't agree with them looking for you. It's just that the road on my side is more convenient, so they passed by me. I really have no ill intentions, I'm just a transit point. Stop, don't fight. Gu Shi didn't believe Su Dafeng's words at all. Anyway, he said he had no hostility, and Gu Shi was a wave of lightning. As long as he can't be killed, beat him to death. After more than 3 minutes, Su Dafeng was beaten to death by Gu Shi. At this time, Su Dafeng raised his head, stared at Gu Shi and said, "Are you kidding me? No, I don't have that hobby. Don't talk nonsense, I just don't know who to fight. I think you should know who I'm going to fight. For example, the one who gave suggestions, the one who sent the most troops, the one who didn't like me, or the one who got my information. Anyway, it can't always be you, right? Chapter 26:16. Su Dafeng finally said before he died that he had dragged some of his companions into the water. After all, just as Gu Shi said, Su Dafeng can't take all the blame alone. They always have to push some new people to take the blame. The Gate organization is not a monolithic force. They also have conflicts within. Su Dafeng also has some mortal enemies. Look, Su Dafeng directly reported the names and positions of all those mortal enemies. If he hits one, he can't live, and the mortal enemy must die too. Gu Shi didn't care whether these news were true or false. Anyway, if there was news, Gu Shi would record it all. He didn't care whether these people were Su Dafeng's mortal enemies. As long as they were from the Gate organization, Gu Shi would deal with them. One carrot after another, one day, Gu Shi would scare the Gate organization. After getting the news he wanted, Gu Shi nodded with satisfaction. He didn't ask who else had opened the portal. He just pointed his finger outward and hit Su Dafeng on the forehead, killing him directly. After throwing the body into the evil coffin, Gu Shi jumped onto the evil coffin and went in the direction he had come from before. Because of Su Dafeng's death, there was no resistance in that city. Gu Shi's men had already taken down the entire city when Gu Shi returned. Now all the transport troops are emptying the city. Gu Shi took a look around here and found that this almost emptied city had no hope of turning into a dead city. He had no intention of staying here any longer. The battle has just begun, and Gu Shi still has to deal with other people in the Gate organization. Su Dafeng told Gu Shi several key locations before. The senior members of the Gate organization are waiting at these locations, and one of them can be directly teleported to through the teleportation gate near the city in front of him. Gu Shi took this opportunity to kill this guy first, then see if he can find a way to approach other enemies. Thinking of this, Gu Shi immediately put away the main city gate. Then Gu Shi looked at Dimi. Dimi, you clear the field here, and when everything is packed up, send me a letter to notify me so that I can take back the city gate. Dimi glanced at the battlefield that was still being finished and nodded affirmatively. She also understood that Gu Shi was in a hurry. There was nothing here that Gu Shi needed to watch. In the eyes of these leaders, Gu Shi was just a tool man who came to open the gate. Gu Shi just needed to come and open the city gate to make it easier for them to enter and exit the battlefield. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with Gu Shi. Gu Shi was somewhat speechless about Dimi's attitude. However, Gu Shi finally handed everything over to Dimi, just closed the main city gate, and went to the teleportation gate that Su Dafeng mentioned. In the next few days, Gu Shi was always on the scene. Through various teleportation gates, or other means, he killed from one high-level member of the Gate organization to another high-level member. Anyway, Gu Shi did not stop for a moment, and kept killing until the last high-level member of the Gate organization reported his name. When Gu Shi heard that they were all dead people who were killed, Gu Shi realized that he seemed to have killed too many people. Facing the high-ranking official he had captured, Gu Shi thought about it seriously and finally asked, "Report the names of all your high-ranking officials." Ah! The face of the captured high-ranking official was charred at this time, which was the appearance after being struck by lightning. "A what?" "Report the names of all your high-ranking officials. Let me see how many I have killed, know how many are left." Under the threat of lightning, the high-ranking official, who was dragged by Gu Shi, had to report the names of all the high-ranking officials in charge of the sect organization. Gu Shi found that he seemed to be too smooth in the fight. It had only been a few days. How could all the people be beaten? Are there no other high-ranking officials? No, really no. Gu Shi's face condensed, and he always felt that something was wrong. However, Gu Shi did not think about it carefully. Looking at the high-ranking official of the sect organization in front of him, he finally raised his hand and killed him on the spot. After doing all this, Gu Shi began to pass orders outside. "It's okay. All their high-ranking officers have been killed. Forget about the rest. Tell them to withdraw their troops and prepare to go back." After spreading the news, Gu Shi began to review the situation along the way. At this time, Gu Shi also understood why he had a feeling that something was wrong. This battle was fine at the beginning, but the subsequent battles were obviously too smooth. The first few battles might have been better. Gu Shi invested a lot of troops and energy in the battle. The latter few battles were just like giving away. And the sending was quite straightforward. On the surface, it seemed that Gu Shi had spent a lot of effort to fight, but it didn't take much time to get here. Often, after one battle, while Gu Shi was still cleaning up the battlefield, the next target could be determined. Gu Shi had almost no time to think, and rushed directly to the next one. At first, Gu Shi had the idea of stopping the fight and talking to the top leaders of the sect organization. But later, Gu Shi forgot about it. If he hadn't discovered this time that the other top leaders he could provide were guys he had killed, Gushi might not have stopped to think about the situation. Now thinking about it, Gushi always has a feeling. He was guided all the way here. Someone deliberately let these top leaders come out to die. After a silence, Gushi finally ordered to shrink the team. Although he didn't know who was behind this, Gushi didn't plan to fight anymore. The intention of this battle, all the strategic goals have been achieved. I believe no one dares to attack Gushi again. He can arrange as many game world portals as he wants in Licheng, and he can charge as much as he wants. No one will bother him anymore. As long as this is done, it is enough for Gushi. Not to mention the battles in the past few days, Gushi also killed many enemies and robbed many cities. It can be said that all the gains of these high-level officials over the years now belong to Gushi. This is a big profit anyway, no matter what, it is enough. Thinking of this, Gushi raised his hand and lowered the last city gate again. A group of undead transport troops rushed out of the city gate. Start cleaning the battlefield faster, we are ready to go back to the city. Chapter 26:17. After issuing the order, Gushi was about to go back to Aridavi city through the city gate, but as soon as he raised his footsteps, his heart paused, and the nether spirit flower automatically floated up. Gushi hadn't seen the nether spirit flower react like this for a long time. He immediately took out the Corpse Mountain dispatch order. The next moment, the Corpse Mountain God of War appeared behind Gushi. The Corpse Mountain God of War at this time was somewhat different from before. Although he was still red, and wearing a ghost face armor, his temperament was obviously different. Now, he didn't look as powerful as before, and looked like an ordinary undead with skin on. At most, the armor on his body looked a little different. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay more attention to him. With the appearance of the Corpse Mountain God of War, Gushi's face became calm. He stood beside the corpse of the last high-level member of the Gate organization, watching his men dismantle the city there. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Gushi suddenly raised his head and thought to himself, "It's here as expected." At this moment, something similar to a portal opened directly in front of Gushi. However, no one came out of the portal, but a human figure condensed directly in front of Gushi. This human figure had no face, and looked somewhat similar to the star giant that Gushi had seen, like a concentrator composed of starlight. After appearing, the human figure first looked at the nether spirit flower in Gushi's hand, then looked at the 2 pairs of arms floating behind Gushi, and finally his eyes fell on the side of the Corpse Mountain God of War standing next to Gushi. "Hello, I'm the portal." When these words came out, Gushi felt a little bit overwhelmed. Who can't see that you are a portal? But Gushi quickly realized that he didn't mean that he was a portal, but his name. "Hello, my name is Gu. Breath of the Dead. I know you." When they plotted against you this time, they asked someone to tell fortunes. The portal said mechanically, as if no one had communicated with him for a long time. Gushi's face twitched. Is this the mastermind behind the scenes? Did he want to provoke him by appearing in front of him like this? Unexpectedly, the portal said again at this time, "Now that they are all dead, the grudge between you and me is over, right?" When the portal changed the topic, Gushi heard something wrong. "Attack me, isn't that your idea?" Hearing Gushi's question, the portal shook his head. "No, I need someone to help me open the portal. Every time I open it, sending people into the game or taking them out is beneficial to me. As for the rest, I don't really care. I know they have selfish motives. As long as it doesn't affect the opening of the portal, I don't really care. Of course, your counterattack is reasonable. If they can't beat you and are killed by you, then kill them. I just hope you won't affect me finding another group of people to reopen the portal to the outside world. I found these enemies so smoothly before, and you helped me behind the scenes?" Gushi did not respond to the portal's words, but asked a question on his own. "Yes, they offended you. It's normal for you to come here. And their strength is far inferior to yours. In the end, they will die no matter how long they delay. It is better to let them all die quickly. Only when they die, you will be relieved, the battle here will be over, and I can rebuild quickly. Otherwise, it will take several months for them to rebuild every time." From this, Gushi can tell that the portal in front of him is not a human or a player. He doesn't care about players or forces at all. What he really cares about is how many portals in and out of the game world are opened every day in the depths of the game. As long as this requirement is met, he doesn't care who has the portal in and out of the game world, and how much benefit they get from the opening of the portal. From your tone, it seems that you have reorganized this group many times, right? It's only 6 or 7 times, and each time it's just some guys with a floating mentality fighting randomly. In fact, there is really no need. What they get from the game is free, and there is really no need to investigate whether they get more or less. But none of them understand this. Every time I offend someone, I have to clean up the mess in the end. Portal complained. You only care about the opening of the portal. You don't care about other things? Why should I care about those? Portal asked in confusion. Okay, I understand your situation, so it's settled. I'll kill these guys, and this time it's over. As long as you don't bother me again, I won't affect your life anymore. Gushi wanted to talk about business at first, but after thinking about it, Portal really didn't care about these subordinates. Finally, he changed his words and said life. Portal didn't understand what Gushi meant. He was very happy to see that Gushi didn't make things difficult for him. I know, no one will bother you again. I am familiar with this matter. Every time I rebuild and recruit people, I will tell them how the previous group was destroyed. They all understand. Portal said seriously. At this time, Gushi became curious. Can I ask if the human side also participated in such a battle? I mean the Uenzu City. Uenzu City? Humans? Is that what you call them? They didn't fight, they just encountered something, and finally the group before and after negotiated. After that, everything was fine. Although the two groups behind were re-established, they generally would not oppose the things that were negotiated before. They didn't expect to offend you. And you can flatten them all by yourself. Portal thought about it, and finally understood what Gushi meant by humans. So it was a negotiation. I thought humans had seized the control of the portal. By the way, is your control range deep in the game, or is it also in the real world? My control range is not large. I completely control the East 2nd and East 3rd areas, and only half of the East 1st and East 4th areas. West 24th and East 5th areas have just been touched. Gushi heard it at this time, and understood that this should be the division of areas deep in the game. He asked curiously. Wait, how are these areas divided? Can you tell me in detail? The portal thought for a while, and finally said helplessly, Okay, this war is also because of me. I will tell you a little bit, as an apology. Chapter 2618. In fact, the division of the areas in the depths of the game is not a formal division method, but a division method agreed upon by some big guys, who can move freely in the depths of the game. After all, the depths of the game are so big that so many human cities only survive in less than 1/20th of the area in the East 3rd District. From this, you can imagine how big the depths of the game are. And according to what the portal said, this is the area where they are connected, and willing to divide in this agreed division method. In addition, there are larger territories that are unwilling to be divided in this way. So the portal directly said to Gushi, You know it, but don't go out and show off. If some big guy knows it, it's not certain that someone can save you. At this time, Gushi just listened for fun. He just wanted to know how big the depths of the game are. He didn't plan to unify the entire depths of the game. Some things are good to know. As for the apology mentioned by the portal, Gushi also accepted it. After all, he was not familiar with the portal. It would be bad if Gushi wanted to apologize to the portal, but it would be bad if he didn't. Just treat it as a story, and let the portal go. Anyway, Gushi had already shown his power in this battle. Apart from other things, I believe that within the scope of influence of the portal, Gushi's reputation has spread. For a long time, no one will come to trouble Gushi. This is enough for Gushi, not to mention that he has gained so much this time. Thinking of this, Gushi didn't say anything more to the portal. The portal was also aloof. After making sure that Gushi understood the information he said, he just glanced at the Corpse Mountain War God standing next to Gushi, and turned around and disappeared. When he disappeared, the light curtain of the portal also disappeared, but Gushi noticed that the foundation of the portal was left behind. There was still an orange light flashing on the foundation, which seemed to be some orange quality materials. But the portal didn't care about these at all. In his opinion, these materials were all over the ground, and he didn't need to consider the problem of consumption. So he left directly, and he didn't take these materials seriously at all. Gushi was not polite. After seeing the portal leave like this, Gushi pointed at the foundation left behind. Tear down these things too. Under Gushi's order, the transporting undead quickly dismantled the foundation in front of them, and packed them together, and sent them back to the city of Aridov. There was no need for Gushi to pay much attention to the next things. Things like demolishing the city, and packing up are the simplest things for Gushi's men. Leave them here, and they can do it automatically. When he returned to Aridavi City, Gushi found that the entire Aridavi City seemed to be half empty. Princess Anna and her Princess Council were all gone, and the main force and undead residents in the city were also much less. Luna was busy at this time. When Gushi came back, Luna took a long time to react and found out. My lord. What's the situation now? Where are the people in the city? All of them have been arranged to move the spoils. Luna said helplessly. In this battle, the troops were sent out too quickly. So quickly that we didn't react. All the people in the city were sent out. What you see now are the undead, who have just been transferred to the city through double death. Because Princess Anna is not here for the time being, they have not been organized yet. People are here, but their obedience is not strong. We haven't sent them out either. Have those things been transported in? Gushi understood as soon as he thought about it. This time, their speed of action was too fast. In addition to the tens of millions of enemies in the target set at the beginning, the high-level members of the sect organization that Gushi killed all the way behind him all have at least a city behind them. All of them have a population and military force of more than 100,000. In this case, Gushi could only keep mobilizing the reserve troops in the city to use. Even Princess Anna was dispatched in the final battle. It is understandable that the city would become like this. It is being transported. At the current speed, it will take at least 3 days to complete the transportation. As for the inventory work, Mary and Eve are already helping Catherine with the inventory. Gushi nodded. It's already being done, so it's okay. Then let Mary and the others do it. Now Gushi needs to find a place to rest. After all, for several days in a row, Gushi has been traveling, fighting, traveling again, and fighting again. There are some things that Gushi cannot do without doing personally. Because the release of the Gate of the Death City and the pursuit of the top leaders of the Gate organization all have to be done by Gushi himself. In order to ensure that there would be no problems in his battle, Gushi could only force himself to be energetic and deal with various things. It can be said that by the end of the battle, Gushi's energy could not support it. Fortunately, the subsequent battles were getting smoother and smoother. Otherwise, Gushi was really afraid that he would lose his troops if he made a mistake in command. Now that things have finally come to an end, Gushi can finally take a break. The final finishing work will be handled by the contracted undead under Gushi's command. What Gushi needs now is rest. With this idea in mind, Gushi turned around and came to the tavern in the main city. After pushing open the door and entering the tavern, Gushi realized that this time it was really a big revelation of the city of Aridov. Luna called up all the people who could be called. As long as they were trained in the city of Aridov, they were all dragged out. Even the white bone wine girl stationed in the tavern was called to work. Gushi was speechless. Was he really so short of troops? It was just a fight with some enemies. How could it be this bad? In fact, Gushi was confused at this time. He had not thought that the plateau was so large that many undead were no longer stationed in the city of Aridov. There were many undead stationed and working in various places on the plateau. Without these undead being transferred back, the number of undead in the city of Aridov was not as many as Gushi imagined. This time, because the incident happened suddenly, more and more troops were needed later, and Luna had to call up all the available manpower in the city of Aridov. This led to the current situation. But Gushi did not think much at this time. He took a look at the empty tavern, opened the door, went to the second floor of the tavern, found a room and fell asleep. Chapter 26:19. Gushi slept for a whole day and night, and didn't wake up until the next day. However, Gushi didn't sleep well during this day and night. From time to time, he could hear some strange sounds. It seemed that someone was standing by his bed, passing on his information. It's this person, right? It doesn't look like anything. He seems to know something, but that memory seems to be sealed. Listening to this voice, Gushi felt very uncomfortable. Every time he wanted to open his eyes, he found that he was like being oppressed by a ghost and couldn't wake up. When he finally woke up today, Gushi always felt that he didn't sleep well. This feeling made Gushi very unhappy. But after checking with the Nether Spirit Flower and other means, Gushi didn't find anything wrong with him. Gushi instinctively felt that this was wrong, so he entered the land of death as soon as possible. First, borrow the power of the death boss to check if there was anything on him. After staying in the territory of death for 2 days, Gushi finally retreated. During these 2 days, Gushi was not idle. He communicated with the old ghosts in the territory of death from time to time. Sometimes he would ask about the connection between the underworld and Huangquan. Anyway, Gushi has been learning these 2 days. After coming out of the territory of death, Gushi just felt relaxed. This feeling made Gushi understand that he must have been targeted by someone. The reason why his name spread was probably because he took action against the sect organization. However, no matter how powerful the means of targeting him are, he cannot escape the invasion of death. After he no longer felt that someone was watching him, Gu Shi asked about the changes in the city in the past 2 days. 3 days was enough for Gu Shi's men to completely clean up the battlefield and complete the transportation and inventory of various materials. As soon as Gu Shi came back, Luna and the others immediately came to Gu Shi and reported to him. My lord. Luna, wait a minute, Princess Anna, when did you come back? I came back last night. Princess Anna responded immediately. When you came back, did you feel that someone was watching you? Princess Anna thought about it seriously, and finally shook her head. During this period, we have strengthened the defense of the territory, especially the edge of the plateau. This time we have made a name for ourselves, but we have also been exposed to the eyes of some big forces. It is inevitable that some big forces will regard us as a thorn in their eyes. We must ensure that all the gains this time are safely digested. Please rest assured, sir. Even if the whole army goes out this time, the defense of the plateau has never stopped. In addition, the gains from this battle are not small. Soon, new troops will be successfully organized, and then new troops will enter the defense system. There is no problem with the defense of the plateau. At the same time, the city will not have the problem of shortage of troops like this time. We are capable of dealing with all challenges. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Princess Anna made a guarantee at the first time. Well, Eve, you can select the corpses collected this time, and take away the corpses above level 25 for warming. Gather all the remaining humanoid corpses. I need to replenish the troops. Seeing Princess Anna's behavior, Gu Shi turned his head and looked at Eve. Although Princess Anna gave a guarantee, Gu Shi still took the initiative to replenish new troops. After all, the incident of the portal this time made Gu Shi realize that his vision was still too narrow. The depths of the game are full of big guys. Gu Shi believes that there are many people who control red clothes in the depths of the game. This time the battle went so smoothly. What about the next time? What if someone sneaked into Gu Shi's territory when Gu Shi sent troops? In order to ensure the safety of his own territory, and to ensure that his next battle will not be as difficult as this time, it is still necessary to replenish troops on a large scale. Understood, all the corpses will be dealt with by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Eve agreed immediately. The reason why it has to be delayed until tomorrow afternoon is that the number of corpses has not been fully registered this time, and there are still corpses to be sorted and classified. Some corpses have been broken and need to be put together again. All these take time. The corpses can be handled tomorrow afternoon, which is the result of their special handling of humanoid and quasi-humanoid corpses. If all the corpses are handled, it will take even longer. Okay, then tomorrow afternoon, when Princess Anna will come, and after summoning the souls, we will directly form a team. Gu Shi made the decision immediately. Although Princess Anna didn't know what happened, she could see that Gu Shi must have encountered something. Although he didn't show it, he did his best to strengthen his troops, which meant that Gu Shi saw something. It seems that in this battle, Gu Shi interrupted the ambitions of some people, but also jumped out of the original class. The next period may be a long period of peace, but if there is any battle, Gu Shi will face some big forces. Thinking of this, Princess Anna couldn't help but smile. This is a good opportunity. Every undead under Gu Shi wants to fight non-stop and improve themselves through fighting. As for death, what is there to fear about death for the undead? On the contrary, the number of undead will only increase when fighting. This time Gu Shi jumped out of the safe class, which may be dangerous in Gu Shi's own opinion. But in the eyes of Princess Anna, this is an opportunity. Only by fighting continuously can the population on the plateau increase, and the number of troops on the plateau be improved. It seems that we should make good use of this opportunity. Such a thought flashed through Princess Anna's mind. At this time, Gu Shi looked at Catherine again. How did you gain this time? My lord, let me tell you. At this time, Mary stood up. Gu Shi thought about it, and finally nodded. This time, because of the snowball-like handling method in the later stage, the number of enemies faced was far more than the initial intelligence estimate. A total of 13 wild player races, 7 wild player forces, and 6 native forces deep in the game were defeated. In addition, at least 6 large cities were destroyed by the top leaders of the Gate organization. The number of troops sent by Gu Shi expanded from the initial estimate of 2 million to about 11 million. This is the number of combat troops, and the number of transport troops and logistics troops is as high as 30 million. The situation that Gu Shi saw when he returned before, that the city of Aridov was almost empty, was the real situation. Chapter 2620. Gu Shi sent out 11 million troops. Let's not talk about the logistics and transportation troops behind them. Their combat power is enough to sweep everything. After this war, Gu Shi's men killed more than 60 million enemies. Of course, A large part of them were enemy civilians or logistics troops. But Gushi didn't care about these. They didn't consider this when they counted. Whether it was civilians or soldiers, as long as they died, they were all corpses. Double death here is a conversion, and now it is transported back and dealt with again. Anyway, Gushi will not lose. And the logistics and transportation troops of 19 million troops also brought great benefits to Gushi. It took more than 7 days for 19 million people to move. Just think about it, and you can know how many good things there are. Not to mention other things, the soil is enough to build a hill outside the city of Aridov. Not to mention that they also demolished all the buildings in the city. Just the various quality metals transported in are calculated in tens of thousands of tons. This is just part of the harvest this time. For example, the number of various weapons and equipment is starting from millions. The number of various orange quality equipment has exceeded 600 pieces. This number made Gushi understand why there are so many orange equipment in the warehouse of the human military. These are all spoils of war. For these orange equipment, Gushi wanted to say generously that all heroes should be given one. But in the end, he suppressed this idea. Gushi knew very well that he couldn't give away orange equipment randomly. Although everyone wants to get an orange equipment. But sharing equally is the stupidest thing. The best choice is to let the subordinates prove themselves with their achievements. After listening to the harvest this time, Gushi didn't think much and said directly to Mary, "You count the achievements this time, take out 100 orange equipment and 3,000 purple equipment, and reward them. I don't care about their identities, even if they are ordinary undead. As long as their achievements are reached, they can apply for orange equipment." This is what I said. Mary understood what Gushi meant as soon as she heard it. Gushi didn't mean to use orange equipment to improve the morale of the undead. After all, the undead themselves don't need morale. Gushi is using orange equipment to stimulate the undead, stimulating his undead, hoping to find some good seedlings from these undead. After all, Gushi also knows that it is unrealistic to rely on himself to make undead and select good seedlings. He has nearly 100 million subordinates. Gushi couldn't know every undead, nor could he care about the growth of every undead. He could only let time and battles automatically select his subordinates. He could let some undead with potential grow up quickly through battles. And how to grow, that is naturally to fight non-stop, and distribute spoils and rewards on time and in quantity. Only those who fight their way out can be recognized by Gushi. This time, 100 pieces of orange equipment and 3,000 pieces of purple equipment are just the beginning. In the next period of time, Gushi will continue to release new orange equipment and purple equipment, using equipment to attract the growth of his undead. I believe that it won't be long before Gushi will have a group of potential masters under his command. Mary nodded and agreed to this matter. At this time, Gushi said again, "This time, all participating troops will be refitted by the blacksmiths." "I mean all participating troops." Mary thought for a while and asked hesitantly, "Including logistics and transportation troops?" "All included." "Okay." Mary also understood that Gushi was rewarding heavily. After all, whether it was life or death, you had to be rewarded heavily if you went to war. Who would want to play with you without a big reward? Fortunately, not all soldiers had to change their clothes. The equipment retired by senior soldiers could be handed over to ordinary soldiers. In this way, the speed and consumption of changing clothes would not be too much. Moreover, this time Gushi and his men robbed quite a lot of things. If there were not enough blacksmiths and blacksmith shops, Gushi's order would not be a difficult task at all. The reason why Mary asked this was actually because changing all the clothes directly disrupted Gushi's plan to change clothes. You have to know that the task at the blacksmith shop is quite heavy. If all the staff change their clothes directly, it means that all other work will be delayed. Now is no longer the time when Aridov is the only city. Now often one order is launched and the whole body is controlled. Mary needs to consider too many things. Catherine didn't think so much. Seeing Gushi stopped, she quickly reported the remaining information to Gushi. This time, in addition to supplies and equipment, Gushi and his team also dismantled a lot of things from other cities. There are more than 30,000 architectural design drawings of various qualities. Although there are some duplicates, there are also many unique ones, and some are even architectural designs exclusive to certain races. Among these architectural designs, some are useful to Gushi, and some are useless to Gushi, but no matter what, these must be reported. Various material areas are also reported together. Of course, these refer to those that can be built in the city. For example, special fish that can be raised in the river, flying birds that can be raised in the city, and even trees of various qualities. On the surface, the quality of these things is not too high, and the quantity is not too large. But they also have a certain effect. All these things have now been sent to the magic plant area and the evil lake area. Now put them there for the time being, and wait until Eve is free, and then determine where to send these things after the experiment. After all, some are suitable for survival in the undead territory, and some are not suitable for survival in the undead territory, but can be sent to a corner of the plateau to enrich the products of Gushi's territory. This is an unexpected gain for Gushi. Then, there are all kinds of cash and stuff. This almost made Catherine collapse. Because each force uses different cash. The most important thing is the sect organization, because it is an open force, they accept all kinds of cash. The various exchange rates, let alone exchanging them, just listening to them will make people cry. But this is something Catherine must do. Now she can only give Gushi an estimated price. If she really wants to calculate the details, it may take more than 10 days. But even an estimated amount is enough to make Gushi stunned. For the first time, Gushi felt that one day, he would have the opportunity to use the value of trillions to calculate cash. The most important thing is that these are not the ghost money burned for the dead. No wonder some people say that killing is the fastest way to get rich. Chapter 26-21. The inventory for this war lasted for nearly a day before it was completed. At the end of the inventory, Eve even had to leave early, and finally dealt with the corpses that Gushi wanted within the agreed time. In this war, among the various corpses transported back, human corpses accounted for 2/3. And among them, those with a level below 25 accounted for about 4/5. So when Gushi was led out of the city of Yaladobi by Eve, and saw nearly 50 million large and small corpses piled up outside the city, Gushi's scalp was numb. He knew that there were a lot of corpses transported back this time, but he really didn't expect there would be so many. Nearly 50 million. Is there something wrong with this number? I remember that a total of more than 60 million people were killed. Even if it was more, 30 million would be the limit. Looking at these corpses, Gushi couldn't help but ask Eve. To know what 50 million is, let's put it this way, Tiananmen Square can usually accommodate 1 million people. And they are still there. Now these corpses are lying on the open ground, and you can't see the end at a glance. Only 60 million people were killed. This data is counted by Luna when she counted the newly added undead in the city. This data is absolutely correct, but sir, have you ever thought that in addition to the enemies who were killed, there are actually cemeteries and graveyards on the enemy's side? Gushi blinked and looked at Eve. You mean, we also dug up their ancestral graves? That's right, and there are many corpses that have turned into broken bones. Because there is no way to piece them together, they were not sent here in the end. Good, well done, really like a necromancer. Gushi nodded affirmatively. This idea is really the idea of a necromancer. However, there are 50 million corpses here. How long will it take to deal with them? Even if the soul summoning tower is assisting, Gushi can't do it in a short time. And Eve is still looking at Gushi, as if to say, it is you who asked to get everything done in a short time. It took me more than a day to piece together all the corpses, and now they are all laid out, and it's up to you next. Gushi reacted quickly. He thought about it, and immediately began to place soul summoning towers outside the city of Aridov. This time, Gushi placed not one soul summoning tower, but 10 at a time. After placing a total of 29 soul summoning towers, Gushi stood on the first soul summoning tower in the city of Aridov. Behind him, the white bone obelisk flew out by itself, filling the gap of the last soul summoning tower. In addition, Gushi also made some preparations, turning the secret realm sword staff in his hand into a staff style, and the 2 pairs of arms behind him all floated up, and then he began the first soul summoning. This time, Gushi used the assistance of 29 soul summoning towers to expand the soul summoning range to about 10,000 people. As for the choice when summoning souls, there is no choice at all. The effect of the Ghost King Cloak is quite powerful. As long as it is a human corpse, all will be transformed into corpse witches. And Gushi did not have any new corpse witch soldiers, and in the end, the 10,000 people were still the original 25-level high-level soldiers. After completing the soul summoning of 10,000 people, Gushi directly gave an order, go outside and move 10,000 corpses in, then leave the influence range of the soul summoning tower, and go out to prepare for formation. Go faster. Looking at the corpse wizard standing up below, Gushi gave orders without waiting for them to react. Eve was somewhat confused at this time. Sir, we obviously have 29 soul summoning towers. Why don't we expand the soul summoning range directly? According to your current situation, you can summon at least 100,000 souls at the same time. The more souls you summon at the same time, the weaker the potential of the summoned soldiers. 10,000 is just right. Take a look at what's going on among these 10,000 people. Eve took a look. There is actually a hero? That's right. There is actually a hero among the corpse wizards that were just summoned. Perhaps she didn't quite believe what she said. Eve watched here for a long time. As a result, starting from the first wave of 10,000 corpse wizards, heroes and brave men would appear every time they summoned souls. Sometimes there would even be 2 heroes. It's okay once or twice, but it's like this every time, which also makes Eve believe Gushi's judgment. Because all these corpses were selected by her. Most of them are corpses of wild players, and neither high-level nor good-quality ones have been sent here. There won't be many heroes here. As a result, heroes appear every time when summoning souls like this. This is unreasonable in itself. It seems that just as Gushi said, summoning souls also has a balance point. Anyway, summoning souls is Gushi's business, who makes him the only one who has the Ghost King cloak. If Gushi is willing to summon souls here at a rate of 10,000 people, then let him do it. Anyway, 50 million, that is, 5,000 times, at the current rate, it will only take 1 or 2 days. Eve could have done many experiments with the time she had to care about Gushi. Thinking of this, Eve stopped watching. She looked at Gushi, who was still busy, and turned back to the city. Gushi was still busy at this time, and he didn't expect that he would have to start from scratch one day. Gushi didn't want to summon souls one by one, so he tried to improve the level of the Death City, and put the soul summoning tower in advance. As a result now, although he no longer cares about summoning souls one by one, he still needs to summon souls 5,000 times. This is another day of using Gushi as a beast of burden. As time passed, Gushi's mental state began to become numb. At first, Gushi would take a look at the situation of the corpse witches below, and judge how many heroes and brave men there were, and whether there were any leaders. Sometimes, he would talk to these corpse witches. But later Gushi simply ignored it. As soon as the corpse witch finished summoning the souls, Gushi waved his hand to let the next wave of corpses enter the scene and started summoning the souls again. As for how the corpse witches were organized, how they were arranged to change new weapons and equipment in the city, and where they would be sent to station in the end, none of them were in Gushi's attention. Only when the leader level was accidentally brushed out sometimes would Gushi look up and take a second look. But it was just a second look. For the rest of the time, Gushi was still numbly repeating the previous actions. Summon the soul, wave his hand to let the new corpse, which send the corpse in, and summon the soul again. This action continued until Gushi waved his hand and asked the corpse witches, who had just summoned the soul, to transport the corpse. These corpse witches were unmoved, and then Gushi reacted. It seemed that the corpse was gone. Chapter 26-22. My lord, my lord. Seeing Gushi in a daze, the undeads guarding nearby quickly surrounded him. Gushi finally reacted to the sound, and he looked around numbly. It's over. It's good to be over. Have you counted them all? Gushi turned his head and looked at the undead behind him. Because his contracted undead were all busy, he could only arrange some ordinary undead to deal with them here. Because the idea here is to summon the souls while forming a team to take them away, in front of him, except for the 10,000 corpse wizards, who had just been summoned. Only some corpse wizards, who were still in the team nearby, were left. It is obvious that after the corpse wizards were summoned, they would first be classified according to the type of soldiers, and then their respective situations would be counted. After they were fully staffed, they would be sent out of this range. Maybe the speed of the team formation here would be relatively slow at the beginning. But as Gushi summoned the souls one after another, the speed of the team formation here also slowly increased. At the same time, some undead were left alone to record the data this time. The undead, who have formed a good team, will be sent to the designated location as soon as possible for the first round of changing clothes. Then the tasks will be assigned according to their situation. Gushi may not have had any ideas before, but now the number of corpse witch troops under Gushi has visibly exceeded the number of other troops. Gushi also has to consider what these corpse witch troops can do. After jumping down from the summoning tower, Gushi came to the location of the troops' formation as soon as possible. Several undead, who were recording here, quickly came up. My lord. Show me the statistics. Gushi stretched out his hand, and immediately the statistical data was delivered to Gushi. Seeing this data, Gushi's face became quite colorful. Originally, Gushi's corpse witch army had about 470,000 people. It already occupied a considerable proportion in Gushi's undead army. As a result, this time, the number of corpse witch army directly reached more than 51.22 million. This is a 100-fold increase. Now in Gushi's undead army, more than 80% of the main forces are corpse witches. This proportion seems to be a bit too large. Among these 51.22 million people, Gushi's 4 corpse witches are still the main ones, plus a small number of non-main corpse witches. The most people are corpse witch masters, followed by mysterious mist corpse witches and blood-transforming corpse witches, and finally soul coffin corpse witches. Among them, the number of corpse witch masters is 19 million, and there are nearly 19 million corpse witches, which are jointly managed by 33 leaders. As for heroes, there is at least one hero among every 10,000 people, and there is no need to remind them of this. Then, there are 13.55 million mysterious mist corpse wizards, 11.07 million blood transformation corpse wizards, 7.31 million soul coffin corpse wizards, and 290,000 other corpse wizards. There are a total of 57 new leaders, plus the 33 leaders from the corpse wizard master. Now Gushi has 90 more leaders, and this ratio makes Gushi nod with satisfaction. More than 5,100 mechanical summons, in exchange for 90 leaders. This chance of opening a box is not very high. You have to know how many leaders Gushi had before. It can be said that this wave of summoning souls directly broke the core system of the undead troops under Gushi. After reading the information in his hand, Gushi also understood the gains this time. It can be said that this newly summoned army can support the last war. But there are also problems here. That is, the proportion of corpse witches is too high. There will be problems in close combat. Gushi thought for a while, and returned the record book to the undead. Take them down to change clothes, and then arrange them to be stationed nearby. Everything will be discussed when I come back. Gushi knew that this situation could not continue. If it continues like this, the proportion and balance of the troops will be problematic. So Gushi came to Eridavida as soon as possible. At this time, Princess Anna in Eridavida was arranging the defense of the plateau. When she saw Gushi coming, Princess Anna was a little surprised. But she thought about it and laughed. My lord, is the summoning of the dead over? It's over, a total of 51.2 million dead witches. Princess Anna, do you know that I didn't feel anything when I summoned the dead? After doing all this, I always feel uneasy in my heart. Uneasy? Why? Are you afraid that you can't command them? More than 50 million is a bit too much. Princess Anna nodded. With this number of undead, let alone my lord, even if I and my council of princesses are combined, we can't command them at the same time. Are there any leaders this time? Yes, there are 90 leaders. Only 90, which means that one leader has to command 500,000 or 600,000 people. This number is not right. Sir, it seems that we need to recruit some more leaders through some means. We must make it so that one leader manages about 200,000 people. Otherwise, command and communication will become quite difficult. Even if there are heroes leading the team, it won't work. Princess Anna saw the new problem at a glance. Gushi didn't think of this. He came to Princess Anna because of the ratio of his troops. Gushi couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing what Princess Anna said. As soon as Princess Anna saw it, she knew that what she thought seemed to be inconsistent with what Gushi thought. So she immediately said, "Does your lord have any doubts?" "No, you didn't say anything. What you said makes sense. But I came here this time to talk to you about the ratio of the troops. Judging from the current situation, the number of corpse wizards is too much." Too much? Princess Anna thought for a while, and finally shook her head. No, there are only tens of millions of corpse wizards, which is not enough. Looking at Princess Anna's expression, Gushi frowned. Princess Anna, do you have any other considerations? At this time, Princess Anna also understood why Gushi thought so. She smiled and said, "My lord, you must have regarded the corpse wizard as an ordinary shooter. This idea is actually reasonable. But have you ever thought that the corpse wizard is actually a very powerful type of soldier? If you regard them as musketeers or artillerymen, you will not have the same idea as before." Musketeers or artillerymen, Gushi narrowed his eyes, and immediately understood Princess Anna's thinking. He found that if there were only tens of thousands of corpse wizards, what he was worried about might really happen. But now that the number of corpse wizards in Gushi's hands exceeded 50 million, the problem he was considering was no longer a problem. It's like everyone says that skeleton soldiers are weak, but if the number of skeleton soldiers exceeds 50 million, you can kill dragons. The key issue now is the command of the corpse wizard troops. This is exactly where Princess Anna has a headache. Chapter 26-23. Leader Level. Gushi, who had figured out the problem, found a place to sit down. Gushi could think of ways to deal with other things. But there was really no way for Gushi to deal with the leader level. After all, according to the calculations of Princess Anna, the leader level needed for this batch of corpse witch troops would require 250 people, and this did not include the new troops transformed due to the double death. This number was almost unsolvable for Gushi. Thinking about the strength and gap of the leader level, Gushi felt as if his head was about to explode. At this time, Princess Anna also sat next to Gushi. She also looked helpless. Finally, Gushi looked up and asked, "Can the warrior class take over for now?" Princess Anna shook her head. The warrior class is on the surface the same level as the leader class, but in fact, their status is equivalent to that of a hero. At most, the warrior's combat power can accurately kill the enemy general in an army of 100,000. It is impossible for them to command 100,000 people. If they are given a team of 100 people, they may be able to command clearly, but if the number exceeds this, they will not be able to do it. Then is there any other way to deal with it? Gushi was still thinking about other ideas. No, for now, what we can do now is to divide these troops into smaller units, and if there is any need, directly command the heroes and let the heroes deal with it. But in this way, the advantages of our troops cannot be brought into play. No matter who is a 10,000-man corpse wizard army, there is a way to bypass or directly defeat such a unit. You arrange this first. I'll think of a solution. If it doesn't work, we can ask the military. Maybe they have extra leaders for sale. Gushi said that there was no other way. After all, no matter where you are, high-level commanders are lacking. Although Gushi is only pursuing quantity now, not considering quality. But you also have to consider whether others are willing to sell. It would be great if there was a building for leader training. Gushi muttered and went out. Princess Anna didn't see Gushi off either. She just lowered her head and focused on the work at hand. After all, this war ended not long ago, and Gushi still had a lot of things to sort out. She really didn't have time to pay attention to Gushi all the time. After completing more than 5,000 soul summonings, although Gushi was numb, he was still okay. He didn't feel tired or sleepy. Gushi looked at the time and did not take a rest. He also knew that his subordinates were dealing with things after the war. It would take more than a week or two to get everything back on track. So Gushi did not go to find them, but found a place and picked up the topic he was studying before the war. After this battle, Gushi obviously had more manpower. Although the more than 100 million people who had just joined his territory had not been assigned to designated positions, some things had changed visibly. These changes just caught Gushi's attention. Gushi's topic happened to be the fusion between the underworld and the underworld. He really couldn't figure out how this thing could be integrated. These changes just happened to cause Gushi's thinking to change. In Gushi's eyes, this may be the common point between the underworld and the netherworld. Undead. Or perhaps it is the attitude of the underworld and the netherworld towards the undead. You should know that although the undead are known as the Sea of Undead, in the eyes of the necromancer, not all undead are suitable for fighting. At least Gushi is now past the age of seeing a corpse directly transformed into a fighting undead. The addition of hundreds of millions of undead this time made Gushi see everything clearly. Whether it is the underworld or the netherworld, the attitude towards the undead is to select the best quality for use. Gushi may not understand why at first. Because at that time, Gushi had been in a state of shortage of manpower. In many places, especially the Magic Mirror Victoria City, many buildings did not have enough manpower, and were in a semi-stagnant state. But it is different now. Not to mention other things, the appearance of 50 million corpse wizards has overflowed the troops in the Gushi Plateau area. Plus 60 million undead transformed from double death. Here is enough for Gushi to select the best, and put the most suitable people to work in the most suitable positions. So when Gushi came out from Princess Anna, he didn't feel anything. But when he was thinking about his own subject, he suddenly had such an idea in his mind. This idea was out of control, and the more Gushi thought about it, the more he felt that this was the common point between the underworld and the underworld. And here in Gushi's plateau territory, if he wants to achieve the integration of two different systems, then what Gushi has to do is to establish a set of suitable selection methods. Select the undead in the territory. Gushi always felt that he had seen this before. Gushi, who was sitting in the library thinking about this, suddenly had this thought in his mind. Then he quickly stood up, closed his eyes, and contacted Lingxi, who was still in Yin City. Lingxi was preparing lunch for Gushi at this time. She felt that Gushi had entered the dream directly, and she did not even put down the spatula in her hand, and appeared directly in front of Gushi. "Sir, are you hungry?" "No, Lingxi. Go and inform Yenryu and ask her to go to the Hades University to see if there is a course for selecting undead. I need to know about this course." As soon as he saw Lingxi, Gushi told him his request. After all, this is his own contracted undead, and there is no need to hide some things. Is it the course of selecting the undead? Okay, I will go and inform Ryu now. But sir, the selection of the undead is not a mainstream course, and it is relatively basic. Do you want to find someone to learn it specifically? Lingxi has been staying in Yin City. Usually, when she is free, she goes downstairs or on the street to chat with old men and women. Among these old men and women, there are many old guys who are high enough but can no longer upgrade. Although they don't participate in battles much now, they still have various experiences and visions. Sometimes they will recall some of the previous situations. Even criticize the current university courses. Lingxi knows some things that are complained about. There is the undead selection course that Gu Shi just mentioned. In the words of those old men and women, the selection of the undead is against the thinking of the necromancer. It is a good fortune for the necromancer to have the undead to use. Why should he choose? Don't you plan to use the remaining undead? This is unreasonable, so this course is useless. But now that Gu Shi had made the request, Lingxi naturally would not object, but she felt a little curious about Gu Shi's idea. Chapter 26-24. Although he complained a lot in his heart, Lingxi was not slow at all. She soon passed the news to Yenryu, and also made lunch for Gu Shi. After receiving feedback from Lingxi, Gu Shi started to do his own thing. There was no result in the selection of the undead, and Gu Shi did not think about it all the time. At this time, Gu Shi's focus was still on the previous research direction, because there were enough troops and manpower, and the plateau could be fully activated, and soon all the locations on the plateau would start to activate. Then it would be the best time for Gu Shi to merge the two environments of the underworld and the underworld. If the fusion is successful this time, no matter how Gu Shi develops or how he changes in the future, there will be no problem. Now every research of Gu Shi will have a certain impact on the development of his plateau in the future. Soon several different ideas appeared in Gu Shi's pen. But each idea has various problems. Looking at these problems, Gu Shi's head is big. He knew what he lacked now. His theoretical knowledge was not enough, let alone practice. Gu Shi was just a high ground, and he couldn't just take his territory and mess around without any preparation. What Gu Shi could do now was to eliminate the impossible, and then change his thinking and focus on the details. I hope to find different ideas from some different places. But ideas are not so easy to find. If it were so easy to find ideas, this problem would not have been delayed for so long. After writing down everything he could think of, and crossing out some unlikely situations, Gu Shi's head was getting bigger and bigger. He threw the notebook in his hand onto the table in annoyance. No more, no more. Even if I go out to fight, I don't want to write these anymore. In fact, Gu Shi's emotions at this time were already too tense. When Gu Shi was studying in the Chaoyang Guangguang Guild before, he knew to relax. But since Gu Shi started his graduation thesis, he has never had a chance to relax. He kept studying and thinking every day. This time, things piled up. Since the unsealing of the head of the goddesses, Gu Shi has not relaxed properly. After the successive battles, he hurriedly completed 5,000 times of summoning spirits, and immediately turned around to do research. Gu Shi is also a human, a player. He is not the contracted undead under his command. How can he not be tired? On the surface, Gu Shi is still laughing and nothing happened. But in fact, his spirit is almost broken. If Gu Shi could vent this time, he might feel better. But just as Gu Shi threw away his notebook, and was about to take out the address left by the Goddess of Beauty to go there to find the Goddess of Beauty for some basic learning, Lingxi sent all the materials that Gu Shi wanted. The reason why it was sent so quickly was that Yenryu had nothing to do during this period, so she took some basic courses in the Hades University. She went to take whatever she hadn't learned. There was a course on the selection of the dead among them. So when she heard Gu Shi said that she wanted this part of the course, Yenryu immediately sent her copied textbooks and the notes she took during class. This forced Gu Shi, who had wanted to give up, to sit down again and look through the course of selecting the undead reluctantly. In Yenryu's notes, all the information about selecting the undead was recorded in detail. The selection of the undead is a basic skill at the same level as the knowledge of the undead. A normal necromancer can learn it from the beginning. But as Gu Shi knew from the beginning, only high-level bosses would have the opportunity to choose the undead. The number of undead under the command of ordinary necromancers is pitifully small, and they don't have time to take them all, so how can they choose? So this lesson will really not be taught when the necromancer is starting out. Only when it is really needed will someone guide the study. There are three main methods for selecting the undead. One is to select from the source, that is, to select when summoning the soul. If you don't like the corpse, don't summon the soul directly. This method will bring a lot of waste, but the quality of the selected undead will definitely be stronger. The second is to conduct internal screening of the undead under one's command, and rearrange the selected powerful undead, and abandon the undead that are not so good. Moreover, this internal screening can be carried out more than once. As long as there are enough undead for screening, you can screen as many times as you want. No one will care about you at all. The third is for the necromancers of the Hades and the Netherworld. When Yenryu copied, the focus was also placed here. This kind of undead selection directly selects the undead source that suits your taste when opening the ghost gate. For example, some people only like female undead, some only collect elves, and some want minotaurs, and so on. As long as the direction is set at the beginning, there will be undead that attract each other to your territory. As for those who don't like, they won't even enter. This is actually the best place for undead selection. It is also the place where the necromancers of the two routes of Hades and Hades want to learn. Gushi read this thing carefully. But he immediately thought of a situation. He just got 110 million undead. Now is the time when there are abundant manpower. If Gushi is willing to conduct a wave of screening, then he can at least select some more potential troops. But Gushi didn't want to select at all. He threw the notes in his hand on the table. I thought something else. Can the undead selected in this way have the potential to grow to the leader level? If so, then I will do it this way. If not, then forget it. I finally have enough people now, and all the buildings are operating normally. I don't want to go back to the original situation for a graduation thesis. At worst, I can study the Death Star and graduate. I won't do this anymore. Gushi threw the notes on the table and stood up directly. Gushi was very depressed at this time. He couldn't bear to look at anything, even if he knew that the undead in front of him was the most suitable for the fusion of the underworld and the underworld. And the current situation is just a good time to merge the styles of the underworld and the underworld, but he didn't want to, so he threw these things on the table directly, unwilling to even look at them. Chapter 2625. Gushi did what he said. After putting away the notebook and textbook in his hand, he flashed to the hearthstone leading to the apartment building. Gushi was planning to return to Hades University to report the progress of his graduation thesis and announce that his second project was finished. Then, he would concentrate on making the Death Star. Compared with the fusion idea that made Gushi confused, there were various drawings and finished products for reference in the production of the Death Star. All Gushi had to do was to find a suitable planet and then follow the steps to make the Death Star. This was the simplest guaranteed graduation thesis. However, just as Gushi was about to step into the hearthstone, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. This matter had to be discussed with teacher Gonglingyu, and he had to notify his subordinates, at least to let them know where he was going. Thinking of this, Gushi contacted Luna to inform her whereabouts, and sent a letter to teacher Gonglingyu to inquire about her current whereabouts. At least Gushi should go and tell Gonglingyu about this situation in person. After spreading the news, Gushi felt that his mood seemed to be getting more and more irritable. If he hadn't been waiting for Gonglingyu's news, Gushi would have wanted to go directly to the Goddess of Beauty to soak in the hot springs and relax. I don't know what the Goddess of Beauty is like now. She left with the golden apple, and I don't know if the battle of the goddess will continue. Gushi was waiting for Gonglingyu's reply while thinking about this matter. He didn't even notice that some saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his red eyes slowly turned pink. Although the reply from teacher Gonglingyu interrupted Gushi's reaction, the irritability in his eyes was obviously less. Gushi himself didn't feel anything. After confirming that Gonglingyu had settled in her death planet for a long time, Gushi immediately entered the gate leading to the death planet. It didn't take long to get from Aridity City to the death planet. After that, Gushi waited for Gonglingyu in the hall specially arranged for him last time. At this time, Gushi had a feeling that last time he felt that everything in the palace in front of him was arranged according to his needs. But for some reason, this time, Gushi always felt as if he was very uncomfortable. If it was in his own city, Gushi might have asked someone to replace everything here. Now this is teacher Gonglingyu's territory, so Gushi didn't jump out and mess around. About 10 minutes later, teacher Gonglingyu hurried in, followed by two undead secretaries, who were walking and talking about some important things. After seeing Gushi, the two undead secretaries retreated and gave the space to Gushi and Gonglingyu. Gonglingyu looked at Gushi and said with a smile, "Not bad, you are level 19. No wonder you don't want to do the second project. You want to prepare for graduation, right?" Before Gushi answered, Gonglingyu's face suddenly froze, and he stretched out his hand to press on the demon sword. Gushi's face also froze, but he believed in teacher Gonglingyu. Even if Gonglingyu drew out the demon sword, Gushi had no intention of taking action. Gonglingyu's demon sword slashed beside Gushi, and Gushi felt that his mind was clear. It was as if something bad was cut off. At this time, Gongling Yu asked seriously, "What have you done recently? Why is there such a heavy evil spirit gathered on you?" Evil spirit? Does it count if you killed more than 60 million people at once? Gu Shi thought that the evil sword in Gongling Yu's hand had the effect of breaking evil spirits and gathering luck. Gongling Yu said that Gu Shi had evil spirits, so there must be evil spirits. It's not a big deal for a necromancer to kill a few people. It's definitely not this. Gu Shi thought for a moment and said, "Does it count if you offend a powerful boss? How powerful is he? The kind that can kill people? No, he shouldn't be that powerful, but those more than 60 million people are his subordinates, and he abandoned them at will. When I met him, I had a feeling that I couldn't keep him. Even if you have red equipment, you are not sure you can keep him. He is a powerful existence. He is either beyond the level of normal people in some aspect, or he has red equipment. But judging from your situation, it doesn't seem to be the effect of red equipment, but the evil spirit left by someone observing you." Gu Shi nodded affirmatively after hearing it. "Yes, after I confronted the guy, I felt someone watching me around the bed that night. It felt like I was in a state of sleep paralysis. Then I went to the place of death. After I came out of death, the feeling disappeared, and I thought everything was fine. I didn't expect that there were still some traces left. Death couldn't be eliminated. It seems that the situation you encountered is quite special. No, stand further away, I'll take a look." Gongling Yu said, as he raised the demon sword and placed it in front of his eyes, using the corner of his eyes to look at Gu Shi's aura through the sword. Sure enough, the root of the evil spirit in your body has not been removed. There is still evil spirit on you. In 5 days at most, the evil spirit in your body will return to its previous level, and in about 10 days, it will affect your mind. Teacher, is there any way to eradicate it? Upgrade. As long as you upgrade one level, all negative effects will be eliminated. Gongling Yu thought for a while, and finally proposed an idea. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment, and said awkwardly, "Teacher, I am now level 19, and I can only complete the promotion task to upgrade." "That's right, the promotion can eliminate everything, so you can go directly to the Hades University and make an expedited promotion task. With your status, you can enter on the same day. But your current situation is not right. I'm afraid you can't hold on for less than 10 days. In this way, I will give you 3 more chances to use the demon sword. You must remember to kill yourself once every 5 days, and never do anything reckless. If you cannot complete the promotion within 20 days, do not drag it out. It is better to fail in the promotion than to quit directly and come to me. I will help you find a solution." Seeing Gongling Yu's concerned look, Gu Shi also nodded affirmatively. After understanding what he was facing, Gu Shi would definitely not joke with his life. Gu Shi would definitely not forget to eliminate the evil spirit once every 5 days. Gu Shi also planned that after starting the promotion task, he must directly wear red clothes, kill all the way to the end, and complete this promotion as quickly as possible. Only in this way can Gu Shi feel at ease. As for the portal, Gu Shi will have a chance to get back at this place. Chapter 2626. After talking about the evil spirit, Gongling Yu did not drag Gu Shi any longer. Gongling Yu only said one sentence about Gu Shi's desire to start researching the Death Star directly. You can choose this yourself. After all, after this time, you will be level 20. If you insist on delaying your graduation thesis, it will not delay for much time, but will make people dislike you. It is better to graduate early, so that you can apply for a better position to guard. I will not care about you anymore. Come to me again after graduation, and I will help you find out your final destination. As for the Death Star, you only need to remember 2 points. One is that this Death Star must be handed back to the school. You just need to know how to do it yourself, and you don't need to do it too well. The second point is that when you make the Death Star, it is best to consider the function of the Death Star clearly. The treatment methods of Death Stars with different functions are different. Don't think that all Death Stars are treated the same way just because these are Death Stars. I won't say much about other things, go by yourself. Gu Shi did not delay any longer. Now he was in a hurry, and every minute and every second was very important. On the way back to Hades University, Gu Shi transferred from his own city of Aridov. But before the transfer, Gu Shi had asked Lingxi to go to school to apply for the Game World upgrade. In fact, there are many game worlds available in the game area on the Gu Shi Plateau. If he doesn't want to go to the Hades University, he can spend more time and find a suitable world for promotion in his own territory. But Gu Shi didn't plan to do so. On the one hand, he could go to Hades University for free, so why not? On the other hand, Gu Shi didn't have that much time now, and he was really in a hurry. Just like this time, after returning from Gong Lingyu's death planet, Gu Shi immediately went directly to the apartment building through the Hearthstone. After that, Gu Shi didn't even think about going downstairs, and he opened the flying carpet and flew towards Hades University. Gu Shi's actions were flustered, which naturally attracted some people's attention. But when they looked in the direction where Gu Shi was going, they all smiled knowingly. It turned out that the direction Gu Shi was going was the special location for the promotion game. Looking at Gu Shi's hurried look, it was obvious that he had made an appointment for promotion but forgot, and was in a hurry. They had seen many such things. Every time they encountered such a thing, people passing by would send out sincere blessings, running. No matter how fast you run, you can't catch up. But they didn't know that Gu Shi was not rushing for this at all. When Gu Shi arrived at the teleportation point for the promotion game, Lingxi, Yin Ryu and several staff members of the Hades University were already waiting here. Gu Shi just jumped off the flying carpet, and several staff members came to greet him. "Student Gu, I have applied for your promotion game for you, and the teleportation gate can be activated at any time." "Thank you. By the way, have the teachers from the office building and the scientific research building arrived? I want to give up the second graduation project, give up the reimbursement of the second graduation project, and start the third graduation project. The design topic is the research and production of the Death Star. We are here." Gu Shi just asked the question, and the two staff members and the teacher quickly stepped forward. The staff took out a box, which contained a written contract that Gu Shi would give up the second graduation project and give up the reimbursement of the second graduation project. After all, this thing is related to Gu Shi's graduation. No matter how big Gu Shi is, he can't ignore it. After Gu Shi signed all the contracts, the staff nodded to the professor who was following him. The professor stepped forward and handed some information to Gu Shi. "These are the basic information for the research and production of the Death Star. You can take a serious look at it when you have time." "Okay." Gu Shi didn't look at it carefully, and directly put all the information in his pocket. Now he has no time to look at these materials. His most important task now is to complete the promotion. Seeing that Gu Shi was ready, the staff at the portal also came forward. "Student Gu, please come this way." Gu Shi nodded, and then looked at Lingxi again. "You inform Luna and the others where I am going, and let them rest assured that I will come out in at most 20 days. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Lingxi nodded affirmatively. However, Gu Shi's words were seen differently by the staff. This showed that Gu Shi was quite confident in completing his promotion. Gu Shi believed that he could complete the promotion task within 20 days and advance to level 20. Although the graduation level of Hades University was stuck at level 20, it was rare to see someone as confident as Gu Shi. However, considering Gu Shi's identity, it was normal for him to be so confident. None of the staff stopped Gu Shi, but led him to the portal. At this time, Gu Shi took a look at the portal of the promotion game. This portal was different from the previous two portals. Just standing in front of the portal, Gu Shi could hear the shouting and killing coming from behind the portal. There seemed to be a large battlefield behind it. But after thinking about it, Gu Shi also understood that this was the most reasonable thing. After all, the next route of the Lord of the Underworld is the King of the Underworld. The most important features of the King of the Underworld are that he must have his own sword and seal, which are purple quality, but the production ideas must meet the requirements. In addition, there is a battlefield in his own underworld. The sword and seal can be slowly made after the promotion to the King of the Underworld, but the battlefield of the Underworld must be available when the level is upgraded to 20. The promotion game in front of him is obviously specially prepared for the King of the Underworld. It seems that the University of the Underworld has been prepared for a long time, just waiting for the level of the Lord of the Underworld to be promoted. This is why Gu Shi can use the promotion land immediately after applying. Standing in front of the portal in front of him, Gu Shi took a deep breath, and the Yellow Spring Road opened. Under the influence of the Yellow Spring Road, the portal of the promotion land was also officially opened, dragging Gu Shi in. The next moment, Gu Shi only felt a big wave coming towards him. In the big wave, Gu Shi saw many ships made of bones, and some dragons with rotten meat hanging on their bodies rushed out of the water. One head collided with the bone ship. When these bone ships and rotten meat dragons fought together, Gu Shi noticed one thing. That is, whether these dragons in front of him were dead or alive, their style was oriental. Although he didn't know what kind of naval battle this was, Gu Shi believed that the underworld battlefield in front of him was finally oriental in style, and he didn't have to worry that his own territory would be too westernized. Chapter 26-27. As a dragon covered in rotten flesh entangled the bone warship and dragged it into the water, the scene in front of Gu Shi froze. Then the picture began to expand, and Gushi saw that his sight quickly left the center of the naval battle. To the east of the naval battle was a continent with highly developed undead technology, and a row of bone warships were lined up on the sea. To the west of the naval battle, there was singing and laughing, people were eating and drinking happily, and using living people for blood sacrifices. No one knew about the battle on the sea, and no one knew what kind of existence was coming to this continent. Only an old man was standing on the beach, leaning on a long stick, staring at the sea. Just as Gushi was observing him, he raised his head. A pair of eyes seemed to see through time and space, and saw Gushi. The next moment, Gushi appeared beside the old man. At the same time, a ding sound came to his ears. You contacted the Ghost Dragon High Priest, who was now worried about the invasion of the White Demon. The White Demon's vanguard had already contacted the Shan continent, but the civilians on the continent didn't care at all. They only knew how to sacrifice human blood to please the lost ancestor god, but didn't take the impending danger seriously at all. They didn't know that the tamed sea was no longer their barrier. Another kind of death will engulf everything in front of you. Promotion task. 2 kinds of death. Task prerequisites. Necromancer Underworld Master Route. Completed. Level 19. Completed. Full experience. Completed. 3 Underworld Master skills reached level 10. Completed. 1 Underworld exclusive to the Underworld Master completed. Task description. The one with the strongest army and the most powerful horse is the king. As an Underworld king, you must have the momentum to subdue everything. If you are willing to obey, you will be my ally. If you are unwilling to obey, you can also be my enemy. Task requirements. Build a stronghold, 0 to 1, and resist an attack from the Shan continent or the White Demon army, 0 to 1, and kill at least 30,000 enemies, 0/30,000. Task reward. The Underworld Master is promoted to the Underworld King. Description 1. The location of the Underworld King is the Underworld. Description 2. This is the first battlefield of the Underworld King, but it will definitely not be the last battlefield. Looking at the current information, Gushi also understood what the promotion conditions were this time. Compared with the previous 2 promotions, this one is more simple and crude. There is no big requirement this time, just to establish a base here and repel the enemy's attack. If Gushi is not picky, the people in the Shan continent who are singing and laughing can be the best enemies. If Gushi is ambitious, the White Demon fleet that is preparing to cross the sea can also be an enemy. If Gushi is more ruthless, no one will have any objection to treating both forces as enemies. Anyway, the basic goal is 30,000 enemies. For Gushi, how to fight is not a problem. The biggest problem is where the enemy is. You know, Gushi just fought 60 million enemies. 30,000 is not even a fraction. He doesn't need to worry about whether he can beat them. What he has to consider is how to find so many enemies in a short time. Thinking of this, Gushi turned to the Ghost Dragon Priest standing on the beach. Just when Gushi was about to speak, he heard another ding in his ear. Ding! The player is found to have red quality equipment, and the red task, optional, is opened. Note, this task will affect the player's promotion. Please complete it as much as possible. Red task, Yudi Land. Task description. Before the residents of Shan continent migrated, their leader was called the Emperor, but their enemies cooperated with the sky and plotted against them. Since then, there has been no Emperor, and all leaders can only be called the Son of Heaven. However, after the residents of Shan continent escaped, they still took a piece of the Emperor's tomb soil. Relying on this piece of tomb soil, they continued the Emperor's inheritance, but now this inheritance has passed in time, and no longer has the original effect. Task requirements. Kill the Emperor's tomb guard, 0/1, take the Emperor's tomb soil, 0/1. Task reward, Emperor title, red, title. Description 1. Those who took away the Emperor's soil were not proper high priests. They didn't know how to deal with the Emperor's soil, so they could only deal with it in their own way. Therefore, the Emperor's soil and the people guarding the Emperor's soil were somewhat confused. Explanation 2. The title will be a recognition of you in all games. Explanation 3. Affected by the Imperial land, the level and combat power of creatures in this world have been improved accordingly. This made Gushi stunned. What was going on? Just give nothing, just an Emperor title. Gushi can also be Emperor, etc. It seems that it is not impossible. Gushi knows the route after the 20th level of the Underworld King, the 25th level of the Underworld Ghost Saint, the 30th level of the Golden Command Earth God, the 35th level of the Ghost Kingdom Ming Wang, and the 40th level of the Underworld Ghost Emperor. In other words, even if there is no Emperor title now, Gushi will automatically get an Emperor title when he reaches level 40. Not to mention the 45th level of Taishan Mansion Lord, the 50th level of Yin Tianzi, the 55th level of the Ghost Department Star Lord, and the 60th level of Fengdu Emperor. None of them has anything to do with the Emperor title. This is just to advance the Emperor title. With Gu Shi's strength, it is not a problem to get this Emperor title. He can even get the benefits of the Emperor title. So this task can be done. Gu Shi thought about it, his eyes slightly red. At this time, the Ghost Dragon Priest standing in front of Gu Shi was also a little unhappy. What do you mean? I've been preparing here for a long time, just waiting for you to ask. What's the matter with you standing there motionless? Young man, what are you talking about? What are you daydreaming about? Gu Shi then raised his head and glanced at the old man in front of him. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that although the old man looked old, his dress was quite fashionable. He was wearing a black robe. At first, Gu Shi didn't pay much attention to it, and thought it was just an ordinary black robe. Unexpectedly, after a closer look, he found that this black robe was woven from countless tiny scales. Because these scales are too fine and too dense, they look like ordinary black robes from a distance. And the long staff in his hand looks like a wooden staff, but if you look closely, you will find that the staff is actually made of coral, and there are some streamers flashing on the staff. When Gu Shi looked at the old man also looked at Gu Shi. You little foreigner, you look like a ghost. Are you here to pay tribute? Why don't you kneel down? Chapter 26-28. Kneel down? Old Ding, are you talking to me? Gu Shi wanted to communicate with this old man at first, but now it seems that there is no need for communication. There is no news that a corpse cannot get. Even if there is, the two different undead transformed from the corpse can talk. So there is no need for you to exist. This old man didn't know that he had been stared at by Gu Shi. He didn't look at Gu Shi's increasingly red eyes, and kept talking. How many human sacrifices did you bring? Don't take them for blood sacrifice first. Bring them here first. I need warriors here. Tell them that if they survive the battle, they will have the opportunity to enjoy blood food. You are still standing. Before Lao Ding finished speaking, Gu Shi's molten crushing hand had already lifted the old man up. The wind-breaking hand even directly ejected its sharp claws and pressed them against the old man's forehead. Come on, old man, say what you just said again. Do you know what you are doing? I am the High Priest of the Ghost Dragon. If you offend me, you will offend the entire Shan dynasty. There is no way to communicate. Gu Shi muttered in his heart, and the wind-breaking hand flicked his fingers, and the old man's head exploded directly. Then the nether spirit flower floated outward, and a knight's bloody road was paved, and an undead laborer walked out of it. Looking at the headless corpse still held in Gu Shi's hand, the undead laborer opened his mouth and said, "What a pity. What's the situation?" After the migration of the Imperial Shang dynasty, they entered this continent, and were divided into 3 empires. But the overall civilization did not change much. They yearned for death, but guarded against death. Use human blood to sacrifice to the dead ancestors. Borrow the power of the ancestors, but do not allow the dead to manage everything. Only the living can make the decision. No matter how strong the dead are, they can only be worshipped. If the Lord had left him just now, we could have found a way to control the Shan continent. You should know that there are only 3 high priests in the Shan continent. There is no need for that. They are all enemies anyway. If they don't obey, just kill them. Gu Shi doesn't care about these. This time he came to be promoted to the king of the underworld, not to be promoted to the Holy Mother. Just as he said, if they don't obey, just kill them all. In the end, they will all be his enemies anyway. Gu Shi opened the city gate and asked Luna to find the undead, who died twice in the city of Aridov, while pointing at the headless corpse in his hand. A small summoning spell was thrown down. The headless corpse immediately turned into a corpse witch. However, because the head was blown up, the corpse witch in front of him did not become one of the regular corpse witches under Gu Shi, but became a kind of. The headless corpse wizard had a ball of blue light on his head, which served as his head. In addition, he still had his black robe and staff in his hands, which meant that he had not changed his equipment. While waiting for Luna to send the undead out, Gu Shi also asked the undead laborer about the situation of the Shang continent in front of him. The undead laborer still remembered these memories. The Shang continent was the new continent in front of him after the Shang Empire was defeated by those guys, who called themselves the Son of Heaven and the Heaven behind them. In the absence of enemies behind them, the remaining forces of the original Shang Empire were divided into 3 parts and developed separately. After so many years, although their civilizations have the same origin, some things in them have become unrecognizable. Just like Shangyan, who claims to be the orthodox of the Shang Empire, their leader is the elder brother of the last Shang Emperor. Because the mother of the Shang Emperor was promoted to queen, according to the inheritance of the Shang Emperor, the Shang Emperor was born after his mother was promoted to queen, so he is the legitimate son, and the two older brothers in front of him, although born earlier, can only be regarded as illegitimate sons and have no chance of the throne. But when the Shang Emperor died, his two sons also died, but his eldest brother's blood relationship was closer, so he also claimed that the emperor was the orthodox of the Shang Empire. After entering this continent, he was the first to lead the team to stop. Because they regard themselves as blood, their high priest is called the Blood Anaconda High Priest, controlling a blood-transformed anaconda with wings on its back that can fly in the sky, and the main theme is not to forget their roots. Next is Shang Jia, who lives in the forest. They are the original Shang Empire priest group, and the people brought by them. The most important thing is that they also bring the Shang Empire's imperial land, and can communicate with the ancestors of the Shang Empire. It's just that they have been away from the original land of the Shang Empire for quite a long time, and the ancestors of the Shang Empire are not worshipped properly. There are not many ancestors that can be contacted now, so they have been planning to use blood sacrifice to worship their ancestors. It can be said that among the three forces, they have the most blood sacrifices, and they use human sacrifices for blood sacrifices. Their high priest is called the Corpse Python High Priest. They control the huge corpse pythons that roam in the forest and mainly fight land-swallowing wars, so that when necessary, they can spit out the corpse intact and put it there as an altar for blood sacrifice. There is also Shangya, where the Ghost Dragon High Priest is. They live by the sea. They are a group of troops from the Shang Empire, with a strong army and navy. If the strait had not been frozen, they would have been the most important force for the Shang Empire's migration. So they are more violent, and they are not opposed to blood sacrifices. Instead, they are more enthusiastic about fighting. In addition to ordinary warriors, they mainly control the ghost dragons fighting in the water. There is actually no conflict between the three high priests, but they come from different backgrounds. So they split up after arriving here, and with the evolution of time, they finally became like this. However, when they really encounter a big thing, they will still discuss it. And what they are most concerned about now is naturally the White Devil. Oh, at least the Ghost Dragon High Priest is concerned. The Blood Anaconda High Priest is concerned about the status of his brother from the Shang Emperor, and the Corpse Python High Priest is concerned about the imperial land they secretly brought. No one really sees the real crisis of this world. Originally, when Gushi came, if the Ghost Dragon High Priest had spoken more nicely, Gushi might have asked the Ghost Dragon High Priest about the situation, and slowly joined the Ghost Dragon High Priest. With Gushi's current strength, he didn't need a naval battle to deal with the enemies on the White Demon side, he could directly kill them on the other side's homeland. But the Ghost Dragon High Priest had been high and mighty for too long, thinking that everyone was his subordinate. As soon as he saw Gushi, he asked him to kneel down. How could Gushi bear it? He directly used a big disappearing spell to make the Ghost Dragon High Priest's head disappear from his neck. In the end, the situation became like this. Gushi offended the remnants of the Shang Emperor as soon as he came, and opened the most difficult beginning for his promotion. Chapter 26-29. No matter how difficult it is, Gushi has made a choice, and he will never regret it. At this time, Luna had already found the undead that had just been transformed from Double Death. This undead was sent to Gushi as soon as possible. Gushi took a look at the undead, and found that this undead was a very ordinary skeleton mage. This type of soldier no longer had any potential in Gushi's team. After all, the magic undead had enough corpse wizards. Now most skeleton wizards choose to change their profession to become skeleton alchemists or skeleton priests. Changing a route may have a higher employment rate, at least better than sticking to the profession of skeleton wizard. Of course, for the skeleton wizard in front of him, he did not need to choose. After coming out, Gushi used the method he learned from the God War to merge him and the undead laborers into the body of the new corpse wizard in front of him. After such a strengthening, the strength of the corpse wizard has been significantly improved, but he still looks like the headless corpse wizard before. There is no difference on the surface. At most, he emits a red light. Standing next to Gushi, the headless corpse wizard is quite honest. He is no longer like the previous undead laborer, constantly chattering. Instead, he carefully protects behind Gushi. Even if Gushi does not need his protection at all, he still stands honestly. Okay, I made you like this, and I didn't mean to ask you to protect me. What were we talking about just now? The situation of your three tribes, right? Then do you know about the nearby cities? I plan to build a base. Do you know where there is a suitable location nearby? Yes, sir. About 30 miles south of here, There is a good location to build a base. It is located on a cliff by the sea. The output is not much, but the location is quite good. Not only can it directly monitor the sea surface, but it is also quite close to the main city of Shengye. The corpse wizard immediately said the most suitable location. However, Gu Shi could see as soon as he heard it that the corpse wizard was still affected by his original body. The original ghost dragon high priest wanted to prevent the invasion of the white demon, so all his attention was focused on the sea surface. As for his judgment of distance, he also focused on Shengye at the first time. I think this is his previous habit. However, Gu Shi's target is not Shengye. He asked, "Do you know where Shengye's imperial land is hidden?" In response to this question, the corpse wizard said affirmatively, "I know. The year I became the high priest, I traveled to the other two places, and I still remember the way. But sir, now is the best time to start with Shengye. When I die, Shengye will get the news first. According to tradition, all the people of Shengye will gather together at this time to elect the new ghost dragon high priest. Going there at this time will be the best time to easily take down Shengye." Hearing this, Gu Shi couldn't help but exclaimed, "I didn't expect this corpse wizard to have a brain. At least he can analyze the situation. It seems that this fusion enhancement is not wasted. Oh, how many people are there in Shengye? Now go to Shengye's main city. How many enemies will there be?" Shengye is mainly composed of soldiers and their families who protected the Empire's migration team. In addition, we are the last one to go, so we have the least manpower. Even after so many years, there are only about 150,000 people. They usually live along the coastline. If there is news, it will spread relatively quickly. There are about 70,000 people living in the main city, and the remaining 80,000 people live in the 7 cities and fortresses outside. Just these few people? Gu Shi was speechless. Although his goal is to kill 30,000 people. But the population of this place should not be so small. Oh, I'm talking about the living, not the dead. If the ancestors, heroes, dead dolls, etc. are counted, the population will be more than this. After listening to the corpse witch's words, Gu Shi became curious. How do you classify ancestors, heroes, and dead dolls? Oh, ancestors are emperor ancestors, the source of all living people, and a kind of existence of the common lord. There are only 31 of them in total, from Tang to Shou, and everyone has his own emperor title. Each one has his own corresponding ability. Usually they will not fight, but only give certain blessings through blood sacrifices. Some blessings are blessings for this year, some blessings are blessings during war, and some blessings are rewards. The situation of each person will be different according to the size of the blood sacrifice, as well as the time and needs. If I talk about this in detail, it may take a long time. That's enough, let's talk about heroes. Heroes are the undead transformed from the bodies of the tribe, who died in battle, and were taken back. They will be buried in the cemetery of their tribe for 10 years, and experience 10 years of blood sacrifice, and then crawl out of the cemetery again and become heroes in the city. As heroes, they have extremely strong fighting power, and will continue to fight for us. After being buried for 10 years, and undergoing blood sacrifice for 10 years, they crawled up by themselves? Yes. The corpse witch said with certainty. Then how many heroes are there? More than 4 million heroes. Not many. Gu Shi heard that this number was really not much. At this time, the corpse witch explained to Gu Shi again. That's because we have always strictly abided by tradition. Only corpses that have been brought back can be buried in the cemetery and transformed into heroes. Corpses that died outside and were not brought back, as well as those who died of old age or illness, cannot become heroes. After all, we are not the kind of ignorant people. We will also respect some of the dead. I said, these more than 4 million people are really not enough. What about the dead dolls? Just finished a war of more than 60 million people. Gu Shi really didn't take the battle of more than 4 million people seriously. Oh, dead dolls are killed enemies, hunted beasts, blood sacrifices, and useless corpses thrown together, and finally formed a powerful existence. They can be used as strong laborers at ordinary times, and cannon fodder in battle. I have seen a kind of dragon with a rotten body before. That is a ghost dragon, right? What kind of undead is it? The heroic spirit blessed by the ancestors, after devouring enough dead dolls, the product of dragon transformation. The situation is similar for blood anacondas and corpse pythons, but the operation and control of these things are all in the hands of the high priest. After all, the blood sacrifice needs to be carried out by the high priest, the blessing needs to be arranged by the high priest, and even the swallowing ratio is only controlled by the high priest, so the status of the high priest is so high. Chapter 2630. With a detailed introduction of the corpse, which, Gu Shi also understood the military situation of the three Shang families, to some extent. For the choice of the three Shang families, Gu Shi could only say that it was a waste. After all, they still had a choice in transforming the undead. However, this was their tradition, and had nothing to do with Gu Shi. He could only complain there, and know how many enemies there were. After all, the three Shang families were not his allies, but his enemies. After he was promoted to the king of the underworld, this world would be Gu Shi's first battlefield in the underworld. He just needed to know that there would be a steady stream of enemies appearing here. As for the waste of corpses on the enemy side, Gu Shi really didn't care. Instead, Gu Shi would be more curious about the location chosen by the corpse witch. How many troops are suitable for the location you chose to be stationed, and can it face battles from the mainland and the sea at the same time? The corpse witch thought for a long time, and did not give a definite response. Seeing the situation of the corpse witch, Gu Shi understood that this corpse witch was really just a high priest in his lifetime, and he really didn't have much military ability. He had been guarding the seashore before, but it was just his instinctive behavior. This was his duty, not that he really discovered the enemy's weakness. Forget it, you can't tell me even if I ask you. Do you remember the map nearby? Draw it for me to see. Under Gu Shi's order, the corpse wizard really drew a map on the ground. Gu Shi leaned over, and saw that the map drawn by the corpse wizard was not a map of the nearby area, but a map of the entire Shan continent. This map also recorded in detail the territories and capitals of the three forces of Shangan, Shangjia and Shanya. Most importantly, Gu Shi also noticed that their most detailed migration routes were also on the map. Judging from the map drawn by the corpse witch, they really walked from north to south. However, Gu Shi noticed that in addition to the map of the Shan continent in front of him, there was another huge continent in another location. What is this place? The original ancestral land of the Shang Empire was later expelled by the sky. Now it should be called Zhou. The corpse witch thought seriously. When did it happen? Is the map so big, right? It should be 2,500 years ago. Our high priest has mastered time and calendar. This time will definitely not be wrong. The corpse witch said with certainty. 2,500 years, that Zhou should have been destroyed long ago. Not so. Our Shang has existed for many years, and we have migrated here. We have never perished, and Zhou cannot be destroyed either. For this situation, the corpse witch's idea is still quite stubborn. However, Gu Shi did not have the idea of arguing with him. Gu Shi's idea is that there are other forces behind this world, which means that the scope of the underworld battlefield can be expanded. In addition to the three Shang families and the White Devil, there can be other enemies. This time, I really made a fortune. Thinking of this, Gu Shi became more devoted to looking at the map. As a master who mastered the art of pathfinding, ordinary hand-drawn maps could quickly become holographic maps as long as they caught Gu Shi's eyes. At least there would be no situation where Gu Shi could not understand the map. And the management of the plateau during that period of time also made Gu Shi quite familiar with the selection of suitable battle locations. At least Gu Shi knew where to ambush, and where to fight in the field. Looking at the map in front of him, Gu Shi quickly picked out two places. Where are these two places? This is an abandoned city. It was a nice plain back then. Later, there was a flood, and we had to leave and rebuild a city. But this city was our original main city. When we chose this place, we also had our reasons. It was said that we could get to the other two main cities as quickly as possible and control the entire coastline. We left after the flood. Now it is a swamp. But as long as people go there, they should be able to stay there. As for this place, it is not a good place. It is too far from the coastline and surrounded by mountains. It is very inconvenient to enter and exit. Most importantly, there are no resources here, and it is not convenient even to live here. Gu Shi nodded. Although the corpse witch is not very military capable, he still has some common sense. However, the place that is not favored by the corpse witch is a good location for Gu Shi. If Gu Shi put the battlefield of the King of Hell here, he would not have to worry about the safety of the base even if he was surrounded by enemies that were many times his own. But Gu Shi just thought about it. This location is actually not too big. According to the size and proportion of the map, only about 30,000 people can be stationed here at most. There will be no room for more. If it was the previous Gu Shi, he might think that 30,000 people are just right. But Gu Shi, who just got over 100 million undead, would not think so. For Gu Shi, 30,000 people are not even a fraction. What is the purpose of such a hell battlefield? Gu Shi needs to set up a hell battlefield, which must be at least 100,000 level. So Gu Shi gave up this promising location and turned his attention to the swamp at the beginning. If this place is really developed, it can really station more than 100,000 troops. And this is the location that Shangya positioned at the beginning. Although it has been abandoned now, Gu Shi feels that there must be other things like luck in it. Occupying this place, at least Shangya's family will not have to worry. In addition, this place is not far from the coast. If the White Devil goes ashore, there is an 80% chance that it will pass by here. When this place becomes a hell battlefield, there will be more enemies, which is exactly what Gu Shi wants. Then let's go here first and build a stronghold. After the stronghold is built, we will go to Shangya's territory. You will follow me later. I need some intelligence, Gu Shi said as he opened the city gate. Guizheng scout camp under Gu Shi had already gone to the surroundings to check the surrounding situation according to the map drawn by the corpse witch. The location of the city is secondary. What Gu Shi needs to know is the movement of the enemy's troops. After all, if you don't know the situation of the enemy's movement, it will be quite difficult to fight. Because the enemy can lead Gu Shi's men to run away by mobilizing troops. When the time comes, it will become a situation of many against one. Gu Shi doesn't want to suffer this kind of loss at all. So locking the location of the enemy's main force in advance is what Gu Shi needs to do now. As for leading the way, as long as there is a corpse witch, it will be enough. Chapter 2631. With the local snake leading the way, Gu Shi soon came to the swamp that he had been optimistic about before. Just as the corpse witch said, this swamp was originally the place where Shangya served as the main city. Under the swamp mud, there is a relatively complete foundation. When Gu Shi came, he released the bone-eating mud as soon as possible. This kind of swamp environment, this type of troops, is the most suitable. After releasing the manpower, Gu Shi did not immediately put down the city gate or build a city here, but released a large number of dump trucks to occupy this position first. After that, Gu Shi personally checked the situation around. Although Gu Shi is now in a hurry, he still has to be cautious about the war. After all, this is not just a battle of 1 or 2 days. After the battlefield in the underworld is formed, this place will continue to entangle with Gu Shi. What Gu Shi needs is not just a stronghold, but a line of defense stationed here for a long time. Many things are not laid a good foundation now, and it will be too late to do it slowly in the future. With this idea in mind, Gu Shi personally surveyed the terrain here, using the vision of Huangquan Dragon Robe to check the underground veins. Finally, according to the current situation, he determined the idea of this stronghold. Gu Shi planned to build a stronghold in front of him in the way of arranging defense lines in a fortress. In other words, he did not intend to make a big change to the swamp in front of him, but would build small fortresses and medium-sized castles on the original foundation. Fortresses and fortresses, and fortresses and castles, will be treated with city walls. In this way, small mazes will be formed between city walls. All the enemies that come in will lose their way in the maze. As for the way to break the situation, there is only one way, that is to use super combat power to blow up everything here. Otherwise, no matter how many troops are sent in, there is no way to fill the entire maze. Because there will be an exit to the underworld battlefield in Gu Shi's maze. Too many troops will only enter Gu Shi's underworld from here, and then be surrounded by Gu Shi, becoming tools for Gu Shi to train soldiers, and also materials to be converted into resources. Take one, or take a pair, win once, or win 3 times, this is very clear to Gu Shi. Of course, Gu Shi can't do that big now. What he has to do now is to set the base point first, and arrange a few cities, and a few fortresses here as the basis. This must be dealt with first. Only when the foundation is laid, and the skeleton is done, other things can be slowly filled in. According to Gu Shi's survey, Gu Shi set 3 locations for building castles. One of the 3 castles is located in the center of the swamp, which is the main core. One is located near the sea, ready to deal with things from the sea. Another is located on land, ready to deal with various enemies from the land. Then various fortresses will be built around these 3 castles. As everything was settled, Gu Shi had a feeling that he seemed to understand some of the arrangements made by the goddess of protection. For a purely defensive fortress, sometimes the choice of location is the key. Gu Shi thought about it, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. After determining the location of the castle, Vesta was transferred over as soon as possible. Although Vesta is not a hero or a leader, she has experienced countless battle tests in the construction and arrangement of the fortress. Gu Shi believes that Vesta's handling will be much better than his own. At least Vesta is professional in this regard. After handing this place over to Vesta, Gu Shi's Guizheng scout camp also came back. They brought the latest news. Just as the corpse witch said, after the death of the ghost dragon high priest, the Shangya clan immediately got the news. They spread the news and summoned all the clansmen to gather in the main city of Shangya to prepare to elect a new ghost dragon high priest. Now the entire Shangya clan has brought their own weapons and equipment and headed towards the main city of Shangya. Now there are more than 40,000 people on the road. If Gu Shi just wants to kill enough enemies in a short time, ambushing these Shangya clansmen on the road in the wild is the best choice. Because they didn't think that someone would attack them in their own hinterland. Ambush on the road? Gu Shi shook his head after hearing this. That's not necessary. The ambush on the road covers too wide a range and takes too long. Even if we have a map, we won't be their opponent in terms of understanding the terrain. We can only ambush once at most. They will soon find out the situation here, and then they will retreat to their own city and wait for us to come. Then we will go back to the original idea and fight one by one. Have you ever thought about what I need now? Look into my eyes, and I'll tell you directly that what I need now is to complete the task in the shortest time. The base is being built now. Why should I ask those people to fight guerrilla warfare in a forest that I am not familiar with? Will their main city run away? Is there no one in their main city? Can't I defeat their main city? Who is so stupid that he doesn't want to play the simple mode instead of the hell mode when a direct raid can solve the problem? Listening to Gu Shi's words, Guizhang's scouts didn't say anything more. Gu Shi didn't stay any longer at this time. He opened the city gate immediately and arranged for people to transport various materials to build a stronghold here. As for defense, Gu Shi didn't have to worry. When Gu Shi came here, he had already arranged dump trucks and bone-eating mud here. It would be fine if the enemy didn't come. Once they came, they would encounter attacks from all sides from Gu Shi. After arranging the stronghold here, Gu Shi took the corpse witch and jumped onto the evil coffin and headed towards the main city of Shangya. Along the way, the corpse witch also began to explain to Gu Shi the defense system of the main city of Shangya. Because it is the main city, there must be tablets of the 31 ancestors. When encountering a situation, the priests left in the main city can. Without the ghost dragon high priest, blood sacrifice was performed and the ancestors were blessed. With the blessing of the ancestors, the heroes in the city would recover their fighting power in their lifetime and regain their weapons and equipment in their lifetime. As for the fighting power of the heroes in their lifetime, although it was high or low, the level would be above level 20, and most of them could even reach level 25. This is actually quite reasonable. After all, the world in front of us is the world of the Underworld King. The level should naturally be based on the level of the Underworld King. If you don't have a level of 20, don't call yourself the main force here. At the same time, the corpse witch got a little bit. That is, there are still some ghost dragons in the city. In normal times, the ghost dragons will not obey anyone's orders, but if someone wants to attack the city, the ghost dragons will come out to fight by themselves. Chapter 2632. With the guidance of the guide, Gu Shi soon arrived near the main city of Shangya. On the way, the corpse witch introduced the name of the main city of Shangya to Gu Shi, which seemed to be called Yakyu. Gu Shi did not listen in detail, but only heard the corpse witch say that this name means burying and returning home. It is a memory of their original homeland for these migrants. Compared with the swamp that Gu Shi occupied before, the environment of Yakyu has fewer rivers that may flood at any time, and more hills that are easy to defend. There is only one river passing through the entire city. Although there will be some tension in water use, it will not be directly destroyed by floods like the previous semi-main city. It can be seen that the people on the Shangya side are also afraid that this main city will repeat the original semi-main city. That's why they chose such a place to build the main city. This also shows that their undead are not very good, but their people are the kind of existence that will reflect. If the ghost dragon high priest had not directly offended Gu Shi at the beginning, Gu Shi might have formed an alliance with them, and even brought them to Gu Shi's territory in the end, and it is possible that they would become Gu Shi's players. It can only be said that a temporary choice will affect many things. Now Gu Shi has already regarded the three Shang families as enemies, so he will not think too much. Under the guidance of the corpse witch, Gu Shi came to the vicinity of Yiqiu. At this time, Gu Shi noticed that many Shangya residents were heading towards Yiqiu along the way. Shangya is really a place where humans and ghosts live together. In the team that is on the road, humans are leading the way in front, and the undead are carrying or lifting things behind. Most of these undead are skeletons, but they can transport quite a lot of things. And among these transported things, there are obviously living beasts and people. Are those the human sacrifices you mentioned? Where did they come from? Cannibals, these savages are everywhere in the woods, and there are endless of them. Moreover, they eat people, just like beasts, and killing them is not a burden at all. The corpse wizard responded immediately. Oh, cannibals, they can't be regarded as human beings. Then what about those skeletons? Are they the heroic spirits you mentioned? No, heroic spirits are not that weak. They are all undead created by civilians themselves, and they are considered the ancestors of civilians. If they are willing, we will not care. After all, civilians only have this little property. Ah, so the ancestors you mentioned before, heroic spirits and dead dolls are all regular troops. Gushi finally reacted. We don't bring civilians into battle. Do we intend to let them defect? Listening to the words of the corpse witch, and thinking back to the reflective mentality of the Shangya race, I think they must have suffered losses from defections on the battlefield. So they would rather invest more in the army than drag civilians into the battle. Then the undead of civilians are not divided into ancestors, heroic spirits, or dead dolls as you said. No, they are just one kind. When they die, they are transformed into undead with fireworks. They can devour other corpses like dead dolls to strengthen themselves, and they can protect the family like ancestors. Because they are not consumed much, there are not so many subdivisions. Anyway, they are all undead, they can fight, they can be transported, and they can be sent to the fields to work. There are not so many details. Gushi looked for a while, and suddenly he found another problem. Hey, why do they rely on platforms or backs to transport things? Haven't you developed a car? Car? What is that? The corpse wizard was puzzled. Gushi understood immediately, no need to ask, he didn't invent the wheel. Gushi didn't intend to explain, he just watched the team enter the area of Yakyu. Under the guidance of the corpse wizard, Gushi also noticed the defense system ambushed near Yakyu. On the surface, Yakyu didn't even have a city wall, but in the woods, there were actually various sentries, hidden sentries, and lurking sentries. The people of the Shangya clan are masters of jungle warfare. Their sentries are okay, and they can build something like an arrow tower. Starting from the hidden sentries, everything is hidden in the woods. If you are not a jungle warfare expert, you may not find anything lurking around you when you walk to the side of those hidden sentries. The corpse wizard knew all this, and pointed them all the way. Under his guidance, Gushi also had to check carefully to see the enemy's position. Gushi understood that for such an enemy, either you have a more elite jungle force, or you destroy the forest and drive them out to fight, otherwise there is really no way to defeat them. If it was before, Gushi would definitely release jungle troops such as Ebony Spider. But now Gushi really wants to release a batch of corpse witch troops as soon as possible, and ignore the others, and first come with a wave of poisonous fog and magic bombing. If that doesn't work, Gushi can also use nuclear bombs, Gatling guns, etc. to do a wave of horizontal. Anyway, Gushi has plenty of large-scale bombing skills. This kind of battle where he doesn't know where the enemy is usually fought like this. Gushi is not worried at all now that the corpse which is introducing it. This kind of enemy with a city is actually quite easy to fight. The corpse witch looked at Gushi's indifferent expression, and didn't say much. He brought the people here anyway, and explained everything clearly. He would stand farther away during the battle, and not let the blood of his fellow tribesmen stain him. As for how Gushi fights, the corpse witch doesn't want to know at all. After a circle outside Yakuya city, Gushi retreated to the position close to Yakyu at the beginning. Sir, what should we do? I'll do this, you just watch from the side. Seeing the corpse witch so active, Gushi also smiled. Yakyu in front of him is not difficult to fight. What's really important is how to seal all the enemies in the city, and prevent them from escaping. Only in this way can Gushi take down the city in a short time, and complete his promotion task. After all, it is too uncomfortable to have some things weighing on his mind. Gushi does not want to drag this matter. Now Gushi needs to take down all of Yachio as soon as possible, and he does not intend to let any enemy escape. So when the corpse witch stayed aside, Gushi raised his hand, and the nether spirit flower had already floated out. Gushi locked all the roads and passages outside Yachio through the induction of the nether spirit flower. Here, the city gate and the mud truck were placed. At the same time, Gushi's troops rushed out of the city gate quickly. This time, all the soul coffin corpse witches rushed out. As soon as they came out, they put the soul coffins they held on the ground without saying a word, and fired 3 consecutive shots at Yachio. Chapter 2633. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. As the explosion sounded from one place, bursts of explosions were heard in all the woods near Yakyu. The explosion went from the edge of the woods all the way to the city of Yakyu. In the explosion, many people rushed out with the undead. It was just that this time, the attack was launched from all directions, and no one knew where the enemy was. They could only rush out now to see if they could meet the enemy. At this time, Gushi also noticed the so-called heroes in the crowd. On the surface, they were no different from ordinary undead, but their equipment was obviously more stylish. All the heroes had a faint smell of incense. This smell was quite obvious in the eyes of Huangquan Dragon Robe. I think this smell is the same as Huangquan Qi. It seems that this time I did not make a mistake. I did not enter a Western territory and create a Western underworld to serve as a battlefield in the underworld. Gu Shi thought about it, and his hands did not stop at all. Gu Shi did not intend to take Yakyu completely. His goal was to kill 30,000 enemies. Ordinary people were considered enemies, and this kind of heroic spirit was also considered an enemy. If they rushed out, they would be standing on the opposite side of Gu Shi, and then they would have a way to die. Gu Shi did not care whether they were heroes of the Shangyao clan at the beginning. In Gu Shi's eyes, they were all the same. When these heroic spirits rushed out, the soul coffins and corpse wizards surrounding Yakyu began to fire in bursts. They were all champion soldiers at level 28. Facing these heroic spirits, who had just passed level 20, it was definitely a crushing blow. Often, one wave of attack can kill an enemy, and the heroic spirits can't rush out at all. At this time, about 10,000 ghost dragons rushed out of Yakyu. It seems that just as the corpse witch said, the ghost dragons are used to guard Yakyu. When attacking Yakyu, the ghost dragons will jump out by themselves without any orders. When these ghost dragons appeared, they were not what Gu Shi saw when he first entered this game world. At the beginning, they were still human-shaped, with dragon heads, dragon limbs, scales on their bodies, and some human heads hanging around their waists. Obviously, this is to show that their ghost dragons are actually heroic spirits blessed by their ancestors, and devouring a large number of dead dolls. No matter what their situation is, they are essentially a kind of heroic spirit. When they rushed out a few steps, their bodies began to turn into dragons. They became the kind of dragons with rotten flesh all over their bodies that Gu Shi saw. Although they did not fly up, they were surrounded by a lot of sea water, which raised the sea water to their heads. This is clearly an attempt to use the sea water to block the attacks of the Soul Coffin Corpse wizards. Their idea is good. Normally, such a water curtain can also block most long-range attacks. But they forgot one thing, that is, the issue of quantity. Since he had 50 million corpse wizards, Gu Shi really did everything lavishly. This time, he only needed to fight 30,000 enemies to complete the task, but Gu Shi directly used Yichio as the target. In one dispatch, 500,000 corpse wizards were sent out. Regardless of whether so many people were needed, 50 soul-controlling corpse wizard formations surrounded Yichio. 10,000 bullets were fired in every direction and every time. One wave could wipe out an area. The idea of these ghost dragons was good, but they only had about 10,000 people. If they were divided and calculated separately, it would be 50 people against one. And their levels were similar. The ghost dragons were melee troops, and they needed to rush to the front of the enemy to attack. The Soul Coffin Corpse wizards were long-range troops, and they were the longest-range corpse wizards under Gu Shi. It would take at least 30 seconds for the ghost dragons to rush to the front of the Soul Coffin Corpse wizards. This time was enough for the Soul Coffin Corpse wizards to hit 5 times. And if 50 people hit 1, and 5 hits still couldn't kill the enemy, then they could really die. These Soul Coffin Corpse wizards also understood this. Facing the huge waves raised by the ghost dragons, they didn't even look at them, and directly launched their most powerful attacks. A wave of ghost bullets flew out, and hit the ghost dragon's body accurately. Even though the ghost dragons had the power of the sea waves to block some attacks, so many ghost bullets still hit the ghost dragons. In the first wave, the ghost dragons still held on, but in the second wave, they couldn't stand it. In the third wave, some ghost dragons were blown to pieces. When the fourth wave of ghost bullets was fired, more than 10,000 ghost dragons were all killed. Gu Shi, who had been standing at the back, didn't even look at Yichio. At this time, his eyes were flashing with data. Gu Shi's promotion task of killing at least 30,000 enemies has been completed, and the number is now increasing. However, Gu Shi noticed a situation, because this time it was considered that Gu Shi took the initiative to attack, so the promotion task of resisting an attack from the Shang continent or the White Demon Army was not counted. It seems that we can't fight too much. If the people of the 3 Shang families are really scared and dare not send troops to attack Gu Shi's base, then Gu Shi will have to wait for the White Devil's fleet to arrive on the Shang continent. Gu Shi has also experienced things at sea, and those things are not certain. Sometimes it's the wrong ocean current, sometimes it's the wrong wind direction. Anyway, when they come from the sea, it depends on the weather. Gu Shi himself doesn't have much time. He thought about it, and finally turned around and asked, "If I surround 3 and leave 1, will they run away?" "Ah? Sir, what do you mean?" I mean, if I secretly open a hole, will they run away? Well, the living will, but the dead may not. Maybe some people will fight, but not many. The corpse wizard thought about it, and finally said, "Then what can we do? Can we lead them to our base? Gushi always has to let them take the initiative to attack once, otherwise the promotion task will not be completed, and Gushi will be trapped in the game all the time." Gushi was a little worried that if he fought too hard, what if the Shangyao people didn't dare to attack after escaping? There is a way to do this. As long as you transport all the sacrificial vessels of the Shangyao clan to the base, the sacrificial vessels are the most important things in the clan. Without the sacrificial vessels, you can't communicate with the ancestors. Losing the sacrificial vessels is equivalent to losing everything. As long as you take the sacrificial vessels away, they will definitely come. That's good. Leave a gap, and give them a chance to escape. The dump trucks are ready to move forward. The land forces will attack, and take the city in front. Chapter 2634. With the destruction of the Ghost Dragon, Yakuya no longer had many troops to defend, and the city was in chaos. At this time, the city's high-level officials were also considering how to save the city in front of them. Just then, several heroes rushed in. "Quick, we have fought a bloody road in the south." When the Shangyao clan high-level officials heard this, they looked at each other, and made a decision without any hesitation. First take the people out, and the rest will be done when they come back. It's not that they haven't done this before, and they still have enough troops outside Yakuya. It's just that there is some chaos now, and many things in the city have to be abandoned. Take the sacrificial vessels and go. The high-level officials reacted immediately, and they quickly made a decision to run first. As long as they can take the sacrificial vessels out, everything will be fine. Die who won't die. But they never thought that the bloody road that the heroes fought out was clearly given to them by Gushi. When they were about to take away the sacrificial vessels, the corpse witch who was originally the Ghost Dragon High Priest had already brought Gushi's troops to the place where the sacrificial vessels were hidden. This place was also the residence of the Ghost Dragon High Priest. Before, only the Ghost Dragon High Priest lived here. But now that the Ghost Dragon High Priest has become a corpse witch, this place has become a power without a master. The corpse witch brought several heroes arranged by Gushi and rushed in at the first time. Pointing to the large and small bronze tripods and other sacrificial vessels in the basement under the house, the corpse witch said decisively, "They are all here, let's move them away first." The heroes who followed also understood that the corpse witch was the commander of this operation. They were just tools who followed and were used to move things. If Yakuya had not been completely taken down yet, they would not have had the opportunity to come along. At most, they would send some undead for transportation. These heroes had thought about it early, and must seize the opportunity in front of them. After all, there are not many opportunities to show up in front of Gushi. They don't want to stay in the barracks all the time, taking some inconspicuous tasks, and finally Gushi doesn't consider them when he needs manpower. When the corpse witch pointed out the corresponding position, they didn't care about their identity and status at all, and personally picked up a sacrificial vessel and ran out. Their troops also quickly followed. Except for a part of them defending around them, the others were all carried, and took the initiative to act as tools, carrying the sacrificial vessels and rushing out. When they rushed like this, they happened to meet the high-level Shangyao tribe, who rushed over to take away the sacrificial vessels. When the two sides saw each other, they all stopped moving. Fortunately, the corpse witch reacted immediately. Break through them and retreat quickly. The corpse witch knew Gushi's thoughts very well. The sacrificial vessel was the key this time. Killing all the high-ranking members of the Shangyao tribe would not be of any benefit to Gushi. What Gushi needed was for these high-ranking members to organize the remaining Shangyao tribe and charge at the newly built stronghold. Otherwise, how could Gushi open a passage to allow the Shangyao people to escape? So the corpse witch made a choice immediately. When the heroes heard this, although they didn't understand why, they still chose to believe it. So the heroes gave an order, and all the troops gathered together and rushed back the way they came. This was something that the Shangyao leaders had not expected. When they saw this army in the city, their first reaction was that they were finished. The army had already reached the city, and Yakuya was really hopeless. But what was the situation now? Why did they just run away like that? Could it be that they were afraid of something? All of a sudden, the confidence of the Shangyao leaders returned. They thought that Gushi must be afraid of him. The previous bombing was also because they were afraid that they would lead the troops to attack, so they used long-range troops to bomb. It can be seen that the enemy has nothing to be afraid of. As long as they fight out and gather the troops, they still have a chance to defeat the enemy. Thinking of this, the Shangyao leader shouted, "Chase them and take back the sacrificial vessel. Kill them, the enemy is not scary. Under the orders of Shangya's high-level officials, a large number of heroic spirits and dead dolls rushed out from nearby. They didn't care whether they could beat the undead spirits under Gu Shi's command. Anyway, they rushed out as ordered. However, Yakyu's strongest defensive ghost dragon was gone, and the ancestors had no way to open the altar for sacrifice because the sacrificial vessel was taken away by Gu Shi's heroes, so this route was also abandoned. Now they can only let the heroic spirits go. If it really doesn't work, they still have some warriors in the city, and they can also chase them. Anyway, in order to take back the sacrificial vessel, even civilians will be in high spirits. So they chased after Gu Shi's troops. Looking at the situation behind him, the corpse witch suddenly found that this was not the place where Gu Shi opened the passage. If they were allowed to attack this side, the Shangya tribe would probably die. This situation was not acceptable. Gu Shi needed the Shangya tribe to attack the city. After thinking for a while, the corpse witch said to a hero, "Stop them, this is not what the adults need." The hero asked the corpse witch, "Do you know what the adults want?" "The adults need them to go to the stronghold. Whether you are acting or really fighting, stop all these heroes and let them leave Yakyu from the vacant gap," the corpse witch said with certainty. Listening to the corpse witch's words, several heroes also understood Gu Shi's thinking to some extent, so they discussed it and sent 2 heroes to protect the sacrificial vessels and the corpse witch out of the city, and the remaining heroes stayed with the troops. After all, although they had to show their faces in front of Gu Shi, for them, the real way to improve their strength was to keep fighting. In front of them was their best opportunity. As long as they can achieve the effect that Gu Shi wants, they can show their faces in front of Gu Shi, and they can also get so much experience. Why don't they do it? So these heroes led their troops back to meet the heroes and dead puppet troops of the Shangya tribe. The 2 sides fought in the city. When the Shangya leaders came over, a melee had already formed here, and the troops they had finally put together had already fought with the undead troops under Gu Shi here, and they no longer had the ability to pursue. They would even be chased and beaten by Gu Shi's undead troops, and beaten to a position close to the city gate. "What should we do?" the Shangya leader said there. They all took the priest route, and although they also had a certain combat effectiveness, they were somewhat blinded in the face of such a situation. Chapter 2635. So they finally escaped, right? 3 hours later, Gu Shi stepped into Yakyu. At this time, Yakyu had been completely occupied by Gu Shi, and the Shangya people inside had either died in the battle or had already escaped. The heroes standing in front of Gu Shi nodded repeatedly. They fought too smoothly in this battle. It was so smooth that they almost forgot Gu Shi's request and almost wiped out all the people of Shangya. Fortunately, the Shangya people were not all fools. They seized the opportunity given by Gu Shi and finally escaped. Otherwise, Gu Shi would have to wait for the forces of Shangan or Shangjia to find out that Shangya was destroyed and take the initiative to attack him. However, this idea is not easy to achieve according to the information given by the corpse witch. Because whether it is Shangan or Shangjia or Shangya who was beaten, they are the kind of forces that will not take the initiative to check the surrounding situation until the enemy hits them. In other words, as long as you don't hit them, they won't even look at you. In their eyes, the battles outside were just small fights between savages. As a big country, why should they watch the conflicts between cannibal tribes? So if Gu Shi wanted to attract foreign enemies to attack the stronghold in a short time, Shangya, who was beaten in the face, was the best choice. If all Shangya's people were wiped out in Yachio city just now, Gu Shi's plan would not be implemented. Yes, they have already escaped. As long as the new stronghold is built and the sacrificial vessels appear in the new stronghold, I believe that within 3 days, Shangya's army will appear near the stronghold. 3 days? That's enough time. Gu Shi nodded. It had only been a little over a day since he entered the game. 3 days would be the best time for the evil spirit to rise, and he would need to use the power of the demon sword to cut off the evil spirit. If Shanya's people were faster, Gu Shi could complete the promotion and solve the problem before the demon sword was used up. If they were a little late, they would be hit by Gu Shi's full-strength attack with anger. The corpse witch didn't know what Gu Shi was thinking at this time, but took Gu Shi into Yachio. Because Yachio was taken down quickly, not much was destroyed in Yachio. Soon the corpse witch took Gu Shi to the core of Yachio. That is, the hill in the middle of the city. This is actually an island in the middle of the city's central lake. The island looks a bit like a square pyramid. Standing on the edge of the island, Gu Shi frowned. He could see countless bones under the clear lake water. These bones are from humans and animals. When Gushi looked at the bones, he found that all the bones he noticed had empty eyes looking at him. Interesting, and no, this water is blood water. At first, Gushi was attracted by the bones under the water, but soon all his attention was on the water. It's unreasonable that this clear and transparent water is actually blood water. Yes, these are all blood water from the blood sacrifices of human sacrifices on the altar. There is also blood from some powerful creatures in it. Because countless bones at the bottom of the lake were absorbed and transformed, it turned into this color. Gushi raised his hand curiously, and the dead hair fell into the water. The corpse wizard was a little confused about what Gushi was doing at first, but he soon found that the lake in front of him was actually visibly shallower. Then Gushi said with joy, "How many lakes of this kind are there?" "Many. There are 2 lakes of similar size in the 2 main cities of Shang'an and Shangjia, and there are 2 smaller ones in the wild. In addition, there are similar lakes in all cities, but the lakes in the remaining cities are relatively small. In addition, there is a largest lake in the Imperial Land. This is certain." Hearing this, Gushi's face became solemn. "Imperial Land? It seems that I really have to go there once, but let's not talk about this now. You lead the way, point out all the things you think are useful to me, and transport them to the new base." Gushi pointed at the corpse witch. When the corpse witch heard it, he understood what Gushi meant. Gushi didn't need him to accompany him. So the corpse witch left here immediately. After the corpse witch left, Gushi sent a message to ask the head of the goddesses in the city of Aridov to be sent over. Originally, Gushi wanted to use something to carry the blood back to Aridov. But in the end, Gushi shook his head. He could move a lake back to Aridov. So could he move all the lakes back? And what if this lake water leaves here and loses its effect? Judging from the situation of the dead hair, the quality of this transparent blood water is quite good. At least the hair of death is more preferred. So even if Gushi wants to break the seal of the head of the goddesses, he will bring the head of the goddesses here, instead of taking away the blood in the lake. After receiving Gushi's order, the god of Corpse Mountain immediately found the incarnation of the town of Aridov. After all, apart from Gushi and Luna, only the incarnation of the town knew where the head of the goddesses was. The incarnation of the town could not leave Aridov, so he could only personally bring the golden head of the goddesses and hand it to the god of Corpse Mountain. After getting the head of the goddesses, the god of Corpse Mountain quickly appeared beside Gushi. Gushi reached out and took the head of the goddesses and put it into the blood. When the head of the goddesses was put into the lake, Gushi could clearly feel that all the bones under the water moved. These bones seemed to want to pounce on the head of the goddesses and snatch everything from the head of the goddesses. But what is the head of goddesses? It is a red suit, and it is definitely a high-level red suit. This can be seen from the consumption of Gushi's unsealing along the way. Although it is still in the 4th level of the seal, the momentum of the head of goddesses can be displayed. Those bones turned into fragments on the spot before they got close to the head of goddesses. Then Gushi noticed that the golden color of the head of goddesses became much lighter, and it looked like the paint was soaked in water. At the same time, the lake water became shallower again, and a trace of golden liquid began to flow where the head of goddesses was soaked. After picking up the head of goddesses, a trace of information flashed in front of Gushi's eyes. The seal was unlocked by about 11%, which means that if you want to completely unlock the head of goddesses, at least 10 such lakes are needed. It seems that even if Gushi doesn't want to attack the main cities of Shang'an and Shangjia, it won't work. This is God's will. Chapter 2636. Carrying the head of the goddesses, Gushi led his men back to the location of the stronghold that was chosen at the beginning. At this time, the progress of the stronghold was quite fast. Under Vesta's command, the first fortress had been built. The 3 castles had also completed the foundation part. I believe it won't be long before these 3 castles can start to build the ground part. In the fortress, Gushi met Vesta. When she saw the head of the goddesses in Gushi's hand, Vesta was obviously surprised. After all, the head of the goddesses at this time looked very much like the goddess of wisdom and war at the beginning. However, Vesta soon put his mind on Gushi. "My lord, the location and layout of all the fortresses have been determined. Give me 2 more days, and I can complete the construction of all the fortresses. It's built very quickly." Gushi responded while looking at the situation of the fortress in front of him. The fortress in front of him was built with stone and wood. It was somewhat similar to the orc's bunker, but it would be higher. It was divided into 3 floors on the ground and 1 floor underground. The top floor is a lookout, which can be used to observe the outside situation at ordinary times, and archers can be arranged to enter and serve as arrow towers during battles. The second floor is the barracks for soldiers, and a fortress can accommodate at least 50 soldiers. The main gate and hall on the ground floor, plus the living areas such as the kitchen and dining room, can accommodate 50 soldiers. The basement is a warehouse, used to store food, weapons, and equipment. In this way, a fortress cannot accommodate many people, and 60 people is almost the limit of such a fortress. This is not in line with Gu Shi's usual fighting style. You know, the dump trucks Gu Shi put outside can easily accommodate thousands of people. This kind of fortress will be destroyed if a dump truck hits it. Seeing that Gu Shi's expression was getting worse, Vesta couldn't help but ask, "Sir, is there something wrong with the fortress?" Gu Shi didn't say anything. He walked outside the fortress and took a circle. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. "Nothing, just do you feel that this fortress is a little small?" "Small? I originally built it like this. For a fortress like this, 50 people are really good. Sir, you see, our main force is placed in the castle, and a fortress of 50 people can monitor everything within a radius of 3,000 meters nearby." "Vesta." Gu Shi interrupted Vesta directly, "You have to adapt to your identity. You are undead, and we have enough troops. What can 50 people do?" Gu Shi complained, but he thought about it, and didn't say much. If he didn't have his own city, for ordinary necromancers, 50 people might be all they have. Just like the necromancers who followed the camp of the goddess of death and life, the number of undead under their command never exceeded 20. Forget it, let's not talk about you. How much bigger should you build your fortress in the future? This is really not cost-effective. The main reason is that Gu Shi has too many undead under his command. If all fortresses are like this, why would Gu Shi build them? Wouldn't it be better to just use a dump truck? Gu Shi originally thought that after the fortresses were built, each fortress could accommodate 1,000 people, and each castle could accommodate 100,000 people. Now it seems that this is not the case. "Sir, we don't need to build such a large fortress. I looked at the design drawings left by the Lord. The Lord's fortress is actually used to connect the city wall. In fact, the fortress the Lord wants should be similar to the Arrow Tower and patrol sentry on the city wall. At most, it will add some outbound tasks. In addition, the Lord requires that the swamp should not be cleared. So the size of this hard land is not actually that big. It would be more suitable to build an arrow tower normally. The fortress is more suitable for such a small fortress." Although he didn't want to be accused of quibbling by Gu Shi, Vesta still explained the reason for building the fortress in this way. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gu Shi also shook his head helplessly. "Let's build it all first, but I still suggest you build it bigger." Although Gu Shi kept muttering, he really didn't let Vesta dismantle the fortress and rebuild it, but considered making up for it from other places and rebuilding the defense line here. At the same time, Gu Shi noticed that the fortress was not one of the strongholds. "I don't know whether the construction of the base is completed after the castle is built or after all the buildings are built. Anyway, this place is not Gu Shi's base yet. Gu Shi will naturally build a base first and then consider other things. Anyway, this place will not run away. If it really doesn't work, it's okay to demolish the base and rebuild it. Gu Shi can still tell what is the most important thing." After hearing what Gu Shi said, Vesta didn't explain to Gu Shi how big the fortress should be built, but just nodded honestly. Because the fortress was relatively small, Gu Shi did not stay here for long. He just found a mud truck and sat on it. At the same time, Guizhang's scout camp, which had just returned, attacked again to check the situation nearby. Gu Shi also wanted to know what different impact the battle against Yiqiu would have on the Shang continent in front of him. At this time, the news on the Shang continent had not yet spread completely. Shang Yan and Shang Jia from the Shang San family did not know the news here. As for Shangya, because of the Yiqiu battle, more than half of its high-level officials were directly destroyed. The rest were some small priests or heroes. They were still a little famous in Yiqiu, but if they really left the city, no civilians in Shangya knew who they were. In addition, the death of the high priest of the ghost dragon and the sacrificial utensils were directly taken away. These surviving Shangya high-level officials had nothing to prove their identity. Now they can only rely on their own undead and some heroic spirits and dead dolls who escaped with great difficulty to protect them and go all the way south. The location they are going to now is getting farther and farther away from the base selected by Gu Shi. This is not a good thing, because Gu Shi does not want them to leave, but to let them come to attack his base and complete his promotion task. If these people do not come, what should Gu Shi do? You must know that Gu Shi only has 20 days now. He can't stay here all the time. So at this time, Gu Shi must think of a new idea. At least, it must be ensured that when the high-level officials of Shangya escape, there will be no problems with Gu Shi's promotion task. As for the rest, all must wait until Gu Shi's promotion task is completed. With this idea, Gu Shi naturally needs to have a better understanding of the high-level officials of Xiangya and the nearby enemies. At least Gu Shi needs to take new actions when all the high-level officials of Xiangya run away to ensure that Xiangya's troops will come here in 3 days. Chapter 2637. This promotion mission was not too smooth for Gu Shi. After entering the base, the construction speed of the base was significantly accelerated. After all, Gu Shi's investment regardless of cost and the addition of a large number of undead engineering teams can increase the construction speed of the base. However, the high-level officials of the Xiangya clan seemed to be frightened. After escaping from Yakia City, they went directly south. According to the report from Guizheng Scout Camp, they were almost at the southernmost seashore of the continent. It seems that the Xiangya clan is planning to go to sea. For this situation, the Corpse Witch didn't know what they wanted to do. Because when the Corpse Witch was the high priest of the Ghost Dragon, he had never had such a thing happen. When he realized that the current situation was not in his own interests, Gu Shi could only use Plan 2. Take out the most important sacrificial utensils of the Xiangya clan to attract the attention of other Xiangya cities. But because the other party is a human, the kind of human who can reflect on himself, has historical records and civilization inheritance. They are not all brainless NPCs. It would be fine if Gu Shi did not mess around. If Gu Shi messes around, the other party will definitely guess his thoughts. If they really want to hide in their own city, or prepare to go to sea like the Xiangya executives who went south, then Gu Shi will be at a loss. Gu Shi only has 20 days in total. When the time is up, Gu Shi must leave. Thinking of this, Gu Shi turned his head and looked at the Corpse Witch. The Corpse Witch has been interrogated by Gu Shi during this period, and it can be said that he has said everything he can say. But some information is useless, no matter how much you know. It can't affect other people. Finally, Gu Shi frowned and asked, "Corpse Witch, what is the biggest dream of the Xiangya clan?" "Dream? Maybe it's to live forever and build a family." Corpse Witch was stunned for a moment, thinking seriously, and finally said it uncertainly. Because he had been following the path of a priest from the beginning, he really didn't think about what kind of dreams ordinary people would have. In the eyes of the Corpse Witch, perhaps the only idea of ordinary people might be to eat and drink well, and to become undead after death to protect their children and grandchildren. As for more, it was not what they could imagine. Then are there any ambitious people in other cities? For example, those who want to become the high priest of the Ghost Dragon? Or unify the Xiangya clan? Gu Shi asked again. Corpse Witch still said helplessly, "No." Just then, the Guizheng Scout Camp sent out to investigate sent someone to report that the scouts they sent out to monitor the Xiangya clan brought back the latest news. The Xiangya clan that ran to the seaside did not go out to sea, but summoned a group of about 20,000 ghost dragons from the sea, which could make clouds and rain in the sky and fly in the white mist. Now they are rushing here. Hearing this news, Gu Shi turned his head and looked at the Corpse Witch. "What's going on?" "I don't know either. Xiangya's ghost dragons are either on the east coastline or in Yakia City. There are no other places. And the south is a forbidden area. There is a doldrums there, and the sea water does not move. All ships that enter there will stop on the sea and cannot move for a moment. Even if we want to train ghost dragons, we will not go there to train," the Corpse Witch said decisively. Gu Shi's face darkened. "Forget it if you don't know. We'll talk about this later. Now that the enemy is here, let's prepare for battle." Under Gu Shi's order, the speed of construction of the base increased a bit. At the same time, Guizheng Scout Battalion was required to report the enemy's position every 3 hours. Gu Shi needed to know the enemy's current position. He didn't want to guard here for a long time, and the enemy finally ran away. Gu Shi didn't have time to play hide-and-seek games with these people. After letting Guizheng Scout Battalion go out, Gu Shi immediately mobilized the troops again. This time the enemy has confirmed that there are more than 30,000 ghost dragons, so calling some undead dragons and death titans over will be the best choice. Gu Shi now understands how troublesome it is to be a superior. Every day when he wakes up, he has to consider balancing his subordinates. Now there are too many Corpse Witches, so other types of soldiers have to be released to fight, and let these soldiers gain some experience or something. You can't always use Corpse Wizards. Although you can crush them, it's not good for Gu Shi's growth. Gu Shi is very clear about this. Just when Gu Shi mobilized the Undead Dragon and Death Titan troops, Guizheng Scout Camp sent out received new news. The nearby Xiangya City also received the news, and was mobilizing troops to rush here. As for how they got the news, it's unknown. After all, they are just scouts, not spies. They can find out the direction of the enemy's movement, but there is no way to know why they sent troops. But Gu Shi was just surprised for a moment. For Gu Shi, It was good enough that the other party was willing to send troops. As long as they were willing to send troops and help Gu-shi complete the promotion task, Gu-shi would give them certain treatment, invite them to his own city, and let them act as the undead in the city. Yes, that's it. Thinking that his promotion task was about to be completed, Gu-shi was so happy that he almost jumped up. He quickly ordered his men to mobilize the troops, as if the enemy was about to come to the stronghold. At this time, far away from the Shan continent, the fleet of the White Devil was ready to attack. At this time, there were tens of thousands of large and small bone warships on the sea. All these warships seemed to be made of large and small bones. When in the water, they looked more like whale blood without flesh and blood. If it weren't for the bone mast on the back, no one would think it was a warship. On the flagship of the bone warship, a middle-aged man with curly hair was looking at the sea with a monocular telescope. After fiddling with it for a long time, he lowered his head and said to the person behind him, "Have you arranged everything? Don't worry, Duke. We have already placed the inducer we just made on the coast. Now all the savages on the continent will be attracted and are heading to the sea. When our ship arrives, they will all be waiting in line on the coast. Then we will bombard them and destroy them all. This continent will be ours." "Good, you did a good job. I was right about you. After this is done, I will arrange for you to be a governor in the New World. Let you help us manage the New World. By the way, what is the thing used to make the inducer called?" "It's called a fox mask." Chapter 2638. Where is the enemy? This is a question that Gu-shi has been asking for a while. Gu-shi found that the evil spirit on his body did not rise to the highest level directly. Instead, it rose slowly and slowly affected his temperament. It was like Gu-shi had never been in a hurry before, and he was not in a hurry at all, because Gu-shi knew that the strength of his troops was sufficient. But now Gu-shi was no longer as calm as before. At this time, Gu-shi seemed to be worried about something and was restless. From time to time, he had to stand up and go out. His subordinates could see Gu-shi's attitude, but he didn't know how to persuade him. You know, the influence of this evil spirit is not spiritual power. Even the Orange Guard knew Ninetail came over. At most, it can calm Gu-shi for a moment, and then Gu-shi will still be anxious there. Gu-shi's subordinates can only use some good news to calm Gu-shi. But Gu-shi's mind was now focused on his promotion mission, and he had no other thoughts. No matter what good news his subordinates brought, it was not important to Gu-shi. Gu-shi was still in a state of anxiety, and asked from time to time where the enemy was. But at this time, the Shangya people did something strange again. They seemed to have not discovered that Gu-shi had established a base in the swamp. They still followed the original map, and regarded the swamp as an inaccessible location, and they all took a detour. And the direction they were heading was actually the coast where Gu-shi appeared before. I don't know what will attract them there. This situation is not too good. You know, Gu-shi is waiting for these enemies to come. If they don't come, who knows what Gu-shi will become? Even the corpse which found that Gu-shi's situation was not right. He gathered all the heroes under Gu-shi and whispered there. The current situation is not right. If it goes on like this, Shanya's people may not go this way. Then the adults will really go crazy. We have to do something in advance. What are you going to do? Several heroes looked at the corpse which, if we send troops, we can send troops, but what the adults need is someone to attack the stronghold, not us to take the initiative to attack. These heroes all know what Gu-shi needs now. The corpse which said, but if we don't send troops now, we will never see the enemy. So all we can do now is to trick the enemy here. My idea is this, look here, this is the only way from Yakia to our base. According to the intelligence of those, Guozheng, the nearest Shangya troops are at this location. I saw the direction they are heading, and they will overlap with us here. The corpse which quickly drew a map on the ground. These heroes appeared here. Naturally they have their own abilities. As soon as the corpse which drew the map, they also saw the direction the Shangya troops were going. Do you mean we ambush here and then pretend to be defeated? No, we just need to pretend to be a transport unit. After all, the situation in front of us is very strange. If there is nothing enough to attract the Shangya people, they may not even look at it. And the undead are not beings that can attract them. The corpse which said it with certainty. After all, the three Shang families all have the ability to control the undead, and there are quite a lot of undead in the wild. If they really have a clear goal, seeing some undead in the wild really can't attract their attention. The only thing that can really attract their attention is the sacrificial vessels inherited by the three Shang families. We'd better pretend to move troops and transport the sacrificial vessels at this location. We must let the other party see the existence of the sacrificial vessels. After making sure that the other party has seen it, we can retreat. We must ensure that the other party will follow us." After hearing what the corpse witch said, a hero also laughed. "I'm best at this kind of thing. Let me do it." The corpse wizard nodded, and then he brought several heroes to the place where the sacrificial vessels were stored in the base. These were all sacrificial vessels from Yakyu, but Gushi's men moved them too quickly, and they were all moved here in a short time. The corpse wizard picked out several of the most conspicuous sacrificial vessels. These sacrificial vessels were not the best among all the sacrificial vessels, but they were the largest, and all the Xiangyao people knew about them. As long as they saw them, they would know that these were sacrificial vessels used to worship their ancestors. As long as they had not thought of leaving the Xiangyao clan, they would come to grab the sacrificial vessels. Junmai Ding, Fusong Junio Tree. Be careful when moving these, and make sure they see these things. The corpse wizard counted the sacrificial vessels, while talking to several heroes. The corpse wizard did not need to think too much about the rest of the things, and these heroes would handle them themselves. They each formed a team, carrying these sacrificial vessels, and rushed out. After several heroes left, the corpse wizard could not help but turn his head, and look at the nearby area. At this time, the base had been built faster under Gushi's anxious urging. The first castle had been built, and the planned fortress had been completed by 1/3. Walls had also begun to be built between some fortresses. It can be said that Gushi's base has taken shape now. The corpse wizard did not ask Gushi, and he did not know whether Gushi's base was built. But he understood that now was not the time to go to Gushi to inquire about this matter. Running to Gushi at this time would only cause Gushi's anxiety. They still finished Gushi's work, and let Gushi have a good rest. At this time, in the open space near the castle, Gushi sat directly on the edge of the hard ground, and behind him stood the orange guard New Nine-Tailed, the spirit bearer, and the bone obelisk bearer. The three of them were trying their best to help Gushi calm down. However, no matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Gushi's eyes were still visibly red. There were several times when Gushi wanted to directly use the effect of the demon sword to cut off the changes on his body. But Gushi knew that the demon sword could only be used 3 times. Now was not the time to take action. He could only rely on the suppression of the white bone obelisk and the mental influence of the orange guardian New Nine-Tailed Fox. Gushi felt as if he was peeled off from his body. Although his reaction would be slower than usual, the influence of the evil spirit on him was significantly reduced. However, this effect might not last long. It was rare that Gushi's will was relatively clear at this time, so he just happened to tell about his situation in advance. "QB, if my eyes turn red, you will put me to sleep. As long as I fall asleep, the evil spirit will not be able to affect me, and I will not be able to give some weird orders or do some weird things. Wake me up when the enemy attacks the base. After waking me up, you must remind me how many times to use the evil sword." Chapter 2639. While Gushi was explaining the matter, several heroes under his command also listened to the corpse witch's words, and prepared to play a big game. They carried the sacrificial vessels, and ran out like this. They did not run to Yakyu, but just walked back and forth on the road from the base to Yakyu. Anyway, they did not look like good people. But at this time, the soldiers of the Xiangyao tribe did not think so. In their eyes, this was a group of foreign undead, who were stealing their sacrificial vessels. This was interrupting their connection with their ancestors. This was absolutely not okay, although there was always an idea in their hearts that asked them to go to the beach to take a look. But now they could not help it. So the soldiers of the Xiangyao army rushed to the undead carrying the sacrificial vessels as soon as possible, trying to snatch the sacrificial vessels. But they did not realize that when they caught up, the speed of the undead carrying the sacrificial vessels increased significantly. So these undead ran in front, and they followed behind. If they walked faster, the undead would walk faster, and if they walked slower, the undead would walk slower. In short, these undead always ran forward with the sacrificial vessels in their sight. And now, the soldiers of the Xiangyao tribe have become like they have lost their minds. Even though there is an obvious problem here, they still chase the undead. Soon the undead returned to the swamp where the base was located. The heroes who commanded the undead saw that this time, they really went out to fish. Although the number of Xiangyao troops following behind was not large, there were at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. This was enough for Gushi. Gushi wanted someone to attack his base, regardless of how many people would be attacked. The 3,000 or 4,000 people in front of him were just right, but now these heroes didn't know where to settle the account. If this place was not counted as part of the base, what would happen if these Xiangyao troops were attacked and they refused to recognize it later? So the heroes discussed it, and ran to find the corpse witch. "We will circle these guys outside the swamp, and you go to inform the adults and tell them that the enemy has arrived. Should we wait until the base is built before fighting, or drag them to the bottom of the castle before fighting? When the corpse witch heard this, he was a little confused in his heart. Why did they leave the matter of notifying Gushi to him? Shouldn't the heroes rush to come for such a face-to-face event? In fact, these heroes are well informed. They all know that Gushi's temper has not been very good these days, and his eyes are red. Although he didn't see anyone killing people, he would be scolded if he went there. They would not go there to ask for scolding. The corpse wizard couldn't figure out the reason, but he still ran to find Gushi. Gushi, who was near the castle, had fallen asleep quietly. The person holding the white bone obelisk was leaning Gushi against the white bone obelisk, and the person holding the spiritual ghost was placing the spiritual ghost on Gushi's forehead, trying to use the spiritual flame to burn away the evil spirit on Gushi's body. The orange guard, the new Nine Tails, was sitting on the ground nearby, and she also looked worried at this time. Seeing the corpse wizard coming, the orange guard, the new Nine Tails, stopped him immediately. What happened? Sir, Shangya's troops have already reached the swamp, and the guarding heroes are dragging them. Are we going to counterattack now? Hearing this, the orange guard new Ninetails stood up immediately. She knew very well what Gushi had been waiting for. You wait here, I'll go wake you up. The corpse witch didn't say anything more after hearing this, and just stood there waiting for an answer. The orange guard new Ninetail came to Gushi immediately, and the person holding the soul dark lamp saw the orange guard new Ninetail coming, raised his hand, and put away the soul dark lamp on Gushi's forehead. At this time, you can see that there are some magic patterns on Gushi's forehead. These are magic seals, used to seal the mind, so that Gushi will not have some thoughts and sleep well. This is also the only way to suppress the influence of evil spirits on Gushi. Otherwise, as long as Gushi is awake, the evil spirits will affect Gushi's thinking. Looking at the seal in front of him, the orange guard new Ninetail hesitated for a moment. This kind of magic is not too difficult, but Gushi's condition is really bad. This time, Gushi took the initiative to ask to fall asleep. If Gushi wakes up, who knows what impact the evil spirit will have. But the current situation is the key to Gushi's promotion. She can't let Gushi's promotion mission fail for some reasons. After just a moment of hesitation, the orange guard new Ninetail touched Gushi's forehead, and the magic seal on it was opened. As the seal disappeared, Gushi's eyelids moved, revealing his eyes that had turned red. However, when Gushi couldn't see anything clearly, he immediately reached out and pressed on his left hand, ready to activate the effect of the evil sword. At this time, the orange guard new Ninetail reached out and pressed his hand on Gushi's hand. My lord, it's okay. You didn't sleep for long. The enemy has arrived. We don't need to. Before the orange guard new Ninetail finished speaking, Gushi used the evil sword's killing effect, and then his eyes became calm. The battle is about to start. You can't fight with the influence of evil spirits. That will affect my judgment. Have the enemies arrived? At this time, Gushi sat up. He supported himself and stood up while speaking seriously. They have arrived. Several heroes are leading them in circles outside the swamp. Should we let them in now or wait for a while, and wait until the base is fully built? Then let them in. Gushi glanced at the task. Since the first castle was built, the establishment of a base in Shang continent was considered completed. Now his promotion task is just one more thing to resist the enemy's attack. Just as Gushi was about to give an order, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Anyway, the enemy has already reached the outside of the base, so why not just delay it a little longer? Staying in this game for one more day is one more day. Anyway, there is no rush to advance. Now is the time to do business, no need to rush for this. As soon as this thought came to mind, Gushi raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. Damn it, the evil spirit recovered so quickly. I just cleared it away, and it came back again. Ninetails, help me notify them, let them lead the enemy to the swamp, and the other troops will attack directly and kill all the enemies. I will sit here first. When you find that I am not in a good condition, help me activate the effect of the evil sword in my hand. The evil spirit is getting more and more abnormal now. It even wants to affect my judgment. It's really a dream. Chapter 2640. Lure them to the swamp and kill them. Let them contact the fortress or the city wall first. Kill them in the shortest time, and don't leave any alive. The orange guard new Ninetail used his psychic ability to pass on Gushi's order, and he passed it on 3 times in a row. After completing all this, the orange guard new Ninetail returned to Gushi and prepared a seal in her hand. As long as Gushi asked, she would put Gushi into a deep sleep as soon as possible. I'm fine for now. Gushi was in a dazed state like when he just woke up. But this was a good thing for Gushi, because in this state, Gushi didn't have to think about so many things. At this time, Gushi had already discovered that as long as he had an idea, he would think about not going to the promotion, but running to fight and kill somewhere to grab more good things. Sometimes some ideas are quite funny. Because in Gushi's current thinking, good things are all orange quality. Those red quality items did not appear in Gushi's list of good things. Who is Gushi? Not to mention the various red outfits he has not yet completed, he has 3 red outfits that he can use now. How could he regard orange outfits as good things and want to grab them everywhere? This is obviously not Gushi's own idea. Someone is influencing Gushi through the evil spirit. But maybe it's because the evil spirit was cut by Gongling Yu once, or maybe it's because Gushi went to death to deal with it once. Anyway, the degree of the evil spirit is not the strongest. At least it is not to the level that can completely simulate Gushi's thoughts, and make Gushi unable to find abnormalities. This kind of evil spirit now is just at the level of fellow Taoist, please stay. As long as you don't want to listen, you can avoid it. Even as long as you are careful enough, you can maintain some rationality from this evil spirit. That's why Gushi used the white bone obelisk to suppress everything, used the soul spirit to protect himself, and the orange guard New Ninetail to seal his thoughts. As long as you don't think about it, nothing will happen. And when you think of something, Gushi will always find the flaws in his thoughts as soon as possible. When Gushi woke up, he kept reminding himself that this time, he came to complete the promotion. He didn't do anything else. Now the promotion task is only the last step away, and Gushi won't go anywhere. Gushi just sat on the hard ground in the swamp and waited. He didn't study or think about anything, just let himself go. The orange guard New Ninetailed stood aside and watched Gushi. As long as Gushi did anything wrong, she would take action as soon as possible. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened this time. After receiving Gushi's order, the heroes were very happy. Their work was not in vain this time. Gushi issued an order, and they were remembered by Gushi. So these heroes led the Shangya people into the swamp, and in front of the fortress. In order to prevent them from not touching the fortress, they also led them a distance into the swamp. At this time, the Shangya people were still in a strange state, and they only had sacrificial vessels in their eyes. As long as they could not see the sacrificial vessels, they would think of leaving. And if there were sacrificial vessels in front of them, they would follow them all the time, without considering the situation around them. Seeing this situation, the heroes under Gushi were stunned. They really didn't know what was going on with these Shangya soldiers. What was going on with them? Why did they look like fools? But no matter how they looked, they were just Shangya people. They were now in contact with the fortress and the city wall. They had launched an attack. That was all right now. The heroes immediately commanded their men to rush out, and surrounded the 3,000 or 4,000 Shangya people in a few moves. In the face of danger, some Shangya people still ignored it, and rushed to the sacrificial vessels not far away without looking at the danger in front of them. Maybe in their eyes, these sacrificial vessels were the only ones, and nothing else mattered. So they didn't care, and kept moving forward. Even when facing many enemies, they didn't even look at them, and rushed towards the swords head-on. Even if they were chopped, they had no intention of stopping. Crazy, these are all crazy. Several heroes looked at the Shangya people charging up like this, and for the first time, they felt, who was the undead? Do they look like living people in this state? Fortunately, the enemy's number was not large, and the heroes arranged by Gushi were also very strong. Their troops were several times that of the enemy. Even if the Shangya people rushed indiscriminately, they could not break through the defense line of the undead. It didn't take long for all the Shangya people to be hacked to death on the spot. And these undead heroes still remembered the news from the Orange Guard New Ninetailed. They didn't dare to be careless at all. After killing all the Shangya people, they didn't clean up the battlefield first, but made up for it, and at the same time checked if there were any enemies who were not dead or hiding somewhere. After all, they didn't know whether Gushi had settled the accounts. If they killed 1 or 2 less people, and Gushi failed in his promotion mission, they would not be able to make up for Gushi's loss even if they were crushed into ashes. So they would rather deal with them more seriously than let any enemy go. Fortunately, when they were about to look for any Shangya people alive along the way they came, the voice of the Orange Guard New Ninetailed sounded in the hearts of all heroes again. Mission completed. Please pay attention to all heroes. From now on, the base location is under full martial law to prevent any enemy from entering or leaving. I say again, mission completed. Please pay attention to all heroes. Completed? When the heroes heard this, they all stopped what they were doing. It was actually completed like this. That's great. They don't have to worry anymore. A group of heroes smiled happily. At this time, Gushi was holding the hand of the orange guard Nu Nine-Tailed. If you find anything wrong with me, don't worry about me, just let me sleep. Orange guard Nu Nine-Tailed nods affirmatively. At this time, Gushi opened his task panel and checked the current task status. You have completed the promotion task. 2 kinds of death. Promotion task. 2 kinds of death. Task description. The one with strong soldiers and horses is the king. As a king of the underworld, you must have the momentum to suppress everything. If you are willing to obey, you will be my ally. If you are unwilling to obey, you can also be my enemy. Task requirements. Establish a stronghold, completed, and resist an attack from the Shang continent or the White Demon Army, completed, and kill at least 30,000 enemies, completed. Task reward. The Lord of the Underworld is promoted to the King of the Underworld. Please ask if you want to start the promotion now. Chapter 2641. Promote upgrade? Gushi almost gritted his teeth and said this sentence word by word. As Gushi's voice fell, a wave of Yin-Chi surged around Gushi. This black breath shuttled back and forth on Gushi's body, and finally turned into 2 balls of Yin-Chi, falling on Gushi's hands respectively. However, Gushi's mind was not here at this time. Just now, Gushi's eyes had completely turned dark black. A circle of dark halo appeared under his feet. All the evil spirits that could not be cut off were swallowed up, and all negative effects disappeared. Gushi was truly alive at this time. You have completed the promotion task and officially promoted to the King of the Underworld. Your level is upgraded to level 20, which will replenish life and magic, clear all unfavorable states, intelligence +2, and choose 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Underworld Battlefield. Essential skills for the King of the Underworld, mandatory. Consume all mana to merge a piece of land within attributes, undead attributes, negative energy attributes, into your own underworld, forming a special area underworld battlefield. The underworld battlefield can continuously produce enemies, and the underworld king's troops can enter the original world of the battlefield through the underworld battlefield. Note: when the underworld king occupies the world pointed to by the underworld battlefield, this world can be merged into the underworld. If you don't have the strength to digest a world, please don't try it, it will. Ancient Battlefield. Exclusive skill of the Underworld King, pre-skill, upgradable. Consume 1,000 mana points. Cut off a battlefield enclave on the underworld battlefield of the Underworld King. Merge this battlefield with the corpses killed on the battlefield here. Promote the passage of time, and turn it into an ancient battlefield with extremely heavy Yin energy. After the transformation is completed, during the battle, the enemy can be sent into the ancient battlefield. Before all the warriors on the ancient battlefield are destroyed, the enemy will not be able to leave the ancient battlefield. Ghost Domain Alienation. Exclusive skill of the Dead Witch Lord. Domain Combination Skill. Consume 500 mana points to perform secondary alienation on the Ghost Domain battlefield. Enhance or change the characteristics of the Ghost Domain. Can be fused, strengthened, decomposed, etc. Dead Air Spring. Special Death Skill. Upgradable. Consume 500 mana points to summon a Dead Air Spring at a designated location. The spring water can turn into mist, affecting all the undead within a range of 300 meters near the spring water, replenishing the life of the undead, restoring mana, and improving combat effectiveness. Dead Witch Corpse Curse. Exclusive skill of the Dead Witch Lord, upgradable. Sacrifice a necromancer to transfer all negative effects to the necromancer to purify himself. A necromancer can only resolve one negative effect of purple equipment, or can only deal with negative effects such as orange quality curses. Huh? Gushi originally thought that he actually had no choice. After all, the 2 skills of the King of the Underworld were there, and he could only choose these 2 out of 5. But Gushi really didn't expect that the exclusive skill of the Dead Witch Lord would be a big one in the end. The skill of the Witch Corpse Curse can be directly regarded as half an orange equipment, purifying the negative effects of oneself. This is probably a method given by the system, because Gushi has been affected by the evil spirit for some time. But now that Gushi has solved the influence of the evil spirit, this is no longer useful. No, it can't be said that it is useless. This reminds Gushi that before he has skills, he can also find some means to divert his negative effects. For example, some substitute dolls and the like. Although it may not be able to withstand the influence of the red suit and above, at least it will not make Gushi rely on sleeping to deal with the influence of the evil spirit like this time. Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but look at the Dead Witch Corpse Curse more, thinking that if he could not choose only 2 this time, he must learn this Dead Witch Corpse Curse. It's really uncomfortable to be affected by the evil spirit every day. His mind was full of thoughts of running out to die, and I don't know why he had so many thoughts in his mind. It's a pity that the route of the king of the underworld has to be chosen. I hope there will be a chance to choose the dead which corpse curse next time. I choose the underworld battlefield and the ancient battlefield. After saying this, Gu Shi only felt that his understanding of the underworld battlefield came from his mind. At the same time, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief that he did not make a wrong choice. The underworld battlefield is really the most important skill of the king of the underworld. All the ideas for the next 5 levels are all centered around the skill of the underworld battlefield. In addition to providing a battlefield where the underworld king can fight continuously, the underworld battlefield will also provide land, resources, population, equipment, experience, etc. in the future. The most important thing is that for some powerful underworld kings, there can be more than one underworld battlefield. If you have the will, strength, and troops, you can enter a game and develop an underworld battlefield. Of course, such an underworld battlefield will require countless troops. But for Gu Shi, it's okay to divide the troops. He has 60 million corpse, which troops in his hands. That's pure combat power. The underworld battlefield is really a good skill. As for the ancient battlefield, Gu Shi also took a closer look and found that the real function of the ancient battlefield is probably not to throw the enemy in, but to throw his subordinates in. Gu Shi can give his subordinates immortality, let them enter the ancient battlefield to fight, and forcibly improve their combat level. On the contrary, Gu Shi thinks that the ancient battlefield is not easy to use for things like throwing enemies in. If Gu Shi really wants to trap an enemy that cannot be killed, the strength is probably much greater than Gu Shi, and there will be at least 1 or 2 red clothes in his hand. At this time, using the ancient battlefield to trap people, isn't it directly giving the opponent a record? Therefore, the method of using the ancient battlefield, Gu Shi will definitely not be the same as the normal underworld king. He must take another route. As for not choosing the ancient battlefield, Gu Shi shook his head at the first time. Not to mention that the choice has already been made. Even if it is not chosen, Gu Shi will still firmly choose the ancient battlefield skill. After all, the underworld battlefield is a basic skill and is a must, while the ancient battlefield is a prerequisite skill. The skills related to the underworld battlefield are probably related to it. If Gu Shi did not choose this time, who knows what would happen when he upgraded next time. So it was not that Gu Shi did not want to give up one of the skills, but that he had no choice at all. In fact, Gu Shi had already calculated that at least he could choose 2 out of 5, while many underworld kings still had to choose 1 out of 4 at this time. In this way, when he upgraded to level 25, he would have 5 more skills about the underworld battlefield than others. The former ones are mandatory, and the latter ones are optional. 1 more skill means 1 more battle strategy, which means 1 more chance of winning in battle. Gu Shi would not think of waiting until level 21 to make a choice. Right now is the most suitable strategy for Gu Shi. After making the choice, another prompt popped up in front of Gu Shi, saying that after reaching level 20, Gu Shi should have his own battle aura. The battle aura is different from the skills. It is the result of Gu Shi's own fighting style and perception.